This is the shift. Big change, big things in a phase. Yeah. Big change, big things in a phase. Yeah. Big change, big things in a phase. Yeah. A new phase. Yeah. This is the shift. Vibrations been raised. New friends, old friends, part ways. Embrace new change. Heal, cry, purge, fly, feel. Separate the fake from what's real. Accept the red flags for red flags and peel. Don't stick around just to stick around. Let's be real. Trust your intuition and what it's telling you for real. What's the deal while we kill our own self-worth? Had to ask myself, had to put my own self first. Tired of the self-hurt, so I put in that self-work. Tired of the self-hurt, so I put in that self-work. Tired of the self-hurt, so I put in that. Yeah, this is the shift. Big change, big things in a phase. Yeah, big change, big things in a phase. Yeah, big change, big things in a phase. Yeah, a new phase. Yeah. This is the shift, so welcome to a new age. Age of Aquarius, welcome to a new day. Consciousness been raised, we changing how we do things. Balancing the mood swings, we living in a new way. New life and a new aim. New fame and a new wave. Ego was maintained, not looking just to be praised. Fell down so many times and bounced back like Luke Cage. Today I'm tired, tomorrow I'm okay. New frame of mind, cause I've been through some dark days. Some days were insane, so I walk with some new sage. Some days were insane, hard to stay sane, but I maintain. Some days were cray, hard to stay sane, but I maintain. The shift. Big change, big things in a phase. Yeah. Big change, big things in a phase. Yeah. Big change, big things in a phase. Yeah. A new phase. Yeah. This is the shift. Big change, big things in a phase. Yeah. Big change, big things in a phase. Yeah. Big change, big things in a phase. Yeah. New phase. Yeah. This is the shift, so welcome to a new earth. We manifested this. We changing how we view work, cause 9 to 5 ain't it. We tapped into our own worth, we owning businesses. We put our mental health first, the paradigm has switched. We owning up to self-hurt, we learned our lessons quick. We grown and doing self-work, it's a rebirth. Cause we tapped in and we turned on and we tuned in to a new song. It's been too long, the self-hate is long gone. It's a new dawn and a new wave and a new age. New rules that we remade, old rules need to cremate. Time to create, time to be brave. I told you it's a new day, told you it's a new way, told you it's a new wave and a new age, it's a new day. Shift. Yeah, we made it, y'all. Welcome to a new age. We changing how we do things. It's a new phase. It's a new phase. It's a new age. This is the shift.
No, let's do the sax one now.
Okay, hey guys, what's up? Hope you guys are all doing well. Thanks for tuning in. This is going to be a quick rant. Okay, sorry. Obviously, I have nothing prepared because this is just a rant and just actually, this is a rant because one of my friends sent me a link. Let me put it over here. Okay. Yeah, one of my friends sent me a link, right? And this is it. Let me share my screen. All right. So you guys can see the title right here. Where did the Ewe people of Ghana come from? Peru, Chakana, Abyssinia. Oh gosh, I don't even know. Gwydia, tribe of Judah. Right? And this is just like, oh my goodness, I'm just so done with everybody, to be honest. Like, would you guys classify this as an element of self-hate? Because I always say this, right? Some people claim that they're the original Nubians, right? So why do you never go to Sudan? Why do you never go to Egypt and tell the people there that you're the original Nubians? Why do you always have to prove to people like me who don't actually care Okay? People like me who have nothing to do with that information. Why do you guys never go to them and say that you're the original? Why do you guys always come to us, try to prove us that you're the original, blah, blah, blah? Like, I do not care. Okay? I don't care. I know that as human beings, we all originally came from somewhere else, right? But I don't claim the ancestry of like 15,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago. I don't even claim the ancestry of like 2,000 years ago. I literally claim my ancestry of like 400 years. That's what I'm comfortable with. Like, I don't care about anything else, right? Like, me personally, I'm just saying, me personally, okay? Me personally, I know that I come from the Benin Empire. I know that my ancestors come from the Benin Dahomey Empire. So that's what I hold on to. Like, I don't have to hold on to anything else. I don't see the point in always being like, oh, we're the original Israelites, we're the original this, like I just it's just so tiresome to me. It's so unproductive. You know what I mean? Like, what are you doing? And I know people are gonna be mad, whatever. If you're a Hebrew Israelite, whatever. But what I'm gonna say is, why do you always come and tell me that you're the original Hebrew? But it's like, when are you going to Palestine to actually make your country great again? Like, when are you gonna do that? I just I'm just asking. When are you going to go and tell the imposters who are the fake Jews that you're the real Jew and you're going to take over? Like, when are you going to do that? And stop bothering me about it. Like, I don't care. Oh my goodness. Let This is a 30-minute video. No one has time. Let me just first and foremost, this is fair use. Let me say that before any of them get mad and try to flag this down. Give me a minute. Let me find the FBI fair use warning thing that I have over here. Did I delete it? Oh, right here. Fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use. So let me go ahead and just play a little bit of what these people are going to say.
So I'm not going to be arrogant enough to think that I have the truth or I'm speaking the truth. No, I have an opinion. It can be a good or a bad opinion, but it's still an opinion. Now, I've been, talking real greasy about some people in Africa, and that's okay. Reason I do that is because some people, not everybody, but the loudest people in the room, they make really, really bad arguments. They'll make bad arguments and say that the E1B1A haplogroup are the Israelites. That is that's such a lazy argument, and that's such a very bad argument because not all of those people are Israelites. That's not possible. It's not possible. Those people, if just under that, if you're not using any, so you have to pay attention to what doctrine you're pushing and what your beliefs are. Did you do enough research on haplogroups to make these ones? So you're going to make assumptions, and then you get hijacked, and then you start making doctrines. Like it's real foolish, man. That's not how research works. It's not. Anyway, that's enough of my rant. Um, I'm so happy to bring this info because we're going to actually get into a substantial connects them with the children of Israel. Are all the Mexicans children of Israel? No. Not even the ones who are already here were not all the children of Israel. You have to realize that. You cannot get hijacked. We were in patches of groups before we got colonized. And then after we got colonized, we got mixed in with the other inhabiting groups that were with us, the other Shemitic groups that were with us. Now we look just like them, right? You can't tell the difference. You can only tell the spirit. And then they brought these damn satyrs and serums over here to mix with us. They brought the beasts of the field, the crustaceans to come and mix with us. So we're real mixed up now. I'm not I say certain things to get to our ancient origins. That's all they say things for. So I hope that I'm clarifying myself.
No, I don't think you're clarifying yourself at all, because you're saying that you're the original and you mixed with the natives or the non-originals. So wouldn't that then make you not original because you're mixed now? So I don't understand what your point is. Like, you're not original anyways. You're mixed. So what is your claimed I don't these people confuse me so much. They really do. Everywhere I hear them, they confuse me all the time
on certain things. Now let's get started. So the word Hebrew truly is nothing close to how the original name of the children of Eber, who they were, and that's even where Hebrew even comes from, because that's up for debate. But it could be right that the people of Eber are the Hebrews, right? That's what I'm gonna assume, right? I'm gonna assume that, right? But even that Eber in Hebrew, I don't know, man. I don't know. But let's read what this person has to say. All these translations were taken from the Latin version instead of the original language. Therefore, instead of using U, it doesn't even have a U. It has W. The reason why I'm saying that, the natives do not use W. They do not use U. They use W.
Okay, so I guess because I can't watch this whole thing, right? Not only is it boring, but I just can't listen to this whole thing. But I'll put the link for anybody who wants to. I think the point that he's trying to make in this video now is that in the Ewe language, they don't use W, and that has some type of similarity to, I guess, I don't know, Hebrew languages or something. So he's basically saying, okay, there must be a connection because we don't have the W in our alphabet and neither do they. But it's like, do these people not realize that even an alphabet is like a modern concept? Like, there are so many languages that don't have certain letters in their alphabet, in their ancient alphabet. Uh, okay. Anyways, so that's one of the examples that he's going to use, I guess. Let's continue.
Impossible. Huh? You mean that
First and foremost, right? Oh, I would like to preface that in the beginning, right? I said I claim my Benin, my Dahomey empire. I claim that. But now these are the some of the people that say that they're from that empire, but they're also the Hebrew Israelites. So like, how can so you're not gonna claim your most recent history, right? You're gonna claim your supposed history of thousands of years ago. Okay, whatever. Like, whatever.
a connection with Peru and West Africa? Why would there be a connection between Peru and West Africa? The thing is,
This guy seriously asked, why would there be a connection between Peru and West Africa? Did he seriously ask that? Oh my gosh.
is that I thought that, I didn't really think it. I didn't really know what to think, but I did realize that there was a connection. First of all, the Peruvians, they celebrate something called the Inca y Mandinka, which is supposed to be a celebration of the Peruvian / West African mixtures of cultures. And I'm just like, what? Why? Like, out of everyone, you celebrate the Mandinka people, right? And I'm seeing these people, and they also have a connection with Peru. It's not making sense, you know. And the people of Ghana,
No offense, but he sounds like, let me not say it. But I was gonna say it, but I'm not gonna say it. I won't say it. But yeah, like I'm just wondering, has this person been to those countries and actually, you know, spoken to the people in those countries and actually get their point of view? Or are they just online talking about it? Like, I'm just curious, I'm just a little curious. Because there's some people in here in these spaces, they know everything about like Egypt, they know everything about Ethiopia, they know everything about all these countries. And it's like, so have you ever went there and actually furthered your studies, so to speak? Like, just wondering.
They call themselves, I believe, the warrior kings, right? And just looking at them phenotypically, you know, they look familiar phenotypically. Are they mixed in some sort of way? I'm sure they are,
No, we're not.
but honestly, they don't remind me of, you know, the Congolese people. No disrespect. I'm not saying everyone in the Congo is one thing, but they definitely remind me of something that I've seen before. And again, they're very gorgeous people. They remind me of the people in South Africa who are also, very gorgeous people. But it seems like those people in South Africa were actually from West Africa, or they were the Jacobites in Scotland who were taken there.
What? Oh my goodness. Oh my Where are all of these inferences coming from? Like, where are all these estimates? Where are all these guesses coming from? And first and foremost, you can't also look at Google and be like, oh, this is how everyone from that country looks like. Like, has this person actually seen Ghanaians or seen most West Africans? Has he just said that the West Africans look different from the Congolese? Okay. So they must have something mixed in them. I just don't understand this. I'll be honest with you, like I don't understand anything that this person's saying.
Who have a connection with the tribe of Judah or the tribe of Benjamin, the southern kingdom. So a lot of those people phenotypically they look similar, right, to so-called African Americans and other peoples in the Americas. Some people have told me that, oh, like your father looks like he could be West African. People have told me my father could look like he's from any damn where. But the reason being is because he's related to a lot of people everywhere. Because again, I believe I come from a tribe that was all around the world before any colonialism or anything. They were all around the world on the coastlines. That's where my DNA is pointing to. They were all around the world or like on the coastlines.
Yeah, so this is a clearly an identity crisis. I feel like, no offense, but a lot of people who have these type of ideas and ideologies are people who don't really know where they come from. Like they have no idea, so then they just like gravitate towards anything that sounds remotely good. And the ones who do know where they come from and they deny it, then to me that's just an element of self-hate, that you just don't care about your own culture, you don't care about your own people. You want to be so included into somebody else's culture and people, and it's just very very interesting because it's just so interesting. Like people will literally be here be like, oh, my family originally came from Ethiopia like 10,000 years ago. And you're sitting here saying, okay, what does that have to do with today? Like, I don't believe you, by the way, because this is the reason why I don't believe you. You're telling me that your family came from Ethiopia, right? But none of you guys kept your culture, none of you guys kept your language, none of you guys kept a significant amount of research. If I ask your great grandparents if they're alive today, if I ask your grandparents if they're alive today, where are they telling me the stories that you're talking about? How come none of your family knows anything about where you supposedly came from? Not you are the first generation in your family saying that you came from somewhere else, but all your elders, all your ancestors never brought it up. So I'm automatically supposed to believe this. Oh. If I ask my family where I come from, they literally tell me, like, they literally can give me clues. They literally give me not documents, but they're historical stories. There's the food that we eat. There's proof that we came from a certain empire to where we live today, right? But you're telling me you came from somewhere so elaborate. Your ancestor passed the Sahara Desert. Your ancestors made such a big trek to come to a different part of Africa, but you have no recollection, you have no story, you have no evidence to support your other than, oh, well, you can't tell me it's not possible, so it must be true. Oh, please. I'm done with these people. I'm actually done with these people. I'm actually done with them. Like I'm done with them. Yeah, let me see what you guys are saying. This is a rant, man. This is a rant. And I'm sorry if you're from that community. If you want to take it personal, you can take it personal. But I'm sorry. Like some people from your community really, the way that they talk with so much conviction, but they never have any evidence, no proof, nothing to back up what they're saying. It's like, okay, like, why are you talking so much if you can't prove it? Oh my goodness. Like these people. Oh gosh. Anyway, let me see what some of you guys are saying. Shout outs to anti-socialite Lady A. Why are you talking about this? I haven't I'm talking about this because someone just sent me a link and I guess I got triggered. Um this is sorry guys. I just had some things I needed to do. The fake Nubians. Yeah, because Nubians come from where? Well, they probably come from other places, but I swear Nubians only come from uh Sudan. Maybe I don't think they come from South Sudan. I think it's North Sudan and Egypt specifically. That's where Nubia is from. So what is the possibility that every single one of these people come from that area? Like what's the possibility? It's it's highly unlikely, but they speak of it as if it's like an uncontested truth. You know what I mean? It's like, okay. Why do they bother? Why do they bother with these? Are they just that bored that they have nothing? What? Why do they bother with this? Not everyone. Thank you, thank you so much. Not everyone in Sudan is Nubian. Okay, to your second part of I'll say that they're Arabized. I won't say that they're Arabs because they don't like it when you say that. But that's true. Not everyone from Sudan is even Nubian. So I'm not understanding how that's automatically the image that people strive for. Now, one thing I'll say is maybe it does have something to do with media because I'm not going to lie. If you want to read about ancient Egypt, ancient Sudan, ancient blah, 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 you can easily find those resources. It's more publicized. There's movies, there's literature, there's more, I guess, of an appeal for that type of history. So I understand why some people, why they become victim to it because it's so easy to find it, right? But at the same time, it's like I understand admiring ancient Egypt, ancient Sudan, whatever, Kush, Kemet, all the. I understand admiring that history, but then when you actually claim it as if, okay, this has to be a part of my history too, that's where I get very confused because it's like, so are you trying to deny your more immediate history? Like, are you trying to say that? Why don't you ever speak on that? They never speak about Sokoto, they never speak about Mali, they never speak about Mende, they never speak about Mandinka, they never speak about any of these other empires, but they always have so much to say about Kemet, ancient Egypt, blah blah blah. They always have so much to say. So it's yeah, the Hebrew is again, they're peaceful people, they're nice, but it's like they get so annoying sometimes because I don't know, they're just so annoying. And I don't know if this is Hebrewism or Judaism, but there's a small sector of them too that say the most weirdest things. They say things like, "Oh, we as a race were cursed, and this is why these things happen to us." They have like such a defeatist mentality, and I'm just like, how can you be in a religion that literally that justifies the type of injustices that you went through? That says, "Oh, the reason why we did this is because we're cursed, so it's okay." Like I don't understand how you could be proud of yourself listening to that every day. Like that's I don't anyway, but let me not go too deep into that because I know some people in here are Hebrew Israelites and they're gonna get triggered, but I mean you Hebrew Israelites have no issues making fun of other people's religions. So when it comes back to you, I don't know why you guys get so offended. But anyway, let me keep going. Um they don't like their ancestors. Absolutely. I've noticed a lot of people don't like their ancestors. Like I don't know what it is, but they just completely disregard there's no pride. You know what I mean? And then for people who have no pride, can you now this probably explains why they're at their mindset that they are today. You have nothing to look up to, you have nothing to aspire. You always want to be like somebody else. You're not content with like what you were given, like the cards that you were dealt. You're not content with that. So how can you rise above and be great when your past disgusts you, when it repels you? I don't understand. You know, I've heard so many crazy stories like, oh, there's a possibility that we come from Sudan, and I'm just like, okay, there's a possibility that you come from the moon, isn't it? So it's like, what do you want me to do with that information? Like, I just, you're saying that there's a possibility, right, that you come from Sudan, but your DNA results say that you come from Cameroon. So what do you want me to do with the whole, well, there's a possibility? Like why don't you just worry about coming from Cameroon? Like why don't you just worry about that? Like, like I don't know what they want the rest of us to do. Like I don't get it. I don't get it. But ACDT, how you doing? Palestinian Abbasid. And no offense, but isn't Palestine like Palestine is desert land, isn't it? What is so prosperous about Palestine? You literally come from Bantu land that has trees, it has fruit, it has water, it has so much forestation. And you're here talking about Palestine is my original homeland. I'm like, what is there in Palestine? Rocks? Nubians Nubians in Sudan are less than 100,000 people. Do you have a resource for that? Because I would like to actually pull that up. That's very interesting. Is that is that true? Anyway, people always claiming ancient historical ancestry, even though they've got no proof to. Thank you. They have no proof. Absolutely nothing. Okay. And they get so offended at you for like challenging their talking points. But I'm literally sitting here thinking, okay, what is really let's use percentages, right? What confidence of percentage do you have in this? Can you say that you have even 50% confidence that the inference you're making is true? And then you know what? Then you see, this is the thing. Then after you catch them in that little web, then they'll use religion as like a justifier. They'll say, "Oh, you have no faith. It's not everything that has to make sense. This is why you're non-believer. You have no faith. It's just faith. It's in my heart. If I feel it's true, it's true." And I'm just like, okay, whatever. Okay, whatever. Yeah, cool. If, in your heart, if you feel like you're from Nubia, yeah, you're from Nubia. Let's just go with that. No, let's just. I want to know the day that you're gonna go there and see your fellow Nubians that are in that region struggling, doing horribly. What are you doing to help your ancient ancestors? Absolutely nothing. But you're gonna sit here and argue with me about how you're one of them? Okay. So you're such a good person. You love your people so much that you claim to be one of them and you're doing nothing to help them? Oh, you are a monster. You are a complete monster. You are a monster. Um it's so King. How I've never seen you here. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Space Ocean, thank you. Who cares about what you were thousands? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Listen, I know people are gonna get offended. Oh, let people believe what they want to believe. I already let people do what they want to do and believe what they want to believe. But my thing is, when you keep trying to make so much proof that you're actually from somewhere else, it's like, what does that do for you today, currently? Like, what does it do for any of us currently? Do you get what I mean? I mean, these people don't even bother to read about what their great grandparents went through. They don't even bother to care about that. But they want to tell me that they're so concerned about what happened over 5,000 years ago. Let me, okay? Let me, okay? Let me go to Sudan right now and tell them, oh, there's a possibility that my great, 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 great ancestors came from here. What's gonna, what do you think is gonna happen? What do you think is gonna happen? Some of you guys are really funny and ridiculous, and it's like, I just don't understand this longing of always wanting to explain that you're from everywhere, you belong to everywhere, you created everywhere, you've been everywhere. It's like, jeez, that's not you, by the way. Even if I'm agreeing with your logic, that would be your ancestors, that wouldn't be you. So I don't understand how you have the claim to everything and everybody and everyone's culture is yours. Like, I don't, this is crazy. Like, I this is absolutely ridiculous. It is an identity crisis. I don't even understand how this Hebrew Israelite thing even got in there. I don't even understand how it got there. I don't get it. Like, now, if you are a Hebrew Israelite and you want to explain what your brothers and sisters are saying, you're more than welcome to. But I'm sorry, like, some of you guys sound very, I don't know. Anyway, let me continue. Di, will the real Nubians please stand? Oh my god. These modern day black if you told me he was AA, I would not waste my time. But okay, you know what? I will admit it's mostly the AA that do this, but it's not only them. It's getting to be like worldwide now, and it's really sad. Should we pity these people? I, we just have to love them from afar. We just have to love them from afar. Hebrew Israelites who are anti-African, who even cares about Sukkah. What's Shemitic? I have no idea. I don't know what that is. I have no idea what that is. Abyssinia. Abyssinia is Egypt. No, Abyssinia is Ethiopia, isn't it? We do not come from Abyssinia. We come from the Benin Empire. Thank you. Just 400 years of African. These people. Stop this. Stop this. Yeah, they are confused. That's what happens when you read Middle Eastern books. These people are not even Hebrews. The only people that can even remotely claim that is the East and North African descent. Exactly, exactly. I know you guys heard of even Hebrew communities in like the Congo and like other countries, and I'm just like who has time to actually do all of this? You know what I mean? Who has time to be part of a Hebrew Israelite community when there are more immediate communities in your own country? Like, who has time to deal with all of this? Just, I'm just wondering. And then you guys supposedly came from Israel. Okay, this is the part that gets me confused, right? Guys, I know I'm not making a lot of sense, but this whole thing does not make sense. Okay? This is the part that gets me confused. Some of them say, okay, that they're the original Israelites because they got exiled from Israel and then they went down to like Africa. Okay? That is what they're saying. So I'm like, okay, supposedly this was what, in the BC era or even before that, I don't know. Supposedly this was like thousands of years ago that you supposedly got exiled from Israel or you left Israel and then you went back to northern Africa. And then after being in northern Africa, you decided to keep going down to other parts of Africa. Even if I were to believe that to be true, which I'll be honest with you, I don't know if I believe it to be true, but I won't completely deny it. What I'll say is the significant amount of number of people who did that is probably less than a couple 100,000. Okay? It's not a huge population at all. But these people are acting as if there's such a significant like amount of people. Like they're acting as if this was an exile or exodus of millions of people. Like, this was a very small exodus. So I'm not really understanding what this whole claim and still holding on to this. I don't understand what it does for anybody, to be honest. Like, I don't understand it. Oh my goodness, your religion was so good. You decided to dilute it. Your language from Israel was so good. You decided to lose it. Okay. Your culture was so good that you decided not to preserve it that much. But now you're telling, okay, Nubians are in Egypt and Sudan. Please don't waste your time with these dusties. Listen, I don't know why they triggered me so bad today, but they really did. Um West Africans were not Hebrew, they were Islamic and African spirituality. Yeah, I'll just say that they were mostly African spirituality and then yeah, and then Islamic and then recently Christian. But yeah, I don't see even the I've heard some people say things like this. Oh, in Ghana and Nigeria, we have certain days where you can't go fishing, you can't go to the sacred waters, and that goes back to the Bible. And I'm just like, so that couldn't just be an ancient tradition that you have to keep certain areas sacred for certain days. This has to be a link to the Bible. This has to be a link to the Torah. Like it just can't be a coincidence. Are you serious? They're crazy. I mean, they're delusional. They're delusional. Okay. Um, let people claim whatever ancestry like if it makes them feel better. It's okay. You're right. You're right. I should. I'll let them claim whatever they want to claim, but I will keep clowning them because because their claims do nothing for the betterment of their community, if you've noticed. Their claims never help their community. And they're always here fighting with some people instead of fighting with the other Israelites who are supposedly taking your land. They're taking over your resources. Like, why don't you go over there and confront them and say, I'm the real one? So this is mine. Back off. Why do they never do that? But they're always here talking about, I'm the real Israelite. Like, as if I asked you, like, I don't care. You're the real Israelite, but you're here struggling with me over non-Israelite issues. Yeah, you have a problem. Like, you have a problem. Is that okay? I'm so behind. Peru is what? Southern America. What does Peru have to do with Ghana? Like, Peru has nothing to do with. Peru has nothing to do with West Africa. Period. No significance at all. I don't even care if there is a significance. There isn't a significance that's even significant enough to acknowledge. Peruvians are not worried. Peruvians are not worried about claiming, your ancestry, but you're worried about claiming theirs. That's interesting. Why people want to be Hebrew, I have no clue. The only people that say we are Nuberian are the ones living in Egypt. Yeah, Peruvian hair is high quality. This identity crisis is an issue in the African diaspora. I'm trying to tell you it's not only in the African diaspora. The African diaspora, I think, is the one that is most vocal about it. But I'm telling you, I'm hearing more people who are non-diasporan speak like this. I'm telling you, I'm hearing them. You think I'm joking? Go to some of these Pan African channels, right? I'll try to see if I can find a link, but there's this one lady saying that, oh, there's a possibility that our ancestors came from this other part of Africa and they migrated into here. And I'm just like, everyone's family or everyone's ancestors migrated from somebody or from somewhere else. Like that's common sense. Like that's migration. Everyone came from somewhere else if you really want to go that far. What makes you so special? What makes you so entitled? What makes you now feel like that culture that you lost thousands of years ago is still yours when it's probably been adopted and now belongs to somebody else? Why do you have a say in it? I don't get it. I don't get it. Uh That's an interesting comment. Brian Collin. Google you okay. So now Nguni people are from Scotland. This African let, let me actually continue what this guy was saying. I'll continue a little bit. Hold on.
It's found in ancient Spain, in ancient southern India, in the Pacific Islands, found all over the damn place, right? So now let me read this. Let me see. Damn, I love this garb he has, man. But this is some crazy stuff, bro. The Iwi people of Ghana, Togo, Nigeria, Benin, and Ivory Coast. Iwi people, also known as Eve, can be found in Ghana, Togo, Benin, and some parts of Nigeria and Ivory Coast. They are part of the I don't know, the Gibbs speaking people and related to the Fawn, Mina, and Aja people. According to that professor, he claimed they originally came from Kitu in Dahomey, present-day Benin, which is considered as a Yoruba area. Bro, hold on. Let's look that up. That's where it is, right? It's in Benin, Kitu, right? Now, where's Wida? You guys have heard of Wida or Iuda. Is right there. Right there. It's in the same damn area. So this kingdom of Judah that they had here in West Africa is right next to where these Iwi people came from, right? They were eventually forced, which led to migration from eastward as a result of the expansions of others claimed the Iwi land extended from the Mono River on the west border of Dahomey, present-day Benin, across because the other side of the Euphrates was for the who? The Gentiles, right? That's what the scripture says, which are those have similarities. The I mean, also Iwi people trace their origins to Abyssinia, bro, which is now modern day Ethiopia. It is said they migrated with other Iwis from Abyssinia to Oyo in Eli Ife, Western Nigeria, then migrated to Kitu in what is now Benin. So they migrated from Abyssinia and
Okay, so these people apparently migrated from Abyssinia, Ethiopia, and then went to different parts of supposedly present day Western Africa. How many of these people did that though? This person's just saying these people. What are the numbers? You don't have any estimates? You don't know if it was like 200,000, you don't know if it was 2,000, you don't know. It definitely wasn't millions. So you have no these people are
what we've gone over before regarding that place is that that absolutely had jurisdiction um by the tribe of Judah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
another point. Everybody is supposedly from the lost tribe of somewhere, of somebody, or we're the lost tribe of what Asher, we're the lost tribe of Judah, we're the lost tribe of Simeon, we're the lost tribe. They, all of them happen to be the lost tribes, okay? All of them at the same time happen to always be the lost tribes. I'm just like,
Let me see what I wanted to read here.
can we also stop with the whole trying to prove things with Wikipedia or some of these like websites that are literally not peer reviewed? Like, can we stop with that, please? Please. Sometimes you ask them to give you proof, right? And they'll give you some random website that you don't even know who wrote that website. You don't even know if that person has published a book in real life. You don't even know if that person went to school to actually learn any of these things. They just have random websites from random sources from unverified people and say this is the evidence of what I'm talking about. Just and I'm just sitting here like, for people who claim to love their history so much, why do you guys never actually invest the proper infrastructure, the proper educational infrastructure, so to speak, right? Why do you guys never take the time to have real professors, to have real just real literature that suggests what you're saying? Like, I don't you want me to use Google as a resource to back up what you're saying? Oh, please. Oh, you have to do better than that. Oh, you have to do better than that.
I don't even know what I wanted to read here. I already said that they were the warrior people. I don't know. I don't remember. Anyway. Now what happened to the Inca? Now this is real interesting. Um When the Incas and the Spanish finally met in the Battle of 1532, the Incas had the greater numbers, but the superior steel weapons and armor of the Spanish proved decisive, and they took the Inca emperor captive. Atahualpa tried to secure his release by offering a vast ransom of 24 tons of gold and silver. Yeah, what a pussy, bro. But the Spanish gratefully accepted before executing the emperor anyway. These sorts of Negroes were high yellow with dark. Know about that. Iwi girls are supposed to be light skinned and very beautiful. Girls from the tribe Iwi are mostly light skinned and also quite beautiful. Due to their beauty, they will be found in offices working as receptionists, customer care rep. O ye daughters of Jerusalem. Why would he say that? Why would he say that? Unless the people of Jerusalem were not as so-called dark as you think they were, right? I'm not saying the entire tribe of Judah look one way. I'm saying that a certain sect of them look one way. Now, this is very weird because I just showed you this was actually out of place. But this was the gold that Atahualpa gave them, right? Supposedly. I don't know if he's the one he gave them, but they found a shipwreck from the pirate ship Wida, or it really was Judah, right? Carved the gold while they're in Peru. That doesn't make any sense. It seems like they took these damn coins while they were there. Like these coins were already there. That's what makes a hell of a lot more sense. You think those dirty ass Spaniards, they knew how to do this? No. This was already there from the times of the Romans. This is just my conjecture. But even so, what does this look exactly like? You want to know? The Jerusalem cross from the Middle Ages looks exactly like this cross that they got from Peru on the ship Judah or Wida, right? But there's no connection between the tribe of Judah, West Africa, who originally came from East Africa, and the people of East Africa. Where did they come from? Let's check that out real quick. You already know. I did the video. Raja Chola and Rajendra Chola, Solomon and David. But where were the three Indias?
And another question, okay? This is only targeted to some diasporans, not all of them, but some of them, right? Why is it that some diasporans always want to talk about other people's history, but without consulting the people who actually are from that region? Like, I don't understand how you could have all these essays, you could have all these notes, but it's like, have you ever actually spoken to somebody who comes from that region? Because you don't realize that people get their own stories of their own ancestry. Dear diaspora, I agree with you guys. Some of you guys have a point. Africans should publish their own history more. I completely agree with that. But don't get it twisted and think that none of us know anything about our history. Like, don't, maybe I don't have it written down in a book, but I have a song, I have a story, I have cultural ties, I even have clothes that describe some of these things. So I don't understand how you can sit there, give me a note and paper, and tell me, oh, this is what you think happened. But then the stories that my grandparents tell me of what happened, they don't matter. Like they're not important. Just I'm supposed to believe you over what stories of what my grandparents told me. Okay, all right. Okay. Okay, I guess this is what we have to deal with nowadays. You know, I'm not taking this stuff all that serious. I'm just laughing, man. It's just funny to me that they they have so many platforms. This is so okay. Anyways, Living Wisdom saying Bantus don't come from West Africa. Bantus are original colonizers. Ethiopian is a nationality, not a tribe. Okay. Let me see what you guys are saying. Technically speaking, the Nubian population is in northern Sudan and parts of Outer Egypt. However, you may see many in Cairo, Alexander, Egypt as well. Oh, you think the artwork is the only interesting part from that area of I know a cult when I see one. Their Hebrew Israelites' American version of worshiping is to hate continental Africans who they call. Yes, I've heard that word before. I've heard that word before. They hate continental Africans. Not all of them, but some of them have a deep hate for continental Africans, and I'm just like, technically, continental Africans are a part of your history. So if you hate them, I don't know what you're supposed to do with your life, but okay, whatever. Um, Many don't know where their ancestors come from, and okay, I guess I can't empathize with that. But what I could say is, I just don't. I don't. Okay, I guess I'll just have to leave it at that. You're right. Many of them don't know where their ancestors come from, so I guess that's why they feel the need to do this. I don't know. I don't know. Um, I come from heaven. Good for you. They're stealing everyone's. Mrs. H is saying that they're stealing everyone's identity. I've always wondered this, right? I've always wondered this. Like, how does it feel to be, especially like an Egyptian or an Ethiopian, and you have like people making guesses about your history, and you're just supposed to sit there and listen? Like, how would that make you feel when everyone supposedly has a tie to where you come from? Like, I guess this is why they just keep quiet and they just let them speak, because there's no point in raising their blood pressure trying to like battle with them on these type of things, right? Uh yeah, Hebrew. Okay, anyways. I think it's ignorance. Many of them don't know about the ancient they don't know about the ancient West African empires. And see, I understand. See, I'm trying, even though I'm roasting, I'm still trying to be a little bit balanced. I know why they don't know about the West African empires is because West Africans don't advertise their own history. And I guess in popular media too, like outsiders never really cared to explain West African history. So there's a lot of what is it? There's a lot of ignorance towards West African history. So I feel like that is the duty of West Africans now to promote their own history and stop saying, okay, well, we know these stories. Like, actually promote your own history. I feel like them doing that more will combat some of this yearning to belong somewhere by other groups of people. I feel like that would really help boost a lot of people's self-confidence. Okay, anyways, let me just go to Niger. I'm so sorry. I completely forgot. Please go ahead. I was just reading what people are saying.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Thanks for this having me. This is a very fun this thing topic. I wouldn't call it fun, to be fair, but I guess it's fun to the ones that like to, sell their heritage for everything else. This type of phenomenon has been going on, since I was born. Really, you always hear this thing where our people like to be whiter than white, and like to claim other people's religion for their own. The recent ones are the Hebrew Israelites and the Indians, the Red Indians in America. It never ends. We are everybody now, really.
Yeah, we are.
We are just everybody, other than African. That's the one. Like we are definitely not African. We didn't come from Africa. It's a very shameful thing because there's so much to be proud of. You did say something about our people not telling our own story.
We don't.
I, there's some truth there. There really is
Actually,
some
you
truth
know
there.
what? To Nigeria, okay. Do you
Mm.
think would you then say, okay, we don't tell our own story, but we tell our own story in ancient ways that people don't understand? Is that it? Do you think? I don't know. I
Yeah,
don't.
I think you have a point there because it's not like they don't say it. They say it in such a way, and even the ones telling it, many of them say it from the point of view of like, don't even think about that. It's terrible. Like, we used to be bad. Now we are good. Whereas the people telling it stories are often like not from the right sources. They are actually proud of their history. Even on TV today, you still hear them thanking God that Mary Celeste in Nigeria stopped people from killing twins and all the rest. They don't talk about all the bad things they did. You rarely hear about when they talk about the history of slavery in Nigerian TV. They never talk about it. Instead, they talk about all the positive things the Europeans contributed constantly. There is an advert going on right now on TVC News talking about how Nigerians should come together. And at the end of the advert, is sponsored by the British High Commission. It's like, why is Britain sponsoring advert to tell us how to get along? And then at the end, you put their flag there. Are we being conditioned for something here? This kind of stuff, our people, we don't tell our own story with our own voice. Even if they tell it, they don't tell it well. That's another problem.
Yeah, I think that definitely the blame is definitely twofold, definitely, but I don't know.
I feel bad for the Kushites are some of the Nubians are some of the oldest people, and I'm not even surprised the Egyptians actually claim that they were from the south. And if you check one of the links I sent there, you will see that that Nubia area specifically, I was really surprised to see that Nubia area, South Nubia, have some of the oldest genes, patrilineal genes in the world. They are only second to the Khoisan in Africa. They are in Africa right now. Those South Sudanese that you see there, and I was surprised to see that because I actually thought it was like more of the Eastern African. But when I looked at it, actually, it wasn't that way. And there are some things in the last few weeks or months where I've been having discussions, I've been conceding points that were not actually facts. And I wanted to correct that. That's why I brought those pages, because when I was reading them, sometimes when people say things, you don't want to dismiss it because you don't have evidence. So when I was reading it, I was disabused of that because the map was showing something else. Because I hear people talking about the patrilineal gene and this is this E1B1B constantly. They keep going on about it. And I thought one day I said, let me look at this, and only to find that it was totally saying something different. It turns out that even the West Africans have some of the oldest genes going. Like if you look at the map where the B1B gene was created, they said the line was showing 250,000 years ago. 200,000 years ago. And one of the first places they took off to was West Africa. I was like, how did you not know that? How did anybody not present it like that all this while? And so the truths are, even our people, when we read some of the information, we read it with our own bias. And it also comes with issues where, how do you tell African history? You better be from that tribe because if an Igbo man wants to tell African history and wants to talk about Yoruba people, you could have problems. You can see how that can happen. If an Hausa man was a good historian, archaeologist, wants to tell history of Africans and wants to tell the history of the Benin Empire, no, they will say, no, how dare you? You are not one of us. How can you tell our story? You can't possibly tell it correctly. And because of that issue again, where we always see our people as somewhat, not authoritative. But while non-Africans will tell the same story and we are going to buy it. As a matter of fact, they don't even need to tell any story. We just buy it anyway. We buy into anything they sell us. We buy into being Jews. We buy into being Red Indians. I've seen people that actually buy into being Europeans. They actually bought being Europeans. They said they were the original Europeans. They were black. that some of them change to blue eyes. It can't. The story never ends. Where do we start from with this type of attitude? The only thing I see in it is that the ones that have the right mindset have to deny the others, the ignorant ones, the space. Because if you allow those ones that are ignorant to win the day, that will be the direction our whole people will go. And they've been doing that for the last 60 years. We haven't learned anything yet. Till today, many Nigerians will spend a lot of time arguing about mundane things. And I was shocked yesterday to even hear a Ghanaian say Ghana is the worst country in Africa. People say crazy stuff. A Ghanaian was saying Ghana is the worst country in Africa. I said, this guy out of Nigeria. He does he even know about anything going on in Africa at all? So it tells you people would say all kinds of crazy stuff out there. Whether it is true or not, it doesn't matter. Sooner or later, somebody had to sort it out and see the objective truth. And that objective truth has to be held up. And people of good character has to know when they hear objective truth and hold it up. Because if you let the objective truth fail, just don't think that person that is making that argument is failing. You are failing.
Yeah, I think this is the thing. We claim.
Whoa! There are other people on the panel that were.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Is that tribal African?
No, my name is no more tribal Africa. My name is Kifaru.
Okay, so we're gonna let
because tribal African was working against my ideology.
Wow.
So we're gonna let last Zulu go ahead, and then there's somebody in the background named Johannes. I just need to either see your hand or face in the background before I let you in. But yeah, last Zulu, you can go ahead.
Yeah, what's up, everybody?
Sorry, African Millennial, if you can post that link with the JPEG so that I know some people on this thing, they will see the map, because so they actually saw that map was gotten obviously out of from Wikipedia. I apologize, Wikipedia is all we have. We don't want to rely on grandma said so. And
I mean, shit, you really can't rely on that, because you almost gotta do your own research, really.
Where do you go for research then?
I mean,
the rabbit hole.
I'm not even gonna question it. Like I said, all I'm saying is, if you're gonna go that route, you might well go ahead and redo the whole thing and check it yourself. But I'm gonna say, to when it comes to like the diaspora necessarily to the Egypt thing, I don't think really no actual diaspora really believes that bullshit. I think somebody may use it for like a cultural wonder necessarily, like, oh, look at that one thing at that one point in time, but nothing more than that. I don't know, the screen changed. I don't know if
I think she's just trying to
oh, okay. I just want to make sure people can still hear me. Okay, because I didn't know she was just like, I got kicked off or something. But basically, when I see most people over there in the diaspora, let's say, like I say, like in the United States and let's say in the Caribbean, when I see people like defend, quote unquote, Egypt, that's usually because they got like usually racist white folks talking about, oh yeah, white folk we Egypt was our country, and I was like, nah, that's not true. And then you got to go through that whole fight. At what point, who ran what country? At what point in time, what ethnic group had control of what area? Other than that's usually where the fighting usually becomes. Then you kind of run that to the modern day. Then you pretty much, you got people in there saying, "Oh, I'm from Egypt." You'd be like, technically no, but then that's how that kind of runs. But other than that, that's the only people I see really kind of running them kind of facts. I mean, you talking about the Israelite cats? They're crazy. Everybody knows they're crazy. Everybody. So that's kind of like you. That's kind of like kicking a down dog at that point. Everybody knows. That's like that one guy that like sit on a soapbox with you still tied together with some leather and some and spadazzles on, talking about Jesus. In downtown Atlanta, like it's like.
The Nigerian one, though, they don't think they're crazy. Seriously, they really hold on to that one, that they were once part of the Hebrew tribe, at least some element of the Igbos. They are really holding on to that, and people don't call them crazy. That's how where it is. So you have people that actually hold on to these beliefs on the continent that are actually given credence. Maybe in East Africa there is some argument there because of the contact, but in Africa, who knows? You just never know, because there are some parts in Nigeria that I'm from, some of those areas too. They are called Anyocha. In other words, it means people of light skin. You see,
I mean,
compared to the other population there. So you can see that area had people there that have that connotation. So you don't know.
Right.
For me, the way I look at it is that even if you go way back, let's say 2,000 years ago, there were some people that migrated from
I
the Middle
mean, if you
East
want to
and
go,
came
I
down.
mean, technically
How
in
can you
2000,
claim that now?
I mean, technically, you trying to tell me back in 2,000 years ago, they still weren't fucking other people?
Exactly. That's my
Okay.
problem with them. Even if maybe 2 dozen people came from the Middle East, and then you joined another group of 400 people, just because you were the most advanced that came over, doesn't make you a Middle Eastern. Because your hundreds of years has passed, you have gotten blended with the local population. Your genes cannot even be traced there at all anymore, and you still claim to be from the Middle East.
Oh, shout outs to Chris. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Shout outs to you. Appreciate it, Minya.
That's nice.
Thank you. Anyways,
That is a bit shameful that people say those sort of things, because I consider it a cause. The reason why I consider it is because sometimes people use cause flippantly. For me, because I believe in that the experience we have now physically is tied to the spiritual realm too. Just the same, there is no separation. Your acts that you carry out now is tied to what happens to
Yeah.
you. When you go around
yeah.
disrespecting the genes, do you know how fundamental that is? The blood that gave birth to you, disrespected and keep claiming to be from far away.
All right. We're gonna come back to that. I just want to make sure everyone gets a say. So we're gonna let Jonas go ahead. Thanks for calling in.
Hello. You guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. So I just want to say I don't know what's his name, but I think it's Two Niger. Like for intentions, like he was saying, like the Kushites are like the Dinka and South Sudanese, and the ones in like Sudan and Egypt are Arabs or something. I just want to tell him that like the ones in like Nubians in Egypt and Sudan, they say that we are the Nubians, not the ones in South Sudan. They
Wait,
don't
hold
even,
on.
yeah.
Wait, hold on. Where do you come from?
No, I live in Canada.
Probably Somalia or
No, I mean,
Ethiopia
like,
or Eritrea.
you come from that region of Africa?
Yeah, I'm Somali.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah I just
Yeah,
like.
I know it was over. Yeah, I know Somalia. I know how they think. Yeah, so
I'm not like the average.
No,
Somali,
I
like
do agree with
the
him. I
West
do.
Somali. I
No,
come from.
I do agree with Giannis on that one, because
Yes, yeah.
I stayed in a Nubian village in both Egypt and Sudan in the north, so he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, so because like I grew up with these guys, like especially these like Egyptians and Sudanese, like most of them are.
I mean,
I'm talking about.
which tribe did you go to? Did you go to the Mahas people or Jailians? Not the Jailians.
I don't know,
Dongla?
but I'm not I'm not sure about the tribes, but like they say we are Nubians. That's all I know.
Right.
They're like one of those tribes, like the North Sudanese, yeah, Sudan. Yeah.
You know where they call the Nuba Mountains?
so
Correct. But
Nigeria, let
Yeah,
other
the
people
people that
speak, please.
with
You
the
come
problem
back
with
can
again
people,
to you.
the problem with people don't
worry, you
realize
get your
this.
chance.
Okay, let me talk real quick. The problem with people don't realize, if we talk about ancient Nubians, it's kind of something else completely different in comparison to people who are cultural Nubians today. And we have to also realize that Nubia was not collectively one group.
Oh.
If we're going to be, I mean, because I really sit down and I study this stuff, and it was so many different groups. I mean, then, they got the whole group as being Nubian, but the people who continue that culture was technically speaking from what is now the northern Sudanese area, and in South Egypt, Upper Egypt.
I thought it went all the way to Sudan. I'm not. I said what it. No, I mean Uganda though. I heard it went all the way.
Well, I mean, as far as in the Christian Nubian period, because Nubia went through so many different periods.
Yeah,
in a history.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
I think that's my point. You made it really clear because I was saying when I hear the word Nubian, I think of ancient Egyptian. Those group of people don't exist anymore, But there might be some people who have kept that culture. Do you know what I mean? I don't really think like those people who were in ancient Egypt, that race of people. There's a lot of research, debate about that. But really, if you say Nubian, it's the same as ancient Egyptian to me. So if I see someone 2022, he says I'm Nubian, it's like you made it. Maybe it's culturally Nubian, or you can see someone that says I'm Egyptian. He's just like culturally Egyptian. And if you want to go deep and look in his DNA, he might just be some Cushitic or Nilotic dude.
No,
Do you know what that's my argument? But this is why I want to talk about the history part. Well, Africans do write their own history. Who do we read history from? Maybe we're talking about the publication. You go to universities, you've got great African professors who've written history books, and it's all over the place. But these people don't read. They just think they know they can go online on Google, on Facebook, on Wikipedia, and know more about like professors. I saw one guy, one American dude, he was arguing, a professor, someone that studies Egyptology, who was gone to Egypt numerous times. He lived in Egypt, coming back writing books. And this guy was on YouTube trying to prove him wrong. And he had a lot of people that say, yeah, you're correct. It's that kind of crazy stuff that we need to stop. These historians everywhere.
I mean, there is a cultural group, Nubian group, who still continue to speak the Nubian languages, especially in South Egypt and parts of North Sudan. Even certain groups who are Arabized, like the Jalian tribes, who Omar Bashir is part of, which is the largest group, about 3 million people. Technically speaking, their people spoke a Nubian language as well, too, but they switched primarily to Arabic right now. I mean, what I'm saying is in the North of Sudan, you still do have groups there who do speak the Nubian language. I mean, it's not written today, but it was spoken. But it was written in the past, because what people have a tendency, we get stuck in the ancient. But it's kind of weird, because I've been to the Khartoum National Museum myself as well. But they forgot the Christian part, and we don't pay attention to when it was Christianity there for over 700 years. And to be honest with you, when I went upstairs to the upper level in the museums in the Khartoum, and I seen the frescoes of the Christian, like bishops and queens and all that type of stuff, they look like Northern Sudanese and South Egyptians today. I'm just being honest.
That's my point. So my question to you, I just want to ask: when people talk about Nubians, is it a different race of people?
What do you mean?
Different DNA makeup.
I would say this: how the way they've been depicted. I mean, Nubians were depicted so many different ways. You had some Nubians who look like, let's say, Cushitic. You have other Nubians. That's what I'm saying. Let me say.
I'm not talking about looks.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just going through that. You have some of them who did look Nilotic. I mean, according to ancient depiction. As far as genetically speaking, whenever I see a Sudanese person, Northern Sudanese person, it's kind of weird. When I seen the DNA of it was an Ethiopian Northern Sudanese woman. Her name is Amina. Okay, and I think her husband's name Giannis. Now Giannis had, and they look pretty much almost the same. I mean, similar looking people had a whole lot of, DNA. Let's say going towards the Arabian Peninsula. Okay.
Yeah.
Now Amina, however, only about 10% of her DNA was somewhere else. The rest was of North Africa and East Africa.
Okay. Before anyone responds to that, we're gonna let American African go ahead. Thanks for calling in.
What's good? Thank you. All right. I know it gets heated in the chat sometimes, but let me say to the Hebrew issue in America, we do have a large group of Black Americans who go against that ideology. All you have to do is go into YouTube and type Hebrew Israelite verse, and you'll see a whole bunch of debates of us debunking that, because that ideology doesn't make any sense at all. The thing where you see a lot of Black Americans and all of us in the Western Hemisphere gravitating towards other African cultures, it's not just because we quote unquote don't know where we come from. It's because we see Black people as all the same to a degree, the way that white people see us the same to a degree, the way that Arabs see all Negroes, quote unquote, as the same to a degree. Now to us, yeah, I could tell an Igbo from a Yoruba, mostly, even though their bloodlines this. I could tell a Ghanaian. I know that head shape, not to be disrespectful, but I know what different Black people look like. To other people, this is what we've been trying to get through to the African continent for the past 200 years, that everyone sees us as the same.
Nah, they ain't ready for that yet, bro. They ain't ready for that. They get it.
Let me get out, bro. And that's what it is. And it's coming to a point now where people have had enough of it. And not only that, our enemies, whoever they may be, we just call them white supremacists, are using it against us. That's where you see these movements coming up of, hey, you're not really from Africa. We're Native American. Like, who? That's the stupidest thing. But they study us and they know us. They know that, like me, I do have a bit of Cherokee blood in me, but it's like, what, like 5-10%. I have my grandmother's actual picture, like 2 generations. She's an actual Cherokee, and she married a free Negro. So we have drips of it, but it's not above the African blood. And so people that's where that comes from, this confusion. And I'll be honest about my own people. A lot of Black Americans are stupid. I could be honest about that.
I wouldn't say stupid.
Okay, that's my people. I'm gonna talk about it.
It's our people.
Okay, I'm gonna talk about it. Yeah, okay, ignorant. But not all of us.
Ignorance and stupid is 2 different things.
Okay, right, ignorant. Excuse me, ignorant. But at the same time, I've been to Africa, and I'm actually headed back to Southern Africa in about a few weeks here. You run up on Africans, and a lot of them don't know African history outside their own culture and their own.
I know that too. That's hilarious.
Yeah, they don't know. Hold on. One African told me she didn't even know where Kunta Kinte come from and was talking about it, but they watched the movie and they don't know. And I'm just like, how do y'all not know African culture? Like, somebody was just in the chat telling me that the ancient Egyptians weren't Black. And there has been listen, I'm not talking about today. I'm not even talking about 1,000 years ago. I'm talking about like 2000 BC. Anyone who loves African history would know that. All you have to do is look at who built the pyramids. It comes up with Imhotep. You search Imhotep's picture, you see a statue of a man. He's got an afro on him. But brown skin.
Yeah, Egyptian history is there's a lot of debate on that thing. And
okay, no, there is a lot of debate. Wait, hold on. Let me go into it. And I study this thing. If you go, okay, so let's say look at King Tut.
Sorry. When you say you study, how, what, to what level? Because we want to get people who've got, like, have you written a book? Have you been to Egypt? Have you gone to this pyramid? Have you studied Egyptian? Egyptology?
I've studied their writings. What do you want to know?
You've been to Egypt?
I've been to Africa, but not Egypt. Hold on. So what do you want to know? What the Greeks said? That would be Herodotus' book too. You want to hear what the Africans said about it? The continental Africans? You have Theophilo Obanga. Most Africans don't even know who that is. Shenkat Diop. Most Africans don't even know who that is. I say these names to you as an African, and I'm like, how do you know who these heroes of Black history?
That is your interest, bro. That doesn't mean that is your interest. I think if you meet historians, they're going to tell you that. It's just interest. If you meet people in Africa who've got interest in some other thing, it's obvious like they don't know. But if you meet African historians, people who study history in Africa, they're going to tell you they know. Maybe you just meet people in the street and try to baffle them with your knowledge.
Shenkat Diop is not no one in the street. Do you even know who that is? Do you know who Shenkat Diop is?
Well, I know people from my country.
No, and that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Because I don't study history. You don't know who that is? Come on.
That's what I'm talking about. That is exactly what I'm talking
What's the name? What's his name?
The brother's name is Shenkat Diop, and he is the one.
No, there is. Yeah, okay. He's how you said it. You mean the guy? Is he from Mali?
He's from Senegal.
Is it a Pan-African?
I'm not saying his name.
I'm not
saying Diop right. I'm actually mispronouncing it. But he is one of the renowned African historians, and he's the one who put us on the map. Because for the last 100 years, they said everyone, the whole world outside of Black people said Africans had no history, and we never did anything. And then in the 70s to the 90s, we had a group of Africans in America, all around the Caribbean, coming out, putting our history out there. And it's just a shame when I go there and I'm like, I'm talking to Africans and y'all don't know anything. You know your own history, your own culture. Yes, you know it in depth. But when it comes to a West African knowing East African history, knowing about Abyssinia's war with Italy, they know nothing about it.
They're not worldly.
And I'm not putting down.
That's true.
Hold on.
That's true. I will not argue with that.
And then in West Africa, a lot of them don't even know. You scream Mali, but if I ask you about ancient Ouagadougou, people don't even know what that is. That's one of the longest living.
Okay, I just want to answer a question. Do all African Americans know about African history? As you know?
No, they
don't. I'm sorry. Say that again.
Good. Do all African Americans know history like you about Africa?
No, but I would say more than the average African.
Good. That's what I'm saying is the interest. If an African gets that interest, he's going to learn more, but they don't have the interest.
No, I don't think
tribal African. Are you looking at that map there? Because you need to probably see some of this. That map, it is showing the oldest groups on Earth. That red spot you see with that arrow pointing at it is showing that these groups have a lineage that is about 200,000 years old. And where do you think that is? That's right bullseye around the Meroe area. That's supposed to be that's supposed to be part of the ancient Kushite distant kingdom. So and you go there, and a little bit down, you get Uganda there.
That looks like Uganda, man.
The second arrow, the second arrow is going down. That's the green one next to it is going down towards Uganda. But the middle one is the one at the bullseye. The only group that has a higher percentage of the ancient genes are the Khoisan in Namibia, and that's by 2%. That they have.
I mean, one question about this to Nigel. Now, you're talking about ancient, you're talking about ancient 10,000 years ago, because what's happened 10,000 years ago.
No, they're still there now. That's my point. They're still there now.
People have migrated all over the place, man.
Right.
So just be careful with these maps.
It's totally different things.
People migrated all over the place. So
but if any migration happened in Africa, it's from north to south, not the other way around. Even the Bantu expansion, all of them in history, you found that the recent history is the other way around, not going up this
map.
Because you gotta remember at the top of that used to be greenery. Remember, it used to be greenery. So when I became desertified, everybody had to come down from the north to the south. So that's why that's how that started.
So the point I'm making is that the Nuba mountain is around that area. The Nuba tied to Nubia, and the same Meroe, which was one of the ancient Kushite capital after Egypt defeated them in the Napata or somewhere. They went south. That they called that place was their capital. When people keep saying, "Oh, they are completely disassociated from southern Egypt, southern Sudanese," that is inaccurate.
Because most actually, as far as culturally.
Just one question for two Niger, please. My chicken hungry. Is ancient Egyptian and Nubians, are they the same people?
No.
Wait. It's the same culture because they have the same.
It's the same culture. They are culturally linked.
Egypt comes from Kush. They said it.
Let me finish.
It depends on it. That's what I'm saying. It depends on a Nubian group. Nubians were not collectively all the same. Like there's some Nubian groups like the Sheti and other groups are Medjai. They were always part of ancient Egypt. Whereas Kush was part, with separate kingdoms, kingdoms such as Dongula. I mean, not Dongula, I'm thinking Dongula, Kerma and stuff like that. You even had Tesheti during the 12th dynasty, who is of Nubian origin. That's pretty much confirmed with archaeologists, who ruled Egypt but was at war with Kush. So this whole ancient Egypt and Nubia, dynamics becomes mute after that point. Because certain Nubian groups, like the Medjai, who the Medjai claims to be descended from, were more in line with Egypt or culturally with Egypt than they were with Kush.
This is another question. So for understanding, I just want to get some things straight here. So ancient Egyptians they are an older group of people before the Nubians, right? Or they live together.
Technically speaking,
please, I just want to learn something.
Technically speaking, from the Chicago Institute, it was Tasheti, which is now part of southern Egypt, northern Sudan, who created pharaonic culture. I'll get the link for people to see that. In other words,
they moved to the north.
They were the founders.
So they moved to the north. So
I'm gonna bring down the link, and then I want African Millennial to share it.
You got to remember this.
How come we have Nubians today? And we don't. Do we have ancient Egyptians till today?
That
No,
was
they
a
got
long
wiped
time
out.
ago, bro.
I don't believe.
So how did
I
they
kind
got
of
wiped
disagree with
out? Then
Shadow.
the
So good.
Nubians didn't get wiped out. How was that
Because they're
possible?
far the south.
Well, the Nubian, I mean, the Nubian Empire
That's the
lasted. People
thing.
don't read a lot.
It's
The Nubian
tricky, bro.
Empire
When we
lasted
start
for.
talking about this ancient group of people, it's like,
Well, the Nubians actually still existed during the Christian period. They still do. I mean, I might add, you could still exist during the Christian period as well. They had 3 Christian kingdoms, which is Nubia, Manchuria, and Alua, which existed after they converted to Christianity, and then later on they converted to Islam.
After certain
yeah.
days, bro. Like I'm telling you, like we understand that we understand the history better than most people do, bro. Like I'm telling you, that's like
Say you. I think I want just say you. Don't say we, because you have that interest. You understand that. No, it's not we.
I can't say I can't say that. What I'm telling you is it's standard reading in a lot of schools. Now I'm not gonna say in every school. I can't say every school, but standard. See what I'm saying?
I think
I read now like I went from I personally went from a regular school, and I went to private school. I went to a military school. So by the age of 18, basically, I already read the Art of War like 15 times.
Yeah,
My
to me,
Nubians,
I don't know. I'm gonna do more research. I just think that Nilotic and Cushitic people. I don't know. I don't know what.
No,
what
that's
people...
not true. They're not Cushitic. They're not. This is
so.
This
So
is
if
like,
they're not, then to me they don't really exist anymore.
I mean, they still do exist culturally speaking.
That's culturally, yes, but like
I mean, they still exist as a people. I mean, like I said, they went through many different transitions in their history.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Many
I don't
different
know. I've not got more education.
I mean, what
that,
I'm saying is they were, like I said, that region, what is now southern Egypt, because the Nubians during the Christian period, they ruled all the way to Luxor, and they became a thorn in the ass of the Muslim rulers in Egypt, especially how the way they was treating Christians or Coptic Christians in Egypt. The Nubian kings and queens would attack, and they pretty much ruled. I mean, because I'm fascinated with the Christian kingdom more than I am to the Pharaonic period, because it was pretty much interesting because it brings them in the same level as far as me being, I'm not saying being brainwashed with Christianity, growing up as a Christian, it brings them in the same level of my thinking and trying to train of thoughts in certain respects. You know what I mean? And, because they would say something like, even to this day in Egypt, they even have like the cultural center of the Mercurian Empire was in places like, I think it was Edfu, Egypt, but the capital was in Douglas, Sudan. So when people talk about like sub-Saharan Africa and North Africa and sub-Saharan Africa, whatever they might call that, never went to North Africa, or it was a desert surrounding them, or
it was one and the same. That's why I don't.
No, what I'm saying is, I'm like saying, do people read history? Because during the Christian period, the Mercurian Empire ruled all the way as far as Luxor, Egypt. It just didn't make no sense. And also, other areas, especially in Colombano, they ruled like from Chad to Nigeria, all the way to parts of southern Libya. It just blows my mind when people say these things.
Yeah, they do. When they do that, and they always say, when I ask them, the question I often ask is, why is it that all the empires that around the world, they often stop in like Northern Africa, they never come down when they know full well that most of the wealth of Egypt comes from the south? They'll say because they are cut off. Like, they can't be that cut off. There's coastal lines everywhere. There is desert pathways that they can get to the south. It's because if the only contact they tend to lose the conflicts. When they had contact with the Sudanese always push them back. They can't make it south. And people one of the clearest example was the contact between the Romans and the Kushite queen. And they had to sign a peace deal with them. And that history, I didn't even know about it till very recently. How did that happen? It tells you that our history, half of the history of that region has not been told. Have you seen one movie made about that lady? Not even one movie has been made about our accomplishments at that time.
I mean, I think it's
told. Before anyone interjects, I think Puntine Princess had something to say.
Okay, I just want to say one thing. I think it's told to Niger, but it's mostly in academic circles. Like, for example, I just now posted something in a private chat. This is coming from, mainstream institution, the Chicago, National Museum, which is well known to archaeologists and historians. And it says over here in quotes, and I just took a part of it, most interesting evidence that the early pharaohs ruled a group Nubia was discovered in the Oriental Institute at Kessel, almost at modern Sudan border. A cemetery of large tombs contained evidence of wealth and representation of the rulers and their victories. Other representation and monuments could then be identified, and in the process, a lost kingdom called Taseti, the land of the bow, was discovered. In fact, the cemetery of Kessel leads directly to the great monuments. Oh, I didn't do everything. But anyway, it was telling you that they were the first kingship from the article.
Wait, one second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we're gonna let only me go ahead. Thanks.
Yeah, I could really let them have their discussion. I didn't want to jump on here. I don't know if I understood Tunaja correctly. Do you mean like in Nubia there was only Nilotic people there? Because in Nubia, just like in Egypt, there were different people who were there. Just if you see the tomb of Nubian tomb here, as you can see, these people literally look like Egyptians, right? This is in one of the tombs of Egypt.
That's El Kuru. I'm very familiar with that.
In Sudan, isn't it?
In Sudan, right?
Exactly.
Okay,
So there are Kusheric looking people, such as the Beja. Some Beja still live in Sudan and also in what do you call Egypt, Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt. They still live there. So these people were not only one kind of people; they were different people. Just like in Egypt, there were also different kind of people. So I did not really understand. As the brother said, people do migrate and move around. Like we are talking about thousands of years. So people don't just stay in one place. So do you mean that there were only one type of people? Because if you look at the tombs of the Nubians and their statues, and many of them do not look like Nilotic people as we see today, and it's like mixture of people. It's not only one kind of people who live there, who used to live there.
I never said there were only one people. As a matter of fact, I was trying to correct the people that I were trying to disassociate South Sudan from the ancient this in Tasseti or this in Kush, because they were trying to do that. I've always thought that Egyptian civilization was a multicultural this religion, including from the Levant, as many Africans would like to pretend as if that did never happen. It did happen. They came down, and they are a multicultural group. Obviously, they probably have Kushites there, and they have some Nilotic and some groups from the Levant. So that is a fact of history. We can't run away from it. About the looks of those pharaohs, even the pharaohs themselves don't depict themselves on exactly how they look, because they use an idealized version of the arts. It was only Akhenaten that decided to depict himself the way he actually looked. So you can't necessarily go with that. That said, Queen Amarina's, her depiction was clearly African. She didn't look Egyptian. She didn't come across, outside the temple when you saw her a depiction. She looked like one of those Africans with the big waist and everything, holding somebody's head.
Yeah, but so you mean you okay with the African, the one that look like an African and depict themselves like African, but the ones who don't is like shaky? I don't understand what you mean.
That there are some
doesn't make any sense to me,
Can you let me answer the question? I'm telling you that there are some there that actually look African too.
I mean, what is looking African? You don't think a person, because Nubians were clearly clearly a diverse group of people. That's hands down. That's pretty much, you could see from not just from the artwork, but from certain statues, but various different statues. As you even mentioned, they depicted themselves in different ways and stuff like that. And also, I was telling you before, you even had Nubians. If you look at Tasheti and the Medjay, they were always part of Egypt. And Tasheti, to be quite frankly, ruled during the 11th and 12th dynasty, who were pretty much against the incursion of Kush coming into territory, another Nubian group.
Yeah. So, and the discussion was mostly about how Africans like to disassociate themselves with the continent. And when you look at, that's why I brought some of those, because I even have another link there. You know, and one of the things I found recently was that because when we were having discussion about genetics, it always seems like these West Africans were like young and all the rest, but only to find out that the West Africans, like in terms of the male genes, were one of the first. One of the migratory paths that they took was straight to West Africa. And I just found that out recently. I was like, okay, you see, this is why when I'm having conversations, people that present more compelling evidence, I will listen to them. It's not because I'm stubborn. But when I go back and check their details and I find that I made a mistake in accepting the explanation, I will correct it, because I'm not going to sit by and pretend as if I didn't find a contrary information. And our people, knowing how old we are, go about trying to embrace other people's culture. I don't know. It's like that thing.
I don't think with people, I think with a lot of, I mean, you know, in regards to West African history, I always talk about West African history, regardless of Timbuktu and all that type of stuff. I don't, you know, I don't think it really matters if, let's say to Niger, that you was doing archaeological work in, let's say, in Egypt and North Sudan or whatnot. That's what most of the stuff is at. I mean, as far as in that region, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't think it's nothing wrong with the Putai princess did archaeological work, because actually, you know, most European institutions, whether it be the United States and Britain, the Polish people pretty much. I'm not saying they control the Christian part, but they work in convalescence with, you know, Sudanese archaeologists in the Christian period as well too. What I'm saying is you have many different foreign actors out there who's doing digs. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with other Africans, which if you have the initiative to do that as well too. I mean, the problem is when we I
really wish there was a lot more African involvement in archaeology.
I mean, they are. I mean, you know, locals are involved.
Nobody hears about their books now. Nobody hears about.
Well, because you know, you don't speak none of their languages. You don't speak Arabic.
You can't write. Okay, if you want to publish something that you want the world to find out.
Well, I mean, you know,
Arabic, they don't care about the world finding out.
Some of them post in English as well too, but you have to look at the periodicals. You have to look at the archaeological research. Most Black people, I hate to say it, we don't do that. I feel that I'm like in the ocean in the valley when I go to these, I hate to say, white spaces, and we pretty much talk about the subject. We don't mention race. We just basically talk about like it was like a big city with the Amun Temple in Sudan, Dengal. You know, we were discussing that, you know, the city is about 24 football fields in size. Archaeologists are doing their digs there, and they found a huge Amun Temple. Most people outside of that, or if you don't have that interest, are not interested in that. They're not looking at the archaeological digs. They're not looking at the archaeological research, what archaeologists are finding.
You see, the problem with other people telling your history, and I think it's also very important that people actually get this information out there, that they need to tell the story so that people understand. Because you look at, there are young people out here that are actually thinking, maybe we are Redinians, maybe we are this, maybe we are that. Because it's important that the whole point of learning history is to teach it to your people, not to keep it in a way that people cannot actually see this information clearly. Because the Egyptians don't shy away from, I know that there are local Egyptians that are doing the same thing. They don't shy away from proclaiming all the greatness of ancient Egypt. There's no reason why Sudanese can also tell that story.
They do. I mean, the thing is, they
Sudanese that are there are actually of different ancestry.
Yeah, you got it all wrong. They do tell that story. They tell that story about themselves, about their culture. Nubian people talk about it all the time, and they very, very, I mean, cultural Nubians, they're very, very proud.
Well, see, when you say they do that, I'm talking about, do they do that to a point where people actually pick up on it? There's no point whispering in the dark. Nobody's going to hear you.
Tunaja, I think you misunderstanding well, not really really one thing. Where are these people at? Chilling in Greece. Where did people?
Right, most Sudanese if we're talking about Nubians, cultural Nubians, most cultural Nubians will go to places like Dubai, because there's not too much work happening in Sudan these days. Saudi Arabia.
Okay.
You will see some of them in places like Malaysia. Malaysia, you see a lot of Sudanese there.
I got one more question. I got one more question to ask you. Where are these supposed to be Sudanese? Are they in Sudan?
Oh, they go back and forth all the time. I mean, because
Okay.
Dubai is just kind of like a stone stroke away from Sudan. Flying. You know what I mean?
No. I'm getting somewhere with this. I'm getting somewhere with this.
Yeah, they do. They go back and forth all the time.
Yeah. All right. So basically, bro, when the last time you heard anything about Sudan other than some kids getting blown up? God honestly. Right.
I understand what you're saying. I know exactly.
Let's be for real. In the let's say the global sphere or any sphere of influence or control. When do you hear anything about Sudan doing anything?
That's true.
Exactly. So you wouldn't even so if they had their culture or anything, you wouldn't even hear about it. The only place you hear about that necessarily is what quote unquote is Egyptians, and that's because the Arabs got it and they trying to stake their claim on that history.
I would say this. I mean, due to the
problems
in Sudan and stuff like that, and I think that plays.
Sugarcoat it, bro. Don't sit here and lie to me now.
No, I'm saying that has a lot to do with it, and also, due to the government past repression, especially during Omar Bashir, thing, and also right now with the military government. I mean, because there's a lot of people there who want to encourage more tourism there, especially seeing what that during the northern areas they have a lot of stuff there, but due to the political situation, it makes it kind of like hard, and then you have that negativity with the same, especially the war with the North and South, especially with the war that happened in Darfur. It has that negative light, and then also Sudan was considered a terrorist nation who was harboring Osama bin Laden. A better way to get to see the various different Sudanese. Hold on for 1 second.
Claim to be Arab.
I just want to say, Senegalese people. If you Google Sudanese wedding, it's kind of different type of thing. Sudanese wedding, you'll see like Sudanese wedding, not Senegalese. You get kind of like a different result. It's kind of funny how the way that it is.
Man, those are your Sudanese now. You asked for it.
You get a different result.
Wow, those are like Indians even. So,
no, not all of them. Not all of my Sudanese though. It's some of them are, some of them married in.
That's my point. If these people are claiming to be Arabs now, you wonder why they want to disassociate themselves with the history of the Kushites. So they may not care for it right now. I've had a Sudanese come online and say that he doesn't know the history of his this ancient history.
It depends on
Nigerians that don't know about their ancient history too.
It depends on the tribe. If they are Jalian, where Omar Bashir come from, a lot of them consider themselves Arab. If they from Dogula, Mahas people, they're very, very in tune with their Nubian heritage. But they modern at the same time, of course. You can't be the same forever. You know what I mean?
Grits, let me ask you this real quick, brother. What you just said that they see that they're Arabs. Is that not a problem that we keep seeing over and over in Africa? Where
that's certain groups like the Jalians. That was very specific on the ethnic group who consider themselves, like Arabs. Like other groups like the Mahas and Dogula people and all that, and Shaggy people, they don't consider themselves that.
Well, these groups are large enough to be able to rule the country because that's where the president was from, the previous leader that was fighting the war with the Janjaweed. Right. They were large enough.
No, the Janjaweed people are not Nubians. They actually are from Darfur.
Yeah, they are foot soldiers. Yeah, but the leader that was using them to do
that was Hamdi. Hamdi is the one who's now
he was Arab. Even if to me he looks black. He's claiming to be Arab.
Hamdi is from Darfur.
Yeah, but he claims to be Arab.
Yeah, let me tell you guys how do North Sudanese look. You guys saying if you guys talking about the Arab ones, like the Sudanese Arab ones, they probably they look basically horny.
Can you post Somali wedding?
That's what basically
no
problem. The Arab ones.
Oh, and
you can't tell the difference.
Thank you. Continue.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can't tell the difference between a North Sudanese and let's say an Eritrean or a Somali.
Right. A lot of Nubians look like that.
No, you can't. I lived with these guys, man. They just basically, I couldn't. Most of the people think I'm actually Sudanese, the Arab Sudanese. So That's how you know, like Arab Sudanese.
Did you say that you cannot tell the difference between Somali wedding and
No, I'm not talking
Sudanese?
about not wedding. I'm talking about the people, the looks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like there's no difference. Because if you guys say when someone says Arab, you guys think of Egypt. And,
as you see, Mr.
like
Rubai was saying something. Yeah, no, we do wear our traditional
when you type
wedding
Sudanese people, I don't see that's
they are
Arab.
Arab.
Anyway, I don't see them looking Arabic at all.
Yeah.
Some of them too, but most of the pictures you see are the ones that are the darker skinned ones.
All right, let me just show you something.
That's
pictures. That's pictures to Niger. I go by groups, and I'm gonna show you something real quick. And like I said, Sudan is a very diverse country.
Exactly. Yeah, it's very.
You know, I've been there. It's you can't put like a single look to them. And I think I posted this before. And and you could just take a look for yourself. How do people look and appear and this and that? It doesn't matter, really, at the whole scheme of things.
I put a picture. Can you post this picture? I want to ask the brother. What's his name? Brian, because he knows so much. I just want to ask him if he knows about that.
That's a YouTube video right there.
Yeah. Wait, the sister's gonna put a picture. No, that's not what I posted. Did I post that?
Young Queens.
Wait a minute. I'm gonna show you a picture.
Also, like
quiet.
Regardless of the looks, they're Arabs. Basically, they're Arabs.
Do the Arabs consider them Arabs?
If they claim to be
Arabs,
and they are on the continent, it's part of this thing we are talking about, where our people like to claim everybody's group other than their own. Like Esau, they are willing to sell their birthright away and claim the title of their children. And these are some of the oldest people. If you look at that map that I showed you just now, they are some of the oldest people on earth, and they are very happy to claim that they are not of their people. Personally, I consider very few things a cause than behaving like that, because you are denying the very blood that gave you life. That you are not part of it, you are not part of the land that gave you life. What kind of creature does that? I don't understand that. For better or for worse, I am who I am. Because if you deny that, that is the first line that you've already suffered a psychotic issue. People should just really wake up to this problem, because you can wonder why maybe we can't figure anything out. We can't do anything right. Nigeria can't even get electricity right, because everybody's busy trying to lighten their skin or bleach their hair. The money they spend on that alone, if they use that, they can defend their country.
To Niger, I have a question. Are most people sheep, man?
Sheep?
Do you believe most people are individual thinkers? Do you believe most people are sheep?
That's an interesting question. Everybody thinks individually. See, everybody thinks individually, but when it comes to acting as a group, some are more evolved. Let's put it that way.
Mm-hmm. So you saying sheep then, right?
Most people behave individually.
Sure, go back.
No, they're not sheep.
Go back.
They behave individually, but there's only a few that
the one
sees
on the top. Go up. The top one.
I think the reason why they follow is because they are being behaving like sheep. They are doing those things because they are very individualistic.
You just had it.
People do those things because they are very individualistic. They want to go to school. They want to go to party. They want to make their children. They want to be able to raise their children. They want to pose for their friends. Because of that, they become selfish. Most people are actually very selfish.
Top right. Yeah. I want to ask you.
It's weird, isn't it? It's weird because I would say it's sheepish, but people's behavior manifests as sheepish overall. But in reality, it's because they are being individualistic. Because when you are individualistic a lot, what happens is that the only guy that has a greater wisdom will control of you, because you are reacting only to stimuli. You are reacting to what you see. That makes you behave like a sheep. Because what do you think the sheep do? They want to run away from danger. When the dog is, everybody is trying to save themselves. If all of them organize themselves, they will go after that dog.
Hold on, let me like to answer your question. You were saying like if the other Arabs consider Sudanese Arabs. Yeah, of course they do consider them Arabs. Even like they think Somalis are Arabs. It's not about like skin color and like stuff like that. It's about
So
like,
wait, hold
what
on,
they
bro. Hold
believe
on,
in.
bro. Are you telling me no Somalis, they don't go through any type of racism when they're in Arabia? Is that what you're telling me?
No. We saying
type-
Somalians
like,
act
nah,
like.
Hold on, imagine no, I'm talking to the brother down here, the Somalian.
No, like what if you're talking about like like the American type of racism? No, not like that. But like
So yours,
about
it's
like
not a it's not a
just
problem for
like
you to
when
marry
they
an
like
Arab woman.
no
That's
like
not a problem.
no.
no, bro, you got it all wrong. That's the you go in with the mindset of like in America, like it's not like that.
I'm not.
If they try to like insult
Marriage.
the Somali, they basically say you're hungry, basically. You see, famine and shit like that. But like not like like black and shit like that. No, not like that. But if they like trying to insult someone, like let's say they insult Egyptians a lot. Yeah, Masr, you know, they insult them a lot. Even Sudanese, like everyone gets the six. That's all.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't understand.
Right, I don't want to ask the question. I don't know.
What's
The
your
one
question?
on top right. Yeah, I want to ask if this picture, like if you could press it, I don't know, the one on top right, on top, if that is like Nubian or Egyptian, if you know.
I know that's looking at the art, it's Egyptian art, but I think
it says Nubian.
Oh,
This
so
is a
what?
Nubian queen, is it? Is this Nubian queen?
Is well, the artwork I noticed it looks like it's from the New Kingdom period. I mean, we all know that during that period, you know,
No,
if you
no.
look,
Is
no,
this
that's what
from
I'm saying. That's what I'm
Sudan? I
saying.
mean,
No, that's in Egypt. This is in Egypt. I know.
this one is Egyptian. Why
Yeah.
do they say it's a Nubian queen? Nubian Candace?
Well, they probably might say it's Kandaka. Kandaka basically means queen, or maybe she probably had links. I'm assuming to what is now Nubia, because if you have, like I said, we have to take into consideration there were some Nubians like Tasheti and also Medjai that was always part of Egypt, and some of them were rulers of Egypt during the Pharaonic period. You know, that's pretty much well known.
I think she was trying to make the point that the way she looks.
No, not the way
I
she
mean, you know,
looks. I wanted to know if this is an Egyptian. No. If this is an Egyptian or Nubian. That's what I wanted to know.
I mean, and you know,
because
with
it
the
does say
artwork
Kandaki here and does look like Egyptian to me.
Right. In the artwork, they represented themselves in various different ways, whether it be in Kush or whether it be in Egypt. Various different ways and various different features. It wasn't no type of, you know, singularity phenotype.
Yeah, that's true. Actually.
Of course, there's either. So I understand.
I agree with that.
I understand that
Right.
absolutely. Like, we have to understand that this is like huge. This used to be like an empires, right? So
right,
it's
because
not only
what
one.
people don't realize, you even have New Kingdom temples in Sudan today. Even one that confirming with looks like a lot of Bible, you know, thumpers in the United States, white people mainly, who they found in one of the temples of Sudan, which is during the New Kingdom period, Amenhotep, of the name of, they have supposedly, according to them, it was a Jewish tribe called Salsu, and they had the name of their god Jehovah or Yahweh written in the temples in Sudan today, which is now Soeb, and also which is another temple that was considered Egyptian city in Sudan called Amara West. The temples of Ramses, which has the name, the Jewish subscription of the Hebrew God in Egyptian writings. And that's one of the oldest writings of, I guess, the Hebrew God outside of the Bible.
Can I ask you something? What do you consider Egypt? Do you consider Egypt more of an African civilization or this thing Levant or an Middle East?
No, the Egyptian and Northern Sudan, or what is now Egypt and Sudan civilization, they even have it along in the British Museum now. They have a department when you go to the British Museum. I haven't gone there yet. Of Egyptian and Egyptian Sudan now. That's they don't. Yeah. You know what I mean?
That's
right,
true.
Right. But what they call it, what I call it, is this. I call it Nile Valley civilization.
Damn.
Yeah, that's what they call it. That's
probably the best thing, because I when I actually researched it myself, I was you were finding like, what is it, pottery from Egypt and all the way in to the Congo, and I was like, wait a minute, And then I think I done doing like a little bit of research about that. I was like, wait a minute, this was a whole civilization from. They were basically they was shipping goods from basically all the way from the tip of Uganda. I say tip of Uganda, from Uganda all the way to what is it?
Egypt,
basically.
So hold on, I don't, let me ask a question real quick, yours, because I didn't get to finish this to yours. Do you consider yourself black?
Who, me?
No, the brother above you, yours. Or Punti Princess, any one of the Somalians could answer that.
Okay.
No,
oh God, let's not go
there.
there.
You already know.
Don't
answer them questions.
Hey, let them
don't ask them questions, bro.
Wait, pause. Let him answer. Let him answer.
You don't want to start them with accusing of hating, no.
I want to ask a question.
Okay, who's talking first? I can
go
answer.
Punti Princess.
Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. What is black? No, I don't consider myself a color. I consider myself an African, and that's all there's to it. Black is
okay.
Just a
Okay,
color.
so yeah. Black represents. Hold on. All right, let me clarify. Black represents people who are from sub-Saharan Africa. Wait, hold on. Let me get this out. Sub-Saharan Africa. As white, those people aren't really white. They're Europeans, Western Europeans, Eastern Europeans. So somebody black from a scientific point of view would be people who descend mainly from Negroes around the Great Lakes. From a biblical point of view, you can go to, and I don't adhere to the Bible, but just for some of your religious nuts, Genesis 10, chapter 6, it lists the children of Ham, and those are Egypt, Cush, Punt, and Canaan. So do you adhere to that, or are you somewhere else more what we would call Asiatic, Middle Eastern?
I'm definitely not Asiatic or Middle Eastern for that matter. I'm African.
I think they consider themselves to be a different thing.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not what we consider ourselves to be. It's just that I don't want to speak for everybody. I can speak for myself. So I reject the labels that the white man came and gave to the people, saying you are Negro, you are black, and all this. I just reject. I go after. I'm African. I'm Somali, and that's what I am. Like I don't want them to label me as a Negro or nigger or black or whatever. That I reject. You understand?
So
that's what I'm saying.
I'll give it right back to you. Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Well, African is actually a new term as well, because before that, in ancient times, we were called.
No, but it's a continent of Africa. I came from the continent
wasn't always
of Africa.
named
It doesn't
Africa.
matter what the name it is.
So I want to ask
the name of the continent, but I am from that continent.
Okay, wait, hold on, bro. Hold on. Do you consider yourself
a worldview, bro?
Hold on. Do you consider yourself related to your neighbors, the Kenyans? Do you have a relation to them, a bloodline, or nothing at all?
No, not bloodline. No, we don't have a bloodline, but we're neighbors. Yes.
Okay, so there's no blood cutting through you.
Yes, she has Ethiopian blood.
No, not all African are related.
Yes, she related to the Ethiopian.
Is not related. Listen though, Khoisan are not related to Bantu. Nilotes are not blood related to Bantu or to Somali.
If the Khoisan are the first or second people, then there has to be a relation.
Exactly. So by bloodline,
the Khoisan are related to the Twa, even though their skin is brown.
It doesn't.
All right, hold on.
I'm talking about blood. Like, can I speak? You asked me a question. Let me finish the answer, please. So when we are talking about bloodline, there is no one bloodline in Africa. Do you understand? Nilotic have different bloodline than Bantu. Bantu have different bloodline than the Cushitic or Somali people. We all have different bloodline. Yes, we don't have all the same. But what we share a continent, and we share like a culture and different things we do share. Yes. But I don't believe that every African has a one bloodline. That is nothing. We live in a
statue. Hold on, that statue.
I respect Olimi's opinion, especially as somebody who comes from that region.
Can I add something?
Okay, so that statue, is it black? Is that statue that we saw? Is it a black person or no?
Man, I really like the South Sudanese, and that's I just have to get that out there. I like the South Sudanese.
Hold on, Naja.
The porch, the statue are on the picture. Yes, that queen. Is she what is she black or no?
The one that I posted, he's talking about.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is she black? You can go ask her if you can. But the thing is, brother, of course, her skin color is dark. I'm not saying my skin color is dark too. What I'm saying is the label of Negro it's a white man concept to degrade African people. I am not taking that with broadly. I can't. I just can't. Do you understand? So when I say I'm proudly African, yes, my continent is Africa. I'm proudly African. That's
So
all.
are you
Like,
saying that because
But you have no relation to
I
the other
understand
ones
your
around you.
earlier point about being African. I think so you can literally stop there, but I'm not sure if you say Negro. Negro is not what people are arguing for. They are saying black. Because
no,
white
no,
people
he
call
said,
themselves
are you
Negro is a
black and
scientific
Negro? He
term.
did say that. He
Yeah,
did
no,
say
I
that
just use the
before.
scientific term because like
Yeah, he
Caucasoid,
did use the
Mongoloid.
scientific term, and
And
that
it doesn't.
scientific
Wait, hold on. Let me
term
just say it
alone
doesn't
is
make
like racist. I'm not
it
going to use
doesn't
it
make
like
sense
that.
from
think that's petty to hold on to.
I'm sorry.
I
What's
mean,
that?
I think the term to argue with the term if you are Negroid, I think that's petty to hold on to.
No,
You might not like a lot of things. You feel me? Even the word Africans, you might not like it. The way Africa is shaped, you might not like it. All of that stuff. But these are just things that you don't have to argue these things. You feel me? So you have Caucasoid, you have Negroid. It is what it is. Just work with it and let's just
Con, there
move
is no
on.
work with it,
Wait,
bro.
wait,
There is
Icon,
no work with
Icon,
it.
wait, Icon,
Jonas,
but
go ahead. Hold on. Let Jonas go.
Icon, some people have a
We
point
black,
though. Why
we
would
black,
why
that's
should we
it.
adopt that word? That's not even our term.
Okay, well, black. Well, do you have? And that's why I simplified it. I said, do you have a common relationship, a bloodline to the Kenyans, your neighbors? She said no. Jonas, go ahead. What about you?
No.
She lying.
No. Let them go. Jonas, you said no.
No.
Then hold on. Why would we want to connect with you on anything else of matters that are this important to us as black people? We say black people, but black
Okay, let me say this thing though. Let me. Did I say I want to connect with you though? That's the question.
That's it. Wait. And if that's it, then you shouldn't be in here.
Wait a minute. Listen. Are we gonna live in a la la land? Listen, bro.
They the
Are we
ones
gonna
who
live?
don't want to
Wait a
connect.
minute.
Let them go.
If we're going to
Listen,
listen though,
brother.
are we going to live in a la la land or in a reality? If you want to live in the reality world, in Africa, we have different genetic. We do have different genetic. This is a fact, okay? And why we can connect with each other is the fact that we live in the same continent and we do and share a similar history or whatever we do.
No, we
that
don't.
We
We
can
don't share
connect.
a
But
similar
no,
history though.
listen,
We
though,
don't.
Walalo.
It's a
No.
fact. Why would you
You also live on the edge of the ocean and can be driven
Yeah, you
off.
cannot
Let me get right back to you. Wait, hold on.
Wait, let
A
me
campfire, you cannot
Let
do
me ask you one more question.
let's not make this
stop. A
When
campfire, you
America
better
invaded,
fucking stop
wait, hold on, listen.
making threats that you can never
I can't
fulfill.
just
Okay?
threaten them.
A
I can't
Here
don't
you
do
go
that.
with the violence. Nobody
come and
threatened you.
visit
I'm asking
Somalia.
questions.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Campfire, I want you to come to Somalia, and I have a place for you. Try a campfire. Coming every day with your fucking
Can you
friends.
leave that? Can you leave that? I've just told him. See.
Hold on, one at a time.
I've already told him not to be saying that because I don't think it's right to threaten him.
She gave her opinion. If she gave her opinion, let her say what she feels.
No, you cannot swim a campfire. Come to Somalia and I show you how to swim.
Can you leave it? He's already apologized. See, he's already apologized for it.
Go and tell the Arabs that since you have so much
Oh,
strength for me,
you
go
gotta
and
get
tell the
mad at
Arabs
me.
that.
This is the
The
problem.
Arabs got something for you.
This is the
Brother,
problem.
listen,
Wait.
listen.
No, wait. Hold on.
Who's that?
Princess, why should we even connect? Especially like here in America. Why is what's her name? Who's the senator from Minnesota? Ilhan. Should we let her in the Black American Council if the majority of Somalis say that they're not black? Is that right?
Yeah. Fact.
It's not.
I get that in the US.
No, neither. This is the problem that's been happening for the past.
Let me just say something.
Let him speak.
Be careful here. I have to say my own piece too. We have to be careful here that, just because you are in the diaspora, you feel like you can tell Somalis whether they belong on the continent, like this guy just threatening them right now. I don't think that is the right thing to be doing, because in the end, these were Africans. If you have people that you are treating badly within your family, you are creating a security problem. You can't just keep saying,
what are you going to do? They the ones who They're the ones who full of hate. They hate Kenyans. They hate Ethiopians. everybody they have a conflict with. They don't
You have
want
no
those in
ties to
peace.
Ethiopia
It
either,
doesn't mean
too.
you react
You
that
have
way
no
because you're in a different
ties to
position.
Ethiopia
What can you
either.
do about it though?
A
What can you do about
campfire.
it? Yeah, it's a
Let me
fact.
just tell you something. A campfire. I do have a connection to certain Africans, but not every Africans. I do have connection with the Nilotic. Yes, I do, but not
I
with
don't. I
Kenyan or
don't. I
Bantu.
don't.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
This is
What about
genetic what
love
we're talking
everybody?
about. Do you
What about
understand?
love everybody? What
You
about love
come
and
to my
respect
country.
everyone?
Come.
Wait,
I
Akafaya,
invite you to
let
my
her finish
country,
and then you go.
Okay,
Akafaya.
I'm gonna go after this.
I hear you so many times making your fake threats. I wish you to come and visit me in my ocean. I make
African
sure I
Millennium,
teach
please
you how
play
to
the
fucking
last
swim.
link that I sent, please, so
You
they
can
can
have the
see.
ocean.
Let them all see the link themselves.
All right, well, let me hold
If
on.
you
All right,
can
she
show
said
the
what she
link.
said. There's no reason to get mad on it. I'm just making a point here. Jonas, why would if there's not a connection of bloodline, then we're not on the same team.
Okay, let me tell you.
Like a
Okay,
Chinese person, right?
okay, bro. Let me tell you the fact though. Like I'm not gonna sugarcoat anything. All right.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Okay. Let me tell you. First thing, we don't even share the same ancestor, bro. You want me to tell you my ancestor?
Come on, man. Who is that?
What's that noise?
Oh, we don't. Yeah, I was saying.
Please play the just pasted
Hold on,
this
bro.
link.
Wait,
Let him
let
talk,
the
man.
let
Let
the
him
brother
talk.
finish. Let the
Let's
brother
talk.
finish.
We'll
There's
play
a link
later.
somewhere.
Yeah, I said first thing, we don't even share the same ancestor. Am I right?
So
Yes.
wait. So that's wrong. Whenever that
No. It's correct,
tell me
bro.
how.
It's correct. It's correct.
That's wrong.
It's correct. It's correct. It's not wrong. They don't share the same ancestry. That's correct.
Yeah.
To how far is my question though? So I just kicked that little verse for
like
everybody
you
who's
said,
a little Muslim and Christian of the Genesis 10:6 when it broke down all the
Why
Hold on,
are you so concerned that Somalia should be part of everybody?
I'm not. I'm making a point.
So why did
But
you
they are on
even
the
bring it up?
continent. How can you pretend as if they are not on the continent? Are you going to reject Egypt too?
Wait, so,
are you going to reject Morocco?
See,
yes.
Where does it end?
Look, see, we should stop making this fake union. We know
Exactly.
what. Listen. We know when I say union. Let understand. We know what honors look like. We know what not Africans look like. Let's stop trying to say all of us are the same. To me, Somalians don't want to be called black. That is a fact. Don't call them black. If you want to call yourself niggers in America, that is your problem. So you can't tell. If I come to America, you call me nigger. That is offensive to me.
Not everyone calls.
Listen. I'm not a nigger.
Don't make assumptions. Don't make assumptions after.
Listen. When you call yourself, Americans, you call yourself niggers. That is a very offensive
Not everyone
to call
says
each
that.
other. But it's normal. It's normal for you. I know. So the same thing may happen for them when you call them black. They don't.
Okay, let me give you. Let's say you manage to cut them off. Do you know what is going to happen next? Oh,
Not
the Fulanis.
The Fulanis.
No. They will say the Fulanis. Let me finish then. You said the Fulanis are not one of us. They are a little bit funny. Let's get the Fulanis out. Oh, and then next is the Yorubas. It never ends. Sooner or later, you have to settle for something. Now, look at that map there. You know, if you go back up, you see the pink line says how old they are. That pink line that started from the center goes straight to West Africa there. Then there's a branch that goes to East Africa to show you how we are all linked. Then the rest left Africa. It's only the E1B, 1A, and all those group that seems to show that they moved from East Africa to this in the Saharan region. If you see how we are all linked, this is the patrilineal this in line. So to say that we are not linked is an error. There was a period. Let me finish. There was a period in Africa. Let me finish my point. There was a period in Africa where people were traveling from every region of Africa. There was no kind of it was almost as if the whole continent was green. That was what was described. That people were mixing all over the continent until a period when suddenly people started freezing in different regions. That's where the change took place. That's why you have Somalis looking different and the other group looking different.
The problem is not Somalians. The problem is us. We will always treat Somalians distance. No, when Somalians come into like Bantu people or sub-Saharan people community, they're always different. They're always different. That is just the fact.
See, there's always going to be that different person. Where does it end? It's my question. Where do you draw the line? Draw your line. Let me see
Draw
it.
the line where you ask them,
see,
are you black
you
or
don't,
not?
bro.
And if you
no,
say
no,
no,
no. You don't
Okay.
you
draw
are
the line.
Okay,
You
let me
don't draw
answer
the
your
line.
question.
Listen,
Okay, hold on. Let me answer
let
the
them
brother's
be
question, man.
in their own community
let
and
them
do
be.
things their way. We can trade. We can have trade together. We can trade together. That's the only important thing. They can make their own community in the home. They understand themselves, each other. They might be killing
Chief, that's
themselves, but
not
they
the important
understand.
That
thing.
is
What if,
the plan, though. That is the plan.
Can I say
Nobody's saying that you're
something?
going to start living inside
so
their
if you got
community.
invaded, you're telling
Can
me
I
you could
can I
trust them
say
over in the
something?
horn to watch your back?
What's that?
You hope you treat them nice enough not to worry too
Bro,
much about them.
you can't
No,
even
Yeah.
you can't even
Yeah,
trust
You're
the
not the same
president
as
in Africa
Ethiopians,
to watch
man.
your back. You want to trust the horn?
See,
I
this
just
Listen,
gave a
world,
can I?
hypothetical.
see, the
That
way I
was a
look at this world is
hypothetical.
that this world is a world
You
of form of
American, right?
competition.
Is that
You have
American
to
guy who's saying
compete
who
your
cannot
rivals.
trust me? Anyway, can I say
I gave
something,
a
please?
hypothetical. Go ahead.
Yeah. You actually invaded my country, and no other African country
I
came
did with
from
a
the
white.
help.
Oh,
So there
wait,
you
wait,
go.
wait, wait.
So be quiet.
And
Let me
we're
let me
not
finish.
killing
Let me
y'all.
finish.
They
It,
call
it's
y'all
Let me
not
niggas. What did
fair,
they
finish.
though.
call
What
you?
are you
The
saying,
guy
Let
didn't
me
Princess
invade your
finish.
Princess?
country.
Why
Let me
Princess,
people
when they were
finish.
invaded
killing
your
you, them
shit?
bastards were killing you. That racist white man was killing you. Was he calling you niggers
Yeah,
when he was
yeah.
shooting at you, or was he calling you Somalis? What was he saying?
He was calling me Somali because I never accept any fucking white man
I'm
call me
talking
nigger.
about whenever
I'm
he was
just
saying,
telling
was he
you.
giving you a slur
And you know what
of
I
a
did to
black
him? I
person?
dragged his ass to the floor and hang him like fucking branch. That's what I did. So I
But
don't
then
let
you'll
any
come
white
over
person
here in
calling me nigger.
Minnesota. Wait, hold on,
And I'm not
hold
gonna
on.
take that as a pride. Just telling you. So let me just say something here.
He doesn't
Let me
speak for all Somalis.
just say
Yo,
something here. There's a lot. There's a lot
hello.
have been said. A lot have been said. A lot. A lot have been said. And let me answer. Okay. Here it is. Africa is diverse. Africa is the most diverse continent in this world. We don't all came from the same lineage. If you're talking about 300,000 years ago, maybe everybody else also is from Africa. But the thing is, if we cannot respect each other's differences, we cannot work together. I'm sorry. It is what it is. We are different. We can respect each other's
You're not black
differences.
enough
And
to
We
we
are
can
all
talk,
work
different.
together.
girl.
Listen, I'm about what?
Yeah, if
300 years.
if three
Let me say,
hundred
wait. I'm
thousand
about
years,
300
I don't
years
give a shit
removed
about that.
from
1,000
Tunisia.
years we're
I'm not the
talking
same
about.
as them
No,
anymore. But when it comes to these other
listen,
people, I've got their backs.
listen
The
to me.
question is, are you in it with us or not? That is the question.
The way you speaking on a campfire, no, I'm not with you. Because
Are
a
you gonna
campfire,
say
That's the end of
every
the
that?
time I
story.
Hold
speak,
on.
Are you gonna
listen
say
to me.
American
that to the North
African.
No, that's
Africans?
the end of the story,
Every
Akon.
time I speak, a campfire makes threats on my country and my people. Every time, no, I don't support
Okay,
you
that's
in
You
wrong.
that.
don't
That's not
act like
everybody's not like.
friends.
Wait, have I been
You don't
No,
act
disrespectful?
like friends.
Wait, one second.
You hold on.
I'm not your friend, a
American
campfire.
African.
I'm not
You
your
know,
friend. Stay
you
in
know
your
what
fucking
she
island.
said? She
Relax.
said she would prefer to trade her oil with America than Ethiopia or Kenya.
Yeah, I think
So
she
you
said
Yes,
know
she
what? They
said that
are
because
yes, I
it
enemies.
would
said
be a
that.
better
And it's
deal
my
than
We
country.
don't
Even
wait,
though
hold
I
on.
they
We
would
don't have to
bomb,
consider
even
them
though they
enemies.
have bombed her
stay in your
country
Whoa.
fucking island,
and killed
That
okay?
her
is a
Don't come
people.
to my
sovereign country.
country.
They do the
You
heavy
better don't
You
come
know,
to
lifting.
my country.
you know what I think the problem
Hey,
is.
buyer.
Wait,
She
hold on.
got biased
Let
Yes,
against
me
I'm
black
hold on.
biased.
Hold on.
You
Let
can
people.
kill
Brian go.
Hold on
anybody
for
who
one
I want
second,
to.
y'all.
one
Hold on for
second.
one second,
Fucking
y'all.
traitors.
Hold on for one second. I don't think we're. How the way I'm supposed to say it? Everyone has a different experience, whether we like it or not. Everyone has a different experience. Like, for example, in the United States, in America, it's, our oppressors, whether some people believe it's real or not. I know some black people, like the kind of us, don't believe it's real. It's white people. Those are divisions I had with. However, I'll give you a perfect example. When I went to the Fijian Islands, okay, it was not that one group was oppressing each other between the Indians and Fijians. They had issues with each other. However, in Fijian history, and this was kind of took me for a loop and kind of like had me to be, rethink things. They had a pretty much a good relationship with the British authorities there. Okay. So they didn't have that kind of like hatred or any type of hostilities towards Europeans, generally speaking. However, even though if you mix with a European, mix with a Fijian, they are their own separate class. They just call them part Fijian. That's it. It's just how the way their societies goes. However, what she's probably talking about it from a Somali point of view, and due to the history of hostilities, probably with Kenya and other surrounding neighbors in her neighborhood, they might have a more hostile feeling towards them. It wasn't directly Europeans. It was pretty much people who pretty much, I guess, their neighbors who were pretty much the hostility. They probably didn't have that relationship or that, history of sort of like oppression from, let's say from America
from
or
other
from
continent who's the hostile also. Just listen to this chat, right? Some ask questions. The hostility is from everywhere. We're getting the pressure from everywhere, from every black
But we
person in
never
this fucking
enslaved you.
planet. Shut the
You
fuck up. I'm
enslaved us.
talking.
Good night, relax,
I'm
relax.
serious.
chill,
Why is he
chill.
always
Relax,
talking
relax.
when I speak?
I can't.
Your people
I
have
can't.
history
I
of
can't.
Mute,
enslaving
mute. I
Bantu.
can fire
I
African
Yes,
can't.
man.
Let her speak, man.
I'm
She's a
sorry.
lady.
I'm
Not a
sorry.
fool.
It's because
The
she's so manly.
hostility
She's so
the
manly.
hostility. Yes, I'm manly. So shut up, you womanly feminine. So sit down.
See, there's no need to be
That's a
any
low
soldier.
blow. That's a low blow,
See,
Oh my
princess.
goodness.
That's a
only
very
me.
low
I'm
blow.
tired.
He didn't
Seriously, you
abuse
are a
you.
feminine. You
He
cannot
threatened your
shut your
people. He
mouth
didn't
for 5
abuse you.
minutes.
He didn't
I'm
abuse you. Let's
sick.
not
I'm
start this
sick.
insult. Because I
I'm
remember the
sick
other
and
channel
tired.
where
I'm
we're
sick and
insulting each
tired.
other constantly.
I'm sick and tired of people asking Somalia, do you have the same energy for the North Africans? Go tell the North Africans, so you need to come and work with us. They don't. They're not coming. Where's the energy? Somalians don't want to be. They want to do the things by themselves. Let them do it, and we trade. Simple as that. We have a bigger issue among ourselves. We have the biggest population,
See,
the
I never
biggest group.
finished my
We
what I
should.
want to say.
We've
It's
got
like
so much to
crazy.
do among
Let him
ourselves.
finish then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen,
You're right.
the
Not non-tribal
hostility,
African. You're right.
oh
I'm
my God. If this
Kifaru,
guy's
not
gonna
tribal
talk every
African.
time I say a
Can I
word,
add
like,
something?
could you be
Like, I can
quiet
find
for a second?
only
No,
me. I
the
want to add
hostility
something.
is horrific. Walalo, listen, the
I
hostility
want to
is
add something
horrific.
quickly. I want
It
to
is
add
always
something.
like, okay, continue, boy. Take it.
Let the terrier
Like,
speak.
I feel like Akonfai wants us to have the same boogeyman as what Chicken and Grit said with that we don't have the same history. Like, if you look at Somali history, we've got more hostility towards the Ethiopians than the Europeans due to our history with our neighbors.
Who bombed your
Because
country in the
Is it
80s?
just the Ethiopians though? It's not other people around there. I
Who
mean,
bombed? Hold on.
from
Who
Yemen
bombed
and Arabia.
Somalia in the 80s? What is Black Heart Down? What is that movie made from? Your destruction. People who wanted to invade your country. Where is the hate for them? No, you just want to do business with them because what? They ultra rich. You just discriminating because the Africans not so lavish in wealth. You feel me?
Listen to me.
And
You
We
see,
are
you see,
talking
hold on.
about
Let me
I
add
can
something to
fire.
that. Let me add
I can
one
fire.
point
You
to
have
that
no
very quickly.
idea the
Only
history
me.
in my
Let me just add
region.
one point
No,
to
he
that.
doesn't know
Also,
anything about
the
my history,
Europeans,
right?
you
He
see,
comes.
this guy said just now that
Wait, hold on, hold
the
on, hold on, hold
Ethiopians
on,
had.
hold on. Time out, time out, time out, time out. I'll let you guys back in a minute. Darth, did you have anything to add to the conversation? Sorry, my temperature was getting up.
Hold on a sec. What do I have to add? It's quite interesting and very entertaining.
Please give an intellectual spin, please.
It's
please.
Say it again.
Please give an intellectual something.
Anything
please.
intellectual. I'm actually enjoying the drama, to be honest.
Oh my!
I'm enjoying it because
oh no!
I don't know why, but only me have always showing some fire
only
and all that stuff.
Spicy,
Like a fire is always interesting. But yes, I gotta speak to only me. Can I speak to only me for a bit?
Yep, actually, yeah. Let's just speak to only me.
Only me. I don't understand where you get that there's so much hate for Somalians. Oh, the only time I actually see it is on YouTube streets like this as well. I've watched, and even that, I've watched some reasonable people that speak greatly on Somalians, and I've watched, I've even seen Wadamaya when he went to Somalia. So when you look at the things on the ground, there doesn't seem to be that hatred. So why is it that you got this perception there's people are against Somalia, and then you even created your channel, which is great, but I feel you feel so embattled. Why? Why do you feel embattled? Because of people
Okay,
like
I can answer you. Okay, I can answer you. I don't know if you sit with your headphones on or you have earplugs. I have no idea. But just right now, if you did not witness what just right now happened, people threaten my people to be eliminated from this fucking continent. No, I'm not having it. I'm just not having it. You
how
should talk
realistic
to the
do you
people
think
who
that is?
no, Dark Rave. I respect you, brother. I like you. I respect you. You are an honest man. But the thing is, sometimes you have to listen with your both ears and not only one. You have
get
to
it.
you have
How
to take this
realistic?
energy to the
Wow, she
person
just
who
insulted you again.
always. No, I did not insult him. I just said to him he has to listen to
Not
both
only one.
sides. He just listened to one ear. He just listened to what I said, but he never listened to the other panelist who was in this chat talking to eliminate my people.
I
You
heard,
have to take that to
really,
that
I
person
But he
heard.
took
first.
it back,
Let me
though.
say
He
one
took
thing
it
now,
back,
real
and
I
quick.
know he said
How
hundred
realistic?
I
times.
condemned it, and he took
I
it
have
back.
seen him many times saying this, and he's gonna say it tomorrow too. He says in any panel he comes, we're gonna drive you to the ocean.
And we are
This is
all
his
against it. Nobody
favorite
else supported
lines,
him.
and I'm
Nobody
not
else
having it.
supported
I'm
him. So
sorry.
don't use him. Nobody else supported him.
Let me just say this, please. You know, I just want us to be factual. Sometimes I think Somalians are the one cutting themselves away from us, but I think we are the one pushing them away. This is my example. If I'm in a party, a Nigerian come, a Ghanaian come, a Zimbabwean come, maybe I don't know. It's not. They're not gonna feel different. But if a
Tribal
Somali,
African,
listen, let me finish. If a
tribal
Somalian,
African. I
let me
disagree
that
with that. I disagree with that because African people or black people are too inclusive for their own good as well. I don't think that's the case. I do think you do have
Exactly.
some. Hold on. I do
African,
think
he
you do
has
have some
right. Let me
overzealous. You do have some
look.
overzealous Pan-Africanists that say things, but then I don't understand where only me can put that as a
Tribal
realistic threat.
Africa.
Like,
I want
Tribal
to
Africa
I
is
want to
right.
clarify
You know
I'm
why
not.
something.
I
One
say
thing at
this?
a
I'm
time,
Yo,
Kifaru. I'm
yo,
Kifaru. I'm not
tribal
one tribal
Africa is right.
African.
Every time,
I'm
every
Kifaru.
time we enter, every time we enter an African and channel, we have to end up at defending ourselves. Could we not just have a normal conversation? We
That's
have
the
to
truth.
always defend ourselves. You guys are pushing us, and I know that. And this is exactly what it is. Every
Okay.
fucking channel, some idiot's gonna come say something about my people. I'm pushing
All
him.
right. Can I
It is
can
what
I
it
have
is. It is
can I
truth.
say
Hold on, I
something?
started this question, so can I at least
All
can
right.
I chime in?
Can I say something in clarification? You feel
Please
me? Let
apologize
me
to her
tell
for
you.
that.
I already did, and I apologize again. Let me tell you something. You feel me? What I'm really looking at is, when it comes to Pan Africanism or love black, we don't have no discrimination. You feel me? Against beautiful red people like Puntland Princess. You feel me? We don't have
Why red
no type
people?
of discrimination. You feel me? Against red bones and all that stuff. We include them in the black world. But I see a problem when these red little mixed people want to act like they have a say in what goes on in Africa. And they need to chill out because they're the first sellouts. I'm sorry to say that, but it looks that way.
Okay, see, I think your point, the way you put it, doesn't come across like somebody that
But I mean, you kind
they have
of
a right
you did
they have
a
a right to have
Listen,
a say on
I'm
the
not
content.
educated. Hold on, listen. I'm not educated, so I cannot be here trying to mediate in a diplomatic type of way. We from the streets. It is what it is, and as I said it.
Only me cannot speak for her people. I know that she's the one that said that she would prefer to do business with African Americans than do business with fellow
Not with
Africans.
African
She
Americans.
actually
She never
no
said African
America.
American.
Yeah, actually she said America. Yeah,
It's white people.
she actually ruled out African American because she doesn't trust them because they're also Niger, Congo, and
Yeah,
Bantu.
don't get shit
I
twisted.
never said that.
you said
Don't
She
get
put
actually,
stuff
Niger
in
yeah,
my
she
Congo.
mouth.
actually ruled
Yes,
them out on
I
that one.
never
She
said
doesn't
that.
trust them.
You are really
You
putting
said
stuff
it
in my
yourself.
mouth.
Come on, you said
No,
it
I
yourself.
did not say that. I
Okay,
said
I make
African
it up now.
Americans. No, I did not. I said
Yeah,
African
but
Americans are Americans, and I said to you, the military is an American military. Are
You
we gonna
said they are
take this
biased.
conversation again? You can come to my
please,
no.
please,
We can take that
let's be
again if you
honest.
want to.
All African countries are doing business with America, bro. What are you
Exactly.
guys
So
talking
we are
about?
the boogie guys.
All
Also, we the
African countries.
traitors. We
Listen,
listen.
please.
I'm gonna do whatever
It's
best
not
thing for my
all
country. Period.
African country. We're doing business with Europeans.
Yeah,
But
That's
and we
you are
trying
not
to hold
listening to
on.
going
the
on right
context.
now
Wait,
in
You are
the
not listening to the
continent.
context.
wait.
See, the context was that the question was put. I was the one that put the question that if you have the option to trade with, like give your oil to South Africans or Nigerians so that they can buy it, she said she would prefer to use Americans because Americans will provide them security.
and she'll die before that happens. That's you forgot to say that
So
part
what
too.
is gonna happen? Who's gonna kill me? I can't fire. Who? You? You're gonna come and kill me?
Tunaja,
No, you.
Try that. Try that.
No,
I can't
you see,
fire.
if somebody's saying I'm instigating stuff, I'm not instigating stuff.
all
I'm just calling it
African
how it was,
countries
and I was
have
persecuted for
Tunaja.
saying that was
Before,
wrong.
let Tunaja finish.
See, the people keep saying that I'm instigating stuff. I'm not instigating anything, because when she told me this stuff, I said, don't you see that is the reason why people keep saying that people from Somalia will betray their own people, because they gave her options of all African countries. She didn't want to choose any African country. She said she prefers this in America.
Precisely, this is why I did not choose.
You see,
This is
all right.
why I did not
Let me declare. To Niger is the instigator.
You are the one I can fire.
No, man, it's to Niger.
I'm not instigating anything, and I even said that
because it does seem like you're picking up a small
Look, okay, please let me just say this. At this point in Africa, any country can sell to whatever country they like.
No,
when Africa,
no.
Let me finish. That's what they're doing. Listen, let me finish. That's what they're doing anyway. If Africa becomes stable, that we can trade among ourselves. If we say Somalia, you've got oil, sell it to me, and they say no, then that is a problem. Somalia has not got to sell its oil now. If Somalia has got oil and they say I'm selling my oil to Saudi Arabia because they're gonna pay me more, they're gonna give me money. What's wrong with that? Every country is gonna do that. If we get to that point, listen. If we get to the point,
you're not getting the question.
Wait,
The question was, what if African country can pay that money?
Let me finish.
Don't make any excuse to whitewash it.
Stop.
Listen, when we get to that point, we can say, okay, Somalia, we are doing well. We want to be in this Pan-Africanism atmosphere. We want you to sell your oil to this country because you're going to cost it. They say, if they say no, fuck you guys, I'm not interested in Pan-Africanism. Then we're going to say, okay, then we can put you out of the. We can cut you out of the map. But for now, as it stands, I don't see why we
decide who's talking. When they have a boogeyman, United States with them, you're not going to cut them out of anything. This is the point. For me, my own point of view is that they are bordering countries. You need to cut them some slack. They have a right to feel like they are associated with other people too. If you treat people on the continent well, you are more likely to be secure. Because if you see Europeans, they try to treat each other well. That's why European countries are not betraying other European countries to come into Africa. They don't do that because other European countries treat them better. We as Africans have to learn that when treating the Egyptians, the Somalis, all the bordering countries, you have to realize that they are not the same as us. They have relationship with their neighbors too.
Right. Okay, so we're gonna let we haven't heard from Last Zulu and Darth and Dr. R, so we're gonna let them go in that order. Last Zulu, Darth, and Dr. R.
All right. I'm just gonna go over a few things. Let's just say when it comes to the Somalis are always gonna be a little bit more independent. That's just correct. That's by their history necessarily. And then what you also gotta add in the group when you talking about Somali, there is mixed groups of Somalis. Where when you say Somali, technically there's different groups of Somalis. You got Bantu Somalians, I guess that's what they call themselves, I guess, apparently. And there's other groups of Somalians. When there's mixed Somalis, there's like Somalians who got some Arab in them also, to some degree or whatever. I think they're full-blooded Arab. I don't know. But basically, this group of Somalis. So when you kind of understand that when you got like a huge mixed population, they whole center of gravity is gonna be mixed because the population is mixed. So you always gonna have some people go to the left, I see some Bantu Somalis. I type on the internet, they fuss about something. You got the other Somalis fussing about something. Then you have to also add a degree. They pretty much over there on their little side of the map, just like Tunaj did say, basically by themselves. I mean, ain't nobody really gonna kind of help them. And to a degree, you talking about running the nation, you cannot run a nation as you run your house. It's too many people's lives depend on it. It's too many things that depend on a million people eating or dying necessarily. So you gonna have to make real hard decisions, especially you gonna be quote unquote the leader of the Somalian state or whatever you want to call it. But so you got to be a little bit more forward thinking. Not necessarily as much. Say it again.
The Somalian state.
I mean, state. What do you want to call? I mean, Somalia. What do we? whatever they want to call it. I mean, whatever they would do. The Pacific, you want to say Somalia, I mean,
yeah, Puntland.
I think
Wait. No.
we
I
got to
don't
go
think
in
he
order,
has finished.
guys.
I
Like
don't
you
think he has
said, go
finished.
in order, one at a time.
Yeah, continue.
who?
Oh, you done? Okay. Okay. Dr. R. Yeah.
Can I say something? Okay.
If he has anything to say, we'll wait 10
Wow,
seconds.
Dr. Ara has been
Dr. R.
quiet for a
Dr.
long
R.
time.
The doctor is probably drinking some
He's probably
Coke.
going to insult somebody by the time he just.
Yeah, I'm about to run out. Can I say
What
something?
about
somebody?
the guy in
And
Kwaku, the Pan-Africanist?
You see, like me, for example, I'm a Pan-Africanist, okay? And when I hear you, it's like you're begging people to be part of Pan-Africanism. That's my problem. Anyone that is not ready, let them be. You don't need to force them. Let them be. The time will come that we're gonna give, if they want to join, we're gonna give them what it takes to be part of that union. But as this African continent stands now, I don't really care what anyone says they want to be. Somalians can be, the North Africans can be. To be honest, I don't really care about them so much because
You have a point. You got a point.
because
Okay.
they stand
Okay.
out.
Let me
You know,
let me
I can fire. I spoke to you the other time. You were telling us, oh, let's all African unite. I asked you the one question: why are you not uniting with the Dominicans? Are you not only the Caribbean? You say, oh, those people are evil.
Oh
They are
my
dangerous.
God, Dominican Republic is terrible, man.
Hell
Have you seen
no.
the
So
two
why don't you
Haitians?
unite with them? You said,
They
no, they're
they
evil. They're
Spanish.
white people.
They're
I
not
can say
black.
the
They're
same thing to
Spanish.
you.
They do have significant African ancestry. We can't
They're
get
not black. They're
it's
Spanish.
all
Okay,
good.
okay,
They do
look at
have
Wait,
him.
no.
They
He's
don't
So,
all
hey,
contradicting
what?
himself now.
one second.
Let's
He's
not go to
contradicting
Dominican
himself
Republic.
now.
That
Hey,
one
you know,
is
I'm saying if you
brutal.
do the DNA test, you'll probably find out you might have some Dominican relatives.
Yeah,
So
but he
hold
said he
up.
does not like
Yeah,
them.
you might have some Dominican relatives until
But
you see
like
the
what
other
I'm
side.
saying is this. What I'm saying is this: people throughout the Americas, whether we like it or not, especially if you have African ancestry, regardless of what your mixtures are, we're pretty much connected in that levels. Probably that person probably came from some village in the goddamn.
Hold
Let's say
on. Kifaro, you totally right. You
Yeah.
feel me? So to me, if Somali and goddamn North Africans, because they're the ones who instigating first that they have a unity issues, and it's they're not
Yeah.
speaking for most Somalis either, but because the African Union has they are in the African Union and
Yeah.
they are going to
It's
adhere.
hard. Yeah, it's hard for me to say this because when I go on YouTube, I type Somali, I see
Yeah,
mostly dark skinned people. Do you
yeah,
understand? I see
yeah.
mostly dark skinned people.
It's
But
very hard.
The North people, they don't want, let them go. East African, Ethiopia just don't want to join the East African community. Maybe they've got some pride things going on. Maybe
It's
the
Kenya that
honors,
stopped them.
they've got some pride going on. Let them deal with that. Why are we begging them to be part of that union? They
Okay,
don't want.
we're gonna
Put
let
them aside and let's move on.
Can I speak
we're gonna
now?
Do that.
That's
yeah,
correct.
Dr. R, go ahead. Yeah.
What Kifaru is saying, some people on the panel, they're just talking absolute BS. I just want to go on to Lazulu. You said something about mixed population in Somalia. Like,
Yeah,
I just
mixed.
couldn't. I didn't know whether to laugh or not. Like, or if you're not educated on my country's demographics or history, Somalia is a homogeneous nation that's made up of a single ethnic group and a small minority of non-Somalis. Like, if you
Non-Somalis. Okay.
non people who are not ethnic Somalis, like, let me go to Pan-Africanism. Like, I just don't see since Africa is a massive continent with 1,000 tribes, I couldn't even give a damn about Pan-Africanism. Me, I'm more of a pan-Somalist, wanted to unite like the Somalis in Djibouti, Ethiopia, and Kenya, the millions of ethnic Somalis in the Horn, to unite them into one big country. Like, pan-Somalism I support, but Pan-Africanism is alien to me. There could be other Africans.
What about trading with other African countries? Because that's what
I have no issues. I have no issues with trade, but I'm talking
What
about in
the
terms
fuck
of
is
like
the argument
Africa.
Think you
about?
can survive without the rest of Africa?
Well, I mean, necessarily. I mean, like logically, the most logical answer. If somebody tell you that, you pretty much know how to kind of address that. You know, logically, right?
That's exactly why I brought
You
it up.
move on
What the fuck
like
is the
men,
argument
like
about?
bitches. Hold on. Let me finish this before we even go. Like bitches, Do not overanalyze when somebody tell you, "Oh, cool, that's what I'm on." You just say, "Okay, I appreciate it." At least you move on to the next subject, like men.
But
Yeah,
this
just like
Dominican,
the
those these
Pharaoh,
Dominican
just like the
republics
Pharaoh
thing.
said.
Let me ask Grace about this. Why do the Dominicans treat the Haitians so terribly?
Please, let's remain in
has a lot
Africa.
to do.
Do
It has a
Niger,
lot to
please.
do.
We're going to say.
No, let me explain this. It has a lot to do with their history. At one time, after Haiti, won the independence against the French, Haiti ruled, took over the Dominican Republic for some time, some years.
They freed them. They didn't take over. They freed them. They had the option.
Well, it depends. Dominicans have a different point of view about that. Whether we like it or not, people do have their views about.
They hate
I mean, even though I might agree with you, but some Dominicans historians have a different view about that. They view that as a conquest.
But that's the problem, though, because what they are doing now, even till today, you wonder why people wonder whether this were even this thing black at all. Because some of the things, the hatred I see in them for the Haitians, even if they invaded you, Europeans invaded each other. The hatred they are displaying today is really vile. They really treat fellow black people that you say that they have African genes. They treat them terribly.
To Niger. But to
Let's
Niger,
leave the Dominican issue.
Heavily mixed.
Listen, I'm from the Caribbean. Let me tell you this. You have black people and you have Spanish people. Now, in Dominican Republic, you have mixed people that's mixed with black people, and you have Spanish people.
He's right about that.
Like full-blooded goddamn Spanish people.
Yeah.
At the ranks of goddamn Dominican Republic. You feel me?
But the majority of them are mixed race. That's just
them bitches need to be bulldozed.
Kweku the Pan-Africanist, did you have anything to add? And please don't be drunk today. Please don't be drunk.
Almost.
You clip that one out, man.
Oh my
God.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
YouTube, boy, you can't be saying shit like that on somebody else.
Yeah, but listen. Hold on. I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say something else. Wait, I'm gonna say something else. I see a lot of couples. I see a lot of people, Black Americans, disappearing in goddamn Dominican Republic. You see that shit pissed me off.
The mulatto.
I can fire. What should we do with North Africa?
North Africa?
Yeah, what should we do with it?
You don't have no power. You have to interact with them with caution.
Only the black people in North Africa should have rights.
Oh man.
The North Africans are running a circle around Africans. Actually, let me just share something.
One second. Kweku, I didn't get a chance to hear from Kweku. Go ahead.
Yeah. Kweku, I hope you don't get better internet, Wi-Fi, free one.
Yeah, I'm calling from the ends. Calling from the ends of the Zongo Mafia. You know the ones there, bloods. Calling from the ends of Tamale. You know the ones there, fam. Anyway, first and foremost, this is what I'm going to start off with, right? Someone would pose the question to Arkham Fire saying that what we're going to do with the North Africans. I think that was Darth Vader. What I'm going to say is this, right? Interact with those people from an economic and perspective, integrationist perspective, right? With a very cautionary level, attitude. Interact with them with caution. That's what I'm going to say. I'm not necessarily going to sit here and tell you that only the sub-Saharan African nations can come together to form an African Union. What I'm going to say is this. An African Union or the organization of an African Union is a socio-political or economic-oriented trading bloc. Do you understand what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with culture.
No, God. Hold on, God. The big man.
No. Hold on, man. No, first, hold on.
I'm listening.
It has nothing to do with culture. So let no one get into their feelings about their certain personal experience or group experiences that they've studied or that they have realize themselves in their own lives with any group of people that look like North Africans or whatsoever. You never know. Egypt might be down for an African Union way more than flipping Mali might be. I know Mali is the wrong comparison to use, but you get what I'm saying. You have to look at this from business perspective. Everything doesn't just boil down to genetics and how things look and how people look and who do and who do why. You know what I'm saying? Religions, like I know one of the greatest barriers is religions and Islam and all that stuff there. We have to understand that when we set our standards and prioritize economic and political function over religious beliefs and all, people are going to fall in line. There are different religions all across the face of the EU, but you don't see this pulling the EU back, not at all. So that's not necessarily a problem for us. It's now it's going to take blood, sweat, and tears to set that standard.
So Brian,
I know you guys get what I'm saying. But second of all, I'm not done. Second of all, I want to thank myself. I want to thank myself, innit? I want to thank myself for being a very civilized nigga on the panel to not cut people off when they were speaking. You get what I'm saying?
You have free internet. I
don't know. Why are you saying free internet, blood? What free internet are you talking about? So you are that free internet in Italy. I just want to give myself that prop, innit? I just want to give myself that prop because no one else is going to do it. Second of all, African millennial. Second of all, AM, let me finish now. Show myself.
Damn.
AM.
Yeah.
Where is this sister? Only me, blood. Where is she? Is she in the background?
No, she left.
Oh, she left? I was gonna say you put her up, innit? You put her up.
React to you tomorrow. Tune in.
She has
I'm gonna be
channel.
if I'm not drunk enough to be hungover, I'm gonna be here. But what I'm gonna say is this, right? What I'm gonna say is this. Only me. I don't know if that's her. You see the profile pics that she usually pull up. I don't know if that's her on the profile pics all the time.
Very white.
Because she's changed it a few times, isn't it?
Yeah.
If that's her on the profile pics, then Somali must be part of African Union. No way, shape, or form. Then my name be part of African Union. If all the girls in Somali look like that, African Union, bro. As a matter of fact, Nigeria need to annex their borders with Somali in it. You know them ones there, black.
Come on,
because
man.
you West African man and woman need to calm down still, bro. I'm sick and tired of dealing with short, pot belly, fat niggas. I'm sick and tired of dealing with them gal. You know them ones there, bro. If all the girls in Somali look like only me and they sound as feminine as only me,
why
bro,
you don't? I
Somali needs to be part of the AU.
Somalia. You the one needs to go to Somalia if that's what you fetish. You pack your things and move to Somalia. You're the
it's
one.
Not fetish. It's a realistic observation.
Just go to Somalia. If
it's
that's
a realistic observation, bruh. No, stop. Oh my god. Oh my god. Them gal are just smoke you. I was just gonna say that. That's it. That's it.
Where's the bottom girl?
Always Somalian women. You're just weird.
No, what's about it? So what he said about them?
He says that we should go after them because of their looks, that they are cool looking or something like that.
I think it's Somali, but when they say like you just obsessed about your women, that's why I hate them.
What I meant is this. What I meant is this. Everybody has their respective contributions to the African Union. You get what I'm saying?
And you are supposed to be a Nigerian. Come on, man.
Everybody has their respective contribution to the African Union. If that's what Somali is contributing to the Union, bro, annex the borders to the African Union, innit? Let's promote socioeconomic and political integration within ourselves.
I didn't know you could go low like that, bro. You've gone so low with ideology anyway.
That is knuckle dragging there, man. Come on. How can you just say, our women are pot belly? You didn't even just stop there. You say our women are pot belly and all that kind of stuff. What kind of rubbish is that? So that is just.
It's true, fam. It's true.
This video is about self-hating
people. The game is the game, man.
It's not true. It's not true.
I mean, just to cause havoc, man.
Really? Hold on, I'm about to roll out. Let me end my shit real quick. As I started this up, I know it went off on the Somalis, and it looks like we picking on the Somalis all day, but it goes not just to them. It's the same thing with a lot of other Africans, specifically West Africans. Yeah. They come over to America, and when we think we have the same mindset, and it's not. And I'm not asking them. Some of them say, hey, we don't want to hate white people. It's not about hating white people. It's about looking at us the way the rest of the world looks at us. To the rest of the world, we're the blacks. I know y'all don't say it. Y'all don't want to be. Let's just say it. The team sucks. Team black people sucks. The soccer team, the football team, we suck.
Well,
that's why we
sure.
look. And we're not all. We have different branches. Like even the Australoids, they're dark skinned with straight hair. I mean, obviously they don't look like me, but I whenever they almost got wiped out, almost became extinct by the white man coming there and killing all of them.
Almost.
I feel an affinity towards them.
Hey, big man, you know what I have to say to West Africans especially? You are the ones who made them call us niggas.
It wasn't just them.
Wait.
Hold on. Hold on.
You are the beginning of everything. Hold on. You are the beginning of everything.
It wasn't just them. The Portuguese started, man. Hold on.
Technically speaking, a lot of our ancestors come from Central Africa, guys.
Thank you. And Angola.
Let me
finish.
Look at the data of the slave manifest. A huge percent of the slaves
come from Angola.
Central
Africa too.
From Angola to Zambia.
Yeah.
That's
another story. Hold on, because that's about to get hairy. But coming over today to America.
I hate when they just West Africa, because in reality, if you look at fucking history,
but
people don't do their research.
American African, I have to agree with you. It's not the best that come there.
What you said, the best Africans to come to America?
I also think that
it's not the best Africans that come there.
Well, no, they're some of the smartest. The Nigerians that come here are the smartest.
No. Yeah, scholarly wise. Yeah.
Oh, you mean mindset? Well, yeah. Well, just look at the brother in the news who had the white girlfriend, and then what did she do? She stabbed him up. See, Africans
heard about that shit.
Yeah, Africans are finding out about a racism the hard way.
Oh yeah, they figured it out, man.
Let me hold on. Let me go. They're finding out the hard way, and that's sad, but it's the only way that's going to wake them up. We have to have a code as black
people. Look at them in Ukraine. Look at them in Ukraine.
Exactly, but hold on. That's what it's about. That's why, even though the Somalis, it's a far off branch, I understand that. But we have to have a code of how we treat each other. Because in the UK, y'all look at us, y'all look at them as I mean, I've seen the Somali racism in the UK. They try to say that they're all criminals and whatever. A little bit in Minnesota. Look at that cop who shot that white woman in Minnesota. If that was a white cop shooting a black woman, he would have been home. The Somali cop went to jail. You know why the Somali cop went to jail. But if y'all don't want to believe it, it's not just for them. Hold on. It's not just for them. It's everybody. If y'all don't want to be part of this black stuff, y'all can go the other way. Same thing with them Hebrew Israelites. Let me pull the thumb. Them Hebrew Israelites talking about they ain't from Africa. All right, nigga, go the other way.
You're gonna feel it the hard way.
That's what it is. We have to have a code of ethics, the way we treat each other. And like, I'm not just going to sit there while Somalia is getting bombed and then just don't say nothing. That's what we're all right. American Africans, we don't have our own country. We're down bad, but when y'all are in trouble, we'll fuck shit up for you, just like we did.
Yeah. So I just want to
have to have a code of ethics.
Tribal African. Let me just say something.
No, I'm Kifaro. I'm not tribal African. Please don't call me tribal African.
You know, it takes a while for one to get used to it.
Yeah.
So
that is against my geology. It's
I
just
want to
against my
address a point
geology.
that Great Smith. He said something about most of the people that were taken from Africa came from the Central African region. Not most, actually, it's about half. That said,
if you look at the manifest,
let me finish the question.
I mean, it also depends.
Hold on.
Can I finish the question?
Quite often, bro.
Hold on. Can I finish the question? Just hold on. So
all right, go ahead.
The question is that what I find recently is that when a lot of people bring their genetic tests and they carry out their genetic tests, quite a lot of them seem to be having a lot of percentages in the Western African region. As a matter of fact, it's very rare.
It depends on where you. It depends on where you live.
Let me finish the point.
Go ahead.
Let the man finish, man.
Yeah. So many of them seem to be landing in West Africa, and and then when you look at Brazil, I would have easily said, okay, maybe they moved them to the Brazil, but Brazil has Yoruba culture too there. So the question you have to ask yourself is it that some people that were taken over there, some people survived more than others, that it meant that now, even if they were half and half, most of them are showing up in West Africa?
And all of them is from West Africa.
My turn this time, buddy. Excuse me to be rude. But the thing is, to Nigel, when I look at the genetic tests from a lot of people from South Carolina, particularly where I'm from, a huge percentage of the people, and this is how the way it lines up with us. Central Africa, which is pretty much documented as far as in South Carolina history, and which percentage
Madagascar.
Madagascar is mainly Virginia and New York, and what's that other place? In Delaware. They were like 10% in the north. And also the people from the from Simigami region, along with people from Sierra Leone, and to a certain degree, I noticed as far as certain DNA results from places like Ghana. That's just facts about history, and I like to go by facts. When I looked at my DNA, okay, it was pretty much consistently, even though it goes go through the changes of Ancestor.com, Central African roots.
Maybe for you, but most of the people I've seen online and even on TV, they tend to be tied to West Africa.
I mean, what part? What I'm saying is, it depends on what part of the United States it come from.
Well,
also we have to take into consideration.
Chicken and grits.
Yeah, go ahead.
Chicken and grits. We have a thing called percentage. So the percentage is more West African.
It's actually more Central Africa. With Central Africa, it was more evenly distributed. That is just facts. Facts.
Yeah.
Chicken and grits wants to be Sudanese, bro.
Why argue about it, bro? Why argue about that, though?
Chicken and grits wants
The
to be
reason why I say that because
it's just facts,
I was curious to find out whether some were more
disposed to surviving in the diaspora. Hold on, go ahead.
I was thinking was that I was curious to find out whether some were more disposed to surviving in the diaspora, because the numbers that I keep seeing on on YouTube and on TV.
I mean,
my thing
is this: they don't even have. I mean, not enough.
You rarely hear about you are from Congo. You hear Cameroon, but you rarely hear that you are from Congo. Whenever they are doing,
what I'm saying is they cannot make that distinction between Cameroon and Congo. They even kind of hardly make that distinction between West Africa. They can even hardly make that distinction between West and Central Africa.
Down to Bamileke. Sometimes they hone it down to the actual tribe.
That's what I'm saying. They do not have enough.
But to Niger, you have to understand that the boundaries wasn't there when before we was enslaved. We was enslaved before the boundaries. So when the boundaries was drawn, it don't have nothing to do with us. We come from all around. You understand?
I wouldn't say all around. I wouldn't say all around.
A lot of us maybe come from the Congo too.
A lot of us do come from the Congo and Angola. The first group of slaves that come to the United States specifically were from Angola.
I've not seen one person.
All right, we're not going to argue that.
I mean, I look at the research. I always post this. Nobody do their research on it. Nobody. Let me talk, brother, man.
But can we move on though?
No, I'm gonna talk about this. I'm gonna say my goddamn point.
He wants to wipe out another group of people. That's why.
No, what I'm saying is this. It's just reality. I mean, when I look at cases like the Stono Rebellion in South Carolina, that's fucking reality, which was created by people from Central African ancestry. That's its facts. Even in the records, as far as runaway slaves, they even talked about how numerous the Central African population was in South Carolina. That runaway slaves would escape in those communities without, because they spoke the same languages. That's just not no hotep or no nonsense like that. That's just facts.
I could be from the Congo too.
A lot of them made it to today. That is what I'm curious about, because it's really weird when he keeps here, because they're supposed to be half and half. I actually believe half and half was sticking.
I can tell you why, but
the
you don't want to know.
Coming out in one-sided all the time.
I can tell you why most of them West African, but that's gonna be a long story, boy. That's a lot of violence, boy.
No, I'm just saying, if you look at the records and the manifest, it was very consistently Central Africa as far as the largest region that sent slaves, and it kind of makes sense if you look at the history and what occurred during that time. It makes a lot of sense. And with me from being from South Carolina, usually a lot of us get high Central African DNA along with people.
American African is saying it was Central Africans first, and then later on they turned to West Africans.
It always been Central Africans for quite a long time too. That's
because the Portuguese invaded Central Africa.
Well, you're right, sort of. Yeah.
No, that's just facts. I mean, I could post. Right. I mean, the problem is none of us do the fucking research.
He's right.
We don't look at the manifest.
Oh, you're
we
right.
want to go by emotion and feeling.
Remember, there's a letter.
Let's sometimes when people do too much research, they lose sense of perspective.
No, it wasn't. I mean, in the United States era, rude boy, it was Angola. They were.
Well,
I mean, the first Angolans became here as indentured servants, and then later on,
you're not.
Chick and grits, we're not arguing against it.
That when people come out to declare where they are from, that more people. You have to admit that more people tend to. I think what have to happen.
I think what's going on now is that not enough people from Angola or from in Central African regions are taking these genetic tests. Once they start doing that, you're going to see a large group of people who have links there, just like Chris Tucker. Chris Tucker.
What?
Yes, he is of Central African origin.
See, the way these things are done is they take samples from different regions of the world. Then when another person does the test, they match it with different regions. So it doesn't matter whether Angolans on the continent are doing any tests right now. It's about the ones doing it
Niger, you're right.
there. The results that are coming back is indicating that
you're right.
Most of them are I'm saying is you're not understanding this. In the United States, they were kind of I mean, what's interesting about slavery in the United States, they had their choices as far as which groups of Africans going to do what. And I think that happened throughout the whole diaspora because we only got, let's say, 380,000 slaves in comparison to the 50 million slaves who came to the United States. I like the fear fact. I like this one guy's, blog because he connects you to a whole lot of links from other, scholarly, resources where they have the breakdown of the groups of peoples who later on come to the United States or become slaves in the United States. And I find that quite fascinating. I mean, I used to be in that tangent as far as West Africa until I did my DNA reality. And I found that, it was consistently, even though with the, they get, like changes all the time, it was always predominantly Central African in that category. And then confirming it with history.
You mean you?
That's when I'm confirming that with history with South Carolina, it makes sense.
Well, you are just one person.
There's a lot of people from South Carolina. There's a lot of people from South Carolina like that.
Central Africa is a very huge part of it.
Exactly.
Right. Central Africa, it's usually Angola, Congo, all the way to, in some cases, because
Angola is not Central Africa.
But you had Angolan slaves.
And Congo, Brazzaville, right?
When you're talking about
Angola,
Central Africa,
Gabon, excuse me?
Gabon, Cameroon,
Angola, Gabon, but Angola was part
West
of the source of slaves.
No,
did they come from Congo?
Say what?
Did they come from Congo?
Yes, of course they did. It was the Congo Kingdom. That's why they say they have elements of the Dela language is mixed with Central African languages as well, along with Sierra Leone and all that.
There was a Congo king that took back, that conquered in some part of South America, and he was a prince in Congo, and then he took over the plantation and killed a whole bunch of Spanish and ruled a whole segment of part in South America. Up to this day, they have their own.
I mean, even in New Orleans today, we have Congo Square. We have the prison Angola. Do you think that just came out of nowhere?
Yeah, I think in
someone
South
driving
America,
or someone's walking.
Someone is getting
right. And then also, like I mentioned before, the Stono Rebellion was created by Congolese and Angolans.
In the U.S., you mean?
And South Carolina, to be Pacific.
I think what happened before is not what I'm curious about. It's what made it up to now. And in the Americas, I think this in evidence of presence of Angolans there. I think it's this dance they have, lambada, and they have this kind of martial art thing that they said.
Oh, Capoeira in Brazil.
Yeah,
I think there's also voodoo that is quite dominant in almost, apart from the US, in almost all this from Haiti, all of them.
Yeah, I'll read about the Angolan slave trade. I have a friend in Angola. I'm going to ask him about Angolan slave trade. I think it's going to take
the reason why there's a lot of evidence from Nigeria is because Nigeria is where a lot of the testing.
No, I mean, there's a lot. To be perfectly honest, there's a lot of evidence of the Congo too, bro. I mean, like I said, we don't fucking read.
We are not seeing it. That's what I'm telling you.
I mean, we're not fucking reading. I could put up a website and half of these motherfuckers are not gonna read.
Swearing constantly. See,
I mean, I feel that way. Is
it that some people?
It's hot. It's hot where I'm at in LA.
Why are they so shy to test themselves? You can't. They're all Americans now, or they're all this in the Americas. Why are they?
You know
the
what?
Angolans and the Congolese that are from there not testing themselves.
You know what I noticed? I may be wrong about African Americans. Since African Americans, they're like multiracial people. They're always trying to see that part of Africa. They've got people that look similar to them, and they're trying to say, "Oh, we might come out from there." They don't want to say the way they look because they're mixed.
I go by historical facts, bro. I go by historical fucking facts.
Because Congo is very rich.
Yo,
right.
When it comes to listen, when it comes to,
I think I'm on to you now.
Hey,
Congo's not rich.
what's his name? Pharaoh. Let me tell you this. African Americans and Caribbean people, we all see ourselves as black. And the multiracial people, we just include them, but we know who black people is. You understand? And also, so when we see Africans, we know Africans is goddamn black people. You feel me? And we know who mixed. You feel me?
So I can fire. You want to take over North Africa and take over East Africa, so you are prepared for war, like a bloodshed and all that. You're prepared to take over, isn't it?
No, I would, because we are deficiently climatized. That's Africans. We are deficiently climatized as to what is happening in this world. I would have to have a radical drive for climatization of our minds. You feel me? Where we would have a state of mind to subject these people, and we would have to put ourselves in a position in terms of, okay, right now we got everything, and they are.
I see that shit, bro.
Hold on. Wait, rude boy. Hold on. We got everything, and we are poor. You feel me? So I have to get that out of our minds, because it's our minds causing it. We allowing. Wait 1 second. We allowing Lebanese stores, Chinese stores, all of these things in Africa. Let me tell you this. There is no way, in America, right? What white people used to do to black store owners? Hang them on a tree.
Yes.
You feel me? They hang them on a tree. That's what you need to do with the Lebanese and who else ever. And
we don't need to kill nobody. No, we just need to make them
tribal African. Hold on, tribal African. Shut up.
And pay
this
taxes.
revolution is not for babies. You feel me? Just quiet down. You feel me? You need to quiet down.
I wonder why.
Hey, people, let me.
You don't plan on driving fair. Hold on. If you don't plan on driving fair on the potential people.
My name is not Tribal African.
Oh, sorry, Pharaoh. Sorry, Pharaoh.
My name is Kifaru.
Hold on.
Farisha.
Wait, Pharaoh. Hold on. Wait. If you are
not Pharaoh.
All right, Kifaru. If you are not prepared to drive fair in prospective people, like people that's not there yet, you feel me? If you are not, if you're not planning on driving fair in those mother lovers, you're done for. So you have to destroy the existing ones.
We just need to be.
And no, let me finish up with this, right? Let me just say this.
There's no going around it either. There's no going around it either.
Icon Fire is true. Icon Fire is correct what he's saying. And this is what I'm gonna, like I said earlier on, look, in the creation of this economic and political oriented trading bloc that we are going to build our continent and its nation on in the future generations, it's going to take some blood, sweat, and tears. What I'm saying is this: you have to be ruthless.
Come on,
you have
man.
to be ruthless.
Black first.
You have to be ruthless. Look, you go for them. Tonight, let me finish speaking. You have to go for them You go for their children as well. I don't care, blood.
But can you
Hold on,
define?
let
Get
me
them
just
out of the
say
way.
this. Hold on,
But what I'm saying, what I'm saying, I'm not gonna
wait, 1
I'm
second.
not
Let me
suggesting that
just
anyone
say
should
this.
go kill
African
anyone.
millennial, you
Anyway,
need
1 second,
to
Kefiro.
moderate if you
To
want to keep your
Kefiro.
channel.
Hold on, Kefiro. Hold on. I'm gonna say this to you. You feel me? If you
I
ever
don't feel
notice
you, but
around the
I'll
world,
try.
hold
Don't
on.
worry.
If you ever notice around the world, we losing the respect from our women. You know how to get it back? Just like how I was saying, you don't have to say nothing to your woman. See me? Let her see what you do, what you can do to
No,
defend your
I
neighborhood,
can fire.
to
Okay, I'll give
defend
you an
your.
example. Can I just
bro,
say
I'm
this?
about to get off the panel. Let me just say this and go. Jesus. So what I'm gonna say is this, right? Look, there are two barriers that we're facing. And in most cases, it's pretty much mental barriers. That's the main umbrella. And in
What are
that
the physical
umbrella,
barriers?
we have two different branches. We have a barrier of understanding our political needs as a group of people, and secondly, a barrier of understanding our political alliances as a group of people. Do you understand what I'm saying? Look, we cannot go back to the days of fighting wars and knocking heads off people's body, because those days are gone. We never played a role in shaping the dynamics of today. So therefore, we would have to play by the rules of the people that have shaped the dynamics of today. What I'm saying is this, right?
So Brian, how do you plan to
Look,
propagate
any political and economic oriented progression of our people on the continent is going to be very multiculturally diverse. We have to understand, based on where we are now as a group of people, that's the first barrier we have to cross. That's the first mental barrier we have to cross. It cannot necessarily be a case where we all look the same. However, we cannot come together under one banner. We cannot come together under one orientation of political and economic integrations. That's what I'm saying. Second of all, what I'm saying is this. Second of all, you all are going to keep quiet and listen to me. Let me finish up and log off the panel, innit? Second of all, what I'm saying is this. We have to come to that acceptance that is going to be the case. And so therefore, we have to treat, even like it's going to be the case with the people outside our union, we're going to have to treat people with caution. We're going to have to interact with people with caution. That's one of our greatest problems. We do not interact with caution. That's all we have to do. It's not rocket science here. I'm not trying to teach anyone how to repair an airplane or build an airplane. You get what I'm saying? Nor demolish an airplane. You get what I'm saying? Like, these are just simple things. As long as we are focused on ourselves, we'll develop. And out of all 54 states on the continent, all 54 will not be part of the union. Do you understand? Once again, you have to be ruthless with it. All 54 will not be part of the union. Like in the EU, there are only 20 odd nations out of 40 odd nations, if I'm not mistaken. Do you get what I'm saying? No one else builds a nation like Africans are trying to do. No one else builds unions like political and economic oriented unions like Africans are trying to do, trying to lump everybody into one
It's not going to
group.
work. Thank you. I think you've got my point.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. That's what Tribal African or Kifaru, however he wants to call himself, I've been saying on these panels. Some people, for religious reasons, for cultural reasons, they feel like they cannot be integrated with us. Fuck them. You get them once there. Like, nobody's going to sit here and wait for anyone to fix themselves up. Fuck them.
The continent is practically split in half in terms of religion. And then you are dividing the continent in half.
No. It's not about It's not about division. Look, it's about alliances, and it's about strategic alliances to economic and political orientations. I don't care if you demand them over there. Like I said earlier on in the show when I first called in, I said you never know. The Somalis or the Egyptians might be more strategic. More of a strategic allies to us in the sub-Saharan part of the continent than the Malians would be. If that's the case, fuck the Malians and bring in the Egyptians to the party. You get what I'm saying? Because we can't afford to be failing anymore.
That's not how it works. I think what we should
it's not about that's not no. You this is the problem. We're fundamentally flawed.
Watch this. Let me make a point.
And that's only an example. Just to say I can wait. That's only an example. That was only an example. I'm not saying the Malians are bad people. That was only an example.
I understand your example. I understand your example.
Let me just add my own
So
quickly.
Niger, give me a second. Give me 1
You are
second.
going to have
give
your
people
chance.
a
I'll
chance.
keep quiet for a while. You're going to have your chance. The point I was trying to make was that if you look at the way the African Union is being organized right now, the sub-Saharan Africans, and especially Black Africans, are not handling it very well. They gave us everything else, like they gave Ethiopia headquarters, gave Ghana, I think, Continental Free Trade Area headquarters, they gave South African Parliament and all the rest. Guess what? They gave Egyptians the space, this an agency where
The
we build
military.
our rockets. The most strategic thing, they put it in Egypt, right next to Europeans. It's crazy. That's why I
That's what
think
I'm saying, Tunaja. That's what I'm saying.
let me finish my point. That's why I'm saying the sub-Saharan Africans, they probably need to have their own organization. It has to be bigger than just West Africa. It has to be bigger so that they can be able to make bigger decisions. Because what is going on right now is not favoring us. We are not making
I support that. I support
We're
it.
favoring North Africans all the time.
I support that. If that's the case, then let's know that
what I'm trying to
we not gonna have
what
a
I'm
union
trying
with
to say.
the Northern Africans then.
Hold on, Pan-Africanist. This is what I'm trying to say. On the ground, people to people, right? All right. Why are you permitting these other little races to own stuff in your in your place? Why I'm saying is, why you can't do business? Can Kifero go and open a gas station in that little place over there, little nasty place, Lebanon? You see me?
Lebanon is not even Africa.
Can you open a gas station there?
I'm not going there because I know how they treat my people. They treat my people like shit over there.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to say. Why would we permit them to have places?
You're not saying that we need to genocide North Africa and East Africa. You're not saying that, are you?
No, well, no.
Just keep them away.
I'm saying that if they're not, they must be controllable. See me? That's what I'm saying.
That's what we're saying is that you interact with them with caution. The nations that don't want to be strategic allied with you, you keep them away.
I'm just trying to hone into Icon Fire's rhetoric that's got only me so worked up, and he's so against other Africans and Bantu Africans. So tonight, I'm just trying
to... let me tell you this, right? Listen to me, Dad. Everybody listen to me. What I'm saying is this, right? Like you said, only me was worked up. You was speaking. Icon Fire is speaking about the northern coast of the continent. Bro. He's not necessarily speaking about the Horners. If the Horners want to see themselves identified with the north as identified with the northern coast of the continent for whatsoever reason, whether it be religious, cultural, social, whatsoever, then fuck them too. You know them ones there. We ain't got time.
I
We ain't
don't
got any
know
more
why
time
that
to
is
waste it.
giving them too much benefit of that. I've never had any person, even all the talk we have this discussion, say that they are willing to give out this in choose foreigners before they choose African people. Anybody, it's like you were there that day when they were castigating me as if I was hating them. All I said was, why would you choose a foreigner? And they were expecting me to condemn, and you trying to understand them while they are the ones being the aggressors. Really, they are saying things that are outrageous.
You are begging them to be part of
They are saying outrageous things.
That's why you notice that I was on your side. You notice that I'm on your side.
You are on my side, but you are bending over backward to believe, to reason with them when they are busy telling you that they would rather trade with foreigners than they would trade with you.
Stop begging them to be part of you.
Yeah, like people like that will never be strategic allies to you. And what I was gonna say before I leave the panel is this, right? Look, that's the format there. We have to understand that the AU is going to be a very diverse union and very multiculturally diverse political and economic union. However, it has to be found on strategic orientations.
If I had the power,
whoever is willing to align with you from political and economic perspective, we have to take them people along.
Hey,
now, when it comes to the Somalian and the Horners, hold on, let me finish speaking. When it comes to the Somalian and the Horners, it's going to be a tragedy if we can't get them along. Because like I said earlier on, everyone has got their respective contributions. If they get them over there are the contributions to the AU, god damn, let's take them. You know them ones there. If we can't, it's going to be a tragedy. And we're going to have to take that blow to the chin, innit? Because man is some of them red bone, cold head, You know them baby call head girl in the union too.
Please,
See, that
You know
kind of
them
stuff,
ones there.
Somalian
you are
guys,
It's
disrespecting
not
your
worth
own
it. If
very.
we're gonna
don't
be
This
the
they
kind of
use
union,
speech
we
this
find
is
them
guy?
baby call head
because you are
red bone
disrespecting
girl.
your very
Then
own mom by saying that kind of stuff. It's not
Let
nice
me
when
tell you,
people do this kind
yo,
It's
of things.
just being a
wait,
It's
troll.
just
wait.
not
It's
right.
Let
just
me tell you,
Stu
the
Niger
best.
is being a
Hold
troll.
on,
Don't
hold
take
on.
it serious,
Maybe.
please.
To me, I wanna say, forgive me to my West African woman, but Uganda woman, and going down south is the best goddamn woman in the world. Goddamn it.
You know what? I second that.
exactly. And look, Tunisia and Kifara will never
From Uganda,
disrespect my West
from
African woman.
Uganda,
Let me say this right.
going
I
down
I will
know,
never
south.
disrespect. I will
I
never
know
disrespect my West
Igbo you
African
always
woman
get
because
married to
without
Igbo
them,
woman.
I will
I
never
know
have
that for a
life in
fact.
it. And I'm not gonna come
Yeah.
on
Well,
AM's
me too.
channel and come
Me too.
disrespect the sisters. Them. You
I know
get
you.
you
I
get
know
what
Yeah.
you
I'm
want to
saying?
use
African
them for
woman.
rituals.
I got
You
something to
want
say
to
right
use them
quick.
for
Hold
Yo,
on.
ritual
without
money.
West
Give me like 10
African woman,
seconds.
I wouldn't be alive.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly,
Look,
you know what I mean. And we're on AM's channel, so man's not gonna disrespect
check
her.
this out. Hey,
One of the
y'all gonna
most
like what
cute,
I'm about to
one of
do,
the
right?
most finest
Hey,
gal on YouTube.
I
AM,
think I think the stuff
yeah,
we need to
AM, you
do.
deserve an
Oh
award,
No, no,
man.
my
no.
Hold on.
God.
You deserve
Let me
an
say,
Check
one
award.
of
this
the
out.
most
You go
finest
spray
girl
him on
He's
judging
his.
me.
probably laughing at us from the background.
Yeah, yeah,
With all
yeah.
the
They gotta be
craziness
laughing
going
at
on
us.
here.
Hey, but look,
Okay,
look. I think as black people,
let
the
me
one
just say
thing.
this.
Hold on. Let me throw this out here right quick. The one thing that'll bring us as black people together in Africa and Americas and stuff is we need white Jesus now.
Don't say that.
Nah, keep it moving.
Let me just say this. Let me just say this. Like when I'm talking
Hold
about
on
this
for 1 second. I
African
just have
unity,
to ask African
when I'm
Millennium
talking
for
about
some
this African
question.
unity, let me just say this. Like Tunaja said before, when I say these people that don't want to be part of this thing, let's flush them out. These people are coming on you because you're begging them. Why? Why do you need the honors to be part of Africa? What do they contribute that we don't have? The word of Africa lies in the center and west. That is the
Oh,
fact. So okay, this is the thing. Look, Egypt, Ethiopia, Morocco was trying to join the European Union. They bashed them. They were the one
No, that
begging
was
now to join
I think that was Moroccans who tried to do that, not
Morocco.
Egypt.
Yeah, I mean
yeah.
Morocco. Yeah, just let me
Now
finish.
they
And
begging.
now let me finish, please. And now they were begging to join the ECOWAS because they found something interesting. If we make our union strong, these people will start begging, and who will tell
Yeah.
them, "Fuck out! Stop
Man,
begging
these people
people."
just bought $2 billion worth of fucking weapons.
Who?
Them damn Moroccan bitches.
Egyptians.
You see me?
Oh,
And
Egyptians are buying the
What's your
same too.
take? I mean, tribal African
and the
or
Egyptians.
Kafru.
So
Kafru.
so I don't like none of that shit.
What
You
is your
feel
take
me?
on
Why are
Mauritania?
sub-black nations not doing the same thing? Only these
Mauritania.
northern
Yeah, what is your
Europeans
take?
doing
What
the.
do you guys take on
Hold on.
Mauritania?
Let me tell you my take on Mauritania.
I mean,
It
that's in
should
West Africa.
Mauritania should be invaded by Senegal and Gambia and destroy everything that's not black.
You know what? That one, that see,
You are
hold
black.
on.
You are
That
black
one is
Jesus.
one of the things. You know what? That country is a slave country. And personally, if there is something, if there's anywhere I would say they should invade and completely upend that country, that would be the country I would pick on the continent
You
because
know
it's a
what?
slave
I got an
country.
idea.
African Millennium, are you still there?
Chicken and grits. Chicken and
Yeah.
grits. I got an idea. Let's formulate a way to go own that shit. You feel me? A lot of people would get our help anyway.
How
The
can
black people there
70%
would.
of the population of the people in Mauritania be subject to like the control of the
Yes,
elites next to a black country,
yes.
Senegal?
I
How
think
can
it
that
should be
exist?
destroyed.
It
I
shouldn't.
think
That for me, that is sacrilegious. How does Senegal tolerate that? You're in a country next to a country where
Well, because it's not.
70%
I
of the
mean, because
population is black,
it's not in
and you
Senegal's
allow that to carry
territory.
on. Pardon?
It's not in yeah.
Islam is worth more than people.
Thank you. That's
Exactly.
the point.
You should be able to advantage those black people in those countries to take over their country. How can they have 70% of the population and they don't have power? It's ridiculous. Next to
Yeah.
a black country. Can you imagine a European country allowing that kind of nonsense to happen?
Can you imagine the type of aggression that controls 70% of people?
No, that one really gets on. That one really gets on my nerve, and I don't blame them. It's us. We the black people are the ones that are asleep. We are asleep
Tolerating
in the wheels.
bullshit.
We need to do more. He right. So basically, if we do more together and own our own corporations and political systems and stuff, and actually spend our money instead of spending money on stuff we don't need, we can actually get some type of change. It ain't gonna
So
be
hold on, hold
Because
on.
this is the
Let
first
me
time.
say something. Let me say
Hold
something.
on, that this is a very
So
important,
Tanaja,
significant shout out. This is the first time I hear King Genocide speaking without sounding high, blood. This
Are
is
you
a
still on the
special
panel? I
evening
thought
on
you were
time.
YouTube.
leaving.
Give him time. He can come back.
so
This is a
When he
special
comes
evening
back,
on
that's when
YouTube.
it's high.
African millennial,
Yeah, go ahead.
you need to unmute yourself and give this brother a shout out, innit?
Kweku, I thought you said you were leaving the panel. You are
I
still here.
appreciate that,
Kweku,
bro.
the Pan
Thank you.
Africanist. You need to leave.
Now I got a few more minutes before I start
Why you
drinking
gotta
again,
leave?
bro.
Why you gotta leave?
Because he said, let me just say this because I have to leave. That's the second time. He's going to say the third time. Maybe that's
Yeah,
your
all right.
little trick
I
to
leave
let you
whenever I
unmute
want,
yourself.
innit? I've got a few more minutes before I start drinking. Don't hey, Kifaru, Travel African, don't
Kifaru
even
caught you on that one though.
Yeah,
don't even
it's his
tension
little
me, bro.
trick. It's his
Why is
trick
it so
to
why you
let
so
you.
forced? Because I'm here. Why you so arsed down here, blood?
Yeah,
Why
because
you
Kifaru,
so
he's
arsed
you
not
down
come
here,
here, you
bro?
drinking
talking
nothing
shit
yet.
about my West African women. You don't talk shit about my West African women.
I ain't talk shit about you,
Oh,
Kifaru. You probably ain't even married to one. You probably ain't even married to one. You're a child. Bring your girl on the show. Let's see her.
Okay, she's in Cameroon. Somalians don't live in Cameroon, that's for
Yeah,
sure.
mine is in Mali, blood. Mine is in Mali. Is what is. What I'm saying is this, right? I'm gonna log off now anyway. Now I'm actually gonna log off now.
No, don't,
After this statement. African millennial, you're beautiful. You're one of them beautiful West African girl that put us on the map. I'm not gonna lie. One of the most
He's making
cutest
up for
woman
bad
on.
mouthing us a moment
Let
ago.
me finish speaking. Golly, let me revive myself, bro. Let me
I like her
revive
voice. I
myself.
like her voice. She talks really soft.
Look, the most beautiful woman on YouTube, point blank, period. You get what I'm saying? She deserves an award, but she's probably not gonna get it. So we have to give her the flowers on our show, innit? Oh, I mean, African millennial, we need to cook palm nut soup and banku for your matter. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? With that said, man's about to log off without the West African girl, them. Without the West African woman, I will not have a life. Some man's not trying to come here and disrespect anybody. You know them
the
ones
only
there.
thing she wants.
But
Do
we have to
super
call
chat.
a
Do
spade a
super chat.
spade. The game is the game, and the name of the game is gonna be the
leave
name
the
of the
man
game,
alone,
innit?
man.
And
It's
AU
my
without them
guy.
baby called hair red bone gal from the Horn of Africa.
To do
Bro,
rituals, yeah. For sacrifice
it's
alcohol.
not even worth it. If we're gonna build an AU without them gal in the AU, yeah, might as well just forget it. Might as well just forget it, man. Man, I'm out. Shout out to every single one of you people. Have a blessed weekend. See you tomorrow, bro.
See you tomorrow. You can come back if you want.
Hey, let me tell you something right quick. Hey, I appreciate all of y'all showing support. Everybody hit that like, share, and subscribe. You know what I'm saying? You know, do all that good stuff. You know, show some support. Throw that cash up. Throw that super chat in there if you got it. You know what I'm saying? You know, somebody
Thumbs
keep
up
it straight with.
for the likes.
And big up to all sub-Saharan African women.
Hold on, I can fire. Tunaja, you understand these nations are operating in the confines of the nation states that exist already. You understand?
Yes.
So you are expecting another African nation to invade another African nation like that. So you want a break?
No. I said if there was going to be any invasion, that is the only one I would tolerate, because the reason why I say that, I'm not advocating that, obviously, but I also say that you don't need to invade a country to empower people in that country.
Hold on.
There's no reason why Senegal shouldn't make effort to empower the black people in
Wait till Niger. So God, I'm asking you something, God. Darth Vader, I'm asking you something. So you think we should, because it's sovereign and is quote unquote sovereign or fake sovereign, you think it is okay for them to have slavery?
No, I don't think it's okay for them to have slavery.
What do you think should be done about that?
I don't think it's okay for them to have slavery. Slavery has been outlawed by
what you think should be done. What do you think should be done about it?
Listen, it is a wrong thing that's done. Every country recognizes there's a wrong. So it's up to this society. And I made second to Niger, yes, maybe some issues need to be raised about that. And
it needs to be invaded.
You cannot go and invade.
It's not Africans that's controlling it. It's
See,
not Africans that's controlling it.
see, if you
Now,
invade
one
them,
question
then
is
you're
this:
going to force Morocco
is
to want to
Mauritania
invade back
part of the?
too.
Say what?
Is
I say if you
Mauritania
try to
still?
invade them, Morocco might intervene because Morocco is controlling Western Sahara.
You
So
don't,
if you
yeah,
try to
they don't
invade
even have the
Mauritania,
power.
you
They
could have.
have,
I think they should
they,
be empowering the black people in Mauritania. They can't do that. There's no reason why they should allow. How can you allow your own people to be in slavery? You see black people in slavery next to
Well, I don't
country.
think in
The thing
society
is,
in
when
Mauritania
Icon
the
Fire
people.
speaks,
Hold on for 1
Icon
second.
Fire speaks invasion. He speaks
Right. I don't
invading
think
North
people.
Africa, invading East Africa. So how can
I
you
mean,
expect
to
No,
me,
Africans to feel when
I
it's
don't support that. I
hold
don't
on.
support
I
advocating
Hey,
invading
don't think the
countries like that.
people.
hey,
I mean,
hold
you have.
on. To me, if sub-Saharan Africa get powerful enough, we should invade Morocco. And goddamn,
Why? No, come on.
All right. Let's get back to reality.
can't tell
I
me
don't
shit.
think. To me, I agree with Dark Raven that the people there will pretty much try to change it themselves. I mean, obviously, you do have advocates there in Mauritania, people who are probably like in the South or what have you, or former slaves who are.
I hear them, and they begging us for help.
And
I hear
also,
them.
you also have different classes of Mauritania. You have the Berbers who are on top, and then you have that group. I think it's called the Hadassin. They're kind of like the large bulk of people in Mauritania who I don't know if they benefit from the system or whatnot, but they kind of in that middle ground.
are they mixed
Wait, hold
looking
on
people?
1 second. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. So I just updated the like count and there's 30 likes. Can we please get 10 more likes, please? There's 60 people watching. We need 10 more likes. Else you are just going to listen to me rant to myself and not the other panelists. So let me see here. Let me look how many likes are there now. It's the only request I ask. Okay, it's the only request I ask. Please, can I have something for my time? Y'all can't have everything for free. What kind of attitude is that? Thank you. Okay, we're resuming. Who is speaking? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, you should be president, African millennial. You don't take no BS.
No, I like the way she organizes this in her panels because she doesn't
No,
get. I
I
don't
don't organize my panels. I just
No, that's the point, isn't
Do
it?
me a
Not
favor.
organized is a good way. Allow this conversation to flow.
Let me talk real quick. Do me a favor, that link I have in the private chat as far as tracing your roots, put that on the comment section.
I was looking at it, but who's the author of that thing?
He's from Cape Verde, and you could always back check. He got the links where you could back check his sources.
Yeah, Cape Verde people always bias sometimes with their history.
No. He's very, very honest, and he's trying to be as very objective as possible. And he has the DNA of all various different Africans, along with even people who are not part of the diaspora.
But clearly, he has a kind of slant.
No, he doesn't. He goes by facts and data. With the facts and data,
it depends. See, facts and data, all they have to do is alter 0.5%
no,
of
it's
it.
not.
It gives a totally different picture.
It's history, bro.
So what does this mean?
Is he a historian?
Yeah, he is. He actually is a geneticist.
So what was his conclusion?
Right?
And you could look at the slave database. You could go
He's
to that
just
link.
saying the bulk of us came from Central Africa.
Oh, okay.
That's his evidence.
But that is not the bulk, though. It says 5 million.
Historically, he's correct.
Historically,
he's correct. Look at.
It's
I mean,
half
it's
and
the
half.
database. He got all the links of the database in his site. You could second.
But it don't matter though.
Huh? I agree with
I
that.
don't think it
what I'm saying
matters
is this.
too much.
We neglect that region all the time.
Oh yes, true.
I don't think we are neglecting it. I realized this a while ago.
Because every time it's always Nigeria, Ghana,
But stop crying because Nigerians are being recognized. Hold on, let me just say something. Let me say something about this. Let me address it because this is my wheelhouse. No, because it's acting as if it's our fault that people are coming out declaring that they are Nigerians.
When we get on these platforms and when they say West Africa, I'm like saying, isn't like you know, a huge percentage of our population come from
Chicken
that.
and grits. I'm gonna make you understand what's the
Because most
cause
of
of
people
that.
here are
Wait,
English
to
speakers. They're
Niger.
not from Congo, where they
To
speak
Niger.
French.
Could you hold on for a second, man?
Go
It's nothing
ahead.
to
So
do
I'm
with
gonna
language.
explain to chicken and grits why that is. It's language. You feel me?
I think so too.
Because there's a lot of English in West Africa, so we communicate better, and we hear what they're saying better, and they hear what we saying better. So I think that's the issue. Um,
Right.
if we could have talked, if we could have spoke to Congolese people, we would have addressed them and got more information and all that stuff.
Right.
That's true.
Yeah. So I
Right.
think that's the barrier.
That's
Right, but what I
true.
like about his link is he backed it up with sources, and you can always link to those sources, which come from periodicals, you know, from like various different, you know, universities and whatnot, and books. You could always look. I mean, you know, like I said, if that he gave you all that information, if you're not looking at it or gathering all that information yourself, that means you're lazy when it comes down to reading about this. If you're really interested as far as where did these people came from, and you know, to the fear fact that these people suffered.
Yeah, you know, history like that is most interested from African diaspora, African Americans. Africans don't really care, you know, they don't really care about history of slave trade because they were not the slave. That's why people fail to understand.
No. Let me address Arrow Boy because
It didn't affect them that much. Do you
Yeah, but they
understand
are
what I mean?
still victims.
What I mean
That's
by
what they don't
sources,
know.
what I
I
mean
can
by
tell you,
sources,
we're gonna call Nakmizi if you don't calm down, mate. I'm sorry.
right. What I mean by sources, Arrow Boy, he provided links from various different, you know, universities that study this.
Yeah, I understand. My point
Everything
is
he
that
posts down on that site, he provide a link.
I know. My
God,
problem is
did you
Africans
just threaten us
don't
with not
care
media?
don't care
No.
about this history because they were not the slaves. They were not. We have problem with colonization. Africans care much about colonization, what's happening in their continent, because the history of slavery. I think the other guy said we don't know is because we don't really see that it was not us. It's the people that were taken out of Africa. Like they want to know more what happened to them. But those in Africa, we're not worried about colonization. We see the Frenchman, we see your politicians corrupt. That's the kind of thing we're more, you know, that's the thing. So things like that might be true, but these people are not interested.
Yeah, and
That's
that
just the
makes
fact.
them stupid.
Let me say something real quick. In the blog that I forgot his name, the Cape Verde guy have there is sources where you could look. He connects you to those sources where he got his information from.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And
but
he's
the
providing
information
that
that
he's
he's
providing
providing
that
doesn't contravene what
platform.
I'm saying.
He's providing that platform for us to do our own personal research. In other words, back check what he's posting that and where he found the sources at.
There's this lady Day. I'm not tribal Africa. I'm
See,
Kifaru, please.
hold on.
I'm
I think he's
Kifaru, not
missing the
tribal
point. The point
Africa.
I'm making is not what he's addressing. What I'm making today is that it doesn't mean that let's say they took 100, 50-50 from each side. But if late after 400 years, 60 to 70 people that keeps coming out and saying, "No, look at my DNA, is showing this in West African," you have to ask yourself, what happened to the other 50%?
Well,
That's what I'm saying.
For me, like I said, it depends on your region where you come
That's
from.
a good point.
I mean, I notice a lot of people from South Carolina, where I'm from, they have similar DNA results like me.
Chicken and grits. You know what two Niger is saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
He's saying that those people from down south, West Africa might be weaker and didn't survive the intricacies of 400 years.
Then how come there was a large group of people?
The question is explained that, but I'm not saying that.
So
I'm saying that
DNA.
why
Hold on. So he's saying through DNA. So hold on. He's saying through DNA only West Africans are appearing. So he's saying only West Africans are appearing.
I'm asking why. I'm not saying they are appearing. I'm asking why. I'm not making any judgments here. I'm just saying, why is it that many of the people that keep showing up with West African DNAs more as a majority than that show up in this thing? That's what I experienced.
I don't think they could. Let me talk, please, because we're talking over each other. I don't think they really could do that distinction, really. I mean, as far as the difference between West Africans and Central Africans, to be very, very specific. Only except for few groups that do have North African DNA. It's usually people from the Sahel region or people who have ancestry from Madagascar. You know, they have that variant there. But as far as West and Central Africans, I seriously doubt they're able to make that distinction between those two
I
groups.
think they're able to distinguish it to the point where they say this one is Fula, this one is
Because it's
Igbo,
just
this
like,
one. This
no, but
Bamileke, they even honed it down to Bamileke
some
groups.
Fulanis have North African DNA. That's facts.
See, well, you can't quote one thing in one end. If you see, Grits, if you want to dispute that, maybe there's some kind of weird disparity that is the reason why, or maybe I'm getting it wrong, that maybe the people coming online, I'm just seeing the ones that claim West Africa. I can understand that. But to say in one breath that your information is correct, but at the same time, the ones that are showing up from the same genetic reports are not correct.
What you're not getting to, Niger, is this. A lot of the slaves, it was, you know, as far as the distribution of people, was definitely regional at its best. Although we did have within the same region or within the United States, domestic slave trade, where they traded groups of people. You know, that I do not deny. But as far as historically speaking, like the main rebel groups, and, you know, even printed in newspapers back in the day, they even mentioned a large population of people of Central African, or, you know, what they said, you know, from Angola and the Congo that's there.
Okay, so let me ask him this.
That right there is
let me ask you now. Let me ask you one more question.
At the same website from the, you know, South Carolina Gazette.
I need you to answer this question, please.
Go ahead.
Would you say that in the Central Africa, this in South America, Central America and North America, would you say that the cultures that exhibit themselves more are the West African cultures overall?
It really depends what you're talking about.
I'm talking about overall. Which one comes out more?
In South America, the Congolese culture is more, and in North America, the West African culture is more.
That's disputable. But
they have in Brazil.
I would say musically. Let me make a comment. I would say musically and artistically, as far as African Americans they got a lot from the Sahel culture. As far as musically, from rock, the blues, and all that. That came from Sahel, or mainly from probably the Muslims people from the Sahel.
Wow, this guy is doing everything to avoid.
I think you're trying to
quiz This guy has some stuff against West Africans. You have something against West Africans.
The Sahel is not West Africa. The Sahel is not West Africa.
No, but you made a decision. Why would you make such a decision? You can't know that. You can't even know that.
Do you have something against West Africa?
No, because he can't know that. How can you know the distinction between Sahel and the sub-Saharan Africans? You think sub-Saharan Africans don't have the Ghanaians?
Musically.
Come on. Cheating and Grace, that's false.
No,
come on, man. This guy is being funky. I get it feeling he's being funky.
That's why I say Negroes don't read.
That's false.
Negroes don't read.
Oh, we don't read.
Negroes don't read.
You know everything.
West African musician by the name of Ali Funky Tory. Okay?
That's I think you're just using biased history.
Video.
Yeah, he's
from Do you know everything?
No, I don't know everything. What I'm saying is I did research.
Well, just because you read more than a person, you think somebody that don't read can tell you certain stuff?
I even go on blogs and we talk about this type of stuff. People who are actually academics.
Could you not attack people?
You think I don't?
You not attack people's education level?
You have to deal with my assumptions.
I'm looking at stuff.
Hey, can I do so? Hey, let me speak for a second. I ain't had nothing to say, but look, hey, we got a good format. We got a good pattern going on. So let's just roll from the left to the right. Let AM say something. Then Faru, then Tanaja, then Darth Raven, then Icon then Brian. Then, you know what I'm saying? So that way we ain't cutting each other off and stuff like that. But it's different. It's different when we got challenges.
Who wants to be next?
Whoever the first one.
Kifira.
Yeah, okay. I think Cheating and Grace. I think from the long time we've been listening to you, it is clear that you want, I don't know, you like Sudan
He wants to be Sudanese.
No, I
Yeah,
never
that
said
guy
that.
is
I
funky,
wanted to be
man. That guy
the
is
intention was
funky.
great.
Let me finish.
All right, go ahead.
Sudan,
Right.
some what's it called? Madagascar,
That's
places
just
that
that's just go by records, man.
Mali,
I go by
so
records.
Yoruba,
yes, okay.
Igbo,
So what
Ghana.
I think, let me finish, please. So what I think is you have your own construction in your mind. So you're going in search only for the history that correlates with what you're thinking about, your idea of slave trade. That's what you're going to look for.
No,
You're
it's
looking
not. I
for
go by
bias
records,
history.
bro. I go by
Yeah,
records.
see, you're looking for bias history to mean that okay, we can
It's
do
not
something.
bias. It's
What's
records.
the bias?
If you
All
look,
right.
What is his
Okay.
motivation
Yeah,
to
I
be
mean, I'm trying to
biased?
figure out what is biased about it since I go by
What
the
is his
records that
motivation
tells
to
me.
be biased? What is so different? Is the Congo
Because
Empire
he's
better than?
claiming that the Sahel has more
I've not
people
even
taken
finished.
No,
Let
I
me
didn't.
get
I
this
never
up.
claimed. I
from
said
America
using the
as
art.
slaves
Using
than
the art is
this
very
thing, the
different.
Americans and
But
the
he's claiming
sub-Sahel.
Hold
Congo
on.
as well. He's
Chicken and
claiming
grits.
Congo
Hold on.
is
1
Congo better
second,
than
guys.
West
All right,
Africa.
all right,
Hold
all
on.
right.
1
Go ahead,
second,
I
guys.
got fire.
1 second,
I can't
chicken
find
and
you.
grits.
You have a feedback.
This
You have
is
a
where.
massive feedback.
Oh, sorry. All right. This is where you are wrong, chicken and grits.
All
You
right, go
can't
ahead.
tell. You can't tell African people who is different from who.
Oh, I
Only
never said that. I
African.
never said
Wait.
that.
Only African people can decide that. And me, I believe that the Sahel is West Africa. You
It
see
is
me?
West Africa. That's obvious.
It is.
There, I don't see a difference really, except languages right there. So I wouldn't distinguish them.
Right, I
Yeah,
don't
but
distinguish that
look at
either.
okay. Let me give you the
I'm
reason
saying
why I
what I
have the
said.
issue.
I
Can
mean,
I
let me
finish?
talk.
Can I just say
Uh,
something?
let you
Let me
Niger,
say
talk,
this. Let me
United.
say
let you
this. It's very,
Niger
very
say
important.
say
Let
Seems
me
what
like
just
you
say
know
this
more about us than
because we have to
let
make
on.
this clear because what this
All
guy
right,
is
Like,
saying
go ahead.
here is saying that the Sahel right now has by far the minimal population
Oh yeah,
of
when I'm
East Africa.
saying
Hold
musically,
on, let me
what's the
finish the
difference
wait,
point.
between
wait,
musically?
wait,
Because for you
hold
to
on,
come
chicken and
here,
grits. You
for
next,
you to come
you
here and
next,
say
chicken and
this,
grits.
because you've been doing
All right.
this quite often. You've been trying
No,
to
I didn't. No, I
disassociate
didn't.
West Africans.
I'm just being
The
realistic.
rump
Hold
of
on, you next, chicken and
let me
grits.
finish my
All right,
point.
go ahead.
The rump of this West African population come from the sub-Sahel. When you keep the fact that you chose that part, you know the population of
I didn't
Mali,
say, I said
20
musically
million.
tonight. The
You know the
musically.
population of, let me finish. The population of Mali is 20 million. The population
Go
of
ahead.
Nigeria is 200 million. The population of Ghana is 30 something million. And you chose the area where there is a few people there compared to the others to be the area where the culture of the people that were taken from that coastal region came from. And the same thing, you try to disassociate them again. You went to Central Africa, you say, oh, most of the people that are being tested are not showing up as this thing because for weird reason, they are not showing up. Your research shows different. You
To
can't
Niger,
be doing that.
to Niger, hold on.
Oh,
You want to say something about that big man, or you
It
want me
has
to
to
talk?
make sense.
let
You can't just act as if
Hold
reality
on,
is not happening.
let me set the record straight. The sub-Saharan Africans, they are the aggressors. We are over here in slavery partly because of sub-Saharan African people. Now, the Sahel people. Those are the ones who conspired with goddamn the Arab bitches to enslave us in the first place before Europeans come. We was a money making opportunity for the Sahel region in slavery. You
Hey,
feel
let me
me?
say this
So
right quick.
that's
Hey, I
how
don't
it
mean to
goes.
cut you. I can't. Hold
So
up. I just watched a
what
documentary
they did
about
is
that happened like that.
hold on, man. Hold on,
Nah,
man. So
I'm
so
agreeing with
what
you.
they
I
did.
just learned that today.
Wait,
Now keep
man.
going, Akon.
Wait, man. I'm not hearing you. Just hold on.
Sorry, bro.
So what they did is they in they conspired with goddamn North Africans or these Egyptian nasty little bitches from Arabia, you feel me, to enslave us and also to grab us in West Africa and sell us to Spaniards and goddamn English. You feel me? That's what happened. And we was taken from West Africa, not the Sahel.
okay.
All right.
Chitlins and Grits, explain
Right.
your point of view and
Okay, I'm
explain why they
explaining my
think
point of
that
view. I'm
you're.
just gonna read. I'm just gonna go through the data, and I'm just gonna go by region as far as how the way this website lines up because he gathered his information from various different websites, various different links. He pretty much said the blight of Benin is pretty much negligible, quite considerable in percent by showing in Florida and the Gold Coast. Given the highlighting numbers, only about 698 for Florida, for additional connection. He mentioned the Bride of Biafra, which is, pretty much Igbo land. Dominate slaves trade, especially in Virginia, and to a less degree also to the neighbor Maryland. Do notice that South Carolina does have a considerable share of 10% as well, given that Virginia holds much pivotal role of domestic slave trade, and outcomes is actually very relevant to other African Americans who might have often be ultimately Virginia origins. He got all the links here. He goes by Gold Coast, which is probably today's Ghana. Is proportionally speaking most elevated for New York, but the underlying number is about 504. Otherwise, it can be assumed that such lineage is actually fairly even distributed across most states, with a fair share between 10 to 15%. Also reinforce the intra-American slave trade. He talks about Senegambian region. It's clearly peaking in New Orleans Gulf Coast, at least by going by percentages. Take note that it's strikingly high. 40% is actually based on relatively low numbers of 5,208 slaves. And absolute numbers, by far, Senegambian went to South Carolina instead, 24,766. Given additional intra-Americas as well as domestic slave trade in Louisiana table, he talks about the tables and all that. Sierra Leone is showing up the highest in Georgia and Florida, followed by South Carolina, which received the greatest numbers. These are neighboring states, and he talks about the Geechee country. He talks about the Windward Coast. Is again peaking in Georgia and South Carolina.
About the Windward Coast?
Yeah, Windward Coast.
That's in Africa or the Caribbean?
Yeah, that's in Africa. That was kind of like, I think it was like Togo or something like that.
Liberia.
Right, Liberia, right. He said, again, peaking in Georgia and South Carolina, but actually present in Virginia. Then he talks about Central Africa. It's widespread and elevated numbers across most states. However, South Carolina has the biggest share, but relatively speaking, in its sheer numbers. And he goes through, as far as the percentages. And then we talked about Southeastern Africa as well, which is.
What about the Caribbean?
The Caribbean he does have as well too. You want me to mention that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Go to Jamaica.
No, I think he just mentioned the Caribbean in general. I just want to make sure. Let me make sure, because I have the link. It's a very good link.
See,
a lot of
good
information.
What he's discussing was about the people that left the continent, or he's discussing about the findings.
He's discussing the slave trade, bro.
He's discussing the connections.
That is not my point. That is why I keep.
Hold on, I'm looking for the Caribbean.
Wait, Nigel.
I can fire. Give people a chance to speak. I can fire. Give people a chance to speak. So that we can hear them.
Yeah.
Well, sorry.
Because I'm talking from a different track. He is talking on a different track completely.
Right.
I'm saying, even if all these things were true, how is it that now what we are seeing coming out, at least what I am seeing, anyway,
I can fire some good questions.
Can I finish my point? Otherwise, we are not going to get anywhere. This is why we have been here for 1 hour, and this point hasn't been resolved.
All on to Niger.
Is that, let me finish the point, because if we don't answer it,
we hear your point. We hear what you're saying. You're trying to say that West Africans is strong, and that's why they hear
you don't know what.
Please shut the fuck up.
Let me just let him understand, please. See, the point I'm making is that
why you have to be like that?
Right now, when the people that are showing up with their DNA results, they keep saying that, I'm West African, I'm Fula, I'm Yoruba,
we're many different tribes,
let me finish my point. They say I am Akan, I am Senegalese, I am this. They keep doing this, and you rarely hear them say, I'm from this thing, Congo, or Kinshasa, or any of those. You hardly hear that. And the question I ask myself is, if that is,
to be perfectly honest with you,
let me finish my point.
Brian,
How can people not listen?
We know that point.
Tells you that he's not listening. This is why he never answers it, because he's just thinking about what he's going to say.
Yeah.
You don't listen.
Yeah.
How can people not have patience to listen?
Go ahead, Niger. Say so that he can respond, because we want them.
Yeah.
I want to hear. We want to get somewhere.
Because exactly.
Yeah.
I am asking, why are these people that keep coming out, keep claiming West African over and over again? And then you don't hear a lot of people talking about Kinshasa, or I've heard a few say Angola actually. So the question is, why is that the case? Could it be that over time West Africans became more dominant in the diaspora there? Is that the case, or is just somehow being misrepresented right now? And if that is the case, why?
It's misrepresentation due
It's
to
not.
language, as
It's
Arkham
not
Fire said it. Arkham Fire
misrepresentation.
said it before. It was due to language, because Nigeria is the most populous country in Africa and the
Look,
most known, most mainstream. A lot of testing will happen in Nigeria.
Look, I'm
and they'll
taking
forget
that
about the
back.
other region. But
Hold on.
go ahead. Chitlins and
Hold on, God. I'm taking that
Language
back.
can't explain that
Wait,
now.
wait. All right, everybody. Okay. I'm just gonna say something. I'll take that back. It's not language. It is a fact that it's mostly West Africans that is coming up on most of these DNA tests.
Right.
Even though we don't. I never heard. Maybe Congolese is doing it in their language and we don't understand. But I don't hear. It's a very limited amount.
I don't think many of them are taking the test.
That is discovering themselves here.
Oh my
You feel me? So hold on. Wait. So hold on. So here,
let God fire finish. Hold on, let him finish.
Yeah. So here, a lot of people, if they really have Congo Brazzaville or whatever, they would say it. You feel me? They would say it. So it is limited. It's mostly West Africans. So the fact remains that what Niger is saying, it's mostly West Africans is appearing even in the English. When we say, this is the English world. So even if you related to these people from this other language, we the English world would still know because it would be English.
Yes,
you feel me? So it is a limited amount.
West Africans are taking it the most and all that stuff.
I'm saying that.
Well, you see,
I'm
but
saying that
let me explain something that he I can't fire. Wait.
Let him finish.
Go, man. I can fire.
Let the man finish, and then go ahead. And then all the things you had disagreement with, then you go ahead and take your turn. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I'm saying that to Niger there is facts that back it up that West Africans is the most deported from Africa. You feel me? That's how I see it. And yes, to me, if the Brazilians and these people maybe check their DNA, it might be they're more Congolese right there. You feel me? But it's a few over here. You feel me?
I don't believe so. Not according to the records in South Carolina.
Yeah, but not according to the records.
The records in South Carolina pretty much.
I can't fire. You just finished talking. Let me just say something.
No, you already said enough. You already said enough, Niger. I mean, because we allow you to talk.
Okay, go ahead and talk. Go ahead and talk.
All right.
Go on.
What I go by, Icon Fire, I just go by what the records pretty much say. And pretty much historical records pretty much talks about the Stono Rebellion, which was created by Congolese and Angolans. That's just historically accurate facts. The number count of Congolese and Central Africans came here. They were the first groups of slaves to come to the what is now the present day.
Where's AM?
No, I'm not. Time again.
I mean, I'll let you guys talk.
Hold on, let Brian. I got you. Let Brian speak. Let Brian speak, and then let Akon Fire respond to that, because Brian is speaking to Akon Fire. So everybody else, just let Brian finish, and then let Akon Fire respond to that. It'll be better.
Madagascar, man.
No. I mean, they came here, like only 5,000 of them came to the United States. But in regards to Central Africa, that they were pretty much numerically one of the dominant groups, and that should not be overlooked. And historically,
we're gonna start calling you Madagascar Brian. That's what we're gonna do.
You can call me anything you want. I don't mean I have to answer towards it. But
yeah, just let me just can I speak?
Oh, let me speak. No, you already talked enough. You accused me of this. You accused me of that.
No, you gotta let
quiet for a while.
Now it's my turn. It's my turn to be.
I didn't even finish. They just jumped.
No, let him finish. No, Pharaoh, let him finish.
Because you was talking for a long time. You accused me of this and accused me of that.
Please address the current era. Don't go back.
Let me address.
Years.
Damn.
Go ahead,
Hey,
Gabe.
Brian, you don't forget what you was telling the Akon Fire about. Brian, finish what you was addressing between Akon Fire conversation, and then let him have a chance to respond for like 30 seconds, you know, and then keep it moving, you know. So that's what.
All right, no problem. No, I mean, gentlemen, I go by the facts. Now you cut me off. I go by the facts. The data in South Carolina, I've been noticing a lot of people in South Carolina DNA results is usually high Central African. What they have categorized as Cameroon and Congo, especially if you're doing Ancestor.com. I noticed in other people's results, they did have, like West Africans, probably like, they don't have it in Ancestor. They don't have it like in, let's say, definitive countries. They might have like Ghana, or they might have like Senegal and Nigeria, because Nigeria, you have to ask yourself what population. Let me finish talking, please. What population groups that they're going by? But what I look at is the data as far as, because my mom's family from South Carolina specifically, and read the historical records, and it was consistent. Even I was trying to deny it myself. I was thinking, okay, most of us from this or that in West Africa, Ghana, Mali, what have you, or Nigeria. But a good percentage of the slaves who came to specifically South Carolina, and it's pretty much in every single database that keeps that have the records of this, came from Central Africa. It's just
Brian, watch this. Now that you control the conversation, hold on, wait, too, Niger. Brian, now that you have controlled the goddamn conversation and brought it your goddamn way as to talking about this goddamn DNA and who is Congolese or not.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying
you
is
have
that,
no, you have deliberate. No, you have literally. No, wait, man, it's my time. It's my time to talk.
People.
I thought it was my time to talk. So now you went there. You see me? You control the shit.
Everybody don't say that.
But you talking about South Carolina, right?
Respond. Trust me. We had a 4-hour. The Akon Fire respond to Brian. That's just nobody else talk besides them two.
All right. So you talking about South Carolina, but
South Carolina is one of the biggest.
Let me speak. So isn't South Carolina right now adopting what they call it Sierra Leone as Garifuna people?
That's the people who live along the coast around Hilton Head, South Carolina, not the general population.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that's South Carolina, and them people.
Carolina. What I'm saying is this:
those people claiming West Africa. You see me?
Right, but they do have, even in in that community, definitely certain words. Right, exactly. Yeah. They do.
All right. I'll let Pharaoh go ahead.
Kifaru.
Man, talk, man.
You need to learn how to call my name correctly.
I'm still giving you a decent name. You're Pharaoh.
Okay, this is the thing I'm gonna
say. He did say Pharaoh though. He did say Pharaoh at first. Or it's Kifaro. Is that the proper way to say it, Kifaro?
Let's work with the name, man. You're a Pharaoh, and that's a god.
I'm not ancient pagan Egyptian, so I'm not that thing. And
hey, quiet down, man. Hold on. Wait. This has changed the whole subject. I'm gonna ask you a question, right?
No.
I'm gonna ask you a question.
Ask him a question. Hold on.
One question. Let me ask you a question. Hold on. How you hold on.
Too much testosterone.
Wait, I'm asking you something, Pharaoh. How the people that create how was the days of the year created? Who instigated how to do the time? How the pennies?
Good question.
I don't care about that shit, bro.
I'm gonna ask you,
y'all get
right? How you know the days of the year and how much days in the year? How you know
I look at the calendar.
How was the calendar invented?
I don't give a damn. I look at
the
calendar
How
now.
many questions are we in 2020?
So what I'm trying to say to him is them same pagans that he talking about that's related to him,
Man, I don't give.
made him,
All right, all right.
he's following what they instituted right now. He's
Whatever.
following what they instituted. So what are you talking
That's
about?
what everybody is using.
We get your point.
Everybody's using the calendar. I don't know if you want to use ancient
I
calendar.
think I can find saying that the inspiration for the calendar came from the ancient Egyptians, so you shouldn't be knocking it down.
The pyramids. We got them.
Let me just say something about me clear. I don't give a damn about ancient history. Do you understand? I was not there. Listen. I give a fuck about now and the future, because that's the problem.
Without knowing the past.
Hold on.
Without knowing the past.
Listen.
Let me say this. Hold on, let me say this. I know I agree with you. You're right. I do not hold on to the past, but I represent and I like our ancestors. I big them up, and the people who with us and get older or that. You get what I'm saying? Not on this shit you said. Because some people, and I know you believe that. I know you want to say, but people, some people wouldn't know that because
I've not said anything. I just said one word and to jump over me again. Okay. When I see the Chinese people creating a fusion sun in 2022, I'm scared of that shit, bro. The Chinese people, listen. Oh my God!
No, I'm listening to you.
Yeah.
Let me hear what he's saying.
Hold on, I'm listening. I'm asking. He just said that.
What the fucking guy is saying?
Just hold on. Go ahead, Pharaoh.
Hey, look, I apologize, John. Keep going.
Okay. The Chinese people ancestors were no fucking damn ancient Egypt. We cannot agree with that. But 2022, these people have technology that they can wipe away my continent anytime. That's what I'm scared of. That's my concern. How can I stop them from doing that?
So
and
what makes them so proud? You think that? I'm asking you another question. One more question. Hold on. Wait. He's saying that the Chinese did this.
Hold on. I can fire. So you see, he's gone. You see, I wanted him to address. Why he said
just like he don't care about history. Man, just like he don't care about history, he's history too. You don't understand. He don't understand the intricacies of a nation. Why is the Chinese so dominant? You think they threw away Buddha? You think they tossed it in the chat?
Actually, they did. You like going on a tangent, you know.
What I'm trying to say is something causing Africans not to be proud. Something is causing Africans to be deficient in the way they think about each other. And this little baby boy is eliminating the stuff that should make us proud. You see me? And talking about he wants to go into the future being a non-proud, non-ambitious motherfucker. You see me? And that's why he's promoting with these little fucking capitalists that fucking don't have nothing called morality. You see me? And will devastate you as soon as you fucking hold on. They turning your woman into whores.
They're good.
You see me? And
I can fire. I'm not sure that's what he's doing.
No. I'm trying to say.
I'm not sure that's what he's doing.
Listen, I'm trying to say our enemies are turning our women into whores, bro.
What about North Africa?
And no, West Africa too. I'm saying that. Listen, white people, our enemies, are turning us
and what about
our women. Listen,
What about East Africa?
Same with East Africa. Did you heard about Kenya recently?
Yeah.
So I'm trying to say is, right, what I'm trying to say is we have to have a moral compass. We have to have something that we done to be proud of. We got to big it up in schools. We got to make our women proud enough not to sell anything. We got to secure our zone that nobody's richer than us. You feel me? That our women see that we are the dominant figure in our goddamn neighborhoods and not some bitch ass Lebanese. You feel
Okay,
me?
is there anything that Kifaru said just now that was contrary to what you just said?
He said he don't care about no Asian history. That's
Yeah,
dumbass talk.
but he also wants to fulfill all these things you just laid out,
But
which is the most
how?
pertinent
How
things.
can now? If he's fighting a tug of war, youth. That ends up nowhere too. If you talking about you a goddamn leader and you withhold the people's history from them, then you gonna have some low thinking society that gonna kill you in a matter of minutes.
But he's not holding information from there. He's just saying that his focus is on this part.
In the future.
Yeah, but how?
Yeah, he's not
Yeah,
saying that they
yeah.
should not learn history. He's
Boss
saying
man.
that's why he says he doesn't care about that. He cares more about where we are going, and you
All
have to give him
right.
credit for that
I'm gonna ask you this now. Can you imagine a bitch like that? Sorry, excuse me. Can you imagine someone like that representing us?
I don't mind as long as he's
when he
focused
get
on the right things.
when he get asked a certain type of question, he's like, I don't care about that. You feel me? You can't represent nobody.
If somebody is telling you
hold
that they
on.
want to do what you want,
his,
you have to take yes for an
no,
answer.
no.
How can
What
you
about
expect
his
people to be
choices?
perfect? See, I can fire. You have to be careful about your approach. You can't expect people to be perfect. You know what? There's something I like about you. There's something I like about I can fire. Let me finish my point. There's something I like about I can fire. I can fire is for
Niger, man.
I can fire. What I like about I can fire represent what this Rastafarians represent. They have an unconditional love and loyalty for their continent. There is no other group you will see that you can say that. And you have to respect that to an extent. But you, Akamfa, you have to learn, like fire, you have to rein yourself in a bit because you are burning everybody. Yeah, you are burning everybody, even the ones that wants to support you.
That's why the Somalians are up in arms, because people like I Can Fire talk about invasion, burning, and all that stuff. That's why Puntai Princess are thinking all Africans are crazy, and we're like, I'm not saying I Can Fire is crazy. They said all Africans are Pan-Africanists, are not jobs, and they want this. So you have people like Only Me angry because of the undiplomatic rhetoric of I Can Fire and the rest of them. And you've condoned that to Niger,
No, I'm not condoning. I'm not condoning it. If anything, hold on, let me finish. If anything, I would say that you are the one that condoned with some of the things. What see, when I Can Fire said that the first time, I wasn't even there. So that was she brought it up when I was talking to her. Let me finish. See, I Can Fire, you need to wait. When I was talking to her, she was the one that brought that issue up, saying, "Oh, some people are threatening us," and I said, "But that is not the point that we are discussing. What we are discussing is how can you choose foreigners over Africans?" And you can say whatever you like. Akamfire has said, but when people see in that continent and say they will choose foreigners, I'll tell you that that's the one you have to worry more about, and the one that is making reckless decisions based on what your people are going to do.
I saw that. I saw that. That's why if you actually listen to the discussion, hold on, I Can Fire. If you actually listen to the discussion, I was leading Only Me. I was talking to her, leading her to actually to that point particular why she chose all other countries except except African countries that could do it. You know, I can understand Kenya, but what about other countries? So I was leading her to that point of view and all that kind of stuff.
I know why she said it.
Obviously, it was a tough debate. It was all you and that guy
were having. They were just insulting me, and you were just there trying to make sense out of it. The guy kept anything I said. The guy was just insulting me continuously, and you were just like trying to make sense with them. And you are telling me now.
I wanted to defend you in that. I wanted to come on and defend you.
When Akamfire said what he said about her today, I admonished Akamfire immediately, and Akamfire apologized. But you sat there trying to rationalize with them when for 4 hours, they were insulting me. Constantly insulting me, calling me all kinds of names. Of them.
Let me get a talk. And you're
acting as if I'm being this. I made him.
Can you give somebody
and
a break?
He apologized.
To that discussion, I was trying to You may not like the approach. I was trying to mediate between you and only me. If I had
Sometimes you don't mediate. I didn't mediate. Did you hear me mediate against? Did you hear me mediate against Akanfire and her? I admonished Akanfire immediately. I didn't have to mediate anything. There's no mediation there. If somebody's being unreasonable, let me get a call talk, them man. out on it Let me immediately. get a talk. God, you not a mediator, and you should stop. I hear you tried it a lot. It's not gonna work. You feel me? Just stop. You call them out. What I'm trying to say is, listen about this thing about I am not in no enemy shit with Somali people. I love Somali people. You feel me? But they have this opposition towards black people and some slight little fucking talk about black people and some little fucking funny shit they have going on around with black people, like they are something better than goddamn black people. And me, I'm the fucking one to for nobody to fucking act like they better than goddamn black people, because I don't even make white people act like they better than black people. You feel me? So I don't know who the fuck they are acting like they fucking better than black people. And that's what pisses me off with how they speak. Hold on, wait. They have this issue with Bantu, and they have been known in history as past goddamn enslavers. You see me? So they are the ones. Hold on, wait, man, God. So they are the ones who have animosity against goddamn black people. You see me? So hold on, man. So wait, man. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you something, God. Hold on. Let me tell you something. Hold on, man. Hold on, man. Let me
respond because you're gonna keep going. Let me respond.
Wait, man. No, wait, man. Don't tell me.
I can fire tonight. Just is.
I can fire. Let him talk. Let him talk. You will have your chance to talk so that both of you can exchange properly.
Tonight, I would have rather preferred to actually, as the conversation was going, I would have rather preferred to have a conversation with them to the point where we can get down to what they are really actually saying. I'm not going to go berserk mode like I can fire and start cussing people out and getting into a tit for tat argument.
My gosh. So hold up. So that means God. So hold on.
But you guys are talking about them, but they're not even here right now. So it's like,
Me and that will
be all right.
Hold on.
Let's take a commercial break.
I'm going to ask God a question. I'm gonna ask God a question, right? I'm gonna ask God a question. Okay. If somebody says they don't like you, you gonna like them?
No.
Well, that's the issue. That's the issue. We Bantus, we black blood clot people back down too much. You feel me? And try to make people feel comfortable too much, talking bullshit against us.
What's wrong with liking somebody who doesn't like you back? I mean, people
it just means that's so wrong-headed. Yes, that's easy. That's easy. Hold on, let me answer the question.
Or something, because like tonight you
gonna make me answer the question or no? You gonna make me answer the question or no?
Something to address, and let us address it. Give us this space at least tonight.
Someone asked me a question.
You can wait. See, you have a lot of fire. Calm down. Let me address this with this guy.
Okay.
See that what happened that day is equivalent to somebody wielding a machete, and then the other guy is sitting down and trying to have a discussion, and you're like, you know what? Let's rationalize with this guy and using that has a machete, and let's, instead of you to tell them, you know what, put the machete down, so that there is something you need to do there, because you saw me do the same thing today.
Yeah.
That was instinctive. I didn't have to wait for Icanfire to even go further. I admonished him immediately. But what you were doing that day, you sat there trying to rationalize a group of people, like deliberately. I can tell you right now, if somebody did that to you, if somebody did that to you for 5 minutes, they will hear me immediately. I will tell them, no, I'm not going to stand for that. Yeah. But you sat there for hours. They were
constantly insulting me to the point whereby, you know what, I was gonna take. You know what I did? You know what I did? I said I was gonna take 5 minutes and go crazy with these people because he sat there and watched that stuff happen.
No, hold on.
4 hours it happened. 4 hours, not 1 hour.
Niger, it's
Continuous
just because
insult.
I didn't have no data why I didn't come and defend you.
God help us if somebody like that is defending you.
No,
you have to be worried because this guy will be like, how many calls have
God, you
you
should be
taken?
warriors,
5
God,
months. Okay,
not
sorry.
baby.
Let's go and talk to the enemy. The enemy just slashed you again. Oh, sorry about that. Let's go and talk to the enemy. That's not how it works. That.
Wait, 1 second.
Hold on.
Thank
Let me
you
respond.
to Matifi for the $20 super chat. H Block, what's up? How you doing? Thanks for calling in.
I'm doing great. Thank you guys, man. Great panel, great discussion. I'm very disgusted by Econ Fire and his ignorance.
Respect,
But
H-Block.
other than that, it's a great topic.
All right, let me respond to Tunaja quickly.
No. Hold on, man. H-Block, I'm not disrespecting. Hold on, wait, God. H-Block, I'm not disrespecting Somali, and I don't want to disrespect Somali people. I have to tell you, I love Somali people. But if you object to unity towards black people, well, we goddamn have a problem. That's the whole thing that I'm defending.
Econ Fire. Look.
Yeah.
There are over almost 30 million Somalis in the world. Not everybody sounds the same. There are a lot of Somalis like me.
That's why I told the lady that she not speaking for Somali people. That's what I told the lady.
Like, what you do in Econ Fire, you generalizing a whole nation. You know what I mean? Like you have to specify what you talk about. When you say Somalis, you put in all Somalis in one basket. Somalis are very diverse people. We don't all, think the same. People are different. So
I know. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Okay. Tunaja, if you watch the discussion, right? Tunaja, I'm the type in the debate, right? I will question somebody till we get to the nitty-gritty about what they are saying, really. And obviously, as the discussion was happening, I couldn't even get a word in edgeway. I couldn't even speak. You understand me? Every time I speak, somebody will interrupt and they will be cussing. If I had control of if I had control of Dr. Kaiser's channel, I would have just kicked the guy off or muted him and all that stuff. And because what I really wanted to address was what only me was feeling and what your concerns are. I wanted to talk about that, you understand? But the other guy was being very disruptive, and I couldn't kick him out. It's not my channel. It's Dr. Kaiser's channel. So
but you could have just condemned something. You tell somebody that this insult, you need to stop it. And when the person says it again, you stop them because it happened for 4 hours. And you were like,
Tonight, I condemned the
you think if I Can Fire was there, you think if I Can Fire was there, was going to take that? I Can Fire won't take that.
I'm not like I Can Fire. I won't go berserk mode, completely cussing people out on the internet.
No. It's not about because I felt like you were busy trying to get to the point of this thing when you saw clearly these people were not after the point. It's now obvious. Anybody that saw that knew that these people were not after any point because they were asking me to condemn people that were next door neighbors to them. I'm saying get along with your next door neighbors.
I wanted to elaborate. I wanted to correct that one because I know that was not the case. But obviously there was no way in which I could speak because what was going on. You understand, Tunaja? There was too much heat and Dr. Kaiser was sleeping and I couldn't control because I didn't have any control. So the only thing left was for me to engage in the same tit for tat energy of fuck you this, fuck you that. Why am I gonna do that? Why would I need to do that? Like
he was not entirely sleeping, he was there, he was just laughing at them. I think he was being mischievous, he thought it was a joke. And I told him I'm not gonna be going there if that's the kind of attitude because that stuff lasted for hours. And I felt like, okay, somebody would come and stop these people from doing what they are doing. That this is not appropriate. I should have learned. I've learned my lesson that day. Now that if you go in and this thing, you see how he's laughing because he was there that day. He saw it. I can tell you right now. See, if I was the one, somebody was constantly just the moment you say something, they call you an idiot. They call you this. I will stop them instantly. I will stop them instantly. If I Can Fire did that here, I will start an argument with I Can Fire. That is how you know how to call out somebody that has done wrong. You can't just act as if you're just, oh, they will insult me. No, you
No,
take sides and say you can do this.
You are an intellectual. You are an intellectual, right? You should have realized when a discussion gets to that point, you should actually remove yourself from that situation because you're not getting your point across, and the person is just insulting you and all that.
Why do they have the right? See, but now they've succeeded in what they want to do. Why do they have the right to chase us out of a discussion that we are having?
Anyone out is Dr. K's.
But you are just saying we should leave.
Hey, Tanaja, he just gave game. He was trying to explain to you that, like, you are intellectual. So when you give that type of stuff or that energy to somebody, even if they feel like that's your opinion was a fact, don't go back. You know what I'm saying? Don't worry about that.
I've held back for so many people, like even empowering aiders, all these people, whenever they like doing on a different level that he was tolerating, because there are certain things you don't tolerate. There are certain things you don't tolerate. And when it gets to a certain point, you say enough.
I was not tolerating it. I just didn't.
Because I know that people want to have fun and it's entertaining. You know what I'm saying?
Somebody insulting in front of me now. You see what I wouldn't even let them get a sentence out. I'll say you can't just be insulting constantly. Enough of the discussion then.
Okay, Tunaja, I agree. I should have done more. I should have done more at that time. But
hold on 1 second. Were you the mod on that screen?
Was I the mod? No, not officially as well. I was trying to understand both people's point of views.
I mean, if you're not, if it's not your thing, like, it's
come on, don't pretend.
No,
this guy doesn't
no, tonight.
Don't start. I don't want to hear you because you're very fishy.
No, to Niger. We all have an opinion.
This guy asks fishy all the time. I don't like. That's why I disagree with him. This guy is fishy. It's very fishy. I don't like the way it comes across.
If you're not the person who created this, platform, then I don't think it's your responsibility to tell this person, that person what to do.
Because I called out
Did I need
African millennials
permission? It should be Queso the one to take that responsibility and take care of that.
Fishy. This one is even worse. Did I need African millennials permission to call out African Fire today? I didn't need her permission. Because when you hear something wrong, if I see somebody,
if I had a platform
like this, God help me if something was happening to me when you're around. Because if something was happening to you when I'm around, I don't need anybody's permission to stop them. This type of attitude where you just act as if you don't know when something is wrong.
About something that's random, a robbery in the street. This is the internet, Niger. This is the internet. We're in cyberspace, Niger. It's not something random in the street. If it's Queso's platform, then he has the responsibility to monitor that. I mean, if it was my platform,
like I said,
if I felt something that was if I felt something that was very, very offensive,
somebody on the
if I said something that was very, very offensive,
no, I don't like false people. I don't like false people. I just
hold on. Can I say one? Don't do that. Come on.
Can I say one thing, African Millennium?
Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to go ahead and apologize to Niger. Like that stream that should never happen. Kaiser should have stopped that, and you didn't deserve to be insulted like that to Niger. I mean, we can talk about these African issues without insulting each other personally. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, you can't take this personal, man. Like, we can talk about the good for Africa and African issues and African politics, but we can't attack each other on a personal level, and that's what happened on that stream. On Kaiso's channel to Niger, and I do apologize. That happened there. If I was there on the panel, I would have stopped it.
I knew that. You are a stand-up guy. This guy is a stand-up guy. That's for sure. I know that. I know you would have stopped it.
How would you have stopped it?
No, he's a stand-up guy. There are stand-up guys out there that won't tolerate nonsense. I won't. If I see something happening to you, I will start a fight with them. Then when they start a fight with a neutral person, let me show you how. Let me show you how. Let me show you how.
If you do not have the
let me show you how. Then, if you want to learn, for next time, let me show you how. If you want to learn for next time, when a neutral person comes in and says, "Stop it, let's calm down,"
and you refuse, bro. It's not about words.
Can you hear me? Listen.
People gonna
Let
like
me
like
when
like
in
me and you are
Christmas,
arguing with
you
each
are
other
not
right now and not
listening.
really communicating with each other
Let
right
me.
now.
You want me to
Therefore,
answer
you're not gonna get anything
Okay.
across with anybody.
You don't want me to answer you then.
No, I'm just saying. What I'm saying is this: a person who controls the panel could put that mute button, like what African Millennial did, and she implemented. She got everybody off the panel.
Yeah.
Yes.
She got everybody off the panel.
Then you
Look
don't
what I'm saying. She got everybody off the panel and had one people speak at a time. Even what's his name? Aphrodonus. A lot of times he do not have. A few times I looked at his shows. I never subscribed to his channel. He had one person talking at a time. And one at a time.
But even he didn't go this far. You see, this is my point. What you are mistaken is that, like, if somebody else from on the panel now, you have 3 people there and they are ganging up against you. You know what I would do? Can I finish my point?
Or the host?
No, let me finish the point so you might understand. I can't get to the end of my statement. Why do I keep getting interrupted? See, if somebody was attacking you now on the panel, do you know how you show your position, and people tend to respect that.
I'll probably fight back and cuss them to the fucking.
Let me show you what I mean.
Back myself. Why don't you cuss back tonight? Why don't
hold
you
on now. Let me say one thing. Let me just finish the point. I said how you show that they are doing something wrong is when you come in and try to stop the argument, and then they carry on. One side carries on, then you turn on them. Then they will realize that they are doing something wrong. That a neutral person turns on them. That's how you stop people. Because when Iconfire said what he said, I turned on him. He immediately went back and said, my bad. He took the word back. I went back. That is how you show that what he just said is not right. I didn't go to Iconfire and say, what made you say that? Do you think they should be pushed into the sea or just push into the desert? That is not what you start discussing.
Tunaja,
because it's wrong.
Tunaja, I have a question for you, but before the question, thank you, Matifi. Is that 20 euros or pounds? I can't tell I think that's euros, right? Thank you. That's a lot of money. That's like double my currency. So thank you. I appreciate it. But Tunaja, I have a question. That guy, right? I'm pretty sure that guy was like a kid, a child. Does that change?
He's 30-something years. He's not a child. 30-something years.
Okay.
What do you think? He's well into his 30s that did that. And besides, it was just a misunderstanding. It turns out that he thought I was referring to him when I was referring to Nakmizi. This matter has been resolved behind the scenes.
Right.
He thought I was referring to him. One statement I made to Nakmizi, he thought I was referring to him. He had to play the video back.
Misunderstanding. That shit happened.
But I told him, you know what I said? I said, if it was just one statement I made to Nakmizi that you thought I made to you, then why did you go on for 4 straight hours when I wasn't even responding back that way to you? You just kept insulting for 4. He too didn't understand it. And he didn't give me any clear answer.
What I saw was he was like a rabid dog on you tonight, obviously.
He won't let it go.
I didn't everybody got any triggers. So
I didn't want to engage in the same bullshit chit chat like that. You know, if I had the
power, not necessarily. He don't want to really do that, but everybody want to say something and speak their piece. You feel me? So I get it. You feel me?
I mean, to be honest with you, this is the way I see it.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
And you will see how I was. You should rewatch that thing, and you will see how I was condemning and how I was trying to speak to only me and to get her to say exactly what he's saying.
Right. Here's the thing, man.
If you watch that thing, you will definitely see that I'm trying to get only me to speak her mind clearly. You understand what I mean? So I was not taking any sides in any way, although I understand.
But that's the problem. That is the problem.
No one is accusing you. Right. No one is accusing. Look, Tunaja, hold on, Tunaja. No one is accusing Darth for taking any sides. He didn't take a side, but he didn't step in. Here's what I noticed.
They'll be macheting you. You'll be like, let's discuss this
Tunaja,
out.
hold on, Tunaja. Here's what I noticed. Tunaja tends to talk about other people's country, but people take that as a personal attack. That's something you cannot do in these panels. Like, someone is gonna attack your country. You can't take that personally. You can counter argue with the person without calling them idiot, without calling them, like cursing them out. So that's what we need to understand. If you're too sensitive, if you're too sensitive about these issues, if somebody says something wrong about your country, if you're going to take that personal, you shouldn't be on these panels. You know what I mean? Like
Hey,
you
hold
can
on
argue
now.
with
Say that shit
somebody.
again, bro.
Tunaja,
Say that shit again.
Tunaja, I bet you, if you watch that show, you will see Tunaja. Most of the time, I was on your side, right? And I was trying to, although you don't like the approach that I was trying to reason with them, you don't like that. But I didn't feel the need to give the same aggro type of energy. You understand what I mean? Because it was unnecessary. And you, Tunaja, you should have realized that the debate was unproductive, and you could have removed yourself. Giving yourself some time
because
out.
you know why. Maybe I should have. That was one point I'll concede to you. But because earlier on in the week or so, the same thing happened. I left. So I said, if I keep leaving debates, discussions like that, then it's going to look like I don't have a skin for taking insult. But this one, I stayed there, and the guy carried on for more than 4 hours. And then when you stepped in, you were like acting as if it was like benign conversation between both sides. This one, anything I said, he will start with an insult first before he answer the question. He always starts with an insult.
The guy was uncontrollable. The only way to do that was just to kick him out of the show. You couldn't control him apart from coming out the same way that he was. The only way was to just kick him out.
Nobody seriously admonished him. That's the point. If he didn't admonish him, how would he know whether he was wrong? If he came in like you, that is neutral.
I think people have. I think the people have a capacity to know what is right is wrong. I mean, what we say. Even I have to admit to myself, you know what? I was wrong for saying this and that to somebody. I mean, he knew if he did say something that was offensive, or maybe he might say something as far as protect himself against you. Of course, he'll probably admit that he was wrong. But at the end of the day, whoever controlled that platform was the one who set the direction of the trend.
Well, I held him responsible. I didn't hold the guy responsible. I held Keizo responsible. I didn't hold the guy responsible. To be fair, that I knew that too. That from the beginning, I said, Keizo, you are going to answer for this because you set this up for it to happen like this, and because it happened once already. It didn't happen once. I told Keizo, if that kind of stuff happens again, because I've been to some crazy panels, but they've not gone all out just to attack one person constantly, and you just sat back and let that happen.
Yeah, you know what? Hold on. You know what? I was on one panel where Tanaja was getting attacked very much, and I had to join the damn panel. Let me say this. I had to join the panel just to make sure they was hitting him with the bullshit, and they was trying to misquote him, and I was like, nah, he a good dude, and he got his own objectives, and he got his own personal feeling, but he wasn't being disrespectful at all. And they was coming at it too hard, so I had to join that shit. That's what I do.
Hey, King Genocide, you were on that panel though. You were on that panel with Tunaja was getting insulted. King Genocide, you were on there.
When did that happen?
That happened late night, bro.
I ain't like that shit. I did not like that shit. I was like, damn. I was like, they misinterpreting, they taking out of context what Tunaja is saying. And I ain't like that. Yeah, man, like I joined in. I'm one of the people I join in. If I see too much confusion, I'm not the best. I'm not perfect, but I care. You feel me? And I want to see us grow and mature. And I learned a lot from us. Appreciate all y'all. Love y'all.
I mean, if you were getting attacked, why don't you just log off?
Like I said, I did it earlier on in the week, and I said, and Keizo said, this is not going to happen again. And I told him, if it happened again, I was not going to be coming again to his panel. And it happened again, and it even happened was, what I said was that I wasn't going to walk off because I felt like, you know what they are doing now? They're just insulting
your pride.
me.
Your pride gone away. Your pride gone away.
Maybe you call it your pride or whatever you got. No, sometimes you want to show that you are also street.
I know, but it was your pride. It's your ego.
Oh, come on. Stop it. I know you are fishing. You are fishing. I don't know why you. I don't know why that was.
It was your ego.
This guy acts as if you are dragging the woman. Stop it. I'm not. I don't have any woman issue with you. I'm not chasing your wife. Carry your problem. I don't know why he keeps coming at me this kind of shit. He does this very often.
He didn't have the cojones enough to log off.
He does this every time. What are you talking about? Ego. This has nothing to do with ego.
I mean, it was ego. I mean, what are you going on? I mean, to stay in here and argue and argue about wasteful BS is ridiculous and stupidity. Ultimate stupidity.
I'm the one that was being insulted. I didn't insult, but how is that ego? Dimwit.
You kept on being on there. I would have just got off the platform.
The guy just comes up with stuff all the time. He keeps coming up. Look at what he said now that it was my ego. What has that got to do with anything?
It was your ego
If it was
that
my
got in the
ego,
way, and that's why you kept on going
I would
back
have
and forth.
insulted back immediately if it was my ego. I didn't care about my ego. I was trying to get the point. But they refused.
I heard, to be honest with you, is the one I'm talking about with that one guy from New York. I partially heard it, and I locked off.
Okay.
Because I said this is going nowhere, and they calling each other this and this and that. It was kind of like ridiculous.
Brian, it was the Somali guy from New Jersey. But the thing is, though, Tunaj was attacking Somalia, but he wasn't attacking him personally. But the guy was attacking Tunaj personally, calling him an idiot and all these names and cursing him out.
Oh, come on, this guy is fishy.
No,
what am I going to do with my ego? You're fishy, man.
If he was really upset, I would have just logged off.
I don't know, man. I don't know what I said to you that is pissing you off somewhere, that is grinding you away. If there's something I said to you that is grinding you, I don't understand. Because everything I say, he always has something negative to say about it. No, because I read people very well. I read people, the pattern of your behavior.
If I don't even hardly know you outside of cyberspace.
That's what surprises me with you.
You guys are.
If anything, I actually agree with him when he says so many things. But anytime he talks about me, he always has this sly kind of comment. What is wrong with you?
I kind of like you as a person in a way.
You guys.
No, come on. I fear you, man. See, I'm a very, very straightforward person. I will tell you, I'm a straight shooter. If somebody is saying something bad about you, if somebody is saying something bad about you, let me know.
Are you guys
we all go through ego, man.
Now you guys must be having some love life issues because this is
these people.
I don't know why he keeps saying he has anything to do with it. If it was ego, why wouldn't I reply immediately? Why did I insult him back immediately?
You should have logged off.
Because I wanted to make a statement.
Just log off. If somebody was behaving like an asshole, like Afroscope did, like give you a perfect example. Afroscope got attacked. I'm gonna say attacked by someone who's in his platforms. Did he just stand there and go back and forth with him? No. He said, you know what? I'm not gonna be dealing with this nonsense. He just logged off.
Mm-hmm.
I
actually said that. I considered that maybe I should have logged off. I even considered that when Dad said it, but that is separate from saying, "Oh, you are there because of your ego. Your ego was hurt."
It is ego. A lot of people. I mean, I have an ego.
I don't. Believe me, if I did, believe in me, I wouldn't take half of the things people say to me. I don't care about my ego. Why I was there was to have this concept. This is why I always like to get to the crux of matters, because I want to learn. No, because I'm one of those few that don't care. Believe in me, if Ogene was here, Ogene was around, he would have torn them to pieces. I'm not that kind of person. I want to actually get to the crux of the matter. That's why if you look at my behavior here today too, I was trying to understand why the people that keep testing for DNA keep getting West African results. And
I go by records.
I like to get to the bottom of stuff.
Again. I go by records.
But by the way,
they're going back 400 years.
Hold on. By the way, Tunaja, what did you do to that guy, man? He's like nowhere to be seen after that.
No, I think it has nothing to do with me. I think
no, bro, Tunaja, come clean, bro. What did you do to him?
No, we squashed it. No, to be frank,
we gotta find out, Tunaja. We have to find out if you hired Nigerians.
We squashed it in the background. We spent more than 2 hours talking in the background. More than 2 hours, we were talking. That's when we got to the bottom of that's when we got to why the whole thing happened in the first place. It turns out it was just a misunderstanding. We spent more than 2 hours talking in the background when the whole stream had ended.
Okay.
So it had nothing to do with me while he's not around. I don't have anything to do with it.
Hey, Tunaja, we know you have some Nigerian connect in New Jersey, and the guy no longer coming to the streams. We have to investigate what happened.
I'm not that petty. Why would I go after him for that? We've squashed that stuff on that same day. That's the beauty of it all. On that same day, between both of us, nobody was there. We just talked about everything. We brought the videos up, and where he said what I said. It turns out I was talking to Nakmizi, not him at all. He saw it clearly. He said, then I said, but why did he go on for 4 hours? No explanation.
Because he was like a rabid dog that day tonight, and there was no way to control him apart from the
will you excuse it?
No, I just said,
Okay, I mean, is he
no, he
drunk?
was wrong. I didn't excuse it at all. But because I was saying, because you know how me and Agnisi talk, we have insulted each other so much that we are used to telling each other, shut up. So we're just, Agnisi said something, I said, shut up. And he thought I was referring to him. And that was what triggered him.
Okay.
And he went constant. So I was like, but I wasn't, even in the video, you can see clearly that Agnisi said something and I referred to Agnisi, shut up, you know. And he took it
But
that I was
tonight, you remember a day before that, you and only me were having a go and all that kind of stuff. Even though you were right, only me came to that panel feeling very hurt and all that kind of stuff. Like she couldn't even concentrate on the main topic and all that.
To
kind
be
of
fair,
stuff.
it wasn't that Quizzy was egging him on, but it wasn't like, sorry, it wasn't only me that was doing most of the insulting. She was just egging him on, knowing fully well that he's not doing what he was supposed to be doing. He was being very insulting. She was egging him on.
Yeah.
But I know she was raw because I said the very first day I met you online, I said you were facing this accusation already. Then after we had this conversation, then suddenly you went all the way 360 back to the very start of the conversation. Then you said you were going to choose foreigners against fellow neighbors in Africa, like Kenya. I was like, wow, don't you think that is why people are accusing you of this? And the funny thing is that I am asking a question and they regard it as an attack. I said, but you wonder why people think like this when you openly admit to something like this.
But and I was trying to find out why only me would do that. There was the reason, and she explained her reason. It's because there's history between Kenya and the rest of Africa, and from her point of view, not helping Somalia and all that kind of stuff. That's what I was getting at. And I was telling you tonight that, okay, can you acknowledge that history and then tell them, can you see how it is that other Africans will perceive that?
I acknowledged all that. I even told her that England and France has the same issue. You don't see them selling us to. They don't sell themselves to us.
And that's where
I gave her all those excuses. I said that doesn't make sense. You can't, if you, especially even if you come out openly and admit it, like people are you are confirming their stereotype already. You see what I mean? That's what I was saying, and she just regarded this as an attack. And I think she just lumped everybody together. She was probably thinking about Akan Fire swords and everything.
Yeah, that's what. Now you get it. You understand? She's not differentiating between crazy Akan Fire and what other crazy overzealous have been saying, and she's kind of lumped it all, to including you as well.
No, Darth. It was not. It was not only
one of
me.
the only people that acknowledge that they are a bordering country.
Hold on,
they have to be treated differently.
Even today, as only me came today, I can hear in her rhetoric where she kind of lumps all, like, you get me, lumps all Africans together. Like she's really angry at the moment.
Look, the thing is though, when only me, even when she's angry, she doesn't call people idiots. She doesn't like attack people on her personal.
Oh, she did. She did today, actually.
But not like the other guy was doing it though.
The other guy was just constant, like constant. No, any statement insult comes with it.
He's going to invade North Africa. I can fire said, and how can only me take that seriously? Like she's intelligent. How is she taking that seriously to the point that she's building hate for the rest of other Africans? Because I can fire said he's going to invade and genocide North Africa. How only me? She's an intelligent person. How did she get to the point where she's internalizing this? That is what I wanted to get to speak to her in general. I said, you should
because that was her original position. That's what I find. Because right from the first time I met her on the panel, the way she was coming across, I said, the way you are coming across with so and so. Then later on, it looks like we are getting along again. Then on this day, because I think it started from Dr. Kezo saying something about destroying a picture of this thing, Jesus Christ, that has a blonde hair, blue eye. And then she was like, because every time we're having a conversation, she always talks about what her religion tells her to do. Then I said, she was like, oh, we are our God, we don't worship the type of gods and all the rest of it. But I said, but you people worship something too, you know. You people face Mecca, you would literally worship Mecca every day, 5 times a day. She got seriously offended by that. But I said, you can say that by other groups. You bring your religion into conversations all the time. But when they comment on yours, you get totally raw and cross. And it's not fair. You can't just say stuff. You use your religion when it suits you. Then when somebody calls it out or something, they're like, oh, it's like, how dare I say that you are bowing down to Mecca every day? that because God commanded you to do that.
I understood that.
Kese was doing his own thing.
Yeah, I understood that. Anyways, to Niger, moving forward, I recognize what you said. Maybe I should have, maybe I didn't recognize what the right action I needed to do. I don't know. I didn't feel the need to get. If the only response for me was to just kick the guy out, if I had control of the channel. You understand?
But look,
Moving on
I want to.
Niger.
I want to give a suggestion to Niger. To Niger.
You have to remove yourself
Look,
from
Wait,
discussions like that.
Okay, Darth can go and then H Block can go. Yeah.
To Niger, moving on, you need to learn to remove yourself from unproductive discussions like that, because
I've learned my lesson.
There you go. There you go. Don Vader got the sense. He got the common sense right there. Common sense.
What you have to contribute will be of more value. It will be of more value when you know when to pull yourself back. Otherwise, people, your character will just go down, and everybody all around the YouTube will feel like they can come and just have a go at you. Because everybody right now feel like they can have a go at Tunisia. You need to learn to
good luck with that one. See, I think nobody will behave that way, like what happened. That I don't think anybody can go that far, because even the people have disagreed with, they've never gone as far as what happened. That it was a little bit of madness, and for 4 straight hours, that is not normal. And I had to say enough. I have to take 5 minutes out here to act crazy. I acted crazy myself.
Tunaja, do you know that you could have actually taken him out in a fight? Yeah, you could actually beat him up in a fight. Why are you so precious?
I don't know. Maybe what I felt was that I don't want a situation whereby I keep jumping off panel because people just start insulting me personally. And when people do that, then if they find that you can also get down and dirty sometimes, then they will know that okay, you still have that at the back of your pocket. You know, like all those professorial kind of people, academicians, and people just keep messing with them all the time, bullying them. Then suddenly they find out, the bullies find out that okay, this guy has got a knife or a gun in his back. They will think twice next time. So maybe that was the point I was trying to make. That I can't always be reasonable with people.
Wait, one second. I think
you're West African. You got champion's blood. You could have beat him up. Why didn't you fight back?
Oh, come on, man. I did all kinds of crazy stuff that day, and I've learned my lesson.
But yeah, H Block, did you have some advice for
teenagers?
Yeah,
I just wanted to suggest something to Niger, because to Niger means well. He doesn't have bad heart when he talks about his issues. He wants Africa to be strong. He's all black first. A lot of people don't take it that way. And to Niger, you have to understand the history behind Kenya and Somalia. There's a lot of bad blood and there's a lot of animosity. So like the way you're coming from in good place, but people are not going to take it that way. So when you're talking about these issues, especially East African issues, Tunaja, you have to be very careful. But I understand that you're not coming from bad place. You're coming from a good place. But I'm just saying a lot of people are not going to take it that way.
Block, why is only me taking it so deeply and internalizing it? Like, come on, she's smart enough to be able to compartmentalize things and not take them too into like what Tunija says. You yourself can tell that Tunija is not harmless like that. But right now she's so up in arms against all Africans and all that stuff, all because of a few words from I Can Fire with this undiplomatic approach.
Right, but the thing is,
you can also argue that you hear the truth sometimes too. You can also argue that maybe if you keep covering it up, they will not realize what both sides are doing wrong. Because all I see is people in that region. See, West Africa has their issues, believe in me, but I'm surprised how strongly they feel about these things. And I try to remind them that Europeans killed each other. Like it's not their great grandfathers, their fathers. Some of them their sons, and these people went together and this thing they found a European Union. That. How is it that they're able to pull that together? And something that didn't even happen to this lady that may actually be in the diaspora, and she feels so strongly about it that she turns against somebody that is telling her, you guys figure out the way to get along. He turned on me.
All right, to Niger, I want to say to AM, thank you for having me on your panel. Even though I am unconventional, you tolerated me, and I appreciate that. You feel me? But mainly it's like, how can you want to be enemies, want to be friends with who is declaring that they are enemies? in certain aspects. You see me? If you to me, if you not in my if you're not in for my development, then I'm not in for your development. If you're not if you want to look at me sideways, I'm gonna look at you sideways. If you deal with me with and give me privilege, I will give you privilege. So ain't no love going coming from me for who don't love me. You feel me? I don't have so much love to give away. You feel me? I only have love to give away to who love me. So who wants me to grow, I love them. And I'll do a lot of stuff for them also. So that's how I think everybody should live their life. You feel me? So if you are my neighbor, you we supposed to it is stupid for me to see your house burning and then don't try to help you to do something about it. Because in the longer run, my house gonna catch too. You feel me? So this what I have to tell to my Somali people, that you should protect your neighbor's house. And when he's in the battle of putting out the fire, you should be in the battle of putting out the fire too. Because that wind, you don't know when that wind is gonna blow your way and catch your house too. And how you gonna feel when he gonna be like, oh, that's my neighbor's house, and come put out the fire with you? You can't fight him then, because you fight in the fire. So you got to make him join you, put out the fire. That's just life. You feel me? So that's how I'm trying to tell my Somali people, you're not living on an island. Let's just all work together. Share oil, share water, share goddamn dirt, share everything.
Man, you're scaring them. You see, I think when you say that, like what you just said, now very, very good. From your point of view, anyway. But when you say that, they would just think, "Oh, Bantus sharing everything with Bantus." Oh no, that you see, that's one thing you have to.
Yeah,
I think what Ogene
that's
said,
the
I
fucked
think
up part.
What Kweku said today was a good way to put it. Because if you ask any one of them, even only me, she said she wants to trade with every other group.
That's all it's about.
I think let it stop there, because if you start saying, "Oh, you want
Let's
to
unite
share,"
and all
oh,
that stuff.
they have issues with that.
And then you
They don't
wonder why
unite. The
everybody,
trade is
hold on,
okay.
and then you wonder why everybody's poor. You feel
But
me?
trade is where it starts from, though.
Yeah, but you wonder why everybody's poor.
Well, we're
These
not
are the
for
reason why
today. Thank you.
everybody's
Just
poor,
call me
because
Brian. Tonight, Johnny, exercise common sense and simply log off again. It's that simple. Yeah, I'll get back to that, but I definitely agree with what just call me Brian saying, and I do agree with tying this into what Icon Fire is also saying as well. Like, Icon Fire, do you think that in this case that some people should just back off and divest? Do you think that's
to me,
because
I
I'm being
don't think.
confused because we have the Pan Africans that say we must do it at all costs, and then you have the Pan Africans who say we must only do it with people who think like us. So which one would it be?
Okay,
Oh,
all right.
that's
We as Pan Africanists, we know we have a challenge in what you call it um figuring out how we grow our people in terms of how we structure their mind, how we carve our people's mind in order to progress. You feel me? So we have an issue with our people too. So Somali is not really like what you call it strange. You feel me? We used to these type of people that object to their own shit. You feel me? And object to their own development. So I'm not done with Somali people. I'm just trying to tell them that you have no choice but to unite. You're living on the continent and you're blacker than Egyptians. You're not the same. You don't look the same. You're more black than Egyptian, and you're more black than goddamn what their neighbors that they're drooling over. What they call it the people above Israel right there. You feel me? That's you know those people that I'm telling you about right above Turkey. They drool over Turkey every day. You feel me?
Oh yeah,
And they're not Turkish, and they don't look like Turkish. Turkish are white people. You feel me? So what I'm trying to say is all of this longing.
I can't fire. I can't fire. Let me stop you. Let me stop you there. I can't fire.
Yes, sir.
See,
Yes, sir.
the reason Somalis love Turkey is because Turkey is the only country in the world that helped Somalia. Nobody, not Kenya, not other Africans. When nobody was going to Somalia, Turkish Airlines, the only airline that was going to
But you
Somalia.
have to understand why, bro. You have to understand why. It's because
But
they
I
only
can't fire. I
tolerate.
think Isaac raises a good point because
Turkey is a NATO country.
there was a stream not long ago on
Yeah.
Kaizoria's panel where he was talking about, I think, a recent famine that's happening in Somalia right now, and the question is, why is the African Union, the group, and also African Union in terms of the countries, like why are they not
Empress,
helping to feed Somalia?
I understand what you're saying, Empress, but everything that's happening today have a history behind it, right?
Yeah.
They are in animosity. These people have this brain function as if them and Bantus is not the same, will never be the same, will never function good, all that. And Bantu has all the bananas. You feel me? To stop your famine. So if you're not willing to coexist equally with the people that have the yam, bananas, cocoa, and the land to make you put some meat on your bones and all that stuff. What how don't you expect that to happen? You feel me? You don't hold on. You there talking about Turkey, all of that stuff. You want to Turkey is the ones you tolerate. That's why they helped you out, because they are the ones you are tolerating. The people that have all the stuff, you're still not tolerating them. You could have food coming out of Congo all around coming to you. These people are kind people, but you have an objection as to
I think you are touching on something there. You know, you are touching on something there
they
because
have an
Africans are quite
objection.
generous to each other.
Of
So
course, they have an objection to living with these people equally. They want to have ranks over these people. They want these people to be a nothing and they are somebody. You feel me? And that's a long time in their history because of Islam is bullshit. You feel me? It makes them feel like they not one with black people, just like how the goddamn Arab feel. You
I
feel
don't
me?
understand how you can be against the US and be for Turkey, because in reality they are both part of NATO. The power of the US and the power of Turkey, some of it comes from NATO. You can't go to war with Turkey today and expect to win that war while America is still standing there, because America will join the war against you. That is they belong to a specific club, and I think this is where vision comes in, and this is why what concerns me that some of our people don't understand these dynamics. These people have organized themselves into blocks of power that they used to oppress the less powerful, and one of them, you hate one of them and you like one of them in the club. How does that work? How these people are the ones that are the reason why our continent is where it is today. They use that power to intimidate us, and Africans, until we get our act together and realize that we cannot meet this challenge. This challenge is a challenge of 1 billion people, because we are talking about this in NATO that protects Europe, Turkey, and this in Australia, New Zealand, Canada. These are big groups. Africa needs its whole population to be able to withstand that kind of challenge. Asia has it. China is over 1 billion. India is over 1 billion. That's why they can do it.
Yes,
Do
we
you
need to
think it's
tighten up.
wise to have North Africa or East Africa or the whole of Africa to be like in the continent there and to be an adversary to the rest of sub-Saharan Africa? Do you think it's wise to have them in our continent and they are like an adversary in that region?
No, it's not wise.
I don't think they can. They see these best. You see, they are bordering nations. I think we that are in the inner part of the continent have to give them a little bit of leeway, because when you treat them badly, you are sending them into the hands of the enemy.
Let me tell you too,
Remember,
Nigel.
let me finish the point.
What
The enemy.
I can fire is saying is what about subjugating them, controlling them. That kind of rhetoric.
Oh no, that is bad. That is bad.
Wait, 1 second.
That's going to end badly. They are more armed than us.
Hey, hold on 1 second. We need to arm ourselves both mentally and physically. We have the steel ore, we have the lithium, we have the goddamn nuclear whatever. We have all the things that can facilitate our strength in weapons. You see me? We have all of that. All we have to do is weaponize our minds first. You see me? Because
how you gonna manage to do that? Where even within West Africa, let's take
right now we're doing it because
we're planning right now. Let's take West Africa for example. Okay, and Nigeria would be a perfect example. It's definitely a perfect test case as far as
please use Nigeria, please.
Right.
Always.
Different views of reality. Okay. You have the northern Nigeria who might feel they more inclined, especially historically, and that's pretty much a fact, written records, like I said, black people don't read, to North African countries as well, especially going to the Hajj and Islam. And I noticed that with a lot of Africans who I pretty much came in contact in like in the Middle East or what have you. Like, for example, southern Nigerians usually go to the west if they want to migrate. However, northern Nigerians either stay there or they go to the Middle East. It's no coincidence that.
So what's your question?
My thing is this: you're not gonna. You better come up with a hell of a philosophy for you to have half of West Africa, which was pretty much Islamic, to go to follow you. Because if you don't have anything that's like really
you want to hear my plan? Huh?
Yeah, go ahead. I want to hear it.
Genocide. Genocidal dictatorship. That's what
this is my plan, right? This is my plan, right? Sub-Saharan Africa has to be dominated by Pan-Africanism first.
Okay.
The people have to be Pan-Africanist mental. We have to,
break that down.
Like, okay.
I understand what he's saying.
No, God, just calm down, man. I have words.
I understand.
Okay, so we need loyalty to the black skin in goddamn sub-Saharan Africa.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have that now, but that is our victory. We need to find a way to make black people only love goddamn black people.
Mm-hmm.
You see me? The reason for this is we done for if we not like that, because if you don't make sub-Saharan a place that people be comfortable in their skin, you done for. So how I see it, only black people in sub-Saharan Africa should live without intimidation. You feel me?
But how do you plan to achieve that?
Right. Like
this is how I.
For example, what country do you come from again? The Darth Vader guy, Charles.
All right, look. All right, hold on, man. Don't change my shit.
Just pick any country.
Hold on, man. Don't change my shit. Mr. Grits, just chill out. You feel me? Anyway,
Got you.
Anyway, listen. Me personally, if I had money, because I know it's not gonna take a minute, because it didn't take a minute for you for most black people to be so stupid. It's a plan of 500 years. You feel me? So these people wasn't it are in the beginning of white conquest. They never thought it would work. It's when and they imagine a lot of things that's happening today which they never thought it would work. They just planned it and try to put it in action.
How far did the plan go? How far was the plan to conquer black people? How far is the plan?
Well, it was the start of plantation in the new land, which they call the New World, and it was to grab some motherfuckers.
You used to say it's the Hyksos. Didn't you say it's the Hyksos and all that stuff?
What how the Hyksos come in this, man?
Hey, you guys need to behave. We're gonna let. Okay, actually, after Icon Fire finish, we're gonna let That's Nice speak. I'm gonna be eating for a bit, so please behave.
Enjoy your meal.
Nice guy.
Okay. All right. Wait, man. Let me speak, man. So hold up. So this is my plan. If I had money right now, I would be contributing to the ministries of education in Africa. I wouldn't even mess with the president. I would just contribute to the ministries of education. And I would dictate what to teach. And there would be no opposition because you don't oppose money. You feel me? So I would dictate what to teach. So I would set in plan a 20 to 50 year plan in terms of reducing conflict, reducing stupidity, and being proud of oneself. You feel me? So these are the main things that would be the outcome of my So I would.
That's nice. Sorry, let me say one thing about you.
Hey man,
this is about you and Rastafarians. You know what? If I was to set up a trusted group of Pan-Africanists, I will advise people to start with Rastafarians, because these people have unconditional loyalty to the continent, no matter what. And I have to give them props for that, even more than the people on the continent. That says something. I've never seen any group that does this. So if anybody wants to recruit, these are the people.
Okay, guys, we gotta let That's Nice speak, guys. Come on, guys. Let That's Nice speak.
Sorry, That's Nice.
Hold on. Go ahead, That's Nice.
Yeah, hi everyone. Yeah, I was been listening to the few things. Honestly, I feel like a lot of people do not know what they're talking about when it comes to the East African region. They're just saying things just to say. Honestly, like like how you guys talk. Like I'm always defend Somali because I just don't always defend them. But when people get some information wrong, I have to talk about it. So first of all, people think Somali tried to join the East African community. It got rejected by Kenya. That's the first thing. Kenya rejected it. We all know why. It's not that to understand.
Yeah,
we know the reasons. We know the reason why Kenya rejected them. And the thing is, actually, Somali helped a few African countries to get their independence. One of them is a country I claim is Burundi.
Wow.
So this idea of people trying to come at Somali, saying Somali this, Somali that, yeah, some of you are just wrong, because Somali, they have few African countries to get their independence. That's just how it is.
Yeah, that's actually interesting. In fact, that's interesting tonight.
Hold on.
They freed the
Hold on.
They freed the Swahili coast. I know that they did
not just the Swahili coast. Just I'm not finished yet. So y'all be talking about things that y'all really do not know. When Somali went to the war, yes, no African country definitely helped them out. No one came to back them up. No country in the continent came. Nobody, except for one European country. So, of course, who they're going to trust more? The people that helped them out. Their next neighbors, they're not doing nothing. First of all, the next neighbor try to get the resource, steal their own resource from them.
Yeah.
Hear me?
So you said that the next door neighbor didn't come, but when the next door neighbor come in, they are coming to steal resources. Even
Can
if
you
that
guys
same
hear me?
let me say, yeah, we can hear you. Even if that same next door neighbor took in a lot of Somali refugees too. And this is the balance. This is why I like this conversation to go to and fro, because there has to be a balance here. The Kenyans did a lot of silly things like denying
Can you
Somali.
guys hear me?
Everybody can hear you. I can hear
yeah,
you.
we could hear you.
You want to say something? He's not hearing us.
No, it's
Oh,
probably
it's a
something
shame he
happened with
wasn't
the internet.
hearing us. So I really wanted to engage, because the truth is that conversation went one way, but I think there is truth in between there. That Somalis they are doing some things like Nigeria is arguing with Bakassi. Almost of every neighboring countries argue with their neighbors for some weird reason. So that is happening between both countries. And there is also the other aspects. I've seen documentation about the UN where Somalia was, Kenya was seeking to give the peacekeeping troops more power to go after Al-Shabaab. Because remember, Al-Shabaab attacked them too. For a reason. Al-Shabaab attacked Kenya for a reason, because Kenya was going into Somalia to mess Al-Shabaab's agenda up.
Yeah.
So some of all these things is missed because they are disputing over land, oil, this type of stuff. All these disputes that between neighboring countries, they miss all that. How can they not get over this? Because they didn't exactly go into war, killing each other in the millions like Europeans did. But yet, the feelings are so bitter. How can it be that bitter? Because I don't understand how you cannot.
That's the thing you don't understand. Hold on,
That's why
Tunade.
I'm glad you were going to explain it. Thank you. Go ahead.
Tunade, first of all, Kenya, the only reason Kenya joined because to benefit them, they're enjoying to go do anything. It's because, they went for certain different reasons to benefit them. Just how it's true. Kenya didn't go in just because of the Hashabab. Kenya wanted to make a deal with, to get certain city. What's the city name?
Kismayo. They
Yeah,
try to
that's
annex
the reason.
Kismayo.
Yeah, that's the reason Kenya went in. So it wasn't not to
what?
just.
Can you break that down again? Sorry.
Like, I don't know too much. So Kenya, the reason Kenya went into Somalia, it's basically they wanted to control Ismail, basically the same city.
So,
just said basically.
yeah. So like,
But
just
isn't that
to add,
because didn't the Somalis say that land historically belongs to them or something?
no. This land, Kenya, wanted to take. Well, actually, they did rule for a while. They were taxing the citizens. They were actually Kenya was ruling this town, and they were supporting the warlord that controls that town. That's why, because Tunaji does not understand the politics of Kenya and Somalia. Kenya is going there to stabilize, take sites, and annex a whole town because they believe the Kismayo town is mostly Bantu people that are living in that town. So Kenya believes those people have more cultural ties with Kenya. That's why they went there in that town called Kismayo, and they wanted to annex that town and make it part of Kenya. And they tried that, they failed. They also tried to push independence for that whole region, Kismayo. That's why they were supporting the warlord that ruling that whole region, and the Somali government accused Kenya meddling in their internal affairs, and also there was a IGAT that tried to intervene the whole situation. So when only me and when they have a hostile against Kenya, they have their own reasons to Niger. You have to research those issues. You don't understand the politics of Kenya and Somalia. So that's why a lot of Somalis look at Kenyans number one enemy just because what Kenyans are doing inside Somalia.
Okay. You
So yeah,
said
you don't
about
understand
Kismayo.
about that. So
Yeah, let me explain about that Kismayo thing that you just explained to me. When you describe that stuff to me, that dynamics is the same kind of dynamics you see in Russia and Ukraine, and they say, "Oh, this will have the same culture with me. We want them." But you know that Kenya is not Russia. Kenya is not going to get what he wants. UN has to approve that, so there's no way they are going to succeed. And also, you have to take it into account that Kenyans are not all out to destroy Somalis. And yes, I agree with you. They are playing all these silly games. This is what greedy people do. In short, all elites in every country are greedy. They always want to acquire more power. That's what they are trying to do. But they didn't succeed. And that's my point I was making that day too. That Somalis are stubborn enough to take anything. You all know it. So I feel like if you know that already, you are strong enough, you've been around for a long time, how is it that you cannot circle that at the same time and overcome something that the Europeans overcame? What the Europeans overcame to come together to create the European Union was far greater than anything Kenya has done to you.
True, Naja. Some of these European countries don't even want to be part of that thing you just said. Some of them are leaving.
But they signed up for it even after they slaughtered each other. That's my point.
Yeah, but they don't want to be part of it. It's failing. That's the thing.
How do you think they became part of it then?
Yeah, but right now, they don't want to be part of it anymore. They want to be separated.
They want to be separate, but they are not. They are still using it to run circles around us in Africa. Every time Africans say one thing, they are calling out European Union. And every time Africa says anything, they are calling out NATO, calling out the UN. We have to understand that
UN
these
is
people
not
kill
working.
each other.
That's the thing. It's not working, though.
It's not even like for it is working. They are not at war with each other. Do you know how easily Europeans fight each other?
Tunaja, how is it working when they don't even want to be part of that union anymore?
See, let me tell you something. A lady flight from let me just say this point. A lady flew from London to Budapest about 2 weeks ago for £5. How do you think that is possible? Because of what they created for themselves. For 3 days, £5 going and coming. Then they can go to Spain. The freedoms these people have, I'm telling you, Africans would dream to see that.
I mean, I don't know about y'all side.
£5.
We can do that. So I don't know about y'all.
No, you see the power of what these people have managed to pull off. That is ridiculous. You can travel from London to Spain for under $50 dollars. But if you want to travel from Spain to Gambia, oh my God, 300, 500. That's what you're going to pay. It tells you that when you organize yourselves, life becomes easier for everybody. Everybody can move around, do their thing. And if these people that hate each other, far more than we have ever proven to hate each other, can do this, how is it that we cannot get over our own?
What's the number one? Kenya is not trusted. And if people got every right to not trust it. I
don't know.
I love Kenya. I'll be honest. But let's be honest. Kenya does shady things. That's how it is.
Don't trust anybody. Nobody said anything about trust. You should never.
Okay.
Don't you trust yourself? I trust Somalis. Somalis are very stubborn people. I know that now. I didn't know that before.
Somalis don't want to trust Kenyans. They have every right to, because with the history, what they have done.
I agree with that. I'm just saying that don't trust them. I don't think Europeans trust each other too, but they are still working together. Even when they are negotiating with Ukraine, France will go and say one thing, German leader will go and say one thing. They don't trust each other. America was tapping the German chancellor's phone.
Look, Tunaja, you also have to you also have to know that Kenya did commit a genocide against Somali Kenyans in 1980s. They killed thousands of people. They raided villages, raped the Somali ethnic people that live in Kenya, and it's called Shufta Wars. You can Google it yourself. You can research that. So there's so much mistrust for Kenyans among Somali populations because of the history of Kenya and what they did to Somali people. So that's where a lot of Somalis are coming from to Niger.
Okay, so you said something about Shifter Wars. So why did they call it war if it was a massacre?
That's just a name, to Niger. Why you worry about a name?
They call it Shifter Wars because they were accusing the Somalis to be shifters. You know what shift is in Swahili? Shifter means bandits, right? So I think that's why they call it Shifter Wars. But the thing is, though, at the time, it was Jomo Kenyatta that was the president of Kenya. I think it was Jomo Kenyatta. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think it was Jomo Kenyatta.
Nilotic president.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. It was the Nilotic one. What was his name? Was it Donald Arab Moy?
I don't remember his name, to be honest.
Yeah. So those are the guys, and
Mm.
he was also using other tribes to commit genocide against the Somali tribe. He was using a Turkana.
Mm.
He was basically giving weapons to the Turkanas. To Turkanas, they're pastoralists like the Somalis themselves. They're half Kushites. So these
Mm.
Turkanas, what they doing were they were going to the Somali regions, taking their cattle and killing people, raping women, and the government was behind the whole plan. You know what I mean? That's why they call it Shufta war.
So
Kenya,
Tuna, you
to be
don't.
fair, Kenya is sketchy. I see. I'm not here to defend Kenya's
Hey,
this sketchy
would
behaviors.
I get it?
You can't genocide the people like that. That's not this unacceptable. And at the same time, you can't prevent Somalia from joining the East African bloc just because you feel like Somalia is not giving you what you want. I think Kenya has a lot of things that is a factual thing that you guys have stated, and it's on public record. We know these things, and I agree that these things are bad for Kenya to be doing. And I feel like you, in the end, we all are linked together. And I don't know what Somali has done to Kenya. I don't know because I've not heard Kenyans complain a lot. Maybe it's all one way. But
But
we do
Elijah,
know one thing I know for sure is that Somalis admit that they have banned two people in their country that are considered relatively lower class in your country. I think they were once used as slaves or something like that.
Elijah, you can see how hate block is reasoning with you and hearing you out and all that stuff, and he doesn't want to cut your head off. Why do you trigger that?
No, I think you see that's the thing. H block, even Mr. Nice, even if he doesn't often agree with me, he tries to discuss these things in a civil manner. He don't just start insulting. But that day, what the difference was that only me gets passionate, but she doesn't get too insulting. The difference was that the extra ingredient that just came on, and then he went for 4 hours. That's the real
Yeah,
difference there.
To
yeah.
Naja, you're absolutely right. I'm not proud of what Somali people doing to Somali Bantus. It's unacceptable, and that's why I'm always here to defending Somali Bantus, because I've seen the atrocities that are done against Somali Bantus,
So
especially.
H block, what is done against Somali Bantus? Why do they do it against Somali Bantus? What's the
I would like to
motivation?
hear more about that because
It's
that may inform why
the
Kenyans
same
do
the
what they do.
same reason the Fulanis were killing other Nigerians in North Nigeria. It's
So,
basically
so
it
would
happens
you
all
say
over
I can
Africa.
find it's a bit right that there is some form of it's not
Tit for tat.
resentment or something, resentment or what's the word, contempt for Somali Bantus or the Bantus,
Yeah, there is no resentment. The
but
Bantus
there's
have not done
contempt.
anything wrong. Like the only thing that they're accusing the Bantus, because a lot of Al Shabaab soldiers are Somali Bantus, and so they're taking their anger against those Al Shabaab to like normal Bantu citizens, and they're killing Bantu citizens. But
But the treatment of Somali Bantus has always been there way before Al Shabaab emerged, like a long time ago. So,
yeah.
why do Somalis feel the need to treat the Bantus lower? I can fire right that there's some contempt there.
Yeah, I wish I could tell you that, Darth, but I do know that because I come from where the Bantus are in southern Somalia, and so I have seen myself, some of my family members being treated bad. I have seen it myself. You know what I
Mm.
mean? So I don't know where the animosity is coming from. I wish I knew, but that's something that I wish it never happened in Somalia, but it does
Is it
happen.
possibly to say it's like the Fulani situation with the rest of Western Africa, where they are completely two different races, and and other race feels some type of way, have some superiority due to their beauty or something like that. They think they're more beautiful or something.
Well, I don't, I don't
Maybe
think
that's the thing.
it is because of that. I think it's because like a lot of Somalis feel like uh because Bantus a lot of times say that they were in Somalia first, and
Okay.
there is some truth to that as well. They're not just pulling that thin air. Like there were some Bantus that have been there for thousands of years,
Mm.
but even a lot of people pushing that narrative that Somali Bantus came to Somalia as slaves. That's not actually true. The percentage of Somali Bantus that were slaves is very, very tiny percent. Matter of
Mm.
fact, there's only one tribe that I know they're been in a slavery, and they're Mushunguli. They're called Mushunguli because they're originally come from Tanzania, and those people don't even speak Somali. A lot of them don't speak Somali. They speak Misungula. They have their own language, which is spoken in Tanzania. But like overwhelmingly majority of Bantus, they've been there for a long time. Usually they're in the Shabele and the Juba region where all the farms are. That's like the bread basket of Somalia. You know what I mean? So these people, and they speak the Mai dialect, and the Mai dialect is actually the original Somali language before the Arabic influence. So they're also the tribe they're in their area speak that dialect as well. And that tribe is not Bantu, but that's the tribe they live with, and they've been living to. They didn't have any problems
Because hate block, right? It's fair to note that yes, Bantus did this in Somalia, or sometimes we're not being very inclusive to Somalians. But then again, there is some certain feelings that Somalians hold towards Bantus as well. It's not just something that's just coming from Bantus. They hold some form of, I don't know if it's nobody really cares. I don't know if it's a superiority or whatever. They have their own complex towards other Bantus. I remember once I met a Somalian guy that would say that I was from Congo or something like that, as if he was it being derogatory, saying I'm from Congo and Bantu or something, and somebody had to correct him and all that stuff. So there is some level of contempt. Even I was listening to Only Me the other day, where she was speaking and she said she's related with North Africans and all that kind of stuff. Like they are related genetically, they're more cousins with Northern Africans and all that kind of stuff. Like there's a kind of feeling of separating themselves from the Bantus, separating themselves from the Sub-Saharan Africans, but claiming to be cousins with the North Africans. So sometimes these things can seep in.
Yeah. I hate that. In fact, I don't like when Somalis go out of their way claiming people that don't look like Africans and don't claim people that look like them. You know what I'm saying? Because the majority of Somalis, when you look at them, like it's somebody who doesn't know, who never met any Somalis. When they see Somali person, the first thing they see is a black person. They're not gonna see like an Arab person or whatever. So I don't fuck with Somalis that try to disassociate themselves with black. I'm Somali, I'm black, I'm proud. You know what I mean? And I only fuck with Somalis that feel the same way as me. So I do understand where you're coming from. Of course, there are ignorance in every community. There are people that
But
are,
this is not necessarily ignorant. She did her own research. Only me herself. She did her own research and concluded that they are cousins with the Levanta, with the Northern Africans, like the Berber type of people, because she said they come from the Levant area. They related. So I
right.
understand that. But I guess you can say that need to distance themselves from the Bantu speaking country. It gets this distrust that I Can Fire was bringing out, saying, I don't know if I can trust these people entirely because they don't want anything to do with us at all. And they can say
I can't
Bantus are
take.
treating us
Look,
bad, and at the same time, you don't want to be part of us. So it's
Darth. Look, I cannot take anything that Akan Fire says. He's calling the subjugation of people, millions of peoples. So that guy, he's not really serious. This whole, he sounds like a white supremacist, but he's black, so he's like black supremacist. You know what I mean?
He's
So
over
he's radical.
enthusiastic.
Akan Fire is radical. You can't take anything he says serious. But like going back to the subject of Somalis saying that they're close to North Africans, whatever. But I don't care about that. I don't care about haplogroup. I don't care about genetics because all humans are related somehow, anyways. So
It's
you
just what's
supposed
interesting. What's
right? Look,
interesting is hold on. Let me just say something. You can continue. You cannot say you're being excluded at the same time you're looking to exclude yourself and extricate yourself.
Good
And at
point.
the same time, you're saying you're being excluded and being pushed out. So which one is it?
it's both. It is both actually, because I have seen, some Africans who saying Somalis, y'all half Arab, y'all half breeds, y'all ain't African, and all this bullshit. So because some Somalis just feel like, okay, fuck them Africans. If they saying we're not African, then we're not African. Fuck it. You know what I mean? So it comes from both ways. There are ignorance on both sides. There's so much ignorance in both
I
sides.
think on you see okay, there are two things. Earlier on I was saying something about why Senegal didn't do anything about the oppression of the blacks in Mauritania next door to them. that they should empower those black people. And you can also argue that from what that is saying just now, and even what you had said, that the Bantus are treated a bit unfairly in this in Somalia, that maybe Kenya is seeing that and feeling like they need to do something about it. You see what I mean? So some of all these things that are going on is part of the conversation. Like we are having this conversation now. I think our leaders are doing it, because technically our leaders
I
are
think they are
working
far more
together.
ahead.
Yes, they are ahead of us. They are ahead of us because they are working together. We just think that
Even the Somalian leaders and the Ethiopian leaders are working together regionally, and regional or cooperation is being encouraged. Not only at the blocks, but like your direct neighbors. That's what's been encouraged. And I see countries with their direct neighbors working together first before they will. That's what I see.
Nigeria met the Northern Niger Republic and Chad Republic president just last week. See, the power of working together cannot be overstated, because, like I said, it just occurred to me that when I said that, it was quite a poignant statement I actually made, that a European took a £5 ticket to Budapest. Can you ever imagine anything like that on the continent? That is the beauty of working together.
I just want to say, to Naja, I really I understand exactly where you're coming from. That's why I appreciate your points more than other people sometimes. Because the example that you made about the Europeans, right? Like the French and the British. They had actually they had a war that's called the 100-Year War. They were literally fighting for 100 years. But today, they got each other's back before anybody else. Anybody invades France, Britain is going to, so we need something like that in Africa. That's why I understand a lot of times your points. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't understand you though. And the problems in Africa is very complex. Like we have tribes in Africa. In Europe, they don't have much tribes. They don't have the history of tribal competition and all that. They don't have that in Europe. We have that in Africa because we're the oldest people on earth.
They actually do have that in Europe. It's just that they see, to show you that they have it. Look at how much they slaughtered each other in the Second World War. It's not like they show it all the time, how they hate each other. And Russia is doing the same thing right now. When they do these things, they get over the difference between them and us so far is that they get over it quickly. Immediately they are very cold and calculating. They will say, you know what, let's figure out this one out and solve it, so that we'll go and start running circles around other people. And that's what they will do.
Yeah, absolutely. See, Tunaja, the problem that we have in the continent is because of the Europeans telling us that we're not the same. Oh, you're a Bantu, or you're a Kushite, you're North African, you're this, you're that. In Europe, they see white as white, no matter what. And we have to start doing that in Africa. Black is black, no matter what. Fuck haplogroups. If you black, you black. Like, you know what I mean? So we have to love each other as one race, as black people. We don't have that in Africa. And
if you say that to a lot of people, you trigger a lot of people.
I know.
What I always say is that be your tribe when you want to be your tribe, but when it comes to the continent, you be black. You can be your tribe after that, and that's what Europeans do. Europeans, they do have their tiffs, but when it comes to us, they come together. You see what I mean? It's like families. When family, you have your disputes, but when it comes to other families, you come together. When you are siding your local team, you side your local team, but when it comes to national team, you come together again as a national team and side another national team in football. I think
right. See, Tunaja, you are not going to see someone from Greece or someone from Italy thinking in their mind that they're not the same race as someone from Sweden. But you see that in the continent. You see some people, some parts in the continent that actually think that they are not the same race as other countries in the continent. And that's the problem.
You didn't see what happened in the European financial crisis when it happened in Greece. They were saying Greek people were busy squandering their money. They are scroungers. They are not. You need to hear all the nonsense they said about Greece. They kept all kinds of stuff. They always say that the Northern Europeans are harder working. The Southern Europeans are just having siesta, sleeping in the afternoon.
You see, Tunaja, you see right there. You're supposed to actually agree with H-Block, because H-Block's point is supporting your whole entire notion. But you're so into the debate that you're going to point out Where
No,
he
no,
said,
he's talking about something else. Look,
patronize
look,
him, man. Don't patronize him and just
bro.
say yes for. I agree with his point.
But to Niger, when you're in a debate,
that's normal. That's normal. I know Ghanaians, say, oh, Nigerians are this or that, or South Africans say that. That's normal. People always gonna talk about that way. But the point I'm trying to make is a Greek person is gonna say he's white. He's not gonna say he's a different race than a Swedish person. But we don't have that in Africa. That's the difference. You know what I mean?
Yes, that's true. That's true. They all that white thing. They all are on code on that. When it comes
So
to
Niger,
Africa,
this is what I wanted to point out to you. I wanted to point out to you that some people come into, if you had an agenda, you would have automatically agree with each block with that because it's supporting your whole overall theme that you're making. But you decided to point out the discrepancy there.
See, I get your point. I get your point. But you see, to make me seem like I'm just agreeing with him because he agreed with me. You see what I mean? And I have to talk about things the way I feel like it is true because I don't want to patronize him, and believe you me, I don't want anybody to patronize me, agree with me just for the sake of it, even if Chris is coming at me sideways. But I would rather he speaks to me like that in honesty than just agree with me for the sake of it. You see what I mean? So I hope people appreciate that about me too, because I try to be a straight shooter, and if I see anything somebody is saying something bad about you, I'm gonna like immediately say no, that's not my data, because that is how I roll. You see what I mean?
But tonight, your contributions are appreciated. Just for my advice, your contribution will be more valuable if you learn to remove yourself from this kind of toxic discussion. And also tonight, I think you should get along with Chitlins and Grits and all that stuff. He's a brilliant guy, and I think you guys can bounce ideas.
It's annoying.
I don't know what's going on there.
He just keeps giving me sideways comments all the time.
Say he's annoying.
He keeps giving me sideways comments all the time. I was like, if you want to agree with somebody, agree with somebody. Stop giving sideways comments. Because when he says something that I agree with, I'm very happy to say, oh yeah, that stuff you said, I can't dispute that. I'm beholden to do that. But sometimes he just comes at me sideways. I mean, I pick up stuff like that, which is weird because some bigger things I don't pick up on it at all. So, but when somebody keeps coming at me sideways, I go like, okay, why are you doing that? I don't get it. And that's one of the reasons why me and only me always clash, because I always, whenever she's saying stuff, I hear things people don't hear. And it's almost like we are always at each other's throats all the time. And Nakmizi to the same thing. Nakmizi will say something that everybody don't pick up on. I'm like, no, man, Nakmizi is sly. That kind of stuff. That's how it comes across to me. But
only me didn't start off like that. She didn't start off very militant.
No, she was like that though. She was like
that. I didn't pick up she was militant. The change in her, in her approach, that's what I'm gonna say. How did she get to this point? Like, which kind of people triggered her so much that she's completely on just one side?
I think the change is a metamorphosis. I think the transformation is happening. You see, sometimes people have to go through this process then to arrive at the right place. Because what you see right now, you think it's frozen. It's not frozen. The feeling is going to go on. Then later on, she'll start. Because sometimes, can you imagine if you've already divested before? Do you know what it takes to return back? It takes a lot of process. It's not just one state. Somebody just say, oh, Pan-Africanism, then you come back. That's not how it works. It works through some of all these discussions. Then you just never know. She might go the other way and she might come back again. Because in the end, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to her. I'm just trying to call out things. Because if you don't rip off the band-aid, how are they going to see?
But people like Icon Fire calling out genocide, and because I remember Icon Fire when I had a clash with him first. He had a clash with me because I was saying I was not having such a militant approach to North Africa. Because I was saying I don't want to be Genoa. You don't want to have North Africa as your enemies right there into the continent. So you want to include them into this fold as well. A fold that could be potentially bigger than the United Nations itself. So you want to include them into that. So Icon Fire came at me very much for saying, oh, including them. He said I'm talking weak. I'm talking weak talk.
Darth, a lot of North Africans, they might not look like it, but a lot of them actually do have Black African DNA. Like 90% of Egyptians have somewhere between. I'm not talking about the Black Egyptians. The Black Egyptians are different than the white
To
Egyptians.
be honest, H block, right? I don't care what they have in the DNA. I don't care what anybody's DNA have. I don't care. I just want to make sure that because how the world is built into different sectors and all that stuff. The Africa is there to create an entire block that could supersede the United Nations itself. You know what I mean? I want to empower that African Union to work for the African people so that they can have weight in the world when they speak about human rights and all that kind of stuff.
Speak for yourself. I want to be able to travel to South Africa with $5. That's all. That's my
Yeah,
plan.
yeah, yeah. I mean,
Plan is to be able to freely move and for cheap, for the cheap.
Niger, all that comes with. But if you empower that economic block or empower that trade zone and all that stuff, if the trade zone succeeds, it will be so powerful that they don't need to go to the UN to actually speak about human rights. The UN will come. Of course,
I agree with you 100% on that one. I don't think we. There was one point I wanted to make, though. Sorry, I missed that point. It was very, very important, actually. Go ahead. Sorry.
So that's why I don't necessarily look at it from a race point of view. It's not about being black or something. I don't look at it from a race point of view. I look at it as we are all part of one continent, and we should all have investment in this country. We should all have investment in this country through trade. Anything, there must be a benefit, obviously. You know. So I look at it as all of us should have a positive. A positive outlook on the continent to benefit the continent, to grow the continent as well. That's the point of view I come at it. But with this separation and all that kind of stuff, you're just looking for a recipe for disaster and wars and all that stuff. So to have a union, to make a union work, like, you don't necessarily entirely need to be one race or something. You don't need to be a united race and all that stuff. You know that? Look at the United Nations, boss, and it's different people from all over the world. Why can the African Union?
Right. Absolutely. Like but you know, Darth, these things are gonna take a long time because now, right, we just now realizing how similar we are. Like before, before technology, before we can even communicate with each other, we had no idea what West Africans were. Like I just recently, because of YouTube and all this, learned all the tribes of West Africa, like all the tribes in South Africa and all these. So these things might take some time because in rest of the world is because in Africa we're very young. All the countries in Africa is from 1960s. Before that there were no countries. They were either colonies or there were like tribes, doing their own rules and whatnot. So these things is gonna take long time for us to realize all black people in Africa, we are the same, and we will be better off if we're united and got each other's back. So these things now we just starting. You know what I mean? So now we communicating on these platforms, and we have all these different Africans from different parts of the continent, and we sharing ideas, we sharing what's good for the continent. So I do believe that we go in the right direction. It just might take a long time.
Exactly, that's it. What's good for the continent? Like every country should think about what's good for the continent, what's good for the region, because we share the same history of
I just think Two Niger is ahead of everybody else. Two Niger is already thinking, ahead of everyone else. That's why he's always, wants the good for the continent. Like
I wonder what Tunaja wants, because Tunaja, I felt you shake a little bit today, where you actually brought it down to only sub-Saharan Black Africa to unite. I felt you not include North Africa today, Tunaja. You felt
no. I said that for a particular reason. That's North Africa should be included. To be fair, in terms of African Union, I'm not saying they should this in a kind of take over the position of African Union. I'm just saying that they too have the Arab League. They are all doing their own special parties there. So we should have our own, because if you look at the African Union now, when they are doing stuff together, it's not always in the interest of the sub-Saharan Africans. That's the key things. How do you, of everything that you can give to sub-Saharan Africans, you put the African Union Pan-African Parliament in South Africa, you put Free Trade Area headquarter in Ghana, you put the African Union headquarter in Ethiopia, but you put the Space Agency in Egypt. The most strategic thing, you put it in Egypt. Who does that? You should be putting it in dead in the middle of Africa somewhere or something. Buried somewhere in Botswana or something. but you put it in dead in Egypt, right in the doorstep of Europeans again, and that tells you that our leaders are not thinking strategically, and this is a
It's
big
not
problem
necessarily
for
leaders
us.
to Niger. You know, it could the decision could be influenced from elsewhere, and Egypt is a country to definitely watch out for. So you tend to say it's our leaders who do our leaders have the space to really make such independent decisions, such as that to Niger?
I fear they don't. I fear they don't, and I've
So,
said it
so
before that.
why
Let
don't
me
we
just finish
attack
this
where
point.
the problem is? We should
Let me
attack.
finish this point. I
Go
fear
on.
that they are all caretaker governments, especially in Black Africa, that our leaders are behaving like caretaker government, awaiting the return of colonization. Because I don't understand how they can all be so blasé about self-defense. How can they all be so blasé about making their countries industrialized? That is something that should be burning. It should be a burning desire of all of them, where they are like, "Oh, we can't wait, we can't wait." These people are the like North Africans are like I think somebody mentioned they just bought $2 billion worth of ammunition, and Nigerians spend as much money as they used to go and watch movies that as they spend on their defense budget. That's the money Nigerians watch to go to cinemas to watch movies is the same as they spend on their defense. That's something that is not the same in many other countries. If you go to this in Algeria with 43 million population, they spend about $13 billion on their army alone. Nigeria entire military is spending about 2 point something billion, and there are 200 million people in that country. And why are our people behaving like this? I feel like the only consistent thing that seems to make sense is that these people never saw themselves as running an independent nation. They never see it. Ghana has 15,000 soldiers.
Isn't
What is that?
Nigeria a nation within a nation in some respect?
Ghana has 15,000 soldiers.
Hey,
You can't
Brian.
you can't have
So
a country where one soldier is supposed to defend Nigeria. One soldier is supposed to defend 1,000 citizens. In Ghana, one soldier is supposed to defend 1,800 people. That is not a country.
no, that's not. They need to beef up their military capabilities. But the question I was gonna ask you to Naja and actually all of you guys is, what's the difference between UAE and Nigeria? Nigeria has more oil than UAE. It has more resources than UAE, but UAE is thousands times more richer than Nigeria. What's the difference? The difference is UAE has better leaders than Nigeria, and that's the same story for every single African country. We don't have good leaders. We have clowns. You see what I'm saying? We could have been powerful countries. We could have been like those Gulf countries. We have more resources. We have more oil. We have more gold. We have everything that the world needs. Like Africa, in it should be the richest fucking countries should be in Africa. Like not in Scandinavia. These people have nothing. You know what I mean? Like we have everything, yet we are the poorest. It's because we don't have leaders. We have clowns as leaders. You know what I mean?
It's
So the
scary though.
yeah,
It's
the
really
only
scary to see.
yeah,
But
the only
isn't the leaders, the argument could be made? Isn't the leaders a reflection of the population?
yeah, you could say that. So you you could say that because we
Sometimes though, these leaders come from outside to an extent, because if the leaders is empowered by, normally the leader is supposed to be an extract of the population, isn't it? But sometimes the power of the leaders are not is not coming from the people. You can see why their ideology, the way they look at things is different. Some people say many of them belong to the secret societies of the West, because many of them
Yeah.
schooled in the West.
And
So
and and if the leader doesn't have a plan or draw a plan to develop the people as well, or change the people, or roll out a plan to improve the education of the people will keep voting those kind of leaders back. You know, they will keep doing that. So sometimes this has connections to that as well. You know.
we have to deny them space. I think the idea is that you change the narrative. I think what leaders cannot control, at least let me put it this way, what leaders have to answer to is a narrative. Otherwise, they will experience a lot of difficulties. You can't have a population asking for water and you tell
Mhm.
them, you know what, let's go and buy sand. That's not going to work. They are going to lose it on you. So if we if we change the narrative on the ground and say these people are demanding security, these people are demanding good healthcare, these people are demanding good this, and not just demanding it, they are telling you how to do it, and they are willing to step up. Now the leaders will find it difficult to do what they are currently doing anymore, and that is where we come in. This is where this some of this conference comes in. I talk to somebody that shows up on Nigerian TV almost every day. He does these online sessions that he comes on, and I ask pertinent questions. I think one of the questions I asked him recently, I said something about how our leaders are running the country. Why are they not enabling the people to be able to defend themselves? And he was like that he couldn't answer the question. That he wished they could do it, but he couldn't. It tells you that these things, if you start putting it in their mind, tomorrow now he is going to go somewhere and say, you know what, this is a concern of people. People are raising this concern,
So
and he's going to be talking to thousands.
How did Nigeria get talked out of not pursuing a steel industry? How did Nigeria get talked out of that?
Oh my God! You just opened another silly can of worms that I just found out yesterday. Nigeria tried. And somehow the Russians didn't complete it because of the Soviet Union era problems, because the Soviet Union was the one building it. And they were disrupted and they were not able to complete it. Then now, the Russians were supposed to start coming to reevaluate and look at how they're going to start the project again in the year COVID-19 hit. Okay, that passed. Now they are supposed to start it this year again after COVID-19 just passed. Ukraine happened and Russia has been ruled out now. Now the Nigerian government is saying that a British company is opting to do it for free without saying the name of the company. And you see, this type of stuff is the kind of stuff that bothers us. It's like we are experiencing disruption, not of our making. And even the guy that was presenting the program said, why is it that our government have not decided that, you know what, this is not rocket science. Put our people in charge of this. Let them build these things. Even if we start with 10% capacity, because the stuff is supposed to manufacture a lot of steel. Even if you start with 10 capacity, we build from there. We can't just keep waiting for foreigners to do everything for us. Literally, they are bringing them to say, oh, this thing is broken. This component is broken. You mean the last time you did it, you don't know what is broken now? I don't understand our people. We just assume that we can't do anything.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, welcome back to the panel, Yonis Japerte. Do you have anything to say?
Like what are you guys talking about?
We're just talking about how we have bad leaders in Africa. That's why we have a lot of poverty in Africa, because our leaders are just bunch of clowns that don't care about their people and their countries.
Yeah, that's true, man. Like one of the main reasons Africa is so behind and so fucked up right now, I think, is like the leaders. They mess up everything. They sell out the country and the people.
Hey, you're the Somali dude from Saudi, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't agree with a lot of things you said, but okay, cool.
What is it? What is it you don't agree with?
Yeah, you were saying another panel, but that's a different story. You were saying
bro. I want to hear it.
Nah, you don't have
you
to
were
bring it.
basically
Voice,
saying
bro.
that your Somalis are Arab. That's what you were saying.
No, I didn't say that. I said well, the brother was saying are you guys the same as are Somalis do Somali consider themselves as black, aka the same as let's say West Africa or Black Americans? I said no. Is there something wrong with that? Hello?
Ace block.
Yeah, sorry. Actually, it's not just the Somalis. That's many tribes in Africa, because the term black is a Western term, but at the same time, these people when they're saying that they are not black, they doesn't mean as a race. They just saying that they don't know what the term is, and they identify with their tribe. But if we look at the old sub-Saharan African, pretty much the same race, different ethnic groups, but same race. and that
Well,
includes the Somalis, the Nigerians, the South Africans. We're all the same
I
race.
understand where you're coming from. I understand where you're coming from, bro. But like, I just don't believe in this sub-Saharan African and like this all like it's all everything like every single stuff like the studies right now. You cannot trust all of these, man. You can't group people that legit don't like they didn't even have connection. So you're saying like all these people like have some connection or something? I disagree.
So I'll tell you why your logic doesn't make sense, my brother. So
Okay.
you know the Balkans, you know the Balkan countries, those
Mm-hmm.
are European countries, and
Yeah.
the Slavics are European countries.
Mm-hmm.
They don't say, "Oh, we're not the same," because we are Balkans, they are Slavs. They don't say that. They don't have no connection in history. A lot of them didn't have any connections, but at the same time, they acknowledge they're all white. So when you say us Somalis, we don't, like that label, you have to
Okay.
understand,
I think.
like these people that live in the African continent,
Mm-hmm.
they are the same race as you. So
Okay.
this what happens. Look, if you
No, I
go
understand,
somewhere,
bro. I understand where you come from. I agree. We all. You could.
yeah.
Okay. Why don't you use African though? Why not black? Because if you say black, we all know you. Yeah, you're gonna exclude the North Africans, though. Am I
Right.
right?
The reason we can't say African because there are a lot of people that were taken in slavery. They are the same race as us, but they're
No,
not
no, no, no,
African.
no.
They are outside Africa. You see what I'm
You
saying?
could, bro.
That's
You
why
could.
we use the term black.
If you're trying to use slavery, you could say the same thing with Ethiopia or Somalia. Some of them were taken slaves. you, you see what I did there? You could say the same thing. Am I right? Or
Yeah,
wrong?
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. You're right.
So
The-
you can't say hey, they were taking slaves.
Wasn't an Ethiopian guy taken to India for slavery and then he became a king or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's not just that. A lot of
What is it?
a lot of the
Hold on.
black people in the Muslim world are from the east side, not west side, because
Yeah.
the Arab slave trade was in the east side. So if you see like black Lebanese or like black Iraqis and all of them, chances are
Bro.
they are
Okay.
come
Let
from
me
the
So
east
I
east
don't
Africa.
know what
okay.
Dr.
Let me
Kaiser
tell you
keeps
the
saying
truth.
all the
Okay.
time that
There's
slavery is only in West Africa. Dr. Kaiser keeps saying it's only West Africa.
No.
no.
East Africa had one of the biggest slave trades
Yeah. In
ever,
terms of
especially with peak
Arab.
characters like Tupa
Yeah.
Tip. I mean, that's just historically, like I said, historical evidence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I was saying like in
People
terms
don't
of.
read.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, but bro, like for example, I could say I'm like, because like I lived in the Middle East and like, I lived in Saudi Arabia. I could say I'm like I know more about like let's say Egyptian. Okay, let's ignore the fact that I grew up in Saudi Arabia. Okay, let's take a Somali in Somalia. You know for a fact he was side with an Egyptian. Then over let's say a Ghanaian.
But why
Yeah,
Ghanaian?
Am
Why
I,
Ghanaian when
bro?
Kenyans are
I'm
right
just
next
like
to you? Why
no,
Ghanaians
bro. You
when
can't.
Kenyans are right there?
Kenyans,
Like,
we actually. If you're talking about the Swahili, the Muslim Swahilis, yeah. But like the other
I'm saying,
Kenyans, we
why
actually don't
all
have
the
connection,
smoke for
bro.
West Africa when West Africa is all the way at the other side? Like, I don't get it.
Okay. You're right. Well, let's
You
take
get me?
Kenya.
So is this
But the
silly
problem,
shit? Is this
okay,
silly shit that gets people angry and then you complain about being excluded
bro,
and then you
don't.
do this shit?
I have much love for West Africa, bro. I didn't mean it like that. Well, let's take Kenya.
Oh, we spoke for what? What did
I'll,
we do? We didn't do anything to
To
East
be fair,
Africa.
bro, I prefer West Africa over East Africa. I'm not
Listen,
gonna lie
I
to
have
you.
no issues with
You
East
guys
Africans. We
are
live in a completely different
no, you
region.
guys are
We
chilling,
didn't
man.
invade each other. Like
I
I don't
understand. You
even.
guys are chilling, man. I like it, West Africa. But
Thank
No,
okay,
you.
let's say
We like.
what I was saying is like this little instance of what you just did there. Yeah, you know what I mean? That's what people complain about East Africans. You just exemplified it right there. And then some
okay.
East Africans complain about being excluded, and then
No.
you show this kind of stuff. So it really
Yeah,
it,
but
it,
I was trying to reply to my brother over here. He was
sorry,
saying like
man,
sub-Saharan.
sorry.
Yeah, he was saying H Block was saying sub-Saharan. So I had to choose like a faraway country. You see. So okay, let's pick Kenya. I would I'm more familiar with an Egyptian than, let's say, and I'm not talking about Swahili, okay? I'm talking about like the average Kenyan. I don't know, from Nairobi or something.
Kenya is not a good example, bro. What's the average Kenya? Because Kenya have different ethnic groups. They have Bantus, Nilotes, and Kushites. So
All of them,
Kenya
bro.
is not a
All
good
of them.
example.
Even the Kushites, bro. I'm not even lying to you. We all know, bro. This there isn't something that's called Kushite, bro. We don't even like the aroma and like the other ones. So
Yeah,
we talking about.
I agree. I agree.
I
We
know,
fight,
but you
but
can't.
we still the same thing though. Oromos
No,
share
no, no, no.
genetic
Oromo,
with
no.
us.
You can't say we the same thing, bro.
We are genetically,
If
unless you don't believe
okay,
in science.
okay. Like if you're talking about like genetics and stuff like that,
Yeah.
then everything is gonna go downhill. Cause like I could legit like I know a couple of friends that's from like Saudi Arabia. This guy was an Arab from Saudi Arabia. He had the same like results. He had the V13, like the E1B1B. Can you say this guy is like we have the same like ancestor or something?
No, if he has the E1B1
Yes.
B, that's the
Yep.
haplogroup most Kushites have. So he's not an Arab. He's a Kushite.
Bro, you do know that there's a lot of Arabs that have E1B1, right?
No, Arabs J, bro. You need to learn these
No,
haplogroups.
I'm
No,
talking about Arab,
no.
bro. They do have E.
The Arab haplogroup is J, my brother, and that
I know it's
developed
J.
in
No.
the
I know it's
Caucasus
J.
Mountains.
Hold on. I know it's J. But like
So,
there are
one
some
question,
Arabs
Giannis.
that
I
have
mean,
E1B1B.
Giannis,
Yeah.
did you ever encounter a group of people that lived in a Tiama coast while you was in Saudi Arabia and
Where's
Yemen?
that?
That's going towards the Red Sea. Is a group of people.
No. I lived on the East Coast near Iran and Qatar, so I'm not like down.
Okay, because
Yeah.
I'm assuming because a lot of those people I noticed when I was there, mainly in Yemen, they do have a tendency of looking like Horn of Africans. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but bro, there's like in Saudi Arabia, there's like I don't know if you're familiar with them, but the Jazan, you know Jazan?
Excuse me?
Jazan, there's
Yeah,
like
Jason, that's the black tribe, right?
it's not black, but they are no,
I
they
know
are
you're talking.
Saudi
Yeah.
Arabians. It's just that they look that way. So legit, like there's a bro, Saudi Arabia, like there's a you can find a Saudi Arabian that looks like a Lebanese and a Saudi Arabian that looks like a Horn African.
No, there's
It's
also
very
Saudi
diverse.
Arabians that look like South Sudanese, bro. They're so
No.
dark. Yeah, there is.
There
Absolutely,
is?
there is. I have seen it.
No, I'm talking about ethnic. I'm not.
Yeah, he's talking
Ethnically,
about
yes.
you're right, the main ethnic groups.
Yeah, the main. I'm not talking about like
I know what he's talking about.
slave people, bro. Like those were like they were
No,
slaves.
but also you have some Saudis who do have
Although they're
people who migrated who do have Hausa
yes,
ancestry.
migration. Yep.
Right.
Hausa,
I counted them.
Those were migrant.
Right.
But, like,
They
other
didn't
ones
they didn't
were-
come as slaves.
Yeah, they
All
did.
right. We're gonna let think think before you type. Go ahead.
All right, you guys can hear me?
Yeah,
my brother from New York.
All right, what's up, guys?
New Jersey.
New Jersey, yeah. I've been around the tri-state area before, but
okay.
Yeah,
Jersey has better air than New York. I don't know why.
You think so?
My observation. I found the air in New Jersey.
Only thing I liked about New Jersey was going to Great Adventures. They had
Bro, New Jersey is basically third world country, bro. That's not even a part of the USA.
No, you didn't say that, brother. I love Great Adventures.
Thank you for showing up because they were beginning to think that I did something to you, So
what?
Yeah, they were beginning to think that I did something.
The street is to Nigeria.
Oh, okay. So no. I've been actually really busy, and plus, you guys know it's Ramadan, so fasting for the So we've been really caught up. But yeah, so today's Saturday, I'm off, and finally got some time. I actually came across. I was seeing checking other things, and then you were the only one so far, I guess, that the discussion was going on. But yeah, so the subject I'm assuming is about Africa and why it's in the state. It is that right now.
Well, we earlier we were discussing why African leaders are such a clowns, and that we have every resources in Africa, but Africa is still poor because we don't have good leaders. That's what we were discussing earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I can see on both sides. Right when I came in, like right when I was in discussion, and I noticed, yeah, Chitlins and Grits did brought up an interesting point since, and I know you said like the leaders are the issue, right? And that in a lot of cases it is true. And at the same time, when Chitlin also did mention out that sometimes these leaders are a reflection of the people, I could see in both sides to it because sometimes these leaders are basically are heavily they sold themselves to the Western imperialists. They get the backing from them, and that's how they really get into power. So within the countries, and they don't do the bidding of the people they represent, but they actually do the bidding for the Western dominance. So here's an example, right? A lot of times when you see people talking about Africa, right? One of the things that I've noticed keep coming up, people are saying like, "Oh, Africa is underdeveloped." And for me, I see what that is, but you have to look at it from a different perspective from the other side, which is Africa is overexploited. Because a lot of the resources, Africa is rich, we all know that, right? In terms of resources. But a lot of the wealth, the rich materials are heavily exploited into the Western industrial countries where they actually take the raw resources and they profit off of it, you know. So this is why you see the issue. So when people say like, oh, Africa is underdeveloped as these leaders, but one of the things that is not being focused a lot on is because it is heavily being exploited. It's overexploited actually. So that's why you don't see a lot of the benefits or the wealth like in the hands of the people. You see a lot of the some of them, a lot of the ports. Like there's one guy in and I'm assuming he's French. Yeah, I think he's French or Italian. He controls the entire west coast of the ports in the west coast of Africa. From down to all the way up. You know what I mean? So how does this guy accumulate that much resources where he controls the vast majority of the ports in West Africa, different countries, right?
Oh, speaking about that, I know a friend. I know a friend, a white friend, that say they have all the fishing rights in Somaliland. They control the fishing rights in Somaliland. I have a friend like that. It's an
I
Englishman.
mean, so like who have the rights? You said.
There's an Englishman that says that they have won the contract and have the fishing rights in Somaliland and all that stuff. Yeah,
I mean, so I mean, I don't think like a lot of the reason why you see a lot of turmoils going on in East Africa, especially in Somalia, because the West don't have control of the resources yet. This is why when people kind of like try to look down on Somalia and be, oh, this. I mean, personally, I see that. I can see the one say, oh, you guys are going through this, but they don't understand that we're fighting against colonial powers till today.
No, I gotta disagree with you with that. There's no colonial. I wouldn't say there's like. To be fair,
what would you
in
call
Somalia,
it? What would you? Yeah.
Oh, I would say like Somalia is like the people. I would say it's not like outside influence. Like there isn't much outside influence. But I would say it's like inside. Somalia's problem is inside rather than outside.
The inside, the internal, if you look at the internal and external conflicts, you will find out a lot of the internals are heavily, it's basically influenced by the outside, the external forces from the West.
Okay,
this is why,
explain that. Explain that.
Okay.
More.
All right. So when you see a lot of these so-called leaders within the country, right, you'll find out a lot of these guys were warlords who were basically who will only care about their own interests. They don't care about the clan they even represent or the regions they try to claim. So a lot of these warlords, when they were actually overthrown by the the ICU, right?
Yeah.
What happened was the West, forced them back and turned them into a statesman. They turned them into politicians and statesmen. But before that, they weren't that much of a, you know what I mean? Prior to that, it was just the military and generals fighting. You know what I mean? Now they're being turned into statesmen. So this is why you have to look at it that when you see the internal aspect of it, it's because a lot of these warlords have been been turned to statesmen by the West in order to control it. And until this day, they're still having a hard time to really fully control Somalia people as a whole, because as much as we're very much clannish, right? But one thing Somalis do have, in all honesty, is that every single person is like, hey, what are you going to do for me? I don't give a shit about anything else, but what are you going to do for me? And if
Yeah,
I see
yeah.
you taking the resources away from my country and I'm not getting done for it, then there is going to be a conflict. So
But
this
yeah,
is why you see that. But a lot of sometimes you have to understand, like when you say colonialism, right? It's been turned into neo-colonialism. So the what we see before in the old days, where you see white soldiers coming into Africa, with their guns, now they're using a lot of these African countries who they already control to use them to go into countries that they have no control of. So in order to say that, oh, this is just Africans, solving their own problems, but in reality, they're funding a lot of the African Union, the AMISOM, a lot of the money and a lot of the weapons and a lot of the support comes from the West. It doesn't come from other Africans, right? So you have to look at it in the context. So Africa, the issue, just going to reiterate the point. Africa, when people talk about underdeveloped, Africa is, the issue is underdevelopment. For me, the issue of underdevelopment, if you look at it in the deep root sense of it, you'll find that it's the over exploitation of the continent. That's pretty much. Is there anything else you want to add to it?
No, that was clear, bro.
All right, and one last part I just wanted to say, when people are talking about also, right, Africa in terms of what what is African, right? So you ask anybody from different regions, they'll give you the perspective from their own region. People from the East Coast in East Africa, they'll tell you what Africa is based on their own ideas. People from the West Coast, from West Africa, they'll tell you from their perspective what Africa. And people from the South Africa, and in the southern region of Africa, they'll tell you what their version of Africa is, and so on in the north, right? So if you look at the term Africa, I really would say that would be the correct term to use if you're going to use some sort of a united coalition, should be the African. But when people start using color to define what Africa is, then that is where it becomes really lost in the murky waters of what people trying to achieve when it comes to Africa as a continent. Because right now, if you go in the southern Africa, there's white people calling themselves Africans. In fact, the only people that I can think of that are actually calling themselves by the name of Africans are white Europeans called Afrikaans. Yet the black people in South Africa are not even called what do you call them, Africans. You know what I mean? Or South Africans. But they go by their tribe. But the white people now are calling themselves Afrikaans, right? Or African. So you look at the context of it. If you start using, saying like Africa is a color, then it's not gonna work, because in Asia, I was just gonna say, like, if you look at Asia, right? Asia is a continent, but are all Indians and Chinese the same? They're not. Are all the Persians and the Middle Easterns the same as Indians or are Japanese or Chinese? Of course not, right? So people have to look at the context of it, right? So if we can all look at the continent of Asia and we can say that, hey, this is a continent, but yet there's different groups of people who are not the same, but they are in the continent. And in fact, the only people who are synonymous with the word Asian are mostly people of orientation.
Think before you type. Think before you type. I agree with you. I think from here we can see that most of us understand that dynamic, that Africa is a continent and it's full of a lot of people, and then we want to make the African Union work and work proper, that make it work. And it's not about race. I think most of us understand it here to an extent. In fact, it even fits to the conversation today about some people who are a bit on the Hotep side or something. I hope African millennial, you don't include me part of the Hotep, because I'm not a Hotep African millennial. You know what I'm saying? So I'm into history. I'm into all kinds of history, but I'm not necessarily into the Hotep wave. I think people understand that thing before you type. So I just want to ask, I want to understand, where do you get this sense that people are talking about black unity and that Pan-Africanism is all about just black people and black skin alone? Because that's not what's been implemented on the ground by the politicians. You know, by some of these politicians, that's not what's been the Africa Free Trade Agreement is about. It's not about black skin and black people and all that. So where are you getting the idea that it's all about being just black and being one?
I mean, you in terms of what we see on the African continent, right?
Yeah, I mean, where are you getting the thing when people talk about Pan-Africanism? They talk about being all one, or they talk about being all one race, one people, one race, like that. Where are you getting that sense, and that it's about being all black?
Very simple, right?
From which people are you getting this from?
Yeah, I mean, very simple. When people talk about Africa, what do they usually is a synonymous for it? Especially when they talk about unity, they talk about black unity, right? I mean, we hear that all the time. Sometimes when we hear it from people who are not, they don't even associate themselves of what do you call the Hotaps or things like that. But we do see that people assume that somehow color is synonymous with unity, and I'm telling so people don't waste their.
I mean, there can be black unity, and then there can be also African unity. You understand what I mean? For people that consider themselves black, all the way crossing cross continentally into the Caribbean and all that stuff, there can be a unity kind of like that. Which those who don't consider themselves black don't have to count themselves a part of that. But if they are African, and then there's the African Union and African Union, you can definitely have that. I mean, there's trade deals upon trade deals upon trade deals. Like in the European Union, different countries have different alliances with other countries and all that. You have the before you used to have the kind of the Eastern European bloc as well. I think forgot that they used to call it Eastern European Commonwealth or something like that. You understand? I mean, you have the Southern European, which the French are now pushing forward. So you're gonna have trade deals upon trade deals under a huge, under bigger umbrella. Do you understand what I mean? So I'm just saying the Pan-Africanism that's been spoken now, it's not simply a black thing, about just a black. They're trying to get a continent to work to build infrastructure to facilitate trade and all that stuff. That is an ideal of Pan-Africanism from way back as well. That's what Gaddafi even wanted to change. So the reason I'm addressing this is because I feel like I wanted to get down to which people are speaking to exclude Somalians from Pan-Africanism. That it's so black that Somalians don't feel the need to be part of it, or they feel like they are being excluded from it.
No, we don't Somalis, we don't. Here's the thing, Somalis, we don't subscribe to ourselves, race based on a color. That's not how we see. If you look at the history of Somalia, right? If you study the history, and in fact, in most societies, including Africa, people don't go by unity of color. They go by unity of tribe and ideas, ideology. That is what unifies people in the core sense of it, right? So in West Africa or any other continent, in any other continent, people are not saying that, hey, we're going to unite. Even in Europe, right? Europe don't unite based on a color. In all honesty, that is a later thing.
Yeah.
Right now, if you look at Europe, what unifies them is their interest in exploiting in other parts of the world.
Yeah.
That is what unifies them. But when they don't have their unity, they commit more wars and genocide against each other than anybody else in the world in the history, right? So unity, in a sense, you have to break it down. So what are you what is the
idea is to have a positive, not necessarily have a positive, but everybody to care about the continent, have a positive outlook about the continent. And when I say care, it's not just
ideology.
Hold on.
It's the
ideology is about the entire African continent, right? The entire African continent. for people to focus. We want to make the African continent to be as big and more powerful than the United Nations, more powerful than the United Nations. How do you do that? You need to make sure that it's beneficial to people and it's producing results in terms of trade, defense, and economy as well. You need to do that. That's why the Pan-Africanism that's been spoken now is about that. It's not necessarily about skin color and all that stuff. So I'm just saying, whenever people speak Pan-Africanism, I wonder which people are thinking it's ethnic and all that stuff. Who's bringing it to the point that Somalians are feeling excluded? That's what I.
I don't think Somalis
think
are
that, can I say
excluded.
something? I think the issue with this is that, from what I gather, is the people that are letting the team down is mostly the black African countries. When I say black, is Niger, Congo, and up to South Africa, and they are the ones letting the team down. Because they are the majority and they are the weakest actually among the groups. Because what you find in many of these regions of the world, you have one of these groups like the Asians. Among all of them, the Chinese are the top dog there, and the Indians, the top dog is the Indians. So in Europe, or the Europeans, the Americans are the top dogs, and France, if you want to count on the continent of Europe. So, but if you look at the past, this is the only time the Europeans have really become isolated in terms of their power. They put it where they place it directly in Europe. But before now, like even the Romans, when they had their power, they didn't like say, "Oh, Europe, we are white Europeans." Just in that classic term, they most of their power was actually in the Middle East, Turkey region, even in Africa with this in Egypt and all the rest of it. So the power was dispersed in other regions, not only in Europe. And because of what the shape of the world today, now the Europeans have associated themselves with being Europeans and at the same time being white, even if the Southern Europeans are very different from the Northern Europeans. And that the fact that they were able to call themselves white when they are actually quite different, especially in shade, hair color, and all the rest of it. This is why some Pan-Africanists say, "Okay, why are you not doing the same on the continent?" And maybe that is this, especially when it comes to the sub-Saharan Africans. You see what I mean? You can excuse the North African because some of them actually look really white. However, even in the North African continent, the southern regions are quite dark too. So I think there is an argument to say, you know what? Let the ones that want to identify themselves as black identify themselves as black.
Yeah.
The ones that don't want to, you should also understand that. I've always said that the bordering nations of Africa, like the ones that are bordering other countries, that have relationship with other countries, like you can't expect them to just be enemy to their neighbors overnight.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen like that. You have to. This is why I said it is up to this internal, that's the bigger rump of Africa, that is the black countries, for them to make themselves worthy. Because you can't just say, "Oh, they should be loyal to you." For what? Why? Because the Europeans are doing better. Why would they not want to associate themselves with Europeans?
You said a good point there. Let those countries that want to be black and be unified and be black. But Tunaja, is it possible to have an African Union that's not just about being black and all that stuff? To have a Pan-Africanism, a tangible Pan-Africanism that's not just about being black. Is it possible?
Yes, it is possible. You will know why? Because Europeans know that they cannot have Egyptians, Moroccans, and all the rest. Let me give you their thinking. Think about it. If they absorb them as part of Europe, now they have border directly with black countries.
What would that consist of? What would a unit, a Pan-Africanism that's not about being black? What would it consist of, Tunisia? What would be?
It consist of continental. It will be continental.
I mean, what would be the main focus of it? Like, because I want before you type
trade. It has to be first of trade and common travel, because travel is very important for people to be able to move around and understand each other's cultures.
That one is going to be
and what else? Crime, for security, all those things. Security, trade. For me, security should be number one. But then trade will come in, and common this thing travel area, so that traveling will be cheaper for our people. And I think just about that, really, if we can get this four, I think that would have traveled miles.
So let me think before you type. Do you disagree with that form of Pan-Africanism?
No, what I disagree with is that why is it that right now in the 21st century, right, where we see a lot of things and we have a lot of information that we can come across. Why is it that people who are African descent, right, are accepting the, to be called black, the term black, right? Because in all honesty, because it's not a disrespect or anything else, but I
The
find it
Somalians
so.
never stop in that one. Okay, never
No,
mind.
no,
Go.
but hold on. But I'm gonna give you. I'll give you an example, right? And you can argue, disagree with me or not. When this race based on the color was invented by Europeans, right? By the
Mhm.
name by he was a Portuguese guy who wrote the book in the 1450. He Gomez Zarara, that was his name. He was the inventor of labeling people based on a color. And when the colonials adopted that, they start giving every people they were colonizing colors, right? The Africans, they give them what do you call black. When they called the Americas here in America, right? The indigenous people here in America, right? They call them red race. The people they colonized in Asia, the Chinese and all that, they call them yellow. But notice how China and native indigenous people all rejected that label, right? They rejected it. They find
Because
it
they not
offensive
because
because
they
that is not
actually
their
not yellow.
identity.
Because
No,
they actually not yellow.
no. It's not because they're not yellow.
Let
It's
me say
because
this.
they rejected it because that's not what their identity is. That is a foreign invention. That is a
Let me
colonial
interject. Let me
mindset.
give a different
No.
perspective.
Let
Let
me
me
say
see
my part,
something.
bro.
But hold on, Eunice. Sorry, brother Eunice.
Um,
I'll give you. Think before you type. I know many people have been saying this. Is it possible that the way Europeans describe it, they meant it to be derogatory? Obviously, they meant it to be derogatory and to look down on black people and put them as slaves or something. But is it possible that other African tribes could have looked at themselves and described themselves as black, and they never meant it to themselves to be derogatory? Like, let me tell you, my tribe, we tend to look at a human being. When we call a human being a black person, right? A human being has to be a human of black hue. And sometimes when an expression that we make is when somebody does something really inhumane, we say, "Are you human? Are you a human of black hue? Are you a black human being?" You understand what I mean? Because it's so inhumane to do such a thing. So we say that it's so inhumane for a black human being to do such a thing. I don't know where that come from or something. There could be influencers somewhere, but you see where in that situation it doesn't have a negative connotation. It
But
more like
do tribes call themselves that? Do African tribes call them based on an
African
adjective?
tribes have
bro,
African tribes.
think before you
African
type. You
tribes
got it
have
wrong,
their
man.
own names.
Hold on.
Go
African
go ahead,
tribes have
Johannes.
their own names,
Yeah.
but they do recognize that some of them are black. Me, if I look at myself, I can tell I'm black. I'm black, and I don't have.
No,
There's
I
nothing
get.
derogatory about that. And my
Yeah,
people,
I get that part. No, trust me, I get that part. Like how you identify, I get that part. But what I find it is, but that's not what you are, though. Your identity is your lineage. That's
yes,
how the entire world always operated.
yeah.
This color is a recent invention imposed on
But
people
that's
of
what I
around
just
the
told.
world.
That's what I just told
Yeah.
you.
So
A
why do you
recent
think
invention
right
for the
now if you
Europeans.
call an Asian person, go call an Asian person, oh, you yellow, right? They'll find it offensive, to be honest with you. Call a Native American, an indigenous American, right? Oh, you're red. They'll find that offensive because that's not what they are. It's an adjective. It's an adjective. Color is an adjective. You don't
I get you.
identify as an adjective. You
I get you.
identify as a noun, as a
Hold
lineage.
on. I was gonna say, like, bro, like, I don't know why you trying to, like, let's say, like, if some Africans wants, like, to identify as black, let them be, bro. I don't know why you, like, trying to say, like, this tribe. Well, if someone says let's say I'm black, bro, let them be, bro. I don't know why. If,
No,
like,
listen, that's
Hold
not
on.
the
Think before
issue.
you type. Think
I
yeah,
don't
before
have
you
an
type.
issue how I don't have an issue. No. This is again, we're talking about what is the root causes of Africa, right? The over exploitations, right? Are people somehow you're just looking at it. For me, I look at the psychological impact that happened to Africans as to why they think that way. When other countries and other people in other different societies are they already removed the shackles of colonialism by rejecting the name that were given to them, by rejecting all these things that were imposed on them. But yet somehow in Africa, I'm finding other Africans. I don't. It's not Somalis. We don't identify. That's why. And this is the point I was trying to get back to you in order to answer your question. Is because when people, I don't find when when people say like, oh, Somalis are not black, I don't even like. For me, I can't even comprehend that,
Which is
because
fine.
we don't consider ourselves to be black to begin with, because that is a colonial term that we already reject. So if people say that to us or not, we don't find I don't find that to be an exclusionary. I, to be honest with you, I find that to be as a liberating. But if somebody calls
That's
themselves that,
actually fine.
is
That's fine. That's it's okay, and it's okay that Somalians don't see themselves as black. But is it okay that other Africans see themselves as black and they do not see it negatively and they do not associate it with any derogative or something? Because Europeans made that term black for themselves to mean something derogatory. But other Africans could have described themselves as black and they never meant it that way. Is it okay for them to still identify themselves although with their tribe? Like me, I know where I come from. I speak my own language. I know my own tribal name, but I also at the same time recognize I'm African, I'm black, I'm from Gambia and all that kind of stuff. And I don't come from it from a point of view that Europeans described it to me. And that's where not where
bro, you can identify as black, bro. There's no problem. It's just that when you say, if I'm black, you have to be black. That's the issue I have. You see, you get what I mean?
What do you say about that?
I think that the reason why this thing is coming across as new is because it's actually relatively new. Because the world has become more integrated, especially continentally, and Europeans have managed to come together to form a larger group of people that they never formed before, apart from when they tried to colonize Africa, and even then it was a little bit more fractious than what they are now. So with the groups of they are not even operating as nations anymore. They are operating as a bunch of nations now, and hence why this even the Asians that we like to think that like the Chinese are one country, but they are 1.3 billion or 4 billion. China, India, the same thing. That is a huge machine we are talking about there. And the Asians, they may have rejected the yellow thing that they used to refer to them as, but when you refer to them as Asians, they don't reject it because they know they are Asians. The white people, when you call them white, they don't reject it because they know they are white. They call themselves white anyway. Even if the Greek guy 2,000 years ago would reject that statement, but today they will accept that they are white.
They
so
know they're
it's
Greek
more
and they know they're white.
Exactly. It's more of a realization of the current context that the world exists in, where you have to have a way of referring to a bunch of people. You can use African, which is fair because it's actually more inclusive because it includes in North Africa.
Yeah. I don't have a
but
problem
if some
with
people,
Somalians
if some people
I
choose to
never
call
even have a
themselves
problem.
black among there, if some people say that okay, we too are black, just as Somalis address themselves as Somalis, they too are allowed to call themselves black because they were, there's no way you will see a Sudanese person and not think black. Those people, for me, I'm a big fan of theirs. I'm telling you, man. I seem to like some of these extreme groups like the Khoisan and the and funny enough, they are the oldest groups on earth. It's funny how I gravitate towards those groups.
You know what's funny? I met a Sudanese guy or something, right? And as East African as he is, he tried to identify with me as if we're one and all that stuff. And I was like, well, you're from East Africa and all that stuff. So he can't. So it just goes to show they that I don't know why. He seemed very, very patriotic. He seemed very proud to be African or proud to be black in a way.
Yeah.
That's quite interesting. And that's from a Sudanese guy. And obviously they would have had a word to describe themselves.
The most pro-African people I've seen are Egyptians, man. I'm telling you.
You know what? You'll be surprised. That is true. Let me give you an example of that. Let me give you one example I saw of this stuff recently. I was quite shocked, actually, that when this white guy that cooks, it's like YouTube guy goes to video places and make videos and everybody.
Did he die?
Yeah, he went to Africa to make videos of about food. Everybody, they received him well. He was enjoying himself, going, eating food, all kinds of African food. He went to Zimbabwe, very fun guy, did all that. But when he went to Egypt, you need to see the eyes they were giving this guy. They gave him a tough time. They searched him. Even when he's talking to the locals, they are giving him the eye. You would think, I really was shocked about that because when you look
Which
at the
one is he?
stereotype,
Is he African or white or European?
he's
What
a
is he?
white guy. A white guy. Egyptians were really hostile to him. He couldn't even believe it himself. He was like, that doesn't make sense. He was like, why are they so harsh? Why are they so mean? Is it religion? But when you even look at the Egyptian, the way they look at him, they always give him this side eye, like, nah, I don't like you. They really don't like him. And that really surprised me because I expected them to be like, oh, you know how the Indians always like white people. You would think they would treat him like, no, it's the opposite. So I'm not surprised that guy is saying some of these people that we think they are not patriotic Africans. This is why we should be having conversations with them.
Algeria is
Okay,
very
we're
patriotic.
gonna let Guardian go ahead. Thanks for calling in.
Oh, sorry about that.
Thank you. So the topic is on black. What was the specific question?
What I'm basically saying, what we're saying is it's okay for Somalians to not, if they don't want to identify themselves as black, but they can identify as African and Somali, and it's okay for other Africans who identify themselves as black and the tribe and Africa. It's all right for that and all that. There's nothing wrong, even though the Europeans meant it in a derogatory way. There are some Africans that didn't mean the word black. I'm sure the South Sudanese, they recognize themselves as black and they didn't mean them. They didn't mean in a derogatory way towards themselves. So it's down to what other people perceive you.
I don't know why you guys keep bringing up that question because now it's starting to sound obsessive.
Yeah, no. It's okay. I'm just gonna paraphrase the Guardian. If you can answer this question, bro.
Okay.
The question is race based on the color the correct way to identify yourself?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good way to.
Yeah,
That's a good question.
I
I feel like I would say no. I would say identify with your lineage, identify with your tribe, or identify. Well, we all human beings. If we didn't have these divisions as human beings, we'd identify ourselves as human. You know, but I'd say identify yourself by. I'd say the best thing would be to identify yourself by your tribe or ethnicity, because that's where your history. That's your history. That's your culture. That's everything that comes with it. So
yeah,
I think that would be the best thing. So.
Yeah, I mean, I
think
agree
the
with that.
color
Is there
is
any?
just as much as a name as because I just need to add that the color is just as much a name as it is a color, because if you look at it, the Indians, there are people that are even darker than many Africans that call themselves black, but we don't expect them to call themselves black. It's more of a name. Even the Europeans that call themselves white, it's more of a name too. So I just thought I should add that.
So no, the issue is the color is not a noun, so it doesn't go under the category of a name or a place or a person, right? So a color is under the category as an adjective, right? So it is not it's not even something, it would be the equivalent of me asking you, hey, who is your father? And you responded to me, oh, he's black. But I didn't ask you that. It's like I ask you, who is your father? What is his name? What, you know what I mean? Like your lineage. So if somebody just literally just whitewash or like erase their entire lineage by just on a color, whether an Asian person accepted to be a yellow or anything else, that would be, for me, I find that to be the root cause of some of the issues that we see. So a color, race based on a color is actually one of the worst things that a person can do to identify themselves, is because you are literally whether willingly or unwillingly erasing your true identity, which is as Guardian said, which is basically your tribe or your ethnicity.
Well, we all have multiple identities. We all carry our
multiple identities means multiple
Yeah.
personality disorder.
Let's say now we all have our family names, we all have our tribal name, national identities, and continental identity. And when we say color can also be a noun. You see what I mean? That is why we have to be careful when we just assume things are just.
Wait,
It's a
Tunaji,
noun. When
did you
people talk about
Google?
black, they are referring to it as a noun.
Yeah, but Tunaji, Google black or Google any color is not a noun. It is an adjective.
Well, see, when they say when they say "Are you black?" it's almost as say "Are you African?"
No,
Are you saying
that's
African
but
is
see,
this thing?
but there's a
It's
difference.
not a
There's two
noun.
words though. The words are different. Being African and being black are two different things, right?
If okay,
So
so if somebody says "Are you African?" does that mean they are not referring to African as a noun? Just like they say
yeah,
"Are you
African
black?"
is a noun, but black is not a noun. It's an adjective.
But they
So
are
that's
using it as a noun. That's what you are missing. They are using it as a noun to describe their group, their greater group. You see what I mean? They also understand that there is a smaller group where they have tribes. Believe me, Africans know tribes. They have that. But they also understand that as a bigger group, there's a different name. Because if you start telling tribes now, you know what, let's call it Hausa, let's call it Congo, you're going to have a massive argument on your hand. It's like Europeans now coming up, you say, let's not refer to us as white, let's refer to us as Greeks. They will go crazy. You
yeah,
see what
but
I
the
mean?
Greeks. No, I get the point you're saying. But when those people, because the thing is, you're interpreting what they think of what black is. You know what I mean? But when you look at the actual definition of what black is, it is an adjective. It's not a noun. It's merely a color. And noun will at least will give you some sort of identity, right? Or a place. Is a noun would be a place, a person or a thing, right? And you kind of like when you look at the color is an adjective. So if I come up to you and you say your
This is
dad
my
is
point,
black,
though. Why do people refer to whites as the whites, the blacks? Why do you think they
well,
do that? Because it's a noun.
no, but where in what context where this whole thing came about in the 20th and in the 20th century? This is the colonials after they imposed their viewpoints, their color system on the world, especially on Africans, right? Then they start using themselves as white because they have a vested interest to control the resources. And then the people that even call them whites in a derogatory way are other people that weren't too suffering because they accepted to be called themselves black. So in order to oppose Europeans, they would call them white. But it's still you're playing their own board game. So at the end of the day, if you're playing into someone else's game and labels, regardless of how you want to identify and be like, oh no, this is what it meant or this is what it meant, you're still on a losing edge because the game is already tilted in one favor. So what
Wait.
I
Oh,
But
wait,
you
wait,
have
one
to
second.
strip your
Before
nations too.
anybody goes further, Mo Solomon, where are you? Just asking, okay? Getting worried, where are you? And secondly, Eru boy, thank you.
wait,
Thank you. Shout
say
out to
what?
Toronto. Shout outs to Rexdale. Shout outs to Eglinton. $5. Thank you,
Elijah,
Eru
why
boy.
don't you ever donate to African Millennial?
Come on, man. Why do you people always have to try to
Sorry,
humor
sorry,
me and
sorry,
be like
sorry,
this?
sorry, sorry. I'm just
Eh?
fucking about.
I'm just trying to make ends meet. You don't know
Uh,
how I come here every
yeah,
day.
I'm sorry. I'm
See,
just fucking about.
I think most of it is part of a bit of privacy, and because when you donate, people see what your
Yeah, they
identity
see
is
your
and that kind of
accounts
stuff.
and all
And
that.
so,
Yeah.
and also, I'm spending. I'm not. Rest assured, I am spending money where my mouth is too.
I'm,
So,
I'm just playing. I'm just playing tonight. African Millennial don't mind me. Sorry.
Yeah. But no, so if people start using the color system that's already created by Europeans, if regardless on how you may assume that one is using it, at the end of the day you are in a disadvantage because you are already in their playing their game, which is
You're in the
already tilted
matrix.
in their favor. Yeah, so you're playing into their hands, and you already in disadvantage in their. They already have the cheat codes and how they're going to use it. So, and this is why I want to reiterate by saying Chinese people, like Asians, were once called yellow.
It's
You
white.
know what
It's
I mean?
white better than black. What? Why is white
No,
better
no,
than black?
but that's the thing.
Whoa.
There's no such thing as color. It's just a color. Nobody is better than anything. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? In fact,
Do you know
when
in Japan, white is considered to be the actual bad color, the color of evil. And when you watch a lot of Japanese anime, the evil villains always turn out to be white and all that, to be ghostly, deaf, and all that kind of stuff.
I mean,
but the
people
people,
listen.
but the people like white color though. You have to admit, the
They
people
like,
themselves want to make
they
themselves
make,
lighter.
I guess they may like the light skin or something like that. But okay, white,
No, but
yeah.
white is no better than anything else. Color is just color. You know what I mean? My whole point is that, and for a person to identify themselves in their true sense, it would have to exclude the color system on their identity. You know, so when Asians were called yellow in the 20th century, they rejected that. When Native Americans, right, the indigenous people of this land, when they were called red, they rejected that. In fact, some of the games, some of the sports teams that call themselves, the Indians, the Red Indians, or the Redskins in Washington, right, a couple of years ago, they had to change their name. So can you imagine people who are identifying themselves as black are the only ones using the term when everyone else are rejected the colonial
But
labor term.
Europeans are still, you see, you keep missing the biggest gorilla in the house, in the room.
What is
Europeans are using white to identify themselves
But
right now
but
in
Tilega,
Europe and in United
they're
States.
using it because they're already benefiting from the color system is what I'm saying. They're using it because they're benefiting from it. There's a vested interest as to why they're using the white race. It's because they're already using it into to demonize in other people, right? To what's the worst thing you could do to a person, in all honesty, right? Is to remove their true identity. What's the worst things they did to the African Americans, right, in America? Is to remove their culture, their identity, and everything else, and then they give them a label, right?
So
So,
what you
but
prefer
people who are
is
going back,
hold on. So what I
So
want to I want to
I can speak
understand
on
where you're
that
coming
real
from.
quick.
I just want to
yeah,
understand where it's coming from. Do you prefer that we call ourselves Africans?
Africans is more like if you look at in the continent, right? What's the continent called? Africa, right? So it would be much more a more susceptible way. It's more easier way to identify yourself in the continent sense. But the true identity of everybody is based on their clan and their tribe, which is other people on
So
here
you don't
actually
want
said.
us to identify continentally. We want
No,
us to
no, no.
identify
Continent
by
is
tribe.
fine. No, continent
Okay,
is
but
fine.
continent they also give us a name. So where do
Yeah,
you
but
stop? Where do you
but
stop?
but notice what I said though, right? If for example Asians are Asians, right? There's no harm. It's just the continent, the land, or whatever. Whether is because there are okay. Are you saying like I know I've looked into it, right? Are
he
you
just
saying like
he doesn't like the history that comes with the word black and the connotations that it carries and all that stuff. And obviously, whites keep the white because they're winning and all that. If black was winning, I wonder how that would be if black people were on the other side. I wonder how many people take it. But I hear what you're saying.
are
Yeah,
French people?
I
French
think
people do they have like in Europeans? Do they have ethnicities and tribes?
yeah, they
Yeah,
do. They,
they
they
do.
Okay,
do.
so that's their foundation. They know who they are, right? Scottish knows they're Scottish. French,
Yeah,
they know they're French,
Exactly.
right?
but they call
But
themselves
the
white.
term, yeah, the term, in the collective sense of white, they use that to as a vested interest to they
Empower
use that as interest,
themselves.
Yeah.
yeah, by exploiting other places.
That's what
Who
we
they,
should do too, don't you see?
but
That's what we have been saying.
Yeah.
Has
Tanaja,
it done them any harm? I just said earlier on in this show that a lady took £5 to travel from one country to another to Budapest, all the way from the UK, because of the way they empower themselves using these things. We should also do the same. It
no,
doesn't do
that's
us
but
any
see.
harm.
No, no, no. But see again, you're playing into their hand again already because when you're saying that because you like you right now see yourself as a victim, and in order for you to be empowered, you have to become the victimizer, the one who oppressed you. You got to become the oppressor. So in order to do that, why can't you come out with a better system that would destroy this entire so-called color system and have the so-called utopia you want to have in Africa and other societies where people in the world can have a free trade and be respectful to one another without demonizing and labeling on the stuff. How can you have how can you have a unity in a sense if you're going to try to become the victimizer yourself, right? So that logic wouldn't make sense. I understand that
I
concept, but it
am
doesn't
not
make sense.
sure. I'm not sure the name itself is the problem. I think maybe you see, for somebody that has, for me anyway, my background, I have had some experience whereby it's taught me that human perception is very fickle. It can change
Mm-hmm.
like that. So the term, when the way you are ascribing a term to be negative, this is something that even the Egyptians were referring to the Kushites as, and Africans did identify themselves as black at a point. Different
When?
people, when they saw each other, no, they are cases. If you want to check it in the
My tribe,
I can't name them. They actually identify themselves. They know. You think Africans don't have eyes? They see each other all the time. I can tell you that nobody will see Sudanese and think something else first. They will think black first. And
even the Sudanese themselves.
Sudan itself means black, as well as Nigeria comes from black, and Ethiopia also means black. So it's countries in Africa.
My tribe
that mean black
if you do something inhumane, they will call you, are you black? Are you a human being with black hue? They will call you like that, as if only a black human being with black hue is a human being. So with my tribe, black doesn't mean bad. It's not associated negatively.
I don't see it as bad at all. I think those Sudanese are like walking gods. I don't know why people see that. I see it as completely opposite. I literally, when I see some of those people, some of them are like 7 foot tall. I'm like, and these are some of the oldest people on earth.
So if nothing's wrong with the word black, if there's no difference between black,
they are like walking gods on earth. And you see how he chuckles about that. I see these people, on the map that I asked African Millennial to show earlier on, it turns out that they have the highest concentration of the male haplogroup in Africa, only second to the Khoisan that are in Namibia. They are like literally bullseye in southern Sudan. These people, that when I first saw them, I said, there is something about these people. There is really some. When you see them, and every European that sees them, they know what they see, what they are looking at. And it's us that are on the continent that don't value it. Because we don't know what we have. These will have some of the tallest people on earth. Actually, not some of they have the tallest people on earth.
How did the Sudanese, for example, right? So you guys brought up the names of Ethiopia, Sudan, and right? Those names are foreign names. It has nothing to do with the people, right?
Yeah.
So again, this is the issue that I'm trying to emphasize to you guys. You guys keep adopting what Greeks and Arabs and Middle Easterns and other people have called you as a and Europeans called you black, Greeks called you burnt face, Middle Easterns called you this name, and you're perfectly fine with it. And for me, that's what I'm finding so honestly, that's what I find it so it's shocked by it.
I like the fact that you are challenging the narrative. I like that.
Yeah, because
I like the fact that he's challenging the narrative.
Yeah,
but I
would say the Sudanese, right? If you look at the history, they call themselves Nubians. The Sudanese, right? They call themselves Nubians, right? That was their original name. That's how they identify themselves. So for me, I would, and the tribes who they are, that's how I would identify themselves, because that would mean I have a lot of more respect for them than someone calling them black, to be honest with you, because I would rather, if your name is Tunisia, I will call you Tunisia. I'm not going to call you black, right? So if Darth Vader right now start talking,
let me tell you where
and if I say like, yeah, Darth Vader, no, I'm talking to this black guy, like that would be disrespectful. Honestly, in a setting, whether social setting, in a work setting, nobody would want to be reversed to themselves as a color.
Before you type, don't think that we don't understand what you're saying. We completely understand what you're saying. We fully get it. Let me tell you where I'm from. Think before you type. This is where I'm from. I am African. I am West African, and I'll tell you what my tribe is. Where these are my people. They call Tumbang. That's the name of my people.
Oh Lord, are you Mende?
Yeah, no, but
oh, and Nigel, someone has a comment for you. Just Call Me Brian has a comment for you. Sudanese are not that tall, bro. This is laughable. Only people who've never been to Sudan say silly things like 390.
Why do they always say this? It's a fact. I didn't make it up. You think I just came here and just want to say this? This is a fact. I think, what is the tribe's name? They are the tallest groups in the world. Come on.
African millennia. African millennia. I don't usually look at the chat, but I was just looking at it right now. Can you do a poll in just the people on here, in all honesty, and if you can ask them a question by saying that is, identifying yourself race based on a color, is that the correct way? Because I would love to see how people truly see, would they identify themselves based on their ethnicity, right? their tribe, or would they identify based on their a color system?
So your argument is that we should be identifying as the ethnicity, not the color. That the ethnicity is more important.
Yeah,
anybody want to identify as a color first. They know that they are from Yoruba. This thing, they will not want to say they would. Why would you force them to choose between Yoruba and their? Pardon?
People do identify as color, though.
No, I know that, but most of the people that do that is because they are saying they are talking from that context. But if you tell them to choose between their color identity and their tribal identity,
where would you put the order, Tunaja? What would the order be? How would you put
the order? I've said it before. It's family, tribe, this is national, then race. That's how things behave. That's how people behave. You can mess with their race, and they may forgive you. And at the same time, that same person, if you mess with their tribe, they will not this will forgive you. If you mess with their family, then you're at war. So that is the order.
Me is family, clan, tribe, and then national, and then regional, and then regional, and then race. Oh no, and then continental, and then race. That's how I say it.
I guess it depends on how the continent breaks up that we are talking about. Sometimes it leaps, it makes it like in Somalia now, you hear more about clans, but in many countries you hear more about tribe than clan.
Okay, guys, thanks for voting for the first poll. Thanks for voting. The results are very, very interesting here. 19% said white. 56% said black, and I'm actually surprised because of this channel. You would think it's more. And then 25% said they don't care.
Wait, the question again? What is the question?
What is better, white or black?
Oh,
come on.
That's just a wicked question. You know, it's only that one that kind of question.
Come on, nah. All right. Now you're just trolling. Now you're just trolling the audience.
Question, what is better?
There's
no miss word at all. What is better?
No, but but that's I mean, African millennial, right? So no. I mean, would you just to get an emphasis on it? That I don't know. I didn't see that one, but if it would be actually like the context of it, like should people identify themselves? Like is race based on a color the correct way to identify yourself? You know what I mean? I think that would be more of a question to see how people see, because you yourself also do say that people do acknowledge they do identify. Sometimes they do just identify themselves as a color. You know what I mean? More so sometimes than their clan or their tribe, right? And but also to kind of go back to in Somalia, right? Somalia is just one tribe, right? So the conflict you see is just the clans. But if we have to go by how people identify themselves, I would think you already touched upon it. But it starts off with the family, right? I mean, your lineage, right? Your ancestor, your father, right? And then it goes from there to your sub clan, and then sub clan, then and then the clan, and then the tribe. You know what I mean? And then it goes once it goes from the tribe, then tribe and nation is usually similar a lot of times. Somalia, I think Somali people are, I'm not sure, you guys can correct me, but in Africa, when I looked it up in a lot of research, Somali people are the only people who are the only ones who are named after a country, right? Other countries are just named after a mountain, a land, or water, or mountain, something like that. But the only tribe that I can think of that is named after a country is the Somali people, But other countries have names that are either not based on a tribe but based on the surrounding area. Because
a
lot of
a good thing though? Is that a good thing? Because I'm not sure.
I'm not
even sure what is a good or bad thing. To be fair, I'm not sure it's neither here or there. The point we are trying to make is that you can play local team, but remember there's a national team that you are playing for too. That is basically the narrative this we are all talking about. I don't think it matters whether you choose to identify yourself as Somali or others identify themselves as black. In the end, when it comes to the national team, you want to be on board. You see what I mean? When we go into those fans chairs, we cheer for our team.
Why can you substitute black?
I think the word that
Why
should
can
be
you
used is melanated because that's a little more accurate. Because black is because you got people that look black that's in the Southeast Pacific, and some people say, "Oh, I want to unite with them," and some people like, "Oh no," like so. I think the problem is that you got so many different groups of people who have dark skin, and then you try to unite all these different groups of people on the same agenda, and it's just not going to work because they're so, you know, the cultures are different, the languages are different, everything's different. So I feel like, oh yeah.
Melanated is such a long word. It's not so catchy than black, you know. Melanated. Imagine that, man. Come on.
Or original people. You got the original people of the earth, and you have the Caucasians.
If we want to rename ourselves, we can rename ourselves in a more dignified way. But I think if you call it, let people self-identify. I think this is something that is almost a human right, really. People can even say they are born with men,
or y'all could call you. I feel like black should be for Black Americans specifically because. Really, because we that's our tribe name at this point. Because
you guys have FBA, ADOS, and African American, you know,
right? And it's all inaccurate. It's all not accurate. Well, black is the most accurate. So I feel like we there's black the noun, and black the noun would be Black Americans, that's the ethnicity, and then there's black the adjective, and the adjective refers to people who have like dark skin. So
I forgot about the English as well.
Or the adjective refers to like, you know, original people basically. So it's like yeah.
No, I get what you're saying, right? It's a great point, and sometimes you know, because it's the fault of, you know, what the Europeans did by stripping the history of African Americans, right? And you know, and imposing a color system. So me personally, how I view the people of this land, right? I call them African Americans. You know, they are, you know, they originated from Africa.
Right. You know what? I don't even like that term. Like a lot of us, like I don't like the term anymore. We do have African ancestry, but we have, I mean, just to be truthful, we do have white ancestry and indigenous ancestry. So even African American is somewhat of a misnomer. You know what I mean? And we got different people with different phenotypes and ranges. And then, so I feel like black is the most accurate at this point, because when you think of black people, you think about, you think about like afros and things of that nature. So I feel like that's the most accurate term.
I get that part as well.
Think before you type. Hold on. You know what's funny, yeah? I actually call Black Americans Black American. I've never actually, it's never rang the bell saying African American. And when I call Africans, I call Black African. Black African or Black American. That's what I refer to. But when it comes to Somalis, I've never actually referred to them as black. I don't know why. I've never met a situation where I've referred to them as black. I just call them Somali.
But you know why? You know, honestly, the reason why is because Somalis only identify themselves as their tribe, right? As Somali. So that is why, because the reason why you don't hear the word black is because our true identity is Somali, right? So that is our ethnicity is Somali. So therefore, we're going to identify as Somali. This is why you don't see people calling Asians as yellow, because Asians don't identify themselves as that color,
because they're
right?
with the yellow petal.
Yeah, it's like they don't call them so. In fact, even before that, they were used terms like Orientals, right? You know, and they rejected that. So I mean, I get what you're saying.
What
even
did they
from
settle on? They settled on Asians in the end, and it still identifies all of them as a group. They didn't reject the group definition in the end. You have to accept you want to rename Africa. Yes, Asians still accept that they are Asians.
Yeah, but Asian is the continent, though.
No, not only the continent.
It would be
Asians,
like Somalis. Do Somalis have an issue with Africans?
Indians, you know?
No, I get what you're saying, but Somalis don't have an issue being an African because we are in the African continent. Egyptians don't have an issue with being African. What do you call the North African people, right? They don't have an issue calling themselves African, but the issue comes down to color system. That is the issue here. It's like that is the underlying thing.
The
What do they,
Asians
Mongoloid,
what
don't
do
call
the
when you see
Chinese
themselves
the
call
yellow.
when
themselves?
you see the Mongoloids, like you see the Caucasians, you know when you see them, you know that they are not the same as the Indians. It's not even rocket science. When you see a Chinese person, you see a South Korean, and you see a North Korean, you know that they are more alike than the Indians. So these people already understand that they are part of a group already. They are not
But
silly.
Think
They know
before you
that.
type. Think
do
before you
they
type.
call
What do the
themselves a
Chinese call
color
themselves?
though?
What do the
Huh?
Chinese call themselves?
I'm not sure they call it. They accept the title when you call them Asians. They accept that. They don't like the yellow anymore because like you said, they think that that is associated with what the Europeans named them. So they call
It's a
themselves
foreign, yeah.
Asians.
Yeah,
They call
matter
them
of fact, let's just say
Europeans.
white. Let's just say if black was a good thing, or let's just say, matter of fact, let's even put it in the context, right? Because I don't want you guys to think that somehow black and all this color system is is used to just demonize. Let's just say if it was used a good term, right?
Uh-huh.
It would people. I believe people should still reject that if a foreign uh landscape try to impose their own viewpoints, right? Their labels over how you identify yourself. It would always be, for me, I would find that to be an issue, because the people who have the right to call them, to call themselves as to what they are and who they are the individuals and the groups of people, right? As how they identify themselves.
Okay, let me
That's
ask you this. Let me ask you this. What do you think when Africans see Europeans? What do you think they will call them when they see them first thing?
They call
so.
them white.
Exactly. Because you know why? In our own Nigeria right now, there's an area in the southern Nigeria where they call Anyocha. It means land of the light people. Technically, it means the land of white. We got Ocha is white. They basically say land of the light-skinned people. So when they do that, because they are seeing the people, they think these people are lighter than the ordinary people around them, and these people are not even as white as white people that we refer to as white people. So you can see that people refer to people by the color that they see. It's not
No, but
necessarily
I
because white
get
people
what.
call us black that we are
Yeah.
just saying, oh, we are black. I think because we have already been calling ourselves black.
No. This is what I want you to understand again, because the question you're asking is a reaction of today's society as to what they would call white people if they had the at the upper hand, right? And you would call them white is because already that mentality of color system was already imposed on you, and therefore you're just going to use it back
But
at
I
them.
told you that we do it ourselves already. Even the Egyptians did it to the
Yeah,
Christians. The
after.
Egyptians divided the people according to color. You see that yourself. They did that. They have different colors that they identify people as. So
No, the color and the names are different though, because if you look at the Book of Gates, because that is where you're looking at. I've studied this, right? If you look at the Book of Gates, they call them they classify them as different races. The Egyptians identify themselves as different, and then they identify the Assyrians as different, even though they're pale, right? They're light skinned. So they identify them as that. The Libyans, who are also in Africa, right, in North Africa, they identify them differently from themselves, from the Egyptians, right? So notice the names on the bottom. If you look at the Book of Gates and the labels, they're not giving them colors. They're giving
okay,
them
what
the
does the
the
names mean?
ethnicities and tribes.
But if you check the
The
naming of the
Assyrian
names,
is a ethnicity. It's a tribe. It's a people.
because
It's an
I know what they call them. They said the Europeans, they call them people that have the color of
The Tamahu.
the flesh or something. Yeah, it means something. They tie it to their color. The names that they are calling them is often tied to their color. Maybe the Libyans are a bit different. I don't know about that, but the Europeans, they call them the color of flesh. So in other words,
no.
they were not even seeing them as
Right.
necessarily white,
They
like
called them the
reddish,
created white.
pinkish.
They called the Tamahu, which means created white race or created white man or created white people is what they called the
You see
Tamahu.
that is tied to color. So
So yeah, no, but I'm saying like, but again, look at the Book of Gates of the ancient Egyptians, how they identify, differentiated themselves from other people. It wasn't based on what do you call the color? It was just based on ethnicities, right? Some people are light skinned, of course. So, but those people call themselves Assyrians. They didn't call themselves white, right? So that's how it was given. As a matter of fact, look at today right now, right? The white people are calling people in Africa is, in North Africa and Horn of Africans, they were one time calling them as basically Caucasian race, as the white race. North Africa right now, North Africans are considered white in today's label system in the West, right? A Moroccan who's dark as me, I have friends, you know what I mean? They are white in the eyes of the West, right? So this is what I'm saying. Like, this color system that is being used is already flawed to begin with. So if it's already flawed to begin with, why are we using it, right? And leaving behind our true identity, which is tribes and ethnicity.
But
That's what I'm saying.
that's an error though, to say we are living. We already explained that you always have your identity. It's when you go to a higher level you have, and when you say also that it's not adequate, you are missing the point that it is doing them a lot of good, because it's brought them a lot of this unity. They have a common purpose. Like when they come into America now, even those so-called not Africans, the moment they come into Africa, they forget that America, they forget that they are not Africans. They start behaving like, because now they are part of the white group, they start behaving like part of that group. And while the ones that they call black remain in the black group, because that group matters. That's where power lies. That's income and everything is affected. Everything you do is affected because somebody looks at your passport and say, oh, you are white. Oh, you are different. I can talk to you about loans. I can talk to you. These things matter. So when we
I
want
think
to
that's a
categorize
problem, though. I
ourselves,
think that's a problem because it gets you grouped in with people that you have no type of relation. You have this, right? So I feel like what I understand where think before you type is coming from. I feel people need to the world has been imposed with this white supremacist ideology, but people need to, like, I understand where he's coming from. We need to, like, reject that and move on our own and force our will as our own people. You know what I mean? So when you come to a foreign country, let's say, like, and that's why I have respect. I've respected Somalis and I understand where they're coming from, because when they go to another country and then that country wants to group them in with another group of people, oh, you're black, whatever. They're like, no, I'm Somali. Like, you know what I mean? They go against. So it's been misunderstood by some, because some feel like, oh, are you trying to and some of them, and that's not to, some people are coons and it's coons all over, but it's been misconstrued in that some people think that, oh, are you just trying to go with this devil system and fit in with the whites and sell out everybody else and this and that. So that's what it's looked at to everybody else. But for them, what they're doing, like, no, we're going right against them. Like, they're not going to tell me who I am, what my people are and everything. I'm Somali. Like, get whatever, black, this, that, whatever. Like, I'm Somali. So I understand that. And if the whole world did that, all the oppressed peoples of the world did that with their own lineage and ancestry, but they did it in a strong but righteous way, then that would just dominate the white population from, trying to impose their white supremacy on everybody else that they try to classify as black. You know what I mean? Because they're outnumbered. You see where I'm coming from?
I sympathize with that idea of wanting to reclaim your name, and the question is, if you wanted to do that now, because there's nothing wrong with changing the name from black. Nobody's sentimentally attached to black from that point of view. If you want to change it, you can change it, but it doesn't stop them from referring to you as black. They might still choose to refer to you as black. Secondly, where do you start from? If you want to change, if you want to say we should all just call ourselves African, they named Africa for us. Then if we want to say, okay, let's rename Africa,
that's disputed, by the way.
Yeah, then the discussion will go on and on and on in circular this thing. But I wanted to ask a thing before your time. You are Somali, aren't you? So somebody has admitted, talked about how Somalis treat the Bantu Somalis this thing badly. I'm trying to gauge something here. Do the Arabic, I know that they have Arabic Somalis, or Middle Eastern.
No, the Somali is Somali, bro.
No, but they are also a mixture of just like you have Bantus, you also have Arabs. The Somalis have Arabic lineage in Somalia. So those ones, do they get treated badly too?
No, okay. So are you looking at the question exactly? Are you saying is how are people treated?
Coach, long
Yeah,
time.
it's two because there are two minorities now. You treat the Arab
Yes.
ones badly, just as you treat the Bantu ones.
No, first of all, in Somalia, the issue is the a lot of times is the clan system, right? It's not an issue, but it's how warlords use it in order to, you in any place you're gonna have people in governments, in politicians, in clan affiliations, whatever. You're gonna have some people who will try to take advantage of the whatever the identity is in order to gain, uh, you know, uh, they have a hidden agenda basically, right? So the issue isn't about in Somalia isn't about a lot of times about color. The issues is based on about clan affiliations and that mindset. So it has nothing to do with Bantu or color. Like even notice how when you say
Is it about hair?
How
Is
does
it
it
about
break down
hair?
in terms of treatment? Does it have because somebody one Somali earlier on said that he knows full well that the Bantus were treated badly in Somalia, but I've
yeah,
never
so
heard anybody say that they treated the Arabic ones badly. So I'm trying to find out, is it a different
who
treatment that
is
you
the
give?
Arabic ones exactly?
Because I know that the northern
Because the Arab
Somalis
population in
have a mixture in
no, no,
Somalia.
no,
You know that.
no. I'll correct you on this. The vast majority, you can look it up, right? Look at the demographics of any country. The vast majority in Somalia is Somali people, right? About maybe like 15% are what do you call it? Actually 10% or even less than that is Bantus, Arabs, and other things. But the vast majority of the people, right, are Somali. And even within Somalia, forget the Bantus, even within the Somalia, there is a turmoil. That's why there's a conflict in Somalia. So sometimes it doesn't have to do with based on what a person is, like, in terms of color. It just has to do with the clan affiliation because it shifts. This is why if the history, trust me, man, the history of
So, so,
Somalia is a long context, but at the end
so,
of the day, is about the tribe and the clan. And
so
if you're not,
do they hate
yeah,
those tribes with Gerard hair or something? Is it because of the Gerard hair they hate them? That's why.
a lot of times in Somalia, some people will use that, but a lot of the Bantus that did came in Somalia, they were brought in during the slavery, right? In the Indian Ocean slave trade. So that's what happened. And usually, in the context of it, there are some Somalis who have the same skin complexion, but notice the color is not the issue. A lot of times it's the identity. It's like, what is your clan? What is your identity? And some leaders in the 90s where they misused the identity card based on the clan affiliations for their own selfish interests, and that is where when
One thing before you type, I can say, yeah, people are just very curious about Somalis. I think you guys are fascinating type of people. That's why you see these topics coming up about Somalia all the time. I think we're just fascinated. They don't know you guys, so that's you should be proud of that. People are fascinated about you guys.
I mean, I sometimes I get it, but to be honest with you, other times it's just kind of like I would only I understand that the interest aspect of it, but I would always hope that people do a little bit more digging into it, or sometimes you might come across another person that might not have that might not have actually studied the history of Somalia, and they can only go based on their clan affiliation, and then they'll give you kind of misinformed information. But a lot of times, what happens in the context, right? And I know right now the goal of the entire discussion was about what is the basically the true identity of how a person should identify themselves,
Yeah, yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
and the context of it, right? It would be their tribe and also their tribe or the tribe, their ethnicity, right? That would be the actual context. Like that would be the true identity of how anybody should identify themselves, because when you do so, you literally are going against the ones who are oppressing you. Because right now, I know some people are saying that, hey, you know what? It's okay to use the black term. And me personally, if somebody calls themselves black, I have no issue with it, right? That's their prerogative. That's their, you know, preference.
What do you think of the order that me and Tunaja came up with, where we prioritize our tribe for our people first? That's what our identity is, our tribe, and then we then allow the term black to describe us on a racial level or something. What do you think about that?
Honestly, what I think from that context of it is that when you put it in a color system, then you're going to exclude a lot of people in Africa who don't identify as black, and it would be disadvantage. Not only it would be one disadvantage for you because you're not going to completely unify on a common ground on how to unify Africans.
But you see, nobody's looking to unify Africa based on color. Nobody's looking to unify the African
But you
continent.
use the word black though.
We use the word black for our own self, for our own racial identification. But no one's looking to unify Africa or Pan-Africanism based on color, and that's the mistake there. People think it's a color thing. These leaders are not approaching it as a color thing.
No, I'm saying you right? Forget these leaders right now. From your perspective, let's just say you identify yourself, your clan, your tribe, and then from overall extent of black, what do you?
Okay, we're gonna.
Guys, let me get in. It looks like the batteries is running out from my cell phone.
Good.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Good morning. And good afternoon, maybe good night too. I don't know. I don't know where I should start, but yeah, I would like to ask Mr. Tunaja, the Nigerian guy. Yeah. Yeah. My question is, who are the real ancient Nubian? Because it looked like the discussion is started from there.
I think the ancient Nubians that we know of from the book has a mixture of the Nilotic, the Kushites, and I think that is made up of mostly those major groups. And but right now, when we refer to the Nuba Mountains and what is often, I don't know why they call it Nuba, maybe because it's tied to Nubia. They call it Nuba. Those areas are, and if you take into account too the dates of these groups, how long they've existed, the South Sudanese people are one of that's in their patrilineal line, their genes shows that they are one of the oldest group of people on earth, not only in Africa, on earth. They are tied to the Khoisans in South Africa. So that is what I can see. So if you ask me, who are these people that are ancient Nubians, I would say they make up a chunk of them too. Especially the further back you go.
Okay, yeah. The good thing is you mentioned Nubian mountain.
Yeah.
And yeah, yeah. Sorry, the batteries ran out from this one, but let me try another phone here because I would like to talk about that area. Yeah. I'm a Sudanese myself and Nubian from there, and maybe I can put.
Think before you type. Carry on. Sorry about that, but we understand you think before you type. Though I fully understand what you're saying, but go on.
No, I was just saying. No, I mean I appreciate that, man. As long as we know we all have ideas, right? And everybody can share their ideas. And like you guys said, it's good to get a pushback or see from a different perspective. The same way.
Your perspective is all right. It's not a perspective I've not considered before. I've definitely considered it, especially when I was watching the films, and I understand the full context of where it comes from, and I understand. But also, I see a perspective where the word black didn't mean bad. It didn't have that connotation. So Europeans have that view of it, or because the association with it. but my people didn't have the association with it. So I don't go by the association the European. And I'm proud to be a black man, but I'm not only a black man. I know I'm much more than a black man, but I'm proud to be a black man, and I don't care what Europeans think about that. I wear it proudly.
No, like I said, I get the
Can I say
context, right?
something? Can I say something? And
Go
I
ahead.
think that is also empowering, because you have to understand that when you are able to identify as a larger group other than your tribe, you are not diminishing yourself. You're actually increasing your power. And when we start realizing that, we are not going to be shying away from doing that kind of stuff. Because from the reason why I asked that earlier question about Arabs, there are tribes. Is it true that there are clans in Somalia that identify themselves as Arabs?
There are clans that are having, because Somalia and the Middle East have a long history if you study it, right? So they went back and forth. Like even the Somali clans who don't say they're Arabs, but they do say they have a lineage with the descendant of the Prophet Muhammad. So
Okay,
so
that's
if you
what I'm
say
saying. But are they treated badly as this thing, the Bantus are treated? That's what I want to get. Because if they say the ones that claim that they're Arabs are not treated as badly as the Bantus, you
are
can
they
see
are
why
you,
some people feel like, oh, you are being biased against the Africans versus the
yeah,
Arabs.
okay, but this is but here's the context where I think you're missing when it comes to Somalia. The context of race based on a color doesn't exist in Somalia. And even when there are uh, hostilities within certain clans or other people, it is based on like clan affiliations, like the tribal affiliations. It has nothing to do with based on a color system, right? It has to do with either the clan affiliation, like who, and the clan affiliations is shift from one time, one from one end to another. So they're very much sometimes the people, the certain leaders are using their own selfish, basically hidden agendas, and they're misusing the clan affiliations in that way. But they're not using it in terms of who is light skinned or who's black skinned, because that doesn't exist in Somalia. It only exists based on who are you identified, because Somali clans, some of them within the clans, even within Somali families, right? I have family members of my own, same father and mother. Some of us are very light skinned and some of us are very dark skinned. And sometimes the ones, and actually the dark skinned ones have like very curly soft hair, right? And which is, and the vast majority of us, right, and the siblings of my own family are like brown skin, right? So that, but even though my own siblings, my own immediate family with the same father and mother, we very different complexions, and yet my own siblings sometimes you would confuse them as what do you call the Mexican or Hispanic people, right? I got confused a lot of times as being Dominican living in the West. So, but for me, you will never see Somalis identifying themselves anyone else, but they're only identifying themselves only based on their lineage. So even though we have that diversity within the family, but we still identify based on a clan, more so the color system. So the color system in Somalia doesn't exist.
Okay, so you are saying that because the clan loyalty shift, everybody gets treated, get their fair share of their time under the this in harsh treatment. So
Yeah, so it's based on that. Exactly. That's correct.
yeah. So are there times when you can say that you can point out in history where they targeted the Arabic group?
Was there a time? No,
Yeah,
I
the
don't think
Arabic
there was
clan.
a. No, I don't think there was a time. But here's an ancient folklore story in Somalia. Like this is one of the things that I actually was very shocked to see. Right, so this was like it's a folklore. It comes from the ancient times in Somalia. So there was a woman. As this is how the story goes. Right, it's a folklore. There is a Somali woman. She couldn't bear a child. Right, Somalis do have big families, but this woman, she couldn't bear a child, and this was like in ancient times, right? Ancient Egypt and so forth. For like I think it was the time of Queen Adewello, but it could be more than that. But the story goes, she couldn't bear a child, and she made a prayer to God, and she said, "Oh God, give me a child, even if he's light skinned." Right? And she, when she said that, she said it with her hand in a dismissive way. So this, for me, when I look at when I study history, right? For me personally, one of the things I will tell you this is that there were times where people who were light skinned were frowned upon. People who were light skinned, the Europeans, were looked down upon. People who are more people who were especially people who had this complexion of the ancient Egyptians, of like reddish brown skin complexion, were was considered the most valuable, like that were considered like the hottest thing, right? And so people who were reddish brown skin were considered like the skin complexion, right? So but people who were light skinned were looked down upon at one time, and that's the history which I know, not only from studying my own history in Somalia, right, and the folklores that I went out and heard about, but also if you look at in Europe, there were one time they were in the, not only before that, they were in the Dark Ages, right? And while the rest of Africa and other parts of the world, they were very much like, is that somebody?
That is just falling asleep or something? That sound
Dark something? Dark something?
that is, oh my God, he wants to swallow the mic. Dad, come
Yeah.
on. Let's wake him up. Dad. Okay, African Millennium,
How
please,
long?
please.
How long has it? How long
It's not
has
fair.
this?
Let's give
How
him
long has
something.
this chat been on though? I don't know. How long
It's
has this
going to
been on?
7 hours, 30 minutes. African
Wow.
Millennium, where are you? Come on, save this guy some dignity.
I wish we could mute the mic.
Yeah, she can, but she's not there.
Oh.
All these
I
upset
see where you was coming from. Think before you type, though, because when the first time the whites came into Africa and Asia and everything, that was the Bronze Age collapse. That's when the Sea Peoples came, and they were really extremely aggressive. But they destroyed a lot of civilizations and such. But they had a different level of aggression that the people in that area wasn't used to. The Egyptians wrote about it, and they just wrote about how aggressive they were.
Yeah. Have you noticed though? This is a great point. Have you noticed, right? In all honesty, this is one thing people always miss out. And me personally, I get it's
think
very
before your
frustrating.
time. Think before your time. You must know that by now. I'd like to really get an answer for you. Did you say that there was a time they treated, because you said either they never had the time they treated the Arabic tribe badly, or is there any particular time that they treated them
Wow.
badly?
I can't even. All right, listen. There was a time where I'm saying, like, because when you say in Arabic, what in terms of
The
what
tribes
exactly?
that call themselves Arabic, that claim to be Arabic in Somalia, was there any time, given all the shifts of loyalty, that they were targeted and treated badly by the majority population?
Because you could see that in the conflict in Somalia, when wars and conflict do happen, you see, there were times where they face hardships. It's not they didn't face hardships because of they had lineage with the prophet, right? But it was just based on internal clan affiliations within the country. So this is where I want you to completely understand, because the turmoils and the conflict that you see going on in Somalia sometimes is based on resources and areas, and also based on like what certain leaders do to try to do something for their own benefit, right? While using the clan as a vehicle to get, to stay in power. We see this today in the
Does the
West as
same
well.
apply to the Bantus too? Because I'm trying to understand why the other, that H block, I think, or the other Somali said something about that they treated the Bantus really badly historically in Somalia. So that same rule about scarcity of resources or clan issues is why they target the Bantus too. You can see where I'm getting to here. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just trying to understand that whether we, because we do this in Africa to where we treat non-Africans better than we treat our own. We do. You can see that in Nigeria airport any day when you go. If a European comes in, they let the European through, but when a Nigerian comes in, they treat them like trash. So that's why I'm trying to find out whether it's similar kind of traits, because that guy clearly stated that the Bantus were really treated badly historically in Somalia. So, and at the same time, it occurred to me that Somalia also has some people that claim to be Arabic, or at least descendants of Arab. And that's why I'm asking you, have they too experienced the same thing, or are they given preferential treatment too?
No, those people were already Somalis, but they had lineage, they had ties, because people, when there are two groups of continents or two different areas, they're gonna do trade, and or sometimes they're gonna have lineages connected. You know what I mean?
Marry each other, in other words.
Here,
Marriage and things like that. So that would be one concept of it, right? But in the context of the Somali Bantus, of course, but when when they first came here, they came there, as being oppressed already through the slave trade, right? But the people itself don't view them less or anything else based on a color, because the color is similar with the rest of the people, right? Somalis don't view people differently, just only the context of color. They view them based on the context of your clan affiliate. Who is your clan? And I guarantee you this: if you Somali, oh man, this guy, but yeah, I can't even. I don't know if you guys can hear me.
brother, Somali.
Come on, man. Wow. I think they should be giving somebody charge when they leave.
Sorry.
Because,
Sorry, I didn't know he was speaking.
Yeah, you should
thank you.
Before you leave, give us charge so that they can help. That is a honored this thing. We are okay. Let's leave it at that.
Okay, yeah. Let me say something here. Brothers Somali, yeah, you should tell the truth. First of all, those Bantus who are in Somalia today, I think they were taken as a slave to be sold to Middle East. We have to be frank, because Somalian. No, I am saying that those people were taken, during the slavery, okay, to be sold.
Who, the Somali Bantu?
Yes.
Okay, so the Somali Bantus, where did they come from?
Anyway, they were taken in the middle of Africa.
Yeah.
And then,
Not
in
the
order
middle
to
of
be.
Africa, but they were taken because you have to look at the Swahili coast. There was trades, like there was a slave trade that was going on, right? So
Yeah, but some of them, some of them, some of them are taken from those areas, but also those who are in Somalia were taken, in some area too, maybe just in Congo or maybe in the part that is.
But it wasn't the Congo. It was more. It was in the Swahili coast, Tanzania, Mozambique.
Okay, so what I want to say is, we should be frank on that. That those people were taken as a slave, because there is some people who were, involved in slave trade, among Somalians. When we come to the name of Somali, first of all, Somali is a tribe. And that tribe, some of them are still in Sudan today. And if they talk about, if they say, okay, they are part of Kush or Kushatics, that land is in Sudan. So then the name Somali is just, taken, to be given to that land, and the land was named according to those people who are living there. The same thing, with the name of Sudan or Sudanese.
What, the Somali were named like similar as Sudanese?
Sudanese is, it means that black people. That is the name of Sudanese.
I get that. Yeah,
is
but
in Arabic, okay? Yeah. So that land name, because of those people who are black. And that land too, even up to West Africa used to be called, by Arab traders before even Islam, there is Arab who used to come to Africa, okay?
Here's a question though.
Yeah,
Because you have Sudan called Sudan, right? Black, right? By the Arabs, right?
yeah,
At
yeah.
that time, what were Somalis called? Do you know?
Somalian are just a tribe. There is no those areas in Africa. There is no country at that time.
No, there was, and I'll tell you why.
No.
Okay, you want me to tell you? Okay,
Yeah, they
here's
tell
why.
me.
All right, appreciate it. All right, so at the time, the Greeks
Uh-huh.
and the Arabs, they did called the people in Sudan Bilad, Bilad
Mhm.
Bilad
Mhm.
al Sudan, right? Right. So that the land of the blacks, right?
Bilad Sudan
They,
is Arabic name. Yeah,
of course, but that's where the name comes from. That's how the Arabs
yeah.
call the
Because
Sudanese, right? That's how they call them, right? That's what they call them.
Bilad
That's the
is
name.
suit. It means that in Arabic, yeah,
Yeah, but that was
Bilad
the
is a land, and suit is people who are black.
yeah the
The
land of the
same thing you
blacks.
get like even like if we talk about Egypt.
No, I get what you're saying, but I'm
Egypt is
gonna
what? Egypt is what? Is what?
Masr. It's
Misr
Masr,
is,
yeah.
but the meaning of Egypt itself,
No, I get what you're saying, but here's the thing,
the
right?
meaning, the meaning is what? Is what?
Okay, tell us, please.
Black face or
No,
black people? Or what
no,
does it mean?
but no.
Egypt or
Tell us.
Ethiopian? What does it mean?
Well, Ethiopia is
Mhm.
again, it's a foreign name, right? It's
It's a foreign name, but the meaning of it, because
yeah,
those
it's
who name it,
burnt face.
bone face. If the bone face, what does it mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a black face. It's a black
Okay, but at
people.
that time, but this is what I'm going to tell you. At that time, when
Mhm.
Ethiopia, because at the time when Ethiopia, the Greeks, the Arabs were calling Ethiopia, they're giving the Abyssinia as Ethiopians, right? And they're called
Abyssinian is just yesterday. It's just we can say yesterday.
yeah,
because
but
because before Abyssinia was around,
yeah,
the
but
land that we call it like yeah, sometimes we hear like the Nile Valley civilization. Okay, those area there is no Ethiopia, and if we talk about the Blue Nile that is really the clear area for the Blue Nile. You get those tribes called Ful. In Ethiopia today, there is still black. If you see them, they are like people from Nuba Mountain,
no,
and those of Nuba Mountain, they are Nubian who also were in Egypt. Those who were pushed, they were pushed by when Greek came in, and they fight with them, Roman, and all those people until Arab came. Okay.
when the
So
Arabs
those
came,
who
right?
escaped, the
Yeah,
Nubian who escaped, those are the one who are in Nubian mountain today.
yeah, but
Okay, and those who remain, they are also Nubian, but because they got into intermarriage with Arab, you see their color, are a little bit, like light. That's why if you see it like if you go to the history of Sudan, and you talk about Mahdi, okay.
Yeah, go
The
ahead.
Mahdi, when Muhammad Ahmad al Mahdi, he is from where? From Nubian. But because that family get into intermarriage with Arab, then you see like the light, like those
Can you
of,
hear me? I
but they
want
are
to make a
Nubian.
point. Can you hear me?
They are from Dungla, Danagla. Danagla is a Nubian.
Wait,
Okay.
can you hear me?
Mhm.
I want to make
Was
a point.
Muhammad Mahdi, was he Dongolan? Was he from
Yeah,
Dongola?
from Dungla, it's the Danagla.
Yeah, but I'm trying to
You
answer
see
your
them, even
question.
some of them who were taken by those Nubian. Some of them were taken by English to go and help them in colonizing Uganda. Even some of them they were taken, those Nubians, to help British to colonize Kenyan. And those who went there,
Yeah,
with
but I don't want to. I don't want
British,
to.
they are still in Kenya today. Those who
All right.
went to,
Do you
and they
want
are
me to?
Nubian.
Do you want me to answer? Because I don't want to over talk when you're talking, right? But I want
Yeah.
to answer on your question, right?
Mhm.
Because when the Arabs called Sudan,
Mhm.
Bilad al Sudan, that was the original
Yeah.
name, right? Land of the
Yeah.
blacks, right?
Yes,
And
yeah, but
Ethiopia was called
it's not just Sudan. The whole area You know,
No,
it's
yeah,
called, the whole area,
Bruce,
because all those people when they came in,
I get
they
what you're
go
saying, but
until West Africa even.
Yeah, but let me finish the point I'm trying to make, because I want to give you the context of what the history of Somalia that I've studied, and I will prove it to you, right? And you can look this up. So when the Arabs and the Greeks gave the names of the land of the people in that area, when they gave the Sudanese, the name like Bilad al Sudan, right? And which means land of the blacks, right? And then they called the Ethiopians, which means burnt face, right? It's synonymous with being black. We get that, right? But do you know what they called Somali? Both Greeks and Arabs, when they come in contact with the Somali people in the Horn of Africa, they gave them the name. And I want to make sure if you are familiar with it, but I'll tell you this right now. They call them, the Somali people, Bilad al-Barbar, because the Somali people at the time were known by the trade ports, right, in the Horn of Africa, and they called them Berbers because there was an ancient port city that was called Berber. If you look at the history of Somali people, you will find out Somali people had three different names throughout history. The first name of Somali people that were known as was Puntarites, right, land of Punt, right. The ancient Egyptians called the people in Somalia, in that area, as Puntarais, right? And they view those people as the origins of their ancestors, in some of their in their tombs and what they wrote. So that was the first name Somalis were known. The land was known as land of Punt, and the people was called Puntarais in ancient times. Now, when you look at the Greek and the medieval Arabs at the time, they called the Somalis land. They call them Berbers. The Arabs, the original name, because you look at it, they see the people, the ancient port city, and they name the people based on the areas that they were using it, right? Like, for example, if you look at the Puntarais by the ancient Egyptians, it comes from an ancient city in northeast in Somalia. It's called Apan. If you study Apan, you will find out is where the actual city where some people are speculating right now, but it's the more plausible that the Punt city is Opon, Opone, right? And today in modern times it's called Hafon, right? So in ancient times it was
Yes,
called
yeah.
Punt. Now it's
Okay, yeah.
in medieval times it
Finish
was.
finish your statement, yeah.
Yeah. So in ancient times, when Somalis were called Puntarais, it was based on their ancient cities, right? It was from Punt. Today was medieval times. By the Egyptians, the ancient Egyptians called them Punt, but the people they were called Puntarais because I had to identify themselves, and the Egyptians respected enough to call them that. Now,
But
fast forward to Greeks.
who those Egyptians you are talking about?
We're
Because
talking
when you
about
say
the pharaohs. We're talking about the pharaohs at
the
at that
pharaohs, who
moment.
are pharaohs even? Who are pharaohs? Are they
You
black? Are they white? Are they
but
green?
but the pharaohs themselves, they said but you notice how the pharaohs themselves, right? If you look at how they
No, what I
group of
know
guys,
by pharaohs
what
is
is black to you?
those black. They are black people, you know,
But the
who
pharaohs were
rule
not.
at that time.
But the
The
pharaohs,
pharaoh is not just is not just something like the animal or something like that. It's a human. But
of course,
which kind of human is that? Yeah, which kind of
the
human is it?
they were Egyptian though. In Egyptians at that time, the
Yes,
way
Egyptian
they
is what? Who are those Egyptian even? Because even when you talk about about
they were
Somalian,
African.
sometimes
No,
you
no,
say,
no.
yeah, we are Kush, okay, and Kushatic. And if you talk about the Kushatic, what about those of the Nilotic or those Nubian? Because the land is that area, is in Sudan today, and they never move. Those people,
So
okay,
how would
yeah. And
you
when we
in
talk
your
about
perspective
like
how would you classify the ancient Egyptians? What like
they are black people.
no, but see, color, the ancient Egyptians didn't use color though. When you look at how they differentiate themselves
The
from
color just
Nubians.
was just created recently. Like today, you will call, oh, those people are what, Nilotic, okay? But
Yeah, but they didn't
why
call
they are
themselves
called
Nilotic.
Nilotic? Yeah, here is the thing. Yeah, it look like you know Arabic very well, because the way you are son now. When we talk about, in Arabic, there is something called tensib, okay, related to something. I call you Somalia because nasabtak ala Somali.
Something you related to.
Okay,
I get
yeah,
that
you
part,
related to. Yeah, that is
Like
how it is.
the
When
tribes,
you talk
right?
about whether it's a tribe, yeah, if it's a tribe today or like a Nigerian, yeah, I would say, okay, Nigerian because of what? Of that land. Sudanese is because of that land.
But do
Whether
Sudan
it's
people
whether
identify?
it's
Do Sudan people? I mean, I'm saying like, do
Mhm.
the ancient Egyptians, right? Do they identify themselves based on a color? And if you look up the history, they never did.
Somebody who somebody who wrote those books are who confuse people. Like now we are talking about what Banto. Who named them Banto? Or like
No, no,
today you
no.
can say
I'm
okay,
saying
yeah,
like,
that is
if
Nilotic. Yeah, let me just clear this. If we say okay, are Nilotic, who named them? They are Nilotic because of Nile. That's why they are called Nilotic because they live, at the bank of those river Nile. Because even those river Nile today, if you get those tribes who are living there, they will not tell you it's a Nile. They have a name for it. But somebody just come from somewhere and say, yeah, this river should be called Nile. And somebody who is there, should be related to Nile and then called Nilotic.
so, are you
Okay?
saying?
But
Are you
those
saying?
tribes too, even those tribes, some of them are in Sudan, and some of them are in Uganda, and some of them are in Kenya, and some of those tribes are even in Tanzania. Okay,
All right.
and in Tanzania, what is there? There is a Nile there. There is no Nile there. What is there? Is what Lake Victoria, right? Are we calling them? Those people are not Nilotic, are Lake Victorian?
I mean, to be honest
Because
with you,
the
I
name,
wouldn't.
we should
So, does that
analyze
mean?
how the name is labeled. Human is labeled according to the name. It's like a
Yeah,
dog. You can call, and then yeah, you call your dog, by the name, and
yeah,
then
but
you
Lake
let it
Victoria,
accustomed to. So
Lake
when we talk
Victoria.
about those Banto or Cushitic or whoever, it's just somebody came from somewhere,
All right.
and label
Real
people
newbie. Can you hear
according
me
to what
though?
that is.
I'm just saying, listen, because when you're
Mhm.
talking, I want to kind of like ask you questions in the middle of
Yes,
it,
yeah,
right? Just to,
yeah, ask
but
me, yeah.
when you're talking, sometimes I don't know if you hear me, maybe your is loud. Well, this is what I
Yeah.
was just trying to say to you,
Mhm.
because even look
Mhm.
at the Lake Victoria, it's a foreign name. It has nothing to do with the people or the anything else, right? But
Yeah,
what I'm
that's what
telling
I'm
you,
saying.
yeah, but what I'm telling you this is that when you look at the history of ancient Egypt, right, and the
Mhm.
word Kemet, people confuse it as people call it, the Egyptians themselves call themselves as black. But in reality, if you look at the history of ancient Egyptians, they actually almost like they worshipped what is fertility, right? They worship fertility, which means when they call the land, the Nile, black Kemet, they were based on the color because it was a fertile land. And when they actually look at the Osiris, they painted him as green because they consider him as a fertile. So if you look at the history of ancient Egyptians, usually anything that was fertile is what they worshipped. A woman, I guarantee you this, not a lot of people know this, but in today's society, right? People probably look down on like when they see baby mamas and all this stuff, right? And they're like, oh, this woman has this many kids, right? And in today's society, that's kind of looked down upon, right? I'm talking about in the Western perspective, right? But in reality, in ancient Egypt, a woman who gave birth to plenty of kids, she was like the hottest woman in the world. Everybody wanted her, because she was fertile. That's how. That's if you trust me, man. It's steady.
Yes,
It's
okay,
steady.
okay, yeah, okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
So when you
Now
look at
you are
the
talking. Now you are talking according to the book. You read.
yeah,
Okay,
according to
and that book was written
yeah.
by somebody. Okay.
No, no,
If we
no.
talk about
No, no.
fertile
According
land, if we talk about fertile land, do you
no, no.
think
I'm
that
talking about
yeah,
according,
the
bro.
land
I'm
that
talking
is
about
in
their
Sudan,
history.
okay, is which one is more fertile than the one is in Egypt? Is it the one is in Sudan or the one that is in Egypt?
Wait,
Because it's
all
just
right.
in Egypt is just a small chunk of what? A piece of land. But if you come to Sudan, have you been in Sudan?
No, I have not.
Okay.
But I would love to go visit. Like
Okay. Yeah.
it's my
So the river Nile is there. The Blue Nile is in Sudan, and if we talk about it like Ethiopian, that Nile is not clear well because Ethiopia is a mountain, it's a highland, okay? But if you come to Sudan, you get a clear, fertile land.
Yeah, but so
notice the Nile civilization is originally in Sudan up to Egypt, okay? And we cannot talk about, like Ethiopian, because Ethiopian, they used to go to the Middle East, that's why. But when they go there, they also come through Sudan and they pass through.
Here's a question for you, right? I have a
Yeah.
question for you, which is
Mhm.
it's very simple. When you
Yeah.
see the ancient Egyptians in their tombstones, right, in the Book of Gates, and just by looking at the tombstones, right, that's why. Listen, what I'm telling you, in all honesty, I look at the what Afrocentrics say, and I look at what Eurocentrics say. I don't usually. I know people have vested interest, but what I'm looking at is what the ancient Egyptian scribes. How do they identify themselves? How do they view their relationship with their neighbors? How do they trade and everything else? Right. That is my own thing. Like by looking at the hieroglyphs and what they're saying, not just
Yeah,
focusing on others.
that is
So
true. Yeah, that is
yeah.
true.
So what I'm telling you
But
about the
another thing too,
exclusivity.
you should realize is this: when if I go to Somalia today, and I want to do some research, I have to ask Somalia, okay, and they will tell me, okay, and the rest of it, according to the way I analyze what they are saying, I will add some stuff too.
Yeah,
That is
that's
how
fine. You can
research
talk
sometimes
about
work.
that. Yeah,
Okay,
you can talk
yeah.
about that.
So
But
those who
here's the
wrote those
question I
books,
wanted to
those who
ask you.
wrote those books, like even like when we talk about the Nubian, ancient Nubian, something like that. Most of them they don't come here because I'm not from that tribe, but I know those tribes.
Are you
Okay,
from the south of Sudan?
I'm Sudanese.
What is
Okay,
your tribe in Sudan?
I don't need to tell you.
Okay, no, that's fine. No, it's
Yeah, but
Let me just add something. You were saying something about. I was just finding out some information about the reference of Egyptians to the land of Punt. It is said that it is true that some of them tie it to this in the Punt, which is said to be Somalia or somewhere in Yemen, but most people believe that it's somewhere closer to Somalia. But they also said that it's also tied to the fact that they said that it's the land of the sun. And if you know the history of Egypt, you also know that when they got to Nubia, they on this mountain they ascribed their highest god, which is Amun. They said that their god is on that mountain, so they call it the seat of their god, and they
yeah,
worship that god.
yeah, Amun, even to those names, even if you go to the Nubian mountain today, that is bordering with South Sudan, you got those names that you get like Tutu, they still have them in Nubian mountain. And when you see them, they are clearly black people, but they still have those names that they left in Egypt.
Yeah. They
Because
literally left
even
it and
because even like if we want if we
statue
want
to them.
there is some tribe now. If you go to Sudan or Kenya, you will find those tribes are related to some of them who are still in Sudan, and you get the name too. How the name is spelled, the
So
spelling of the name you
it's
will
right.
identify it. Even
Yeah,
sometimes
but
you go to Nigeria and then you get some name, how they is spelled, and then some people they'll think, oh, maybe there is some, some people who left from here, or maybe some people who left from Nigeria to Sudan, or something like that, because of the name, and then people will go back to the how we name things too, how you name animal or something like that.
I think that
So
the
you,
founders of Egypt, let me put it
yeah.
this way. I think the founders of Egypt, because one, they came from the upper Egypt. You notice that in the world today, they've reversed the order of the map. Normally, when you're coming into Africa, that's the north. So they came from Upper Egypt, and generally they will either look more like Sudanese or mixed with this in Kushites. Even this is Somalis admit that they are also mixed with this in the Nilotics there. So they are actually going to look like that from that region. And if you look at even the capital of Egypt for thousands of years was closer to that to Kush or Nubia than it is to the Mediterranean side. They also ascribe their own their top god to be from a land that they consider their enemies. That do you know how that is? That they literally come into Nubia and say, you know what, this is where our god is. That's
yeah,
crazy.
but make no mistake that the ancient Egyptians is an African civilization. So this is why people need to just understand that. But when it comes to color, that's where you have to dismiss it and just go by what they're saying themselves, right? And also, if you see what the ancient Egyptians, how do they say that obviously you're looking at 1,000, like several millennia.
Okay, let me ask you this. Why do you really don't like even the noun form of the color as a name?
No, because it doesn't exist though. There's no noun form of a color in anywhere.
Well, you can't
Are you saying like the Nubian that is still in Egypt today are not Egyptian? Are not the people who were called, are not the people who the name Pharaoh come from? Are you saying those Nubian, the name Pharaoh is not their king? Are you saying that the truth is not from those Nubian?
No, this is what I want you to. I
want to know. I want to know from you.
Yeah, let me
how can you identify it? Let's say, okay, I say the truth, okay, or Tutu is from those Nubian.
I said they're African.
Are you? Yes, the Nubian are African. They are African.
Yeah,
because
so
African are black. The word African are black, okay? So Nubian are what? Are light? Are what? Are green? They are not black.
But let me finish this this point. The term
that is the question. They are not black. The Nubian are not black.
Again,
if the name Egypt is black, the Nubian are not black.
Again, but the Nubians call themselves Nubians, not black. You see the difference?
Yes, okay. Here is the thing. Okay, here is the thing.
They call themselves their ethnicity, which is a Nubian, not a black ethnicity. They just
when you say black, all of them, the Nubian is just a name of tribe. Okay,
that is their ethnicity.
But when we say black, you can be Yoruba is black. You can be Somalian is black. Okay, you can be Kukuya is black. Okay.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to give you the perspective.
Black is just about what? About the color of what? Of the skin of somebody.
No,
but when you say Nubian, it's just a tribe. Okay.
No, Nubians, the people call themselves based on an identity of a tribe, not an identity of black.
So that
this is where
no.
Everyone else is coming afterwards.
Nubia had multiple groups in it, that's for sure. The Nubians had different tribes inside Nubia. Even in ancient times, it was actually described like that.
Because here is the thing, one family, is not going to be one family anymore, because the children, will have their family too. Okay, but that is still related to what? The same thing like Somalia today, you can say Somalia, but if you go there, there is a small tribe. Okay, you go to the four in Darfur today, they are what? They are what? Red people or green? They are black people, but they are called four. Okay.
So hold on. But what do you call them? Not what you call them. How do they identify themselves? Not what you identify them as. But how do those people identify themselves as? And if you look at the people, how they identify themselves as in Africa, in matter of fact, in all the African tribes and clans, they identify themselves based on their tribe and clan.
Yeah, but the word tribe, the tribe doesn't take away the color. Tribe doesn't take away the color. Okay.
But no. But that's what I'm trying to tell you.
What's so wrong with identifying with the color, though?
No, but see,
let me give you
I don't mind them
one of the
saying that.
biggest flaw in your analogy, because I get the point that you don't like. You feel like maybe it's a Western. I think there's some argument because Western people gave it to us and we should change it and stuff. There's some argument to that. However, we have nations, 54 nations in Africa today that are based on this same West Africa, this Western world, this creation. Are you saying that we should discount all of them, destroy all of them, and say let's start? In short, let's even discount the religion too, since they gave it to us too. Where does it end?
Hold on. Hold on.
No,
The context of today.
yeah.
No. This was a question for me from Tanaja, right? So here's a question from my perspective. I'm gonna answer it to you. So this is what I'm gonna emphasize on. As I said before, people can choose to identify themselves individually or whatever, collectively, right? But when I'm looking at the context of history and I'm looking at the context of today's standards, the word race based on a color is a new concept. It has nothing to do with how people truly identify themselves. That is what I'm saying. The full stop. So it doesn't, whether you assume that is foreign or not, it's a foreign, it's a foreign concept, but it's a new concept to begin with throughout human identification, right? And classification.
I don't think it's new because even in ancient texts, they described the white people when they came to the region in ancient times, and they described them as white. And a lot of
in where exactly?
In Egypt, even I haven't done I haven't done as much studies on like the Middle Eastern civilizations, but they all record the Bronze Age collapse, and they all record those white people coming from the sea people as white. So, and there's also
here is the thing.
Look it up, right?
The Somalian, this young guy is this. He just don't want to be associated, himself or their tribe or Somalian to the black people, because they see like those people were slaves and being with them. No, that is the concept. Because even if you go to Somalia today, you would say, okay, yeah, those people Arab who are there, or Yemenis, and some of them even there are some from India or something like that. Their color, you will tell them that those people, their color is totally different than Somalian.
But people don't call them as a color. We don't identify ourselves as color. If I come in contact,
here is the thing.
I don't identify as color. So what
the same thing. Not you, not you alone. Even me.
Yeah.
If I am within
here. I just want to say one point, right? And this is why I really want you guys to understand this. What I'm telling you guys is this: do you think using the color system, nowadays imposed by these white Europeans, has it been beneficial or has it been harmful to the progress of African people?
Okay, let me answer it. Okay, here is the thing. Wherever you go, you will have to identify something. Okay, all of us now is human. Okay, but which kind of human? And then we come to the detail. The same thing. All of us are. Yeah, which kind of human is that? Maybe woman.
There's only one human, bro. There's only one race, right?
No. Yeah, so all of us are human, but within that, you have to maybe male, female, or something like that. Okay? Because we have to go inside to the detail. The same thing when you are among other people, in order to identify those groups, you would say, oh, those people are what, black people, those are white, or those are yellow, or something like that.
Yeah, okay? But that's what you're saying. But no, that's what you're saying. But I'm saying how do people identify themselves?
That is how all things work. That is all things work.
Yeah. So if I can have Tunaja and the brother Guardian, if you guys can please answer this question for me, which is, has using the color system invented by Europeans, has this been beneficial for the or harmful to the progress of African, progress, or even
let me
people
take
you deem as black.
Hold on.
Yeah. The one you are focusing on, is not if which one even now you used to say what Kush, we are yeah, Kushetic, okay?
Real Nubian. Let me just
Who
say this one.
who tell you you are Kushetic?
There's something I need to add. I think this thing.
It was from those white people too.
Let me let him understand something very important here, because in my mind this is very important. This struggle that we are facing is not about what the name does. I think the struggle even probably started even before that, because this thing goes deep. If you look at Indians today, the darker ones are the ones that are worst treated. They don't even have to refer to themselves as black. It doesn't matter whether you call yourself black or not. I don't think the name made any difference, because they are after us for a reason, because we are the racially ultimately different from them. So they will want to say, okay, this is how we can demarcate the line, because it's simpler, isn't it? Just like we expect children to obey adults as a natural way of doing things, because it's simpler to do that. I think this struggle is all over the place. It's not only in Africa, it's also in India, in the Asian continent. And you go anywhere in the world, you will see that the lighter skinned ones tend to be looking to oppress the darker skinned one. Maybe sometime in the past it was
why is that?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you.
I can tell you why.
Tunaja, I agree.
I can
But let me tell you this. If your family, used to steal something, sometime they will say, "Oh, which family is that one?" Yeah, those are theft. Why? Because of what happened to you, or what maybe it was grandparent, but you don't do it. But sometimes they will still what see you like, oh, that family, because the family got what, a bad reputation or a bad, the name is something, just somebody come and just label it. The same thing now we can say, oh, those are Nilotic or those are Cushitic. Somebody just came from somewhere and just put it there. Okay? Yeah. That is how it works.
Right,
but if we say, okay, yeah, if we say, okay, yeah, those names were brought by, by the white people. Okay, let's say, okay, were brought by white people. What about us? Because if you come to me today, because there is a lot, million of what, almost if it's not 2 million, it can be another. There is a lot of what Somalians are in Sudan today. They have been in Sudan for so long. Okay, during the war and even before the war, the same thing in Nigerian. But if I go to today and then I met them, in order to identify them, I will say, yeah, this guy is Somalian. And then if I see the other guy is from Kenya, I will say, yeah, this guy is what? Kenyan. Okay, but if they are together, I would say, yeah, this guy is Luo and this guy is what? Is Kikuyu. I start to identify them according to tribe, and then maybe I will identify them too according to what? To their region.
No, I appreciate for the answer.
Yeah.
I want
so
to also.
Everything is just the name, we just use it. We are using Nile civilization now. Those who are living there, they don't know what you are talking about even. And just somebody come from there and just start to write, and that is all. But what is the name of it? If you ask the people of that Nile, they will tell you something else.
So before
we are talking now about what? About the Nagila or something like that. Are you going to say, okay, yeah, those the Nagila are not Nubian?
All right. So before I respond to you, okay, before
Alphawain, they are Nubian.
No,
those who are in Egypt, they are still Nubian. Pharaoh is Nubian. So why just somebody come from Europe and then don't want to say, okay, yeah, the Pharaoh was black and they were what, in power at that time, and they don't want to erase that, that history because it looked to them as like kind of shame.
All right, I appreciate it. I'll respond to you in a bit, just like Tonaji, but Guardian, I want to give you a chance to.
Yeah.
If you
Anyway,
want.
thank you
What
guys.
was the question?
I have to leave now, and maybe we will chat, next time, okay?
Nice
All
talking
And
to you.
teenager, okay?
Thank you.
Teenager or teenager? And Africa millennial. Thank you, young sister. Okay, bye.
All right. Take care,
Peace.
man.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a wonderful night.
What was the question?
I
to
think
type?
he didn't like some of the things I thought he didn't like what I was saying, but it turns out that he was happy with the way I spoke.
I think he's saying that the Egyptians were black and that the Europeans are trying to erase his people's history.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good that he
Because
defends himself, I guess.
No,
Yeah.
yeah, I understand that concept, and I have no issue for him to, to speak on that on his perspective, right? But when I asked you guys the question, right, tonight just to all of you guys, and it was kind of open-ended question, which is, was using the term black, which is a new concept today that we know of, is it basically has it been beneficial for the African people and African or descended people? Has it been beneficial to them, or has it become harmful to them, in the progress of their in their goals and achievements? So tonight just said, for you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you said that there's no difference because look at how what do you call some Indian peoples are treated based on their skin complexion, right? And today, right, and all this stuff. But my question to you on that would be, the today's global system is controlled and dominated by the Western world, and they're usually any society or any group of people that dominate in any given era in human time. That is what people try to look like, try to talk like. That's why English is the most predominant language today we know of, right? Everywhere, look at right now, we all come from different backgrounds, right? But we all speak in one common language, which is a Western English language, right? So any society or any group of continent that is in control of any given time in the world is usually what people try to emulate. So when you see people who are being oppressed based on their skin complexion, and today in India, that's because the people who are oppressing them have adopted the mentality of Western imperialism. So that would be my answer to you on that one. But also,
But their
Guardian, if you
operation
can.
started before that, though, not because of Europeans. Their operation, the untouchables, the tradition started thousands of years. No, I'm not sure how thousands of years ago,
If you're
but at
talking
least
about the
well before
untouchables,
European civilization.
but
Yes.
yeah, if you're talking about the untouchables and all this stuff, you will find out mostly it has to do with the caste system, right?
But that's
Yeah.
what I mean. It started a
Yeah.
lot earlier,
So
and they were targeting the darkest ones.
yeah, no, based on their lineage, based on who they are. If you study Indian history, you'll find
They
out
are somehow the darkest ones. Why the lightest ones are at the top?
because
Let's not
the
pretend.
for the last for the last several hundred years, the people who were being oppressed, that was considered caste system and all this stuff, have who were deemed as that, nobody was mixing with them except with people of other darker complected people. So that is what happens, but it was never in one context. The Indian caste system usually does not have what your skin complexion looks like. It has to do with your origins are. So that would be the concept of it. And but I was gonna try to hear from Guardian too.
Oh,
Did
okay.
you just make? Did you
I can
just
answer
make
it.
a case for the untouchable system that is not based on color?
What happened?
Did you just make a case that the untouchable system doesn't have anything to do with your color?
No, what I'm telling you right now, the color system you were talking about is what the color system that is being adopted by India due to the globalization of the Western imperialists who control the world now. Their concept, their view on who is deemed fit as a society and who isn't, this classification, it comes from the Western world that has been dominated for the last couple of centuries, right? So and Indians have been used, they adopted that. That's why if you look at the Indian market of people who use and like, bleaching themselves, is very high in India as well. If you look it up, I've looked into this. Matter of fact, I'll give you another concept of it, right? In my own country, there was a, in every, from ancient Egypt to the Hebrew to the Muslims, every time there was a anything that was major event that was happening in the world, that has to do with the the religions, right? They all like came down to the Horn of Africa in Ethiopia, obviously, in Somalia as well. There is a tribe within Somalia called Yibr. They are a Jewish descendant tribe, right? So when they were put in exile in ancient times, they all dispersed in every parts of the world, right? You have Ethiopians, have some Jews, but there is a tribe within Somalia that are called Yibr. And but the time nobody mixes with them for hundreds of, for all the time they've been there, nobody was mixing with them. The only people that mixed with them were other Somali Bantu people, right? So that doesn't mean it has to do with color. It just has to do with the tribe or where you descend from. I'm being upfront with you.
That is, man, yeah, really. See, let me tell you something. If you see if that just for your own this thing, if somebody's walking, if somebody's quacking this thing, what did they tell you? Walks like a dog, quacks like a dog. It is a dog. Don't overanalyze it. I think you are overanalyzing these things. Like when I asked you about the way they treated the Arabic clans, you try to overanalyze it. It's really
I didn't
that
because
simple.
the color, because notice how you're not saying white or black when it comes to Somali, because you yourself know that we don't use that, but you
I
are
think you
talking
have a
about
right to self-identify. That's what I believe.
no,
You
no,
have
but
a right to self-identify.
yeah, but our identifications and the way we operate in the vast majority of the world, right, including Asia, they identify themselves based on their tribe or their ethnicity, right? That's how they identify
But
themselves.
it doesn't accidentally put a black guy in the darkest group as the elite. That is what you are missing. That's why I say when it's this thing walks like a dog, quacks like a dog, by accident you are not seeing the Brahmins being the black darkest ones. It's
No,
always the
that's what I
lighter
was trying
skinned
to.
ones.
Yeah, but that's what I was trying to explain to you, and this is where you have to really take a take a step back and look at the overall picture, because in today's society, the people who are oppressed in these countries in India, they were already using a caste system which didn't have to do with basically color. But what happened was when white dominated Europeans, took control of the world's global market, right? And they influence people based on their classification of who is deemed right and who is deemed wrong. That caste system that we see of in today in India, the people that were mixing for a couple of hundred years were people who were like deemed as fit because they were already marginalized based on where they've originated from, like the caste system. But now they're also marginalized based on the color system of today's standard, and that's what I want you to understand.
Okay, you said that is tied to lineage, isn't it? So that lineage never changed.
The
We
caste
agreed on
system.
that. Yeah,
The
they know
caste
the
system.
caste. Yeah, because when you are in a caste, your lineage remains the same. So if the lineage doesn't change, that simply means the lineage you are seeing there today is still what was there before. It didn't have anything to do with white people doing that.
But the color can change. If a guy marries, if a white guy continue to have kids, and his kids continue to have kids with
But they won't. No,
African
they
women.
don't cross the lines now. You know that you can't cross the line and suddenly start marrying untouchables because the untouchables are lighter skinned. Because then you are breaking that rule, isn't it?
No,
So
but
they didn't do that.
no,
So
but
how
you
is it that the
said
untouchables are
no,
left with the
no.
only darkest ones?
No, what you said, these are your words, right? You said lineages, if you're trying to associate lineage with color, it will never fit, it will never work because lineage can change over time, right?
It's
So
true.
lineage can change over time. This is a fact, bro. So
I agree with that, but but from your analogy, you are saying that the Europeans came and they associated greatness with the Europeans, so they are more
light-skinned
likely
white
to marry
people.
light-skinned people. Yes, they are more like, even if we know that some of them came from the Aryan race, that's what they claim. So they started marrying to become lighter skinned. The Indians, they started marrying to become lighter skinned. So why is it that the people that they are not supposed to touch are still dark? The
No,
Indians didn't
there.
change color.
No, it's first of all, when you're talking about just dark in itself, because if you look at the southern region of India, look at bro. Now I actually understood what you were saying, but at first I thought you were talking about only when it comes to the classifications or categories based on the color, but now you're actually talking about just a skin complexion based on ancient times until now, which is insane because look at the Indian map. The people in the north are lighter skinned. The people in the south are dark skinned because hot and humid environments always make your skin complexion darker.
But the ones in the north control the country. You see, that's the thing you keep missing. The ones in the north control the entire show.
The ones
Because the lighter skin ones are the ones I know about the Indian this in country too. I think what they call it Dravidians are the ones in the southern this in regions. And even recently they were arguing that they were more together than even the northern ones used to think before that, because they used to think that they were descendants of the Aryans that invaded India and all the rest of it. But it turns out that they are actually more related. But even then, accounting for that, they still have this thing. You just group. Let's say they have 5 groups. The darkest ones are the untouchables. So the untouchables from a long time ago. Are you trying to argue that they were lighter skin and they turned darker? Are you arguing that their color remained the same while the others their skin became lighter? What is the argument?
No, first of all, I was really first because if you were moving the goalpost, I was trying to understand exactly what you were saying. Because if you're saying that people are oppressed based on the current conditions of today's Western dominance, we could see that because there's an influence on the caste system based on that. But what I'm telling you is that if you're saying that these people have always been oppressed, right, based on a color throughout history, I would say that's false. Because there's no evidence for anywhere else in the world that anybody, all human beings were always treated bad if they had a dark skin complexion than white people. There were white people. Europe, like I said, Europeans at one time in history was looked down upon. People who were Europeans, they were dying of plagues. When the Crusaders came across the Middle Eastern, like Muslim armies, the Muslims used to cover their nose because they stink. You know what I mean? If you look at the history, because the people in the West today that are very dominant and their viewpoints are considered, wow, so valuable, right? And everybody's trying to emulate. But at one time, everybody was running away from them, and nobody wanted to associate them. So in fact, they were looked down upon.
I agree with that analogy, but that analogy still ties to what I'm saying, that then they were looking down at the Europeans. Today, now they have power. They change this thing. But what we are talking about is something that is tied to a lineage where people are not supposed to marry into different groups. So you look at it today, you find that the lowest caste are the darkest people in that country. So
And
it tells you
what
something
area
about
are they
what
located?
they associate. I'm not
They're
sure, to be
located in the
fair. I
south.
can't be 100% sure where they are located. But one thing I can tell you is that they are the darkest groups. And if they are the darkest groups, that has to tell you something about what is going on in the world at the time. Like you said, the Europeans and the lighter skinned
Yeah,
ones
but
are
tonight
dominating
dark people are stupid, have low IQ, so it makes sense.
Oh goodness, you come with this one again.
Oh, queso.
Look, hear me out.
Wait. Is this K? Dr. K?
Yeah,
Hear me out.
he's always talking about that foolishness.
No, but hear me out. Why is it that dark people allow themselves to be ruled by a bunch of show people from the north of the country? You know, there's something here about that have to be said. Dark people seem to not have self-preservation logic. Think about it. Even if you go to India, you have the cities. Cities are what?
So you're correlating that all dark-skinned people around the world.
Wait, let me finish my point. If you go to India,
I hope you're trolling, bro. Seriously, is this like
he's trolling because he's being?
I think it's quite serious, actually.
You gotta hear my point, guys. Gotta hear my point. In India, the slaves, what color are they? Well, they're black. They're Oromos and Bantus mixed, right? The cities. In fact, they used to call them Habshis. I don't know why they call them Habshis. They're not Habesha, but again, they're Oromos and Bantus mixed and a little bit Indian in them, dark-skinned people. You go to India. So, in fact, think before you sleep. This is cap. Dark, dirty-skinned Indians are the bottom of the hierarchy because they're dark, dirty-skinned Indians. That's why.
Their caste system.
Right?
Their caste system.
Exactly. The caste system didn't happen by accident, right? It was the beautiful Indo-Aryans, right? Look, to Niger, I think there's a cap you mentioned earlier that they're the same. No. Recently, they've mixed up a little bit, but they're not the same. Dravidians are a completely different race from the Indo-Aryans. The language is different. the head skulls different. Dravidians are closer to the those ancient Indians in the south, right? The ones who still look African. That's why that whole caste system happened. Because when the Indo-Aryans came in, invaded that region, they set themselves as dominant. They set up a religious system where their people are the ones at the top, and then the other people are at the bottom. So then the stupid thing with this dark-skinned people, and this is what I have to say about.
Wait! You just said that dark-skinned people have low IQ.
Wait. Yeah. Let me explain.
What? Hold on. No, are you serious? No. Hold on.
I have to finish my point.
No. Are you serious though? Seriously, are you trying to make a serious
point? I'm trying to make here. Look, you can't just be offended by the fact. The Indo-Aryans, right? The Brahmins, the light-skinned Indians who are really actually European anyway, they're the one who set up this religious system. They're the ones who created Hinduism. Then the dark-skinned idiots, like you have in Africa, with this dirty-skinned, dark-skinned people following
oh my God,
Muhammad and Jesus, just went into some religious system where they're the bottom of the caste. You see, that's the point where I have to say the dark-skinned people are a bit dumb.
So now, hold on. So now,
fundamentally at the bottom of the caste. That's the point.
So now you're using.
They should have created their own religious system where they are at the top, and then just refuse to play with the other game. That's the point.
So what's your solution?
No, hold on. His logic doesn't even make sense because
it doesn't make any sense. It never makes any sense.
Yeah, hold on.
I'm sure you agree, right?
Why would they choose when white Europeans was in the Dark Ages, were they inferior, docile by nature?
Yes, they were. Right? They were.
So hold on. So but now you're saying it's black now. Because you're not consistent, because you're trying to associate color intelligence based on a color, right? But before you don't. Now you're saying what do you call that? Black people are low. You have intelligence low based on a color. But then you're
saying based on color.
Yeah. So but then if you go back in the history, he's gonna say like, white people are and this and that, based on their color. So bro, listen. If you want us to take you seriously, you have to come up with a better logic and better.
You didn't understand the full thing.
Instead of
joining black.
Were the Egyptians black? Think before you type. Were they black?
The Irish didn't they?
The Egyptians.
Were they black?
Light skin.
They were before you type.
Bro, they were African because.
But Africa didn't exist at that point in time.
Look,
the name Africa didn't exist at that time.
Okay,
so were they black?
They were Egyptians because they call themselves Egyptians.
I'm not worshiping a black god. That's the point.
Guardian, right? See, like the question you asked me, right? You asked me were the ancient Egyptians on a color, right? And I'm telling you, I'm only identify them. I will only identify ancient Egyptians and Egyptians based on how they themselves identify it as.
But they didn't identify themselves as Egypt. That's like a mispronunciation itself.
They call themselves black land, and some people say that it's tied to the soil.
The soil, the fertile.
I've forgotten what the word was again.
Kemet.
Kemet too.
Yes, they say Kemet is black land. That's what it means.
It means the land of the blacks. It means the black country, not the land. The word that they use for land refers to country, so it's really the black country.
I didn't finish my point anyways. Listen, when Europeans stole Christianity, they didn't worship a black god or some dirty desert Arab god. They recreated their god in their image. When Caesar Borgia from the Roman Empire redrawn Jesus as a blue-eyed, blonde-haired white man, and then they worshipped him. In Africa, Jesus is a dirty, blonde-haired, blue-eyed god from a different continent. Even in Ethiopia today, guess what? You have Protestants, right? Why would you have 30% of the population as Protestant? They can just say we're not Orthodox, but they've now adopted an Eurocentric God. That's the point with all these dark-skinned countries. They keep adopting something that is external to their own existence.
What do you believe in? What do you believe in?
Europeans will keep it in a different way, but they don't have lack of self-preservation.
Okay, what is your today's ideology? What do you believe in yourself? Do you believe in God? Do you believe in what exactly?
I believe in myself. So that's the point.
You believe, but you didn't create yourself, bro. So now you claim to be God yourself.
Queso is such a troll. Queso is such a troll.
Queso dropping some gems for y'all.
Nah,
bro.
no, he's not. He's been saying these shitty arguments for a very.
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine a person calling themselves like their god? You know that, like, dude, you're gonna die, bro. You're gonna turn into a dust. How can you claim
You're from
yourself?
Somalia. You worship a dirty desert god.
Again, look at you.
I think Kezo is sounding very strident today. He tells you that he actually feels strongly about it.
This guy, he's just using disrespect. He's just using that
I
as
don't
a.
think he dislikes people for it. He just it reminds me of some of the things I say sometimes about our faith.
He goes back and forth.
Yeah, I think he feels strongly about this. He's been saying this forever. I've been saying why.
No, but honestly, what from my perspective, when I okay, I actually I had so much respect for you, man, because you usually be level-headed. I knew when you joke around and all this stuff, but now you just throwing insults. And honestly, I actually thought for the few seconds that you were literally like trolling, but it seems like you're actually using insults. You know what I mean? Just to get your point across. And I'm telling you, bro, listen, ask yourself a very simple question right now. Is how you feel about Black people and as a whole, is that how you truly feel about yourself internally?
No, it's not about me.
No. This is a deep-rooted issue that you have with yourself, bro. Because even me, I don't identify myself as Black, even though with all these situations that I'm having disagreements with these gentlemen over here, right? I would never insult people based on their genetic affiliations of their color, creed, or anything else. But you, on the other hand, you're going out of your way to try to claim that you don't worship anything else, but yet the people who you disrespecting is somehow, I feel like it's an internal matter that it's like a psychological thing you're going through with your own, bro.
Okay, maybe, but okay, let me make this point, and I want everyone to respond to it.
I thought you wanted to say I would never insult anyone.
So, I want you guys to listen to this properly and then respond to it. Then I'll let you guys speak. If you go to Sudan, a bunch of dark-skinned people, mostly. Who do they worship? They worship Muhammad. Okay, you go to.
They don't worship Muhammad. Muslims don't worship Muhammad, man.
Okay, fine. They worship Allah. I'm just being facetious on purpose.
No, but you gotta at least come on, bro.
Fine. They worship a god that was introduced to them by a people that were from the desert in the Levant. You go to Nigeria, same thing. Half the countries, actually no, they both worship Levantine gods. You go to Egypt, they worship Levantine gods, right? You go to any African country, there is no majority of people that are worshiping an African god. Okay, I guess Jesus is African.
So you're saying that the Sudanese, well, Sudan, when you talk about Sudan, it's a very diverse country who people worship multiple gods. Even certain Dinkas still worship their old gods. But
99% of the country is
no, it don't. You have certain group of people who are Coptics.
Chitlins, I'm really gonna be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked if K is somehow associated with some of the Africaners, cannibals that worship, their own ancient whatever that eats other Africans and stuff. Or you know what? No, because if he's making that cases, anybody can make a case right now. Be like, hey, if you were talking about African gods and all that, there are some African animists who worship pagans and things like that from their own perspective, who are now killing albinos in Africa.
Oh, you're talking about Tanzania?
Yeah,
not only Tanzania, but and also in other parts of Africa. But there are other Africans who are literally committing horrible things in their own situation. But somehow he's going to exclude that. He's not going to include his so-called utopia of self-worship, which is insane, bro. You know you're going to die, bro, right?
So you're saying that
you are going to die. Someday.
Anyway, they should go back to saying that Black people have not done well for themselves. But that to be fair, this trend started around maybe 1,000 years ago. It's not something that just happened like from time immemorial. It's
1,000 years of L's.
Yeah, but
wait. That Africa, you said African
for 3,000 straight years.
That's low IQ, man.
He's a moron.
That's low IQ.
That's low IQ. You guys have low IQ.
It's just like that's a horrible argument because technically speaking, all these.
He trying to wake everybody up. That's what he's trying to do. He trying to wake y'all up.
That's how you wake people up, bro.
Sometimes,
Guardian.
When white people speak to you, they don't give a fuck. They'll just be like, "You dirty, dark skin, black ass motherfucker. I'm gonna do this, that, and the third to you." So you gotta.
That's how you talk to your fellow Africans too, right?
No,
so you're saying that. So right now, I should call you dirty, or whatever. I should use the same language and same mindset as from the white man to use that against you. Is that it?
You can,
No,
but
no,
it's
no,
not how you
no.
respond.
Would you agree? Would you agree that if we end up using the white mentality that you oppose of and start insulting you without even like what I mean, with nothing else, in order to basically mentally break you? Is that do you actually believe that nonsense, or you trying to?
Do I believe what about it? What do I?
Do you? Because you try to justify the way Kay is talking by saying that, oh no, you know what?
I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying
Come
this
on,
is
bro.
how white people
You said no.
treat you.
Come on, bro. Let's be honest here, man. You use two words, man. With the first one is that the first concept you're trying to use by saying that, oh, he's trying to wake people up, and the second thing is no, hold up. And the second thing you try to say is like, oh, he's using this vulgar nonsense is because that's how white people are talking to you. Is when they talk to us.
Right.
But hold up. But the question is, right? Do you right now, if I start insulting you, based on my own ideology and talking you in a derogatory, disrespectful way, is that something that you would actually, is that something you would actually be okay with? Be honest.
Is that morally right? Would I be okay with it?
No. Would you be okay with it if I disrespected you, insulting you for anything that happened to you, right? Like, should I basically insult you for, say like the hand that was dealt with you, right? Something that you couldn't control of, and by doing so, is that gonna give me in a position where I can mentally control you, right? Like verbally abuse you to the point where you bow down. I mean, to be honest with you, we know these psychological games. I've seen these the mentality of both racist whites, and even like some guys like Kay is actually really trying to act like. Have you ever been around the forums back in the day? This is nothing. What I see over here in these videos is nothing compared to what I used to see. It was brutal, and in all honesty, I was one of the worst type of people you can come across. But the reason why I'm telling you this is because I know this. People can change if you actually just stick to just be honest with yourself and just be like, hey, you know what is right, what is wrong, and give me the evidence and let's share information. That's the only way you can get. But if this is gonna come down to verbal abuse, it's just gonna.
I think abusing people is not.
It's not morally right, but we live in a world where there's a lot of people that will not be morally right. So you have to know how to deal with that type of attack. So he's just trying to train you on how do you deal with and deconstruct that type of attack.
But now, we do know how to deal with this type of attack.
We don't know. Most people don't know because look at the condition. Look at the condition of the world. Most people don't know how to deal with that. No, we don't. You don't.
No, I'm saying like right now there was just a couple of us.
I'm telling you.
Me, you
don't know.
Me, you, Tanaja, and Chiplinson came in, and before Kay came in, right? It was just of us. We're having an intellectual conversation where I'm assuming we were trying to share ideas. But if somebody comes here and you assuming that coming here disrespecting and using vulgar language just try to get a point across, and for you to say that, hey, you know what? Oh, this guy is just preparing for us. What are you talking about, bro?
He is. He's trying to wake you up. I'm not saying it's morally right or morally wrong.
Are international. I don't think
the guy was just and supporting what this thing. It was Dr. K that said it. He's the one you should go after if you are going after anyone.
No, but I really want to correct somebody. If you have to be honest with yourself, before when the fire spreads, you want to make sure to contain it. If Kay has this mindset, right? And at first I thought he was joking around.
I think it's more or less inferiority complex, but that's
seriously, that's one of the things.
Say that was. I think he said something about Somalia that was it. But did he?
No. He's talking about overall. No, he's talking about overall.
Then he wasn't addressing only you. Now we are all here. We could all.
But I'm defending people who are. Listen, I'm talking about the colors. People. See, for example, people who insult other people based on a color. I don't believe in that. Based on that, you know what I mean? And or just using in that context, I'm just saying like, if Kay wanted to make his point across, let's bring use logic and reason, bring some evidence, and we can have a discussion.
Every god is white. There's no black god who's worshipped in the world. There's no big black god. Everyone is white or a dirty desert Bedouin god. There's no black god. It's because you guys are inferior and docile. You allow yourselves to be submitted. The Indians in the south, guess what? They worship a Brahmin god. Why would you worship a god that's external to you, that creates rules?
Then what God do you suggest we should worship, Queso?
But that's he's not gonna
many
answer
different
that.
Africans believe in so many different things.
You can. Well, wait. That's not a good argument, right? You can just create your own god system.
No, I'm just saying. What should be our main religion?
Like what? Yeah. What do you bring that's beneficial that you think is deemable?
What ideas
would you
do you
replace?
have?
You can just paint your god black if you wanted to. You can worship the same thing. That's all. You can literally just do that, but you won't.
All right. So, Kay, I know earlier now you're saying like white this, white that, right? But in all honesty, why did you I think a while ago you were talking about how you were trying to work with MI5 in the white system in order to we all know what the CIA and MI5 does to black and brown people. So why have you in one time of another, you can correct me, right? You said you work with MI5, right? And then now you're talking about how saying like, oh, why do you guys do this? But you work in a freaking you are like a boot, like a foot soldier, a cannon fodder for the white oppressing system, and yet somehow you try to have us an issue. Like, let's get this.
But if he's telling you that he worked with MI5, are you sure he did? I'm not sure you're allowed.
No. He is his own logic. I'm saying like I'm using what he said in before and what he's saying now, because in one time he said he has something against white people, right? Okay, let's just give him that. But if he has something against white people, why is he working for white governments?
Well, you have to survive.
No. Let him answer. I'm not asking you. I'm asking K. If you have an issue with black people and them being this and that, why do you who say like you're against white people, why do you work for white, especially intelligence agency? Why did you say that? Whether you're lying or not, but that's something you said, bro. So can you explain that? Why is that the case?
Yeah, that was in the past. Now I'm in Africa, working with my people.
So after you destroyed Africa and helping them out, right, and the white, now you wanna after you till the soil, you got rid of your competitions, with the help of white people. Now you're coming into Africa and trying to basically use the kumbaya and use insults. Matter of fact, is this what they're teaching you in MI5? Like how to get your points, to be dominant, you have to insult people. I find that to be weak, to be honest with you. Because when I see somebody acting tough anywhere, I see that.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
Yeah. I'm just trying to address something. Can you, the greats, mind your business?
Let him talk. Let him talk. He's trying to make his point.
Can you hold on?
Can you mute it for a minute? Can you mute it for 1 minute and let the man make his point?
Come on.
All right, Tunaja, I'm just going to finish in 1 second, right? So this is, yeah, I mean, it's true. But Kay, this is the concept, you know what I mean? That you have to explain this to us. If you are so opposed to white and all this stuff, why do you yourself are using, benefited from the same white man and the same white government system?
Well, I'm not. I'm in Kenya. That's the point.
You did it before, right?
Yeah, because that was where my mindset was. I was just as colonized as you guys and as docile as you guys, but now I've freed myself and I'm no longer a docile, colonized, dark-skinned monkey. I'm now a god. You guys are still dark-skinned monkey.
To be honest with you, hold on. Yeah, I can tell now because Kay, in all honesty, right now, what I'm, whether you're serious or not, but what I'm starting to see is that you already have an internal issue that you're dealing with yourself. Maybe you have a guilt trip that you're going through, like almost like a PTS, where you have already harmed your people, and now you're trying to come across as trying to help your people by using the same tactics in order to insult that, because that's probably what they train you. I don't know if that was done to you, where they were verbally abused, did all kinds of stuff to you. And now, it's like when the victim becomes a victimizer, and you think that the only way you're going to get your point across in this situation is by insulting your way in and in your way into a discussion.
Intellectual. Here's the issue. I want to troll people because people don't understand what I say. Let me make it in a simple, nice way. You still won't understand it. There are no black groups that have their own philosophy systems. The Brahmin.
I do. We do.
Oh yeah, I'm talking about like a significant large group. There are no.
Yeah, us.
right, black philosophical system.
Black Americans.
It's going to be the Brahmin system, which again, people who look like each other put themselves at the top, and anyone who's affiliated with them, either language, class, creed, color is also a concept. The Dravidians don't have a significant philosophical system because they don't use it. They're Hindus, just like the other people who are outside of their own creed. Go to Africa, there is no real Afrocentric philosophy system. Even in Ethiopia, like I said, they don't exist. The issue here I'm talking about is dark-skinned people have allowed their philosophy systems to be taken from them, and they have adopted something that's external to themselves. Ancient Egypt, again, they had their own philosophy systems, right? They had their own god, Isis, Horus, Set, and they had their own systems. You know, the godmother, godson and godfather concept came from that region, right? Again, they are Muslims and Christians. Again, a philosophical system external to that land. This is the same for all over the world. My point here is, when I kept calling you guys docile, there was a point to it because you still didn't get the point. The point, you're going to deflect and say blah, 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 blah. Dark-skinned people have an inferiority complex. Not me. I actually have superiority complex. It's very different.
Okay, then what are you now? What are you?
Yeah.
What is your philosophical belief system, Casey?
I have my own. If you watch my channel, Tunaja, you've seen it, right? I have my Afari philosophy.
What is it? Explain it.
For all I disagree with Dr. Kezo, I think he also has his right to hold his own opinion. He's not coming here. He's just saying that black people have low IQ and all the rest of it.
That's what he's saying, man. What are you talking about?
He's not attacking people personally. See, there's a big difference between that and somebody attacking people personally. So we have to allow
you know what? I would like to know the system of worship in case you abide by. What is your philosophical beliefs now?
Yeah.
My philosophical belief is that God told...
Can I finish what I was saying? Sorry, Dr. Kezo. So what I wanted to contribute to this discussion was that, because in a way I started this whole for really there is consistency here, and I don't think before you type. You tend to always want to explain these things when it's clear cut. You can see it blatantly everywhere you go. The darker skinned people are doing worse. You've not seen one country that the darkest skinned people are like the ones doing better than the lighter skinned one in this world. And that is not by accident. We have almost 200 and something countries. So when you see this happening, this trend started thousands of years ago, and they said around 3,000 years ago, that's when this stuff started happening, and we don't know what triggered it.
Wait, dark-skinned people? 3,000 years ago?
The light-skinned people started emerging and dominating a lot of territories, and now they occupy quite a significant chunk of the continent of the world. And the question you have to ask yourself is this an evolutionary movement that is happening here? Because it's quite rapid. What we are talking about here, this is not normal. And they wrote this stuff themselves. They wrote about their emergence and how they spread all over the world. This is not something that is normal. And the black one, the darker skinned ones, they seem to be caught napping. They don't seem to realize what is going on here. These people were not all over the world once. Now they are almost everywhere. They are almost everywhere. And they are in India, they are in America, they are in Australia, they are in New Zealand. They've literally wiped Australia and New Zealand out. What is going on evolutionarily?
Do you think that? So you feel that white people are taking over the planet, and that black people will eventually go extinct?
Maybe something due to evolution. Going on that we are blinded to. They are not telling us, but I say that we should wake up, because what if there's something to what Dr. K is saying that we are not picking up on?
No, I'm kind of confused. I'm kind of confused, Mr. Niger, that you said New Zealand, since New Zealand do have a large Maori population.
Yeah, so we have to do closing statements. So 2 minutes.
Can I just respond to what Tunaja just said, and just a quick one, right? And I'll close my statement afterwards. But Tunaja, I explained it to you before as well, that when you look at today, of course, it's very clear to you, because the dominant system that is controlled in the entire global system, it is basically white, right? That is, and that all the other governments who are controlled and influenced by the white dominance society is what people try to emulate us. Right now, Kate would tell us 100 times that black people are this, black people are inferior, black people are this. and he's telling us, he's going to tell us that he's against white, white people are this, white people that. And to be honest with you, anytime I come across someone like that, when they come across a white person, they look down. When you tell them, hey, if you hate, if you don't like white people and all this stuff, why are you using a white language, right? Why are you, shouldn't you just close yourself up from the entire world, right? But they don't want to do that. But they want to, honestly, this is the tendencies that I see when I come across, dishonest politicians, warlords, and all this stuff.
I'm in Africa. I'm the only African in Africa.
No, but
you guys are out here sucking the white man's milk from his titties.
But hold on, but you yourself lived in UK, right?
I'm in Africa.
But you lived in the West, right? So so you lived in the West, you got your credentials, you joined these foreign governments, agencies, from your words, right? And then after you accumulated all these tactics and all this stuff, now you want to, bring that mentality to African, right? By being in Africa. Like, so the way you're going to interact with Africans in your land, in your surrounding area, is by talking down to them.
100%. The people subjugated. You can't reason with them.
So you adopted the white mentality, mindset, and then you're using it as a blackface. I get that part. But go ahead. You guys.
90% of the Somali government officials are from UK, Canada, or America. You cannot reason with fodder when you're trying to build something until they themselves have reached the point where they're similar to you. I'm not going to start reasoning with the dusty Africans who don't understand what I'm saying. Right? If you start telling Africans,
there got to be intelligent people in Kenya.
Yeah, of course, and I'll work with those ones, right? But the average person, they have to be.
How did you talk to them? The first ones that you saw them to be intelligent. How did you actually find out they were intelligent? Did you first talk shit to them, dog down to them, and then
how much money they earn? That's number one. Two.
Wait, you said what? That was the number one you said?
You see how much money they earn a month. That's the first step. The second step is you have to look at how they carry themselves. But look, guy, you're lying here. Look, if I want to build a bridge, am I going to work with the bridge engineers or am I going to work with some dusty guy looking for a job? It's just basic common sense. We're not all at the same level.
We're definitely not all the same level. You usually get together with people. You usually get the people. You get together with people with similar interests. Like with me, I work with a whole lot of Black real estate investors. I'm not going to work with a Puke and a Rayway in the streets who don't know anything about real estate investing.
Yeah, but matter of fact, chitlins and grits, right? Here's a question for you, bro. Right, and this is what I'm trying to have these guys to understand. Like when you work with people, right? Do you insult people? You know what I mean?
No, of course
to begin
not,
with, would you approach you? Talking to you in honesty, you have the conduct of a man. In all honesty, right? You don't have the conduct of a child.
Calling him the most stupid guy you ever met.
What happened? Wait, you said what?
What did you say, Queso?
You spend 5 hours insulting Toniger, saying he's the most dumb guy you've met.
Just cut that. We're not going there right now.
Yeah, hold on. First of all, me and Toniger knows too. We talked even afterwards, right? That shit is deal. Like he could, if he wants to bring it out, he could bring it out. But that shit was a done deal. But right now, it's just a question because it's the conduct that you're talking about right now, okay? Because the way if you're saying like, oh, you want to work with smart people, all this stuff, that's fine. Nobody is against that. But if you coming over here and just you think that you can insult your way in,
China builds all the roads in Africa. It's because Africans can't be trusted. What they will do is they'll steal the money. Africans are a lost cause. Let's just be honest. Black people are a lost cause. Until
so no, I'm not. Africa? But why did you went to Africa,
exactly.
bro?
He haven't been around too much.
To help them. To help them.
Yeah, to rob them. So you went to Africa to rob them.
No, help them. They don't need to be robbed. They already robbed.
No, but see,
maybe they don't want your kind of help.
Hold on, but 1 minute. Yeah, hold on. But 1 minute you're saying like they're a lost cause. The next minute you're saying that you're
to work with them right now. But I can change the system. I can subjugate them into obedience. The African.
How you gonna do that, case?
I don't know. If I fail, I fail. But I'll figure it out.
Be honest. Be honest, Kate. Are you gonna go to your British MI5 and ask them for like what I mean?
Think before you type. He's planning on moving to Las Vegas anyway. Queso.
See this thing. I think Dr. Casey, maybe you want to tone it down a little bit. Some people are not going to be happy with that. For me, anyway, I when I hear him, I hear frustration because I sound somewhat similar to where he's coming from, and this thing where we try
what
to
I always
sugarcoat
told Queso is to
things.
find your own
See,
tribe.
Chitlin, you spend quite a long time telling me not to interrupt people, please. This thing where we, try to whitewash things, I don't think it's going to help. And this is why when we're having this conversation, we need to be honest with ourselves. People need to speak their mind without necessarily becoming in this objectionable and insulting. You can air your opinion, because Think Before Your Time was here, and I was asking him a pointed question about the Arabic people and the ones that are Arabic clans in this country, how they are treated and all the rest. Because these things we need to understand them, because this is where some of all these stereotypes come from, so that people will really flesh out what is going on. And I see, when I look at the world, I see the darker skinned people looking, looking distressed all over the world. And children are not stupid; they pick up on these things. And as parents, we whitewash these things, we make it look like everything is okay, and we wonder why our people are having issues. We need to be able to diagnose the problem so we know what we are dealing with here, because something is going on that even our own people are dodging, are running away. Like we don't know, we are not part of it. No, there is something going on, and we need to address it. And I can say one thing for sure, that the world has never met really. They really never encountered the sub-Saharan Africans that are in America now, in Brazil. There is a difference there that we don't know what the effect is going to be. And I believe that if this group decides to exert themselves, because there's a reason why they were the dominant group in Africa in the first place. There is a reason why the disease didn't wipe them out. There's a reason why we are still standing today 1 billion strong. If we wake up, we can make our power count. That is what I'm arguing for.
Okay, doesn't. Okay, we need to end the show for real. Closing statement.
Because if you look at what is going on, Europeans are running
closing
the show
statement
right now.
To Nigel, closing statement.
No, I don't want to start now because I just finished talking. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, these blacks don't deserve to close. Just close the show. They got nothing good to say. All they do is just talk about nothing. They're all living in Europe. They're all sucking the white man's milk from his bosom, and none of them are willing to take the step to do what it takes to fix their communities. They also love to ignore the problems. Like I mentioned, name me one black country that is a upper middle income country. Zero. There's a reason.
That would be.
So you think you know all of us?
Botswana and I think Barbados is pretty good.
Yeah, hold on. You think you know all of us individually? Is that what you're saying? You know us all in.
All I know is you don't live in Africa. You live in the West. And probably
do you know what I invest in Africa back home?
Seriously, you call Barbados as Barbados is barely a country. Come on.
No, what I'm saying is, as far as they're not running around like Nigerians are.
see, come on.
I mean, I had to go there. I had to go there. They're not.
Look.
See, Victoria Island.
Let me finish my closing statement, please. Yeah, let me finish my closing statement. This is why I have an issue with Pan-Africans and Pan-Blackism, whatever. Most of you guys blame the white people for why Africa is in the state it is, when I actually think white people are the reason why we're not worse off than we are. You keep saying things like, oh, tribalism, this, they separate countries and put tribes of different identity that are warring within one country. You look at Kenya, they're not fighting. Look at Ghana, they're not fighting. Look at Tanzania, they're not fighting. Look at Somalia, almost one tribe, they're fighting. So this argument of logic of you guys saying white people white people actually helped you guys. And without them, you guys will still be wearing no clothes, running around in a desert.
That's your tribe.
My point. The point here is the arguments never make sense because, like I said, countries that have very different groups, some of them are successful, and the countries that have very homogeneous representation are in war. Right now, look at Ethiopia. It's Tigray versus Amhara. Two of the most ethnically, culturally, linguistically related group in that country. Yet they're still fighting each other. So that whole idea of, oh, they put tribes like this, and then that's why we're civil war, that's a lie. It's because Africans just have a docile mentality. They can't see the future. They can't see past 2 hours from now. Literally, that's the issue. And I've already made this in my YouTube channel. Watch it. It's called Afari Philosophy, Man and Time. We don't have the capability to see perceived time. We can't see the past. We can't see the future. That's it. These Kakunas came in and dominated us, right? They dominated us.
Okay, all right. No, you know what? Finish your thought. Finish your thought.
But okay, let me ask you this quick
All right.
question.
I mean, this is
Don't you think that
gentlemen.
is
This
because
gentlemen. This is
Africa
supposed to be a
has not
closing
been
statement.
closed?
I mean, because it's getting late over
Africa
here
has
as
not been.
well. Let's
Sorry,
close it. Let's close it
I
up.
just want to ask him a quick question. Don't you think that is because Africans have never been graced with a first world conflict, where we really, like other parts of the world,
I
we've
don't know what you
never
mean.
really encountered it. Like,
We
even
gotta
in modern
stand
times.
up, is what he's saying. Stand up,
Yeah,
take
because
accountability for your problems, and
when the Chinese had
Let's
that,
your
close it up. Let's close
problems.
it up. Let's
That's
close
what
it up,
he's trying to
y'all.
say.
It's 12
when the Chinese
a.m.
had that, the group
Eastern Standard Time.
they
Let's
rose
close it
up.
up.
When the Chinese had the same experience with the Japanese, they rose up and created the China that we know today.
Tanaja, is this your closing
Africans don't
statement?
seem to have had that. No, I'm
Stand up.
Like 50, 100 times, like desert Arabs, white people, other African tribes. Come on, tonight. We've been contended by reality itself that hit us in the head and told us you can't survive in this world, dressing around, running and shouting wooga wooga. In Tanzania, do you know how they fought against the Europeans, the Germans? They had a Magi rebellion. These niggas thought that if they put water on themselves and had the witch doctor bless it, they will be protected from the bullets. This is the madness that I'm talking about. Tonight, listen, this is a simple point and I'm closing out. We were contended with reality that we were far, far, far behind in terms of military technology, organization, strategy, and obviously ability to support ourselves. When the Kakuna came, he decimated the continent, divided it into several different spots for his booty fund. 400 years later, can you say that there's any Afrocentric union that can support and defend itself and the resources on the continent? No. You see, that's what I call docility, low IQ-ness. There's nothing no one can say there. No excuses.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're done.
And who's next?
All right,
does have a
mark
point,
off now. Okay, so.
Can you go now, Chitlin? Because
no, I'll let you go. I'll let you go because you're gonna take so long.
No, seriously, you want me to go when you say I'm going to take so long? No, I'm not. You're just going to be interrupting me. Get on with it.
No, I'm not. I'm not going to interrupt you. If you,
I just spoke anyway.
Close out to Niger.
Is he the one controlling the show now?
Is anyone gonna say anything?
I want to go last. I'll just say I have a closing statement, but I want to go last.
Okay, everybody can't go last though.
You know what? African millennial, can you just call whoever you deem fit, call them out first? You decide. It's your show.
True.
I'll go. So I'll say this. And an insult cannot hurt you if you don't believe it and if you know it's not true. So an insult only hurts you if you believe it is true. So when Kazel said what he said, I saw where he was coming from, and I wasn't really affected because I already know the truth of myself. I know the truth of Black people as a whole. I know the truth of humanity, etc. So it didn't hurt me. I understood where he was coming from. So one thing that African people, melanated people, oppressed peoples, Black people have to do, the first thing, they have to find the true knowledge of themselves and walk in that. It starts with the knowledge of self. We are human beings. We have 2 eyes, a mouth, fingers, a brain to think. We are full-fledged human beings. There's nothing that we can't do on this planet. We are in control of our own destinies. But when you we are in the control of our own destinies. But if you have a defeated mentality, then Kazel was real harsh with it, but the truth is that we as a people, or there is a lot of docileness. There's a lot of even the leadership is docile. The youth isn't docile. But it's those who's in power that's docile. I feel like we do need to focus on the problems in our countries more and fix them and not talk about it, but actually do it. So yeah, I'll just say with that, an insult won't hurt you if you know that's not true. I'll end with that.
All right, take care, my brother.
Thanks.
Okay, we can have think before you type. Go next.
All right. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, this was it started off very interesting, but you know, right now the way is basically it was heading, it was a different matter. But here's the thing, right? And right now, Guardian, what he was saying too, I can see that. That's you know, in all honesty, you know, when somebody is, you know, there's a harsh criticism and things like that, but we could tell the difference between if somebody is saying it, you know, in a very much in a harsh criticism way, or even just be factual, honest. But you don't have to resort to insults of other people's faith or whatever it is they deem fit, you know, in order for you to make a point. So that's what I was trying to, you know, get at, because it has to do with, if you look at the way people are thinking right now, right, in these type of discussions, in these type of forums, you'll come across two kind of people, in all honesty, and I have been on both sides. You have people who are pessimistic. They are very, everything is negative. Everything they see about Africa and all this stuff is very negative. Why? Because mentally, physically, they have been mentally and psychologically been brainwashed to view the African people in a negative way, to view themselves in a negative way, to view the African diaspora in a negative way. So therefore, they're going to have a pessimistic outlook in life towards anybody else, right? And they're going to view, you know, the people in that way. And then there are the other people, right, who are optimistic, right? They're very hopeful about it. You know, for me, the I've been very pessimistic about it when I see certain things, but when I learned to understand that, hey, there is a psychological warfare going on against African people, right? And this psychological warfare is being used, you know, like in an incredible way that you would be absolutely shocked by it. Because right now, if I say Africa to anybody who's black or you know, deem themselves in that way, they have a negative viewpoint. If I say, you know, African or Africa this, they have a negative mindset. Why? It's because what they see on TV, everything else, the leadership is corrupt, all this stuff. So they have that pessimistic point of view. But what I'm saying for me is that you don't have to always have a negative view all the time. And in order to come out of somewhere, you know, in order to uplift yourself, you don't always need to be negative or pessimistic constantly. Be like, oh, you did people like this, you did that. It's like, no, you're just playing on to the to the hand of the same people who you trying to claim to, so for us to be against, right? So people have to have that. You have to be in a balance. You can't be overly optimistic. Sometimes it's good. It's better than to be overly pessimistic, to be honest with you. But just have a balance. Look at the world in a rational way. People are talking. You can never hate on other groups of people, and don't ever compare yourself other white people or Asians or Middle Eastern, all this stuff based on what you're seeing now. Because at one point of history, these groups of people had their ups and downs. They were living way worse than Africans, right? When Europe was in the Dark Ages, the Africans had a powerful empires. You had the Mali, the Songhai, one of the richest person that was called what Mansa Musa, right? Very wealthy. You had in Somalia, you had the Ajuran dynasties. You have so many empires throughout Africa, but people see they don't. So at that time, the Africans and the people at the time, do they you know saying like say that, oh my god, we are oppressed now? No, like you have to understand, empires rise and fall in every corner of the world. So it's just kind of, let's just use basic logic when it comes down to the core issues of it. And if you don't understand what's going on, ask yourself this: is this something what I'm saying is it has to do with psychological and you know that mentality? And my last point I want to make, in all honesty, there was an old day, and I'm pretty sure Chitlin, you know, can testify this if you since you work in the professions. In the old days, when people used to try to hire somebody, they would use a cup that was full of like no, that was half water. There was, you know, a cup, and they would put the water was put in, and it was, you know, it was like half, right? And then the interviewer you know, I mean, the interviewee, right, the person who's trying to get the job was asked the question. They were like, "Hey, what is this?" And if the person says the cup is half empty, they don't get the job. But if the other person says the cup is half full, they'll get the job. Because one of the reasons they find out is because when the person says it's half empty, that means this person thinks negatively constantly. And if somebody thinks who negative constantly, who the hell wants to work with a person like that? Every day you try to go to work and you're in there, they're complaining about something, right? So this is the same thing as well. So if Kay and these other people, if they see an issue, all they're doing is like they're complaining about it. Start doing something to begin with. Stop using pessimistic and type of language. Just say what the issue is and focus on it. But if you're using disrespect and all this stuff, it's just gonna make you a person not to be around because you're more emotional state than you're actually in objective state. Anyways, that's my point. It was great talking to you guys.
It's great talking to you. Thanks for your time. You're great. Great guy.
Take care, man. Thanks, man.
Okay, I'll go next because I know 2-9 is going to take forever to get off. But anyway, Afro-millennial, well, pan-confusionism. Okay, that's funny. Only thing I have to say here in the chat, I mean, we started talking about Nubia, and I think that was a pretty much interesting conversation. I guess you got tired of people calling themselves Nubian king or queen. I think the reasons why people call themselves Nubian king, I don't think half of the people know what a Nubian is, to be perfectly honest. And they don't. They just say it. You know what I mean? And it's supposed to be meaning somewhere from blackness. Even you could see it in, those X-rated sites, which is weird. Having said that, I kind of agree with certain things what 2-9 just said, from my readings of that history of that region. It wasn't no one set all type of thing when it comes down to the people, or no even one set look or appearances among the people there. It was a diversity of different groups, whether it be Nilo-Saharans or Niloites or Kushitic people, or even Egyptians themselves, who pretty much became incorporated into the kingdom of Kush. And you could see that from the ruins in Sudan today. That's why I always tell my people, we need to learn, we need to do our research and read ourselves. I mean, many of us do not do the research. We just go by what hearsay is. Going back to, my argument I had with majority of the panel in regards to African ancestry, where the slaves came from and this and that. I go by facts, and I go by which was pretty much written in the past, from multiple different websites and from multiple different archives. You could say it's right or wrong. And the thing is, DNA results is not a perfect science yet. We're not there yet. I give you a perfect example. I remember in 60 Minutes, they were pretty much testing out, I think it was African DNA and multiple DNA. And even, what she found out from many different DNAs, I mean, she got like one region. She thought she was pretty much Sierra Leonean. And then she did another test. It was Nigerian. And she was just like, okay, where am I from? And even when you do these DNA tests, especially among the diaspora, you might get, let's say 80% Nigerian and 10% Ghana and 5% this. And then another couple of years, you find out your Nigerian went down to 2%, and you got Ghana, and then you got Mali, and then you got Central Africa. In other words, it's not consistent. Only time would it become, I guess, what is more reliable is when more Africans take the test, and then they get them as current day DNA matches. That is the most, reliable when it comes down to that. Because, because right now, like I said, the science is not there yet when it comes down to that. Going to, the other conversations of the day, we talked about this, we talked about that, about African leadership. I leave that on to you guys. You know your leaders. You know the pulse of your countries. I cannot, as far as, since I've never been to Nigeria, and I do have a few friends who are Nigerians, they only could speak for their countries, even though most of it is negative. Or Ghana, I can't speak about Ghana. I could speak about countries I've been to in Africa, which was pretty much Sudan, Botswana, stayed in Kenya for one day, had a little bit of fun because I was transferring flights. And that's about it. Let's see. Do I favor groups of people? Yeah, I do favor some groups. I mean, when I went to Sudan, I had a great time. And like I tell people before, I plan on retiring at the Fijian Islands in South Pacific. I love it. Going back with what Queso said. I think he's coming of anger, especially of his experiences of Kenya. I don't think he really means as far as what he's saying. And I get it. I get it. I mean, you go back home, you have people who try to rip you off. You become, you become disenchanted with the current surroundings and with the current people. And I would probably be the same way to a certain degree. To say that Black people don't work together that much, we do. I mean, I work with a whole lot of Black real estate investors and stuff like that, and we do have a tendency of working together quite well, actually. And I mean, like, it's not perfect. No relationship is perfect, what human groups you're dealing with, but we do work together quite well. I would say, Miss Millennial, keep on doing your thing. I like what you're doing, and you handle everything with grace and class. And thank you very much for allowing me on your platform. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Were you gonna choose me last? I doubt it, but still, he opted to go first, so it's all good. It's not because I think because I just spoke. That's why I felt like maybe he should go first. Thanks, this year for having me today too. And like he said, you have been, allowing people to talk about these things, and most importantly, it never really gets out of control, even if it sometimes seems that way. Regarding, I will start from Keizo, what he said. I think he's coming out of frustration, and I'm not sure what he has said is so dissimilar to what I, say, but maybe mine is a slightly different. When I said that, Black men are the biggest failures among any group of men in the world, and because sometimes these things are jarring to hear one say. I never thought I would be saying this kind of stuff now. Because when you look at it, it's a fact on the ground. And what makes it even more lamentable is that they are not like doing anything about it. It's like, it's okay. One Ghanaian soldier, by the ratio of the population of the country, has to defend almost 2,000 Ghanaians if there is a war. How is that a normal nation? Even ShopRite doesn't have that ratio for their security guards. But that's what we have as a nation on our continent. Every Nigerian soldier has to defend 1,000 civilians. That is a failure of epic proportion that I don't understand how we go to bed, our men go to bed, allow that kind of stuff to happen. And when you tell them today, like, oh, bro, what? I asked Nigerians.
Yeah, how do they go to bed knowing that? I don't know either.
You ask Nigerians, how much are you going to pay for security? They'll be like, what security? The government are supposed to, is that not their job? Are they not supposed to do it? That's their job. They don't even want to answer the question. How much are you willing? Can you believe I've been asking that question for the last 5 days? Not one person has given me a value that they're willing to pay. And yet, these same people go to cinema, just the one that they used to watch movies is equivalent to the amount they spend on their defense budget. And they say they don't have money. The amount they pay on, how they pay money at churches every Sunday, they have to put money in, and some of them will spray it, and then if they want to give tithes, they give tithes. They do that comfortably. They spend money paying estate levies, buying iron metallic gates and doors, and all kinds of security apparatus for their. You tell them, you know what, you're not even spending new money, All we are saying is that take the money you are spending right now, give it to government so that they can secure your country. No. Then you wonder why it doesn't fall into the column of what Keizo is talking about. Well, what is the common sense there? You show people the way, and they tell you no, they are not going to go about it because they are busy hating on the Fulani. That is not, it's a made up stuff. I don't know where they get all these things from. So then you go to this in the Indians, as I was saying, and I also address certain points in in Somalia too. Our race is under stress, and it is almost global. It's almost universal for all our communities all over the world. Like I said, there was a trend that has occurred in the last 3,000 years where they said, I think around 5,000 years ago, there was a selection for the white race that started happening rapidly. And around that period, and if you notice, that period was the first time Egypt was first conquered by a non-African country 3,000 years ago. And that trend carried on till now. And like I said, the only silver lining I see there is that while all this was happening, the sub-Saharan African, the Ghanaians, Nigerians, all of us were just chilling out in Africa. We just didn't care about what was going on. And the Europeans came, they took us and they sent us all over the world. And now we are present everywhere. For better or for worse, as stressed as we are, is also a powerful thing. Because there's a reason why we're dominant on the continent. Maybe there is something there. And we just have to wake ourselves up to realize our power. Because they know, they see it in us. We don't see it. They see it in us. And I see it when they look at me sometimes. And I don't see it now as an older person. When I was younger, I was like, why are you looking at me? You know, you are the one that has got everything. I don't have anything. Why are you busy looking at me? You see them, they look at you with curiosity. Not the women, the men with power. And it tells you that they know what you don't know. And if our people just are able to wake up, and I don't think that we can be expecting them to wake up. I think the elites will do what they need to do. Because in the end, the elites do these things, and this is their job. And maybe that's why the elites are often very stubborn to shake off, because they feel like they created the system. Why should you knock them off without a fight? Because this is how it happens. This is how it happens. You see how annoyed Dr. K sounded. This is how it happens. A people that refuse to move, people like that will come someday. They will force them to move, and when they make a positive change, at the core of it is total frustration with their people. They basically don't respect them as much. They feel like they are the ones that created the system. Why should these people tell us what to do? Then you have that schism between the people and their rulers. That is how it happens. And personally, if I was the one doing that, I have to pay attention to that, because sometimes you really have to watch what you do, because before you become the people you are trying to get rid of. So that's where I will leave it for that point that Dr. Kezo is making. I just feel like our people need to get together. I'm not here to make anybody angry. People can identify whatever they want to identify with, whether you are black, Somali. The point is, whenever our team is playing, you have to be on the game, man. You have to have your whistle. You have to have your confettis ready to cheer when we score a goal. That is how we roll. Because when your team is about to score a goal, you'll be like, boo. That doesn't work. That's not how footballers can easily understand that. That is a killjoy kind of attitude. We have to cheer for our own people like we do for our teams. We know how to do these things already. Let's forget about this. I don't say you should forget about your tribe, remember your tribe. But when it comes to the bigger group, you have to remember that you belong to that bigger group. It's just that simple. And it sounds simple for me to say, but it's a very powerful thing. It's a very powerful thing. And I have never seen such power as demonstrated to me this week by somebody traveling with £5 from one country to another for holidays, 3 days holidays. The ticket amount is £5. Can you imagine Africans being able to do that? All they had to do is set down their tribal instincts for a bit, not forever, but so that they can work together as a bigger group. Because our children what are you going to tell your children if you cannot even figure that one out? That 30 years from now, they are still struggling to fly from Ghana to Kenya. When people today are already doing it from London to Budapest for £5. How do you think they did that? These are people that were killing each other like crazy. They figured it out, and they knew where their bread was buttered, and they worked it out. We really have to learn, because this is a great evolutionary advantage. If we can't learn that, that will be our doom. It's just that simple. And I don't want to end on a negative note, because I also see that our leaders are quite ahead of us, which is scary to say. Most would like to think that our leaders are crazy, but they seem to be ahead of us in terms of these our discussions. They talk about these sort of things in a more healthy way. They are more cooperating. They are cooperating amongst themselves more than we do. The Egyptians, the Nigerians, they're all cooperating, working together to create African this in market and everything. So let's do better than our this leaders, not the other way around. Okay, so I will leave it at that. I know I've gone very long, but there was a lot to say. This was a long session. It's going to 10 hours, for crying out loud. All right, thank you for having me, and I appreciate man, it didn't even feel like 10 hours. This is crazy. Yeah, I got to run. Thank you. thank you. Wow, 9 hours 30 minutes, unbelievable.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And yeah, like if you can come a bit later today, then that would be great.
Yeah, I leave in the evening. Yes, I should be able to do that.
Yeah,
And then God knows how I sleep. I will catch sleep, walk, then come back again. Somebody has to earn a living. But definitely, I do like to engage on your panel, because I think you don't let you kick all of us out, for crying out loud, and bring everybody back in. I think that's a good idea. People should be doing more of that, really. When things get out of control, kick people out and bring them back in again. All right, let me run it. Thank you very much.
No problem. Yeah, so I would definitely cancel tomorrow's. Cancel today, the stream that's coming up today. But like, I invited somebody to speak with me on the topic, so I kind of can't cancel because that's unprofessional. But in any case, yeah, I definitely did not expect that this stream would be for 10 hours. Miss doing these long streams though, not gonna lie. It was a great topic. I love how the topics changed. First I was making fun of the Hebrew Israelites, and then we had some people call in and explain that the reason why they gravitate towards Egypt and Nubia is because they don't really know much about other kingdoms, to be honest. Like there isn't, because like with ancient Nubia, ancient Egypt, there are books out there, there are movies, plenty films, the museums, right? So everyone knows about that history, but then when you look into some of these other kingdoms, it really is not publicized as much. I would say that that has something to do with, I could be mistaken, but I don't think it was Egyptians that promoted their own history. I think it was maybe the fascination that the Brits had with the whole Egypt, and that kind of just publicized it to the rest of the world. But in any case, yeah, so we talked about that. And then later on in the stream, we had think before you type, ask, do you guys identify as your color, or do you identify as your identity? Like, what should people collectively identify as? That was very interesting. And then Kush came in and he spoke a lot about, well, he is a Nubian technically from Sudan. So he talked about that a bit. And there were other things that was mentioned a bit later into the stream. You had Kaizo come in and basically say that dark skinned people are docile and have low IQ. Like, so that, anyway, yeah. So I'm definitely gonna later on, maybe today, I will put the timestamps so that like people don't have to watch the whole thing, because nobody's trying to watch a 9-hour live stream, even if you double speed it. So I'll have the timestamps on there. Oh, and I also want to give a special shout out to Sarah M. She sent 20 on PayPal. Just Call Me Brian. He made a couple of donations today. Every boy made the well, he's making the only Canadian donation, so that's very appreciated. We had Rwangali's. Thanks, appreciate him. I don't know if he's still listening, but if you are, appreciate you, like literally in real life, appreciate you too. Chris O, thank you for the donation in the beginning. Oh, and also Matifi. Matifi was dropping a couple of euros. And I used to think euros was the expensive one, but that's actually pounds. So I was like, oh, I used to think euros is a lot of money, but no, it's actually the pounds that's a lot of money. So if you're from the UK or if you use the pounds, I'm definitely tap dancing because like that's a lot of money. But anyway, that is all I have for today. I mean today is tomorrow technically. Anyway, so later on today, we'll be discussing the Black is King. Why did Beyonce get so much hate for that album and that project, and what does that mean? So we'll be talking about that. I believe if anyone wants to go, Kaizoria is live right now. So if anyone wants to like watch that, you can tune in. And I'm pretty sure Puntai Princess, aka Only Me, is gonna do a reaction video as well later. I'm pretty sure she's gonna do that. So you guys can stay tuned for that. Appreciate all you guys. I will see you guys later today. So I really got to go. Bye.